Coming off back-to-back negative performances for stocks, futures back to the upside here, ever so slightly so far this morning. We had two straight slight declines, slight gain to start things off so far today, about 0.25% right now for the NASDAQ, ahead of more potential tariff headlines, ahead of Fed minutes to come this afternoon. We'll get a bit of clarity, a little bit better read on how they are looking at the rest of this year, whether or not Fed Chair Powell is even the Fed chair. We'll have that conversation at some point, I'm sure. More rumors floating around today that that could be happening. Two names to discuss specifically, Kevin Hassett and the other Kevin, down to the short list of apparently who is going to take over for Fed Chair Powell. All kinds of things as far as individual movers so far this morning. Tesla remains on everyone's focus, I think, just rolled over here a little bit back to rejected 300 earlier this morning, but back to 298, 297 right now. Starbucks, this China story, kicking off a 3% move, 96 up to 98 so far this morning here for Starbucks. Good to be back.
Yeah, I was going to say, welcome back. Like, hey, okay.
It's been a whirlwind, but
yes, I know you're a little jet lagged, but good to
what I
have
miss?
you back. Well, nothing, Brendo.
No, nothing,
Donald Trump doesn't move the markets
No.
at all. No, lots to talk about today, Brendo. Amazon in focus, looking like Jeff Bezos selling more shares as part of his plan. Meta looking at doing a deal here with Elixir Exotica, with the maker of Ray-Ban. So we'll have to see more about the hardware side for Meta there. Microsoft getting an upgrade from Oppenheimer. You mentioned Starbucks, UNH also in focus. More investigation coming from the Department of Justice. Oh yeah, and Tesla, Brendo. The one phrase that stands in my mind is, "Shut up, Dan." He's pissed off at Dan Ives, so yet another day.
Oh, Dan Ives. Yeah, Chinese angle this morning to discuss with Tesla as well on the Model Y. I just saw a note here on CoreWeave pop up in front of me here. CoreWeave becomes the first AI cloud provider to offer Nvidia RTX Pro 6000 Blackwell GPU at large scale. Didn't do anything at all, but was downside past 2 days here. So whether or not we get any kind of recovery here for CoreWeave remains to be seen as well. Yeah, big pharma deal to discuss as well. 10 billion Merck's paying VRNA. Raheem's going to come by and discuss pharma stocks specifically and whether or not on this side of the border there's any kind of opportunities maybe lingering as far as pharma is concerned. We'll touch on copper as well, because I mean this, as you were saying, out of nowhere yesterday, just another number gets thrown into the pot.
I swear, I felt like he was looking for that number because they asked him. He's like, "Well, I think we're going to do, and then it came out at 50%. The market had been pricing in 25% until he dropped that 50 number yesterday. So.
Yeah, so the fallout of that and more to be discussed throughout today as well. So again, Raheem coming up. Going to be an interesting day again. Fed minutes this afternoon. Shouldn't be a huge event at 2 o'clock, but we could get some sort of clarity on what the rest of the year remains anyways, as far as they see, guys. Good morning.
Morning, and obviously welcome back. You can see a little bit of work going on behind us. The wait never ends. We got Randy's over there on the ladder. We got Michael as well working around here. But let's make a bold prediction. But when I say that, it's actually not going to be a bold prediction. 1 o'clock Fed minutes, 2 o'clock Fed minutes. We're going to move more on the 10-year auction, which is at 1 o'clock. I think that's going to be a bigger deal. It's not that Fed minutes don't really matter, but yeah, yields are going to matter a lot. And the 10 years, the one you wait for, it's going to be we'll see how it goes, but usually it's a bit of a market-moving event. And you always tend to notice the volume spike at 1 o'clock and then just remember why it is. But yeah, lots is going on here. Tesla moving around for a lot of reasons. I know they had the positive story with the China sales. That being said, most of the action culminated in buying the dip early because, hey, maybe not such a big of a deal, the new party. And then the spat with Ives and the Epstein tweet stuff, it just gets a little bit out of hand, and Tesla dropped pretty heavily. So, Tesla has been bought at the open. I think you got to be really patient with it. But there's a host of stocks. Like, Nvidia's made a pre-market all-time high. Palantir's finally got that 140 break in its sights. Like, there's a heck of a lot going on, despite the fact that the market did absolutely pretty much nothing yesterday. You had the big moves in pharma, you had the big moves in the copper names. So you just got to be in the right spot. Don't forget about what's happening with some of the fintech movers. Those have been fantastic as well. So yeah, there's a lot of places to look. The overall market's not really giving you as much juice in terms of movement. So I'm not expecting anything crazy come 2 o'clock.
No, Fed minutes are not normally a thing. So yeah, I'm not sure about it. Welcome to everybody here in the chat. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe as we get going here. We talked about the Blue Jays winning again yesterday, so that was really nice. So there we go. Let's talk about something that's exciting. There we go, the Blue Jays. Hey, Fabian's in the building right now. What's up, Fabian?
One more, and it's they tie the record, the Jays record.
Right, okay, remember we were talking about that yesterday.
It's been 11 5 times, apparently.
Oh, okay, wow. Yeah, looking good right now. I saw that core weave there. Not much. Yesterday we had, for me, it was a great opportunity to short core weave yesterday as we finally get that downgrade off of the new deal with cores. But today they're now selling and offering, I guess, the new GPU, the Blackwell model there from Nvidia. So a nice little move going there as that's coming back in. But yeah, it's 8:36. Well, yeah, I wanted to see what copper was doing because, yesterday we did have that move there, and I did see that video clip last night where Donald's looking pretty old to me right now. I mean, he is old, so that's fine. But he was just kind of like, iffy about that. We still have many more things to come, right? I mean, these are just ideas that they have about these tariffs, right? They're going to send out the letters, and then once those go out, then we'll figure out where we're going from there. But Uber's another name that's on watch here this morning as well, up to $98. We'll figure out what's going on there. Yeah, right now we're not doing what's for lunch yet there, all things Trump, but we'll be doing that pretty soon. Yeah, Biden was older. Yeah, Biden was the oldest. It was Trump oldest, and then Biden oldest, and now I think Trump, by the time his term is over, he will retake the lead. He would be the oldest sitting president there. Yeah, but there's Randy. He's got the jorts going on there. We're rewiring. Are we doing electrical there, Randy, or what are we? It's the Wi-Fi. Oh, we got the Wi. Oh, is that Michael up there? Oh yeah. What's up, Michael? How's it going? Yeah, new Wi-Fi. I joined it yesterday. Is that mesh system that we got going on there, or what? Reload a mesh or something. I joined. So yeah, really exciting there. Okay, so yeah. New Wi-Fi going in. How was dinner? Dinner was great. Nice. Yeah, very, very nice, man. Great food, great atmosphere, great drinks. It was getting like a little chilly, which was nice. Like it wasn't super hot. It was really nice and yeah, really good. Last night. I thought it was perfect. The weather was perfect, man. We walked around Yorkville and got some ice cream after. It was really nice. Yeah.
Obviously, you guys don't live in the GTA. A lot of people that are watching, maybe like a small percentage do, but like it's been pretty hot lately. Yeah. So when you have like that. It gets warm, but it was a little overcast. It was a good breeze. Like it was gorgeous. By the time we were finishing our game, I was like, "Oh, let's play more." Yeah. You don't have to deal with that heat. You want to be out there all night. So yeah, we'll take it for sure. I think we're gonna have Raheem coming on through in just a little bit. Yeah. But there was the other thing in our little crawl. We're sort of talking about the big things that were moving. What's weird, it's almost as if it got forgotten by the end of the day based on what was happening in Tesla and then all the tariff stuff. It was almost easy to forget what happened to Amazon earlier just because they came out and said that their early hour numbers for Prime Day were down 14% year over year. So that was the headline that drove them down. It drove Walmart was driven down as well. So good recovery, as a matter of fact, but what was interesting is that the sellers remained in complete control. You can see what happened when the stock just would get back to VWAP. The sellers remain in control of Amazon. It's above the volume weighted average price now, but that's a trend that is worth watching because anytime I see something like this, it's just, okay, you've got the programs on the sell side overall when they're trying to get back up off that rebound. So I don't think it's that big of a deal, but it doesn't matter. In the long term, what do I care about the first few hours? I think Prime Day is constantly shifting and constantly changing. And comparing the environment 1 year ago to this year, a lot of times those comparisons are a little bit weird to do because you're in different circumstances. So I think it gets overrated. That said, if I start to see it just obviously holding VWAP again to the sell side, it's going to have to be a short. Because I can't believe that didn't get noticed. We were watching Tesla in the afternoon, and this was just like the sellers were making it easy on Amazon. I still think they're fine overall, but you couldn't ignore what happened yesterday.
Yeah, what's up, Tisha? They're talking about some. Oh, Big Bear AI was another one that was up a little bit this morning again, trying to break through 8. It's not going to have the same juice as it did yesterday, breaking through $8. So we'll watch out for that one coming through here on Big Bear AI. But it's 8:40. We can go back to the desk and figure out what the boys want to talk about.
Yeah, this 2 p.m. This afternoon, I mean, the decision last time was unanimous, but there were a few on the fence, if you remember, on whether or not they should actually have been cutting at the last Fed meeting. All of the headlines continue to be surrounding the fact that Fed Chair Powell most likely is not going to be the Fed chair. The timing on which that change is going to happen remains to be seen, but it's sounding a little bit closer than I think a lot of people assume.
And I'm making the assumption that as soon as we start getting the idea of who is going to replace him, the market's going to price that in right away. They're going to start discounting how this person thinks, what they've said in the past, how they're looking to project the rate cut cycle that we all know is upcoming. So I want to see how the market reacts to the new participant, really. Yeah. And that's I was speaking to Adara off camera about that, and it's quite interesting how quickly we can discount new information, Brendo.
Yeah. Yeah, and that individual and the relationship between those two is going to be so significant going forward then on how they approach the interest rate activity. I wanted to bring this up real quick because I was reading this yesterday and it kind of caught my attention. This is one of the worst starts to a year. I mean, obviously we're a better part of 7 months into the year at this point. This is one of the worst starts to the year for the US dollar in 3 decades. Mm-hmm. So the U.S. dollar, if you had to say, what's the U.S. dollar up or down this year, just as a whole from the beginning of this year?
Down.
But how much?
It feels like it's substantial, but like we already knew that this is what he wanted. He wants to increase exports. You can't have a good export market with a strong dollar. It just makes other currencies weaker against yours, and they can't buy as much. Yeah. So this has always been his objective, to have a weaker currency to boost exports.
It was 12% at the end of last week. That blew my mind. The weakness that has come back into the U.S. dollar, that's 100. That's the DXY on a weekly chart. So that's 100. So that was July of 2023. Remember, we got back to that 100 level. And then the last time we were there was September of 2024, kind of chopped around there through springtime this year, March through to about the end of May. And it's let go. And we haven't been anywhere close to that in quite a while. So 12% decline in the dollar. Yields are still chopping around, 4.5%, 5%, depending on which one you're looking at. Everyone's saying cut interest rates, but can they at this point?
Well, Jerome Powell keeps saying the same thing, that the tariff headwind or the tariff bump up in prices is still an unknown, and especially after yesterday's kind of launching of 50% tariffs on copper, 200% upcoming, Brendo, on some of these pharmaceuticals. Is going to be a year and a half runway for that, so people can adjust. But the point of the matter is there's still a lot of unknowns, and so that's why they're still holding on to the rates.
The article I was reading about the dollar yesterday was specifically pointing at these tariffs and obviously the unknown fallout on a global scale and the effect that it's going to have on the dollar as the main reason. But just hearing this, Microsoft bouncing off 500 here. Didn't really do much, but a little bit of a pop back to the upside. 0.75, there's a positive note and an upgrade for Microsoft today, guys.
Look, I actually have Microsoft on the sticky note as the #1 trade because right now you're trying to break through that 500 mark, right? And I mean, it's just like, the price kind of sucks because it's so expensive, and I know it's going to be hard to trade for many traders, but potentially because it's a $500 name, maybe we can trade one of the, and you guys tell me in the chat what the levered ETF is, if there is one or 2 times or whatever, MSFU or MSFU. STFU reminds me of John Cena, but
usually they're all U.
Yeah, is there something?
There's a D, there's a U.
Yeah, exactly. So, anyways, that break right there. I mean, what a great stock! What a bounce around here, trying to figure itself out. And then now today we get the upgrade, and breaking through 5 bills is nice. So we'll wait. Again, it's only 200,000 shares, but I like it to talk about Azure there, and it's just a way. To sit here and talk about macro stuff for Microsoft is great. We can do that, but continues to work, man. Sundar Pichai and everybody, it's getting to the upside right there. It's breaking through 500. This is all-time high. On eSignal, we have written down $500.76 as that number to look for, and it's already there. We passed it already this morning. So, I really like it, and the upgrade today comes from, it's in our watch list. Comes from Oppenheimer. I still haven't even seen that movie. Did
You really haven't seen Oppenheimer?
No, I heard it was too long and boring and.
You know what?
Blah.
It really depends
I'd rather
on
watch
what you're.
Barbie.
Like if you're, yeah, you know what? For myself, I loved it.
Oh yeah,
Like, I love.
yeah,
Like,
I have to watch it.
I love I like
History.
I love Christopher Nolan movies, and I like history, and to me, like if you're a bit of a nerd, I'd like to think of myself as one. So like I loved Oppenheimer,
Yeah.
but I can understand like Christopher Nolan makes some really long films, and for a lot of people, if you don't like them, you just don't like them. If it's one thing when it's like an action like a
Yeah, I don't have
like a
patience.
Batman movie.
I
But
can barely watch any movie now, not like a 4-hour movie.
Yeah,
like that,
it's-
though. And by the way,
it's a
Satya
lot.
Nadella there, not Sundar Pichai. Google. I misspoke there, but
they're both rich. No,
yeah, they're both in the top 5 richest people in the world.
Exactly. Well, the crazy thing about
to Joe.
Softy is just the buy program that's been on this thing. It has one of the most interesting daily charts since the beginning of May. Like there's really only a small handful of days that have been huge. And the rest of them have just been steady Eddie buying. And a lot of what's made it work is the whole, hey, Microsoft is being perceived as very resilient in the tariff war environment and all that stuff. So it's been this great safe haven stock which just turned on the jets, and then just slowly grinding higher. Like for myself, like I didn't really, because of that, like I'm kind of looking at the names that are going to move the bigger percentages, but I was saying early in the year, like I liked Meta much more than any other Mag 7 names, and I kind of slept on Microsoft 100% because this has been incredibly impressive. Like Meta, Microsoft, and Nvidia of the Mag 7, those are your 3 winners this year. And it's almost like you need a new name or something. Somebody else can come up with it because all things aren't the same. You know, Apple, very, very different story. Even a great one like Amazon, good, very good, not great. Alphabet, still waiting for that one to do something off of the channel. It's good, again, but not great. And when you look at those 3, Microsoft included alongside Meta and Nvidia, it's been very clear who the winners have been in the group. Tesla's almost like is in its own category. It's like it's like 3-3. It's like 3, 2, 1, and 1. Like Tesla's in its own category, Apple's in its own category. I think Google and Amazon have managed to do well, but not quite as good. And then you have the big 3, which are leading the way at this point. And Microsoft deserves a ton of credit. It's just boringly awesome the last couple of months in its up move.
All right, we're ready to go over to the desk. It's Brendan and it's Raheem. Let's hear some pharma news.
Ooh.
Raheem is in for a discussion on, as we mentioned, we'll touch on specifically this deal. I think the VRNA deal and Merck today. If you missed it, 10 billion Merck picking up VRNA. But you just made an interesting point from the sense that this entire effort that this administration is going to is aimed at onshoring a lot of manufacturing and different businesses. And in that world specifically, we haven't really seen anything yet. Maybe this is the start.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you on that, and we do actually talk offset about stuff that's happening in the market. We don't just talk Blue Jays and Baltimore Ravens. We talk other things. No, but to your point exactly, we haven't seen the next step of some of this onshoring that the administration is trying to catalyze by excessive right-sized tariffs, just in case he's
To be determined tariffs.
like 200% yesterday, right? The point with some of these other countries, like if you look at India, you look at Bangladesh, they've been big suppliers of pharmaceutical products to the world, and there are a lot of tariff issues that are going to come. India seems like they'll be safe from some of these tariff updates, but a lot of these deals that you're now going to see are going to be potentially around the onshoring of capacities and capabilities, just because you don't want to pay an extra 200% on something that you may have to bring across the pond.
Yeah.
So I think you might start to see that. Again, we were just speaking. M&A transactions in the healthcare space typically happen in January, February. They don't usually happen right after the 4th of July weekend. Like that's, I don't think I've ever seen that, right? So some of these deals might get fast-tracked a little bit simply because people want to ensure that they are on the right side of the equator. let's call it, when some of these tariffs come into play. So I think you might start to see some of these M&A deals happen on that premise.
All right, the bigger headline, I think that's going to have more of a lasting effect over the next couple of days, couple of weeks, whatever. The copper headline, obviously, if you missed it yesterday, that's the chart. Essentially, I went out to weekly so you can get a better idea, but potentially 50% tariffs to come here for copper, which is going to affect not only the producers going to get it, as you were mentioning, but when you take it to the market, then how does that affect the overall business model here?
Yeah, so copper is the one, like we talk about with critical minerals. If you're a fan of critical minerals and you're a fan of EVs and all those things, copper is going to be one of the biggest places that you're going to need to access resource to bring into all of the things that we're going to need in the future, in the electrified future, first of all. Second of all, copper, like I was just saying off camera, you can't just go and pick copper off a tree like you could with a fruit or a vegetable. Copper is something that you need to develop. It's a resource that's going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years to bring into production. I'm talking from early stage, not things that are already into production. So there is that difference, of course. But you can't just say we want to onshore all copper. Like you want to tell companies, okay, your copper that you're going to develop and use needs to be done in the U.S. And the U.S. is a very big home of copper, for sure.
Right.
But they do want to fast track a lot of projects in copper in the States, and some of them that we'll talk about today are going to get that fast track approvals. But at the end of the day, there is going to be copper that's going to have to come from places like Canada, from Central and South Africa, potentially other jurisdictions in the world where copper is extremely prevalent. And I just don't see how the need for a tariff on copper coming into the U.S., how they align. I haven't seen it. I don't know how it's going to work, but copper hit a 52-week high.
Yeah, in a second almost.
Yeah.
So there is going to be opportunity here. The question then becomes, how do we go about positioning ourselves right to potentially take advantage of that? I was just going through a couple of these charts that you brought with you here. We'll start with Ivanhoe, IVN. I'll stay on a higher time frame here just to get, my chart has frozen. Sure. There we go. I'll stay on a higher time frame here just to get some perspective. We're at decent levels here for all of these at this point.
Yeah, so some of them have seen that pop up off of yesterday, a little bit off of that, and off of what will come. Some of them are down because the copper trade on a 1-year basis is a little lower, but on a year-to-date basis is already up, and on a 3-year basis is massive. So you'll start to see that. So now Ivanhoe is one that is South African based, like we were just talking about, as one of those bases. So they have a couple assets in the DRC as well into South Africa. They've got their third project that's now back onto full-on processing. So they've updated their guidance. They just came out with some numbers the other day. So they're looking to process, several million tons of capacity every year, and they're up 11% year over year on their second quarter production. So you will start to see more production numbers coming out of these companies. And again, just with the fact that the copper's moved up, it's a top line benefit that you just didn't even know you were going to get.
Yeah.
Right. So all of a sudden you're selling a ton, and all of a sudden you're getting 5 to 6% more just because
of price.
Yeah.
First Quantum, another one here. Again, a weekly chart. This one's already broken some prior levels here, but I mean, all of these looking decent at this point.
Yeah, they're all looking better. Now, First Quantum's one that we have spoken about before. They're the ones with the issue with the Panamanian government. The government blocked it, took it, gave it back. They're in discussions on how all that's going to work. So, Panama's got its own issues that are going to happen with the U.S., and now First Quantum is there. So now they have gone into kind of working collaboratively with the government. They have one of their sites. They actually just sold 112,000 ounces of copper to pay for the maintenance that's going to happen at site. So they are trying to collaborate with the government on that, and you are seeing the stock, close to its 52-week highs. We're sitting at $24. That 52-week high was 26. If you had bought it on the dip, you got it down at 14. And this is a large cap stock. That's a couple $2 billion that you can get almost 100% return on a year over year. So it just depends on what's going to happen on how bullish you are with their ability to work with the Panamanian government.
All right, Northern Dynasty, an interesting one. I believe we've actually talked about this.
We have.
I mean,
the coin flip of coin flips.
What? That's a weekly chart.
Yeah. That's one. Again, it's Alaska, and so under the first Trump administration, the stock popped because Trump said we're going to go. Then the Biden administration came in. They said we're stopping all of this, and the stock came all the way back down. Now they've come back. Oh, it's a mosquito.
Yeah, there's a few.
Live TV.
There's a few.
And then the current Trump administration has come and said, we're going to fast track and approve all of these things. And so now they got kiboshed by the EPA. They're now in talks with the EPA to say, let's all work on this together so that we can supply the critical minerals that America rightly needs for all of its defense needs. So I think that was directly from a press release. I might have quoted Ron Thiessen, the chairman, on that one there. But the fact that they are in America, the fact that they are providing a source of critical minerals that people are going to need. You've seen the stock already on the EPA news pop, and then again on yesterday's news pop.
I was just saying it was 44 cents this time last year.
Yeah, so
it's $2.44.
The ultimate coin flip, right? Like I said, if you believed that they were going to get some benefit by being in the States, you got that. And if you believe that they're going to get something, again, on the back of their negotiations with the EPA and that the fact that, you know, the Trump administration is pushing through a lot of American-made projects, you're going to see this one move.
On that note, Arizona, which is ASCU.
Yeah.
Another one right at highs here.
Yeah, and again, I just brought that one along because the name says it all. So they are exactly in Arizona. They've got 2 projects, you know, and they are getting fast track approvals because the state is conscious of what the federal government wants to do. It is a big state. If you look at Arizona, you look at Nevada, they are 2 states that are very bullish on mining, as long as you're in the right county and do your homework on where everybody's located. But they just did a bought deal for $45 million at $2 a share. They just closed at $51.5 million. So the demand was there.
Copper stocks in general, I mean, you and I go back and forth all the time about things not being necessarily exciting. Copper definitely falls into that category as a whole. Does this change that?
I think it brings it to the forefront more than it has in the past. Copper's, like we all know copper's there. Gold is the sexy one because it's the precious metal. Silver trails gold. We all know those 2 things. Copper is like, we know it's there and we know we need it and we don't really need to talk about it. But now we do because of the fact that it's just been brought right to your front page with a 50% tariff.
There you go. Lots of opportunities in the copper space to come potentially anyway, as we see. Maybe we'll talk about this next time, but there's the aspect of you start at 50%, it ends up at, I don't know, 15, 8, something like that, definitely.
But I think just to that point, I think just something for the audience to just keep track of too is other countries might just get ticked off and say, we're just going to go do our own thing and we're going to set up our own trade deals. So you look at what China, keep an eye on what China's going to do because they're going to need all these things, like Russia to an extent, India to an extent, all these other countries, they're going to start doing their own trade deals because the EU is going to say, I'm not going to rely on what whim may occur. And that doesn't necessarily just relate to copper. It could relate to other things, but there are a lot of opportunities.
Rahim Alani is Managing Director over at OCI Groups here in Toronto. Good to see you.
Always.
Yeah, as always,
Group.
fantastic. Fantastic, Rahim. And Arizona Metals in Canada, like in TSX, is ticker AMC.
AMC, oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, which is it's a little bit of fun, so don't get those mixed up for anyone. I mean, like most of our viewers aren't trading in Toronto, so you're probably not going to make that mistake. But I just noticed when I typed it in. No, but going back to like a name that a lot of people have probably looked at first when we saw that tariff announcement for copper potentially, and that would have been Freeport and FCX. What's interesting about it is we've known that in some ways these announcements are coming. The size can be what the big difference is. This has already been on such a run that the reaction initially was just like the algo buy and then completely selling off and settling down. So I think to some of Rahim's points, there's a degree of this which is priced in, and you don't want to get caught being a little over exuberant. This stock, like this has already been bought up, and the group has been bought up to a certain extent. So I think you got to be a little bit careful here. I always try to follow the rule that the up move is continued in 2 ways: bouncing off prior highs or bouncing off your support. So now that you've made the breakout, bouncing off prior highs happened yesterday, but it needs to do it again today and prove that can happen. Otherwise, you might just be in a little bit of a sell the news event here, because this is not terribly surprising. We get a little ticker shock when we hear the numbers, when we hear things like 50%, but at the end of the day, how much does that really matter till things have, and we've seen this with the overall tariff story. We weren't shocked at the updates that were in the 40%, that were sort of sticking with the bulletin board that he was holding out before, President Trump. So as far as I'm concerned, this 50%, maybe it ends up 25, maybe it ends up 30, but it seems as if we're not exactly super shocked by it here with the way it kind of sold the news a little bit in the afternoon.
Okay, yeah, thanks again for Raheem Khan coming and giving some new ideas there. We really appreciate that. I mean, that's what it's about, right? Idea generation, and then you guys take the trades as you see fit, right? I mean, that's what it's all about, always here at Trader TV Live. The most important segment of the day for me is what's being upgraded and downgraded. So let's go over to the screen and figure out what that is with Miss Adara.
There actually is a copper name on this list, but we'll get to that in a minute. We're going to start with Bloom Energy getting an upgrade from JP Morgan Chase. Caterpillar here with an upgrade from Milius, up over 1%. Microsoft, as mentioned here, with an upgrade from Oppenheimer. You can read all about that on our Trader TV Live watch list. And then JP Morgan here getting upgraded by Barclays. On the downgrade side of things, solar has certainly been a sector on watch lately, and they're getting a downgrade from Goldman Sachs. Citigroup here downgrading Wynn Resorts. T-Mobile with the downgrade from KeyBank Capital. And here's our copper play. That would be Freeport McMoran, FCX, getting downgraded today by Goldman Sachs. Basically flat on the morning, guys. Lots to look at.
Oh, you know the industrials have been leading, and Caterpillar's had a great year. That's a stock that we talk about 52-week highs and all-time highs getting broken out, and what's going to happen next. I've said this one before. I like Caterpillar. Well, disclosure, out of the non-tech stocks in my portfolio, it's like Eli Lilly's #1 and Caterpillar's #2. So I get that out of the way. But I think this is going to get to the highs. I know Sharif likes this name as well. This is going to get to the highs. I don't know if it breaks it today, tomorrow. It's not breaking it today. It's just not how it moves. And I don't think an upgrade is the catalyst that gets it done. But overall, the industrials are probably, they've been leading for so long, and when you get a little bit of a rotation, the tech names also starting to blow out a little bit, I think you could see a little bit of chop going into these highs, which is perfectly healthy. There still hasn't been a significant pullback on this move. I think there's at least some concern whenever you see that, like you go down for like 1 day and not more. But so I think you're probably at least a couple of weeks away from a real breakout on Caterpillar, but it looks absolutely gorgeous. It's been a good stock, but like that dip, I mean, a lot of times you always say you don't buy enough. Like this was one, I bought a few things on the way to the downside, but this is one that I probably should have pulled the trigger again at the 280 level. But, you just got to move on to the next. Certainly I want to be a buyer of some more shares of this because tech is kind of going overweight. I was thinking about where I wanted to put money back into when I trim Bitcoin down a little bit, and this is one of the names that's on my mind. I just don't want to be buying these highs right now. I kind of think they're due for a little bit of a pullback because the run's been so ridiculous.
Yeah, JP Morgan's had a great run and a pullback and now upgraded. I didn't even realize they were upgraded today, but there it goes, man. JP Morgan, all-time highs, the best of the banks, and you just got to wait because on Tuesday is when we have earnings. So we fell right back in, right into that level yesterday, but not that, I don't think you buy like a falling knife like this until you get some good news. So now today we get upgraded there ahead of their report in 4 days. So we'll wait for next Tuesday and see what winds up happening right there with JP Morgan. But again, I like the upgrade. Not too much volume here. Actually, what am I talking about? 1.3 million. I wonder what that dark pool print was right there. 900,000 it looks like right there. Yeah. So, nice move heading to the upside. The market's up 0.2%. JP Morgan up 1.3%. So, I think if you're going to trade a bank, yesterday we were looking short on Bank of America, and that was printing early. So, on a downgrade as well there. So we got some analyst action yesterday on Bank of America. It did this. Today we get analyst action on JP Morgan, which is an upside move, and we're getting that. So I think we can continue to carry forward here with JPM. I mean, breaking this 287 is that next leg, and I think that it does that. So I like the stock there. Maybe 287.50, something like that. But yeah, JP Morgan should be a winner here. It looks like it is. So I'm going long JP Morgan on that 287.50 break. But I'd like to see the market. It's not something that it's like I want to push all in. It's just an upgrade. It's ahead of earnings, and that's the other thing. So a little cautious on that. But it's nice because yesterday we had the downgrade on Bank of America because they had mentioned negative earnings forecast. Yeah. So it's nice to get the other way around here, hopefully, for JP. It should be an interesting bank. Banks aren't that exciting when they report. I don't know if you remember, it'll go up or down 3 or 4%, then the market will open and it will kind of correct. And
You know what's good is it's almost like you want them
They're
to
not
be
growth
down.
names.
You almost want them to be down because I find like the best moves on bank earnings are when they get, like, we'll talk about the bigger ones, not the regional banks, when they get sold off a little bit in the pre-market and then there's like a rally into the call. Those can be those can be interesting. Just don't hold it during the call sometimes because you can get burned that way. But yeah, I kind of like it from a trading aspect. Like when they just gap up, I find it's like, what do you do? Mm-hmm. But yeah, when they do give you that dip buy, that's a much better opportunity. I'll have the eyeballs for me are going to be on Morgan Stanley when their earnings come out. I feel like that one might get traded just because of some of the M&A stuff. I'm sensing a little weakness there, but we'll see what happens next week. Desk.
Start things off here with a look at the overall market.
62.72, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. We're already above it. 62.90, the high. Here's the deal. We were above 6,300 last week, but we're now using that 6,300 area as our resistance. So that's what we'll say. 6,300 to the top side. If we continue selling off, we're looking to that overnight low, 62.60, 62.50, Brendo, as support.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you take some time, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Super easy then. All you have to do is enter your email address, and it comes right to your inbox every single morning. Has everything on it that is moving around in the pre-market and a little bit on why that is happening. Interesting note, as Sharif was alluding to, there's a ton of different angles you can take on Tesla this morning. Interesting note coming out of China with Model Y sales, 9.09% year-over-year jump in Model Y sales in China specifically last month. First time in a while we've seen an actual positive number. Yes, it's model specific, but that newer version of the Model Y paying dividends here.
Yeah, well, it's a good car. We've been watching the Juniper kind of unfold for a little while. Don't forget the subsidies in China, though, are drying out for some of these EVs, so be on the lookout for the next months. Let's talk about the Dan Ives angle here, because this was really interesting. Longtime bull Danny Ives of Wedbush with a price target of around $500 here on Tesla, publicly criticized the formation of a new political party by Elon Musk. He proposed 3 board actions here that he wants Tesla's board to take to kind of get a hold on Elon. He wants a new pay package giving Musk that 25% control as he's been looking for, actually more than what Musk was looking for. But he also wants time allocation guardrails and oversight on political involvement. That didn't please Musk, who took to X, Brendo, to tell him to shut up, Dan. Maintain the $500 price target there. So we'll have to see how this all works out, Brendo. But I think one thing we can all agree on, his entire focus has not been on Tesla, however you want to split this up.
Even though he promised it was going to be. Funny how that happens. Yeah. I mean, you and I were just talking about the simple fact that has the fundamental story here changed, and there's a lot, yes, there's a lot going forward that is an unknown, but something to think about, I think, here.
Absolutely.
You know, going forward for Tesla guys. What do we do here today?
I got to put my earpiece in
It's
gear.
been, look,
Rivian? What are we talking about?
no, we're talking about
We're talking to, I asked Raheem if he ever been to Boston there.
Beantown.
And he said yes. I told him, we booked whale watching. How much do you think whale watching is for 4 people? 700?
No, I would have said it's US dollars, so I was going to say more like 3-4.
Yeah, it's 450, which isn't that bad.
You think
you get 3
Canadian dollars?
3 hours.
Canadian dollars. It was close, but Canadian dollars. But
No, 450 Canadian.
well, I thought you said US.
Yeah. The US was 290 or something.
Oh, so. Oh,
Thank you. Yes.
That's good.
Yes.
That's less than I expected.
I'm going to Halifax.
It was 75 a person.
I'm going to Halifax. Watching in Halifax.
Yeah, well, the Canadian whale
That's
watching.
why I was bound.
You get the Canadian whales then, you know, that's much, much better. There's our green screen, by the way.
All right, back.
Shout
Look,
out to Raheem Alani.
we love Raheem. When it comes to Tesla, everybody, I think like yesterday was constructive. There was a couple, only went long on Tesla yesterday, and I'm looking for a similar thing. Like it set up a very clean breakaway trade at the 300 level. Like early at the open was thinking short early into long because that's what it did the day before. It was short early into a long. So once the short early I missed the trade. I didn't catch the 300 turn. Fine. Had the order out and missed the punch back down through. So when it broke out the top, went long. And then when the whole mess happened, looked for that pullback into the prior close price, it did make that bounce, but went into the long. I'm thinking the same kind of story. We have already ground down from 300 to 97. So my first thought is, if the short's already gone and there isn't like a quick pop and fade at 300 to play or something, I mean, if it goes to 305, 306, that's a completely different story for that short. Doesn't seem very likely. When we're sitting down and we're at 300, you think about that. Now it's at 297. I got to think quick pop and fade 300 or wait for bottoming pattern for either a mean revert or what I like here. Get a bottoming pattern, get some higher lows, and set up a breakout trade. Like that's a setup of a breakout trade right there, or you could just take the 300. That's what I want to see happen. Let it calm down and then pounce. It gave you two great opportunities to do that. On the higher time frame, I think we're still in trouble with Tesla here. There hasn't been a test of really down the 270 level. You just want there to be less distractions. I know we got a good number out of the China sales, but that's not what's moving it right now. You want to go back to positive numbers and robo-taxi moving the stock, and that's not what's happening. It's tweets and it's shut up Dan and all other kinds of nonsense. And while that's the case, then I'm waiting for the extreme moves. I want the extreme reversions. I want those quick setup break where you can just get in and get out on the volatility, because that's the way the stock is behaving.
Yeah.
Lucid was up
Speak into the
11.
mic so people could hear what you just asked Neil.
What is Lucid doing?
There we go.
11% yesterday. The number one EV, okay, well, the number one EV mover that I was looking at, or that
Because Raheem Alani bought a Lucid Air, that's why.
Those are nice. They look great. They're expensive, man.
Get that Saudi
It's
money
flat
over
today
there.
is the answer. After a big day yesterday, Lucid is doing literally nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sorry to disappoint.
Anyways, yeah.
truth.
Thanks for coming through
Thanks,
there,
Randy.
Randy. Look, I just made it really simple, man, here on the sticky note. What's up, everybody? The sticky note. I keep putting the chat in the chat. Get into the chat. You can grab a piece of this. We have Nvidia, Microsoft, SMCI, the TQs, Tesla, right there long, but not until 92. So I'm just going to wait for that play. This is obviously JP Morgan that we had up last time. I just, it's not going to get down there. I mean, I think that with that better China number, it's probably heading to the upside and breaking that $300 mark. So I do like that call as well, breaking through 300 there. But we'll wait for it. I just think that 292 that showed up a couple days ago is close to the bottom. So in and around here, I think that's where I'm going to get interested, just in case there's more tariff talk or something happens, or Elon and Trump just keep on spatting and something happens with Tesla. That's a level that I'm going to look at. But other than that, I think you just want to see yesterday's high break, which is 304. So if we really do like these numbers out of China, Tesla has no problem moving $20, $30. So I think it's worth waiting to see the action that's up here. A pre-market break high today is 300 flat. So that's another real interesting spot. Tesla's definitely on the radar here. It was on my mind for dip buys because we had this straight downside move there of like 20 minutes of all red candles, and then it just started popping. So I would wait. We'll wait for those imbalances to come out. A 300 break is probably imminent on Tesla. And I think if you're trading the stock today and it's going to be one of your number one focuses, which it's not mine, I like that 300 break. So I think you sit there and then you use VWAP, which is what I wrote down also. 298 would be where VWAP is. So $2 worth of risk to get 4, first of all, worth it. And then if you get that love there from the China numbers, then you're going to get way more than 2-to-1 on this trade. So I mean, I like Tesla there, and I think that's a trade idea broken down and one that I'll most likely take.
Let's go to Starbucks. A little bit of a pullback right now, trying to hold on to 97.50. But if you have not heard yet, 10 billion in bids from China unit, or for the China unit of Starbucks potentially here. Does this actually go through? Remains to be seen.
We'll have to see. They're trying to copy the McDonald's look here, Brendo, who did it back in 2017. McDonald's divested some of their Chinese assets where it retained a stake while ceding control to strategic local owners. Starbucks may follow that kind of same thing, looking for potential upside. So here's the deal. Apparently, they're evaluating offers from around 30 domestic and global private equity firms for a minority stake in the Chinese business only. The bids range here from about $5 billion to $10 billion, likely settling, though, according to analysts, near that higher end of the range. The China unit contributes about 8% of their global revenue, and internal estimates value it around $9 billion, hence why this likely closes around 10. They do plan, though, Brendo, to retain meaningful stake, possibly about 30% stake just in the China business alone, so that they can continue to influence how things operate.
The guys are mentioning it. Here's the actual headline here for HIMSS going into Canada, potentially. So a huge pop here for HIMS, now up 3.5.
Yeah, first, just quickly on that HIMSS note with expansion, look, into Canada, remember that HIMSS is a bit of a squeeze stock, so a lot of your motivation for trading it has to do when shorts are getting punked. And I always say, like, let it be breaking something that concerns the shorts. So I look at the 52, and this is real time just happening. That news just hit at about 9 o'clock. So this gets over 52 change. It's a big, big level over there on HIMSS. With Starbucks, the valuation's a weird one because the napkin math was like, Starbucks trades at 3 times sales, but the numbers that they're throwing out there, like the 10 billion valuation, if you look at the fact that it's like 12% of the revenue is from China, and then you sort of do that rough math, it's a big, sharp discount relative to what Starbucks as a whole trades at. So that probably has a lot to do with China risk and all that kind of stuff. I just found that a little bit weird. But what's more interesting about Starbucks is this is now making the next leg of its recovery. Clearly 100. I love it when it's obvious. Clearly $100 is going to be a bit of a target for psychological reasons and just looking at where this is on the daily. But I like the 200 period moving average is a great spot. I think you're consolidating in this range where like you can look to be buying off of the 96 and then waiting for it to break out. Like you're buying dips into the support, awaiting the breakout away from the $100 level on Starbucks. Not enough volume to have it, you can see it's really sparse volume for it to have made my note today. So I doubt it sets up as a trade for me unless something crazy starts to happen and volume's fantastic off of the open. But I do like what's going on here. I do find it weird. It seemed like it was a light valuation, but I guess there's smarter minds that can understand the China risk, and if they think it's that much of a discount, then that's what they think.
So for me, Starbucks, it's already broken out. The $100 level for me is just another little area, because once you get into there, then this is what, in my opinion, you're looking at 102, 103. So I think you're already into this area. I would sell it off of this and then wait. Like if you sold it here at 100, 101, then you sort of have this protection of able to buy it back or get out of it if you're going short. Breaking through this 103, 104 area. Again, until there's some sort of a deal in China, it's all real nice talk. But at the end of the day, I think it's tough. I think the retail space, although the retail space is good, consumers seem to be pretty strong right now. We're not getting any interest rate cuts. We've seen Amazon talk about lower Prime Day deals. I know Starbucks is a completely different beast, but it's moving nice, and it has moved already. So I would probably sell this news today, even though it's up 3%, only because we're running into this area, and then use, like I said, you could temporarily use this $101.50 as a short opportunity, but you're not going to get there because that's going to be another $4, and you're not going up 4 more percent. This is not a 7% news story, in my opinion, so I'm selling it. So that's what I'd be doing on Starbucks there today. Selling short SBUX if we get anywhere near that $100 mark.
All right, Microsoft up next here, trying to bounce off 500. Once again, if you missed it this morning, we touched on it early on. If you're with us at 8:30, Oppenheimer with the upgrade today, going to 600 on their price target.
Yeah, they like Microsoft here. They talk about it as being a top tier long-term, guys, AI winner with upside potential tied to accelerating adoption and Azure momentum. So not just AI, the overlap here between AI and cloud. Analysts noted Microsoft's AI segment is starting to offer valuation support akin to the role that AWS plays kind of at Amazon. The market is believed to be underestimating Microsoft's AI revenue ramp, leaving room for re-rating and earnings compound. So we'll have to keep a look at this. They also like Azure growth re-accelerating, Brendo, in full year 2026. And we recall when we got earnings last time, Azure the only one that outperformed ratings. AWS and Google Cloud both missed.
I learned actually last week that they're getting into, or have the technology to at least get into, real-time translation
Interesting, yep.
through Azure as well. So another offering potentially to come. Might have been a liquidity event, guys, but that was a big move just on an upgrade this morning in the pre-market.
I have Microsoft written down here as the #1 trade idea for myself today. So we just wrote it down here, the 500 break or a 49 dip buy, 495 dip buy. Upgraded today at that Oppenheimer. We'll play these levels here at all-time highs. So I noticed it didn't make Neil's note, which is fine. But for me, it's a breakout and it's strong. So I'm going to go long on this. But again, like the volume right here, it's still good, 230,000. I haven't traded it that much. We're going to have to watch out for spread, and I may take a little bit less shares in the beginning, then later on we'll add to it if there's a problem. But I was just looking at this thing and was like, all-time high is right now. We've broken out. We get the upgrade. It was a name that nobody had really picked to do what it's doing. So I don't know if there's enough money even in Microsoft right now. Obviously, the valuations are high. I mean, most of these valuations are near recent highs as far as PEs and things like that, price of sales and whatnot. But if they're going to continue to work out there, this is 500 right here. We've already sort of bumped up against that a couple times, and now that we're breaking above it, the dip buy opportunity comes into 495, and I just wrote that down because that's just this bottom area. I don't think on an upgrade today, especially with the market being strong, that Microsoft deserves anything down into here. So if we do make the move back into yesterday's closing prices, this is for sure a buying spot for me, 497, and then honestly, it might just be like I said yesterday, the number 1 and 2. One was CoreWeave, 2 was Big Bear AI. 1 was a breakout trade, and the other one was just chart reading on CoreWeave and having an opinion. So for me, I have an opinion. I'm going to be going long on Microsoft right here. That break is 501. Probably going to miss it, to be honest with you. And if I take that, it'll probably be half a unit. And then we'll wait to see if it does pull back into some of these levels. So I could see kind of like a break and then fake and bring it back down. It's just, I'm not sure exactly how this name's going to move to judge how far that fake goes. Right there, we bounced off of 500 and made it all the way down to 497. So, that's $3 or $4. So I could see that kind of happening again, which pulls us right back into 498, 498.50. So for me, Microsoft, a big buy. It's the #1 name today. So we're going to see if we can do something on there. And then we also was mentioning about, any of the lower priced ones there for anybody. It would be the same trade. Just, try to find whatever that pre-market high is on whatever derivative you're looking at for Softy, and then just take the long when it breaks the pre-market. So, but anyways, I don't know. We're going to wait. There's only a couple more minutes until the imbalances come through. So once they're there, we'll have a bet. Whoa, okay. Big Bear AI, the biggest one on there now. Wolf, we talked about selling that yesterday. I hope some of you guys did that. QBTS, I still think at some point comes back in, but the quant names continue to work out. So, and there's HIMS. We had a little bit of a story about them as well earlier. So they're up there now, up 3%. So yeah, my thoughts for Microsoft are long only.
And that brought to you by VinFast. Over here, they just locked in a major $510 million funding deal led by Deutsche Bank, HSBC, and Seatown, part of Singapore's sovereign wealth fund, Temasek. The fresh capital is set to boost their EV production and speed up global expansion. With big banks backing them, it's a strong sign of confidence in VinFast's long-term game, especially in a market where capital is getting harder to secure. Keep an eye on VFS. Scan the QR code you see in front of you for more information if you're interested, and shout out to them. It is MSTU, the 2X, okay, which believe there's also MSTU 2X in Canada as well, not TL, so you can actually trade it in the Toronto market. All I said about Microsoft, and I'll just quickly repeat it. On a percentage basis, it's had maybe 2 or 3 days in this run that have been big ones. It's just been a really good and steady buy and hold. So I'm most of the names that are on the note, I'm looking for the ones that are going to move bigger percentages, but bullish on this. I think, like I said, there's 3 names in the Mag 7 right now. It's Nvidia, it's Microsoft, and obviously Meta's been doing very well, which we haven't really talked about at all today. But let's go talk about some chips, because Nvidia is on the mind at all-time highs, but SMCI, not so much.
I was downside this morning on this note from B of A Securities initiating at underperform, going to $35. Remember, we're at $49.50 after a big move up yesterday. That was the move that came on the back of that note coming out this morning.
And there's also an AI summit in Paris. Actually, my friend is there. She's actually broadcasting from there. Raise Summit, that's what it's called. And Charles Liang, CEO of SMCI, is also there, and he announced that they're going to increase their investment substantially in Europe with a focus on ramping up AI server manufacturing. He expressed his plans during an interview at the summit. The company is currently manufacturing in the Netherlands, but he's exploring additional sites to support the broader European development. Obviously, we've been talking about maybe the fact that Europe lagging a little bit behind in the AI development race as compared to North America and Asia.
A little bit. RYTM. Just running a note on this one, just made a new high. Very, very thinly traded here, but this is another pharmaceutical stock. I just ripped through $75.
You know what, I feel like when you have the consolidation or some of the deal making that needs to happen with names like Merck and Pfizer, they're probably making big deals, but look out for some of these smaller pharma stocks to maybe move a little bit more anytime they have good news, because you also have this implicit, hey, there could be buyers out there looking for places to put their money. The big names are going to be doing that. MSCI, it's flat on the day, upgrade, downgrade. It doesn't really matter to me too much. It's just, Nvidia is going to be the one. Nvidia and Intel both made my note today, and we'll get to why in a quick little second. But you're completely inside the range on MSCI, so SMCI. So I'd like to either want to see it playing off the highs and breaking out, or you can be buying support. The one that's sitting in the middle, I'd rather not touch it. Declining volume in the last few sessions as well. So it's in this boring consolidated state, which is fine if you're just playing the consolidation. There's nothing wrong with that. I think it's a squeeze type name, which is looking for some reason to get up again. And right now it's a little bit weak, as you can see. So I'm trying to stay away because overall, Nvidia, I thought I got rid of that wick. Nvidia, there's the all-time, maybe the 3-minute will be better. Nope. I'm stick with the daily chart. The previous all-time high was like a 160.75. And we've basically broken that here already in the pre-market. My black chart's fine, I'm just gonna use this. We've already broken it out in the pre-market. So what I'm looking for is I want a trend continuation, but at this point, the places I always look, prior high, right? Like a prior day high in the 160, I want to buy into that. And we had great support at 159.25. So I want to go dip buys into both of those. I'm actually feeling the other direction on Intel, but that one's in the note is a 23.15 breakdown, because every time it's had a massive update, down day after, update, down day after, update, down day after. So if it loses support, I want to be short. That said, if it never breaks this level in the first 30 minutes, then I want to look for a continuation long. So it's more of like if it doesn't break down, then I might probably be in Nvidia anyways, and maybe we don't take the long on Intel, but I am only looking for it to lose that support.
All right, SMCI is a short, 49 to 49.50 right there, downgraded, but we are blasting up right now on SMCI. Nice aggressive move up there. So I'm going to try to go short here, but not let it go through $50, man. If it breaks $50, we're out of SMCI. Nvidia is a long at 160. It's a long right now. Nvidia continues to go higher up there. And, you know, that's what I'm going to be looking for. So right now we're waiting to get short here on SMCI. I'm actually waiting at 49.50. And then Nvidia, I'm actually waiting down here at 160.50. So we might get Nvidia soon as well with only 2 minutes to go. This is a buy. Again, yesterday we were on CoreWeave. We didn't trade Nvidia, but Nvidia super strong. And this is what I'm talking about when we talk about Nvidia versus AMD and all that kind of stuff. I mean, this is what Nvidia is doing right now. You want to see what AMD is doing right now? This. So, whoops. All the way to the downside right there, around to 138 and change. So once again, Nvidia up 3 times what AMD's up. Will that change today? Maybe. But I'm going to just continue to trade the king. ES up, NASDAQ up. Right now, it's Nvidia's world, and we're all living in it. We're going to go long Nvidia. We're going to go short SMCI. We're going to go short Intel at some point as well. The trading is going to be happening in just a couple of minutes.
Real quick on CoreWeave, a couple days in a row to the downside here. We are starting to head higher, however, this morning, retaking that level from yesterday that ended up being a little bit of midday support. Up better part of 3% at the highs there. I mean, there's a couple of minor headlines, but the overall trend's still downside here.
Still, yeah, after that pop almost into 190, Brendo, we've been making lower lows and lower highs. I'm personally waiting for the level breakdown here of what I perceive to be a head and shoulders formation for the short that I want to go through the options route, but that'll be below 140. Separately, they are announcing that they're the first cloud provider to start offering Nvidia's RTX Pro 6000 Blackwell GPU. Obviously, Nvidia has a stake in this company.
Under a minute to go here, guys. Thoughts on CoreWeave?
CoreWeave was the trade of the day here at Trader TV. We did have 160 short there. We did have 158, and there it goes down to 152. It actually went lower to 148. So yesterday, CoreWeave was short. It was the #1 trade idea on the sticky note, and we made it what it was. But today, we don't have those same feels. At least I don't. It's up 3% now on CoreWeave. So for me, it's going to be kind of just a wait and see. If Brendan's right, if we do get back to those levels. Yesterday, we wrote down 162 on that, and that came in. So with only 7 seconds left, right now we'll watch out for some of these names. This opening bell brought to you by Adara. So 2 and 1. Thank you for singing, hitting that bell right there. There goes Nvidia right away. Basically immediately there. So bye-bye Nvidia, see you later. That stock is gone. The next thing we'll have to look at right here, Microsoft 500. We want to look at that. Bye-bye Nvidia, wow. Just taking that long. There goes Microsoft as well, over to 502. And again, if you got that 501 break, I don't know what that looked like, but there goes Microsoft to the upside. So just names and market really blasting. We wrote down a bunch of longs on here. The only short that I was looking at was SMCI, and of course that absolutely tanked off of our levels. We wrote down 49 to 48.50 SMCI pulling back in. Maybe that short's coming in, but there goes Nvidia definitely all the way to the upside. So bye-bye Nvidia.
No, absolutely. Nvidia is just going absolutely nuts. Tesla to the downside, unfortunately. But this is what happened yesterday. Remember, I'm looking for like a consolidation and some kind of a breakout later. So I was looking for this to be a dip and then a later rally because that's what we saw in yesterday's trade. What's happening to Palantir?
Oh man, I can't believe we had this SMCI trade, but we're gonna go short now anyways. We'll put that in the pocket right here on SMCI. So far, we just punched that short in there. I don't know, the spread's a little bit big. We'll bid some 60s there. We'll bid down here in the 50s as well. But there it goes, man. A quick little win there. 20 cents on SMCI. Again, another name that there it is. Yes, go, let's go. Right now, the money's spitting in now. 50 cents in the money again here right now. Again, off of the levels that we posted, man. I don't even have the right price. And this thing is still making money right there to the downside. So far, so good right there. Well, what's going on with Palantir?
No, it was a heavy candle on Palantir is all I just saw. Very, very heavy candle on Palantir. That's down now almost $3 instantly. So let's be patient with this. I only like this if it's breaking 140 for literally the last week, the entirety of the week, which is only a couple of days, and it just doesn't want to do it. But it's Nvidia that's gone.
Can you imagine we had that discussion about Nvidia and AMD? Isn't that crazy? 163 right now.
Look, it's too far gone to worry about $160. So I'm just you got to cancel the order because if it gets to 160. There's no way I'll like it in that moment when it would have to drop $4 to get there. The first available dip is what I have to look for on this 3-minute chart. Ignore this wick. Sorry about that. I have a few of those on my Nvidia chart. It didn't trade at those prices in the aftermarket. This is an all-time high right here and right now.
All right. Well, I mean, that's why we wanted the long on that. All right. So again, only been one trade so far, SMCI. It's a good one. It's a short. Go ahead about Tesla. Yeah.
No, I was going to say Tesla has started to make its reversal coming right in. So it is setting up for that 300 breakout. Now, obviously, the breakout was really good yesterday at this price. It was a different time of day. I never expected to be exactly the same, but I usually give it that $0.50 as about the only look. Intel, not really doing much. It didn't break down for the short. So I'm going to probably take this one off of the volume weighted average price here on Intel. Want to be short this, but if it doesn't do the breakdown, it's still underneath that 2340 that I wanted to see if it could hold. And underneath that, I like it for short.
All right. We got another one here. Let's see what winds up happening with Softy. So we're in Softy right now. It does dip down in 501.60s right there. We take some there out at 50. So, hey, man, so far so good, man. 2 for 2. I like the short there on Intel. Well, hopefully that can print for Neil. But, yeah, that's what we're doing right now. We'll see how far this name can go down. Just looking at where some support might be here on Microsoft in case this goes sour for me, maybe 499.50, kind of like right where we were there on the 200 period moving average, something like that. But we're offering higher right now on this name, so let's see if it can go right now. 501.69 right now long on Microsoft, hoping for another break. We've already got that dip. We already got the high where we are right now, so there it goes again, Microsoft. SMCI, I mean, I think this name pulls back a little bit here, but I don't want to get too carried away. Obviously, I'm trying to champion a little bit of a long here. We talked about that. We wrote it down on the Qs today that we were getting longer on that, but unfortunately, we do miss the triple Qs. We do miss Microsoft at those lows, but we have Microsoft right now, and there goes SMCI. So I might cancel this because of what's going on there with SMCI. It's too bad because on Nvidia, we were mentioning taking out that market on open on the day's high break right there, but someone else had that idea as well. There goes up 2% and absolutely ripping. Right there goes Nvidia. Also AMD joining the party. That's up 1% now as well. Microsoft pulling back, not doing a whole heck of a lot. Nor is SMCI. I'll take advantage of that. See if we get a little 93 fill, which we should get once it breaks NASDAQ. There we go. So we got a little bit of a fill there at 93. So we'll average into this. I'm probably going to use 49.50 maybe as the stop there, just because the chip space is ripping so much right now. There's really no point in me sitting in there. Yesterday's fugaze of semiconductor tariffs came in again, so we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening with SMCI.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
I got to show you the break on Tesla with my black charts. So I apologize for anyone that likes the white charts. I'll get them back up in a quick little second there. But Tesla did break 300. I said it had to work right away. We jump out of it. Yesterday was a clean breakout. Like it never tested back underneath at all and was essentially right to ones and twos. So if it's going to do that whole pullback, I always like to buy the dip at the volume weighted average price on Tesla or any type of a breakout trade. So I'm going to wait for it to kind of hover that VWAP, which is sitting right at 298.5. Once it looks like it's going to hold that, then we should be good to go. But yeah, I'll get the executions up in a quick little second. But I was bouncing off the volume weighted average price potentially right now. Once that happens, if it can close above, then I look for the reload. But when you fail that break, we talked about that in the lesson of the day. I'm not holding that trade all the way back in. That way your risk to reward stays, as I like to say, in said pocket. Just give me a quick second. I need to fix my chart.
Yeah, no problem there. Yeah, tough start there. But again, getting in and out, no problem. I mean, that's the thing about what we do here on trading. You know, same with me too, right? If anything changes, we can hop right out of any of these trades. So good job there. Neil will fix up his charting. All right, so just talking about the trades that I have right now, SMCI. Yeah, I got to that 49. I mean, I was trying to think about this pre-market high. I mean, we were able to go shorter there. So now we do have an average price of 07 on SMCI. And it's just amazing that this is actually happening right now in the market. So glad that we bought NASDAQ a couple weeks ago, like at those levels. And I was like, oh my gosh, are we actually buying at all-time highs? We talked about that live on the show. But there it is right there. It's your first. I don't know if the trades you had, but right now there's $1 right there on Microsoft as it's starting to go back to the upside right now. We're still on SMCI. There it is right there. Microsoft just printed 503s, so we take that. So that was a good one. We actually got 80s there, so that was about $1.10 there for Softy. So we're going to see. I mean, I'm still hoping that this can get going there, but it's Nvidia, man, and we talked about the best names, and that's one of them for sure. Now, you just had a top wick there of 163. There's no levels up here to look at right now, so look at this chart. Actually, what the hell? Right there, bad wicks all over the place there on the Nvidia chart. But yeah, so SMCI and Nvidia. I'm just gonna kind of hitch the wagon right now to Softy, but it's not doing what I thought. I mean, all the action right now is over there on Nvidia and things like that. So what the hell? 100% right. That song just keeps on getting played.
It's all Nvidia.
It's crazy.
Nvidia has it's just like a buy program going on in Nvidia. Working. No, sorry, I'm just a little frustrated. You saw the chart take a little second there. No, I'm trying to get this one back into the volume weighted average price as it looked like it was starting to sell off a little bit, and immediately they started buying it back up. I'm going to attempt fate here. Okay, still working. So you can see there was the breakout trade. there's my out, give it that initial $0.50. But you're not even closing above the volume weighted average price on Tesla. So it hasn't calmed down just yet. The market's absolutely flying. So you don't want to rush into something that's literally failing a bit of a low or failing a high break. You got to wait patiently for a better sub. If it takes it a second time, I might take the breakout trade again. But I'd like to catch this holding this volume weighted average price. Let's go up to the desk with Adara.
Here in Boeing, this is actually really strong here, getting a positive rating maintained by Susquehanna with a $252 price target. That's the only news I'm seeing on this. Apparently, we're going to get more clarity on the Air India crash through a report coming in Friday, but that's not confirmed. That's just some speculation I'm seeing. Either way, BA, nice push to the upside. At 10 a.m., we'll get wholesale inventories month per month and wholesale sales. I'll be delivering those numbers for you. Back to you.
All right, so we're going to just relax on SMCI here a little bit. You know, Microsoft is the jam, but we do have more shares now on SMCI because it's into our levels again. We wrote down between 49 to 49.50, so we averaged this in. We're gonna wait till it pops through 60s before we actually deal with it. Our average price now into the 20s, so let's see if we can get back down a little lower here and you know, make a winner of this trade. But again, going to be tough to hold on to something like this when we've seen what's happening with the market. I mean, has anybody seen this thing? Straight upside right there. And if I trade anything in the market related, it's just Joe and I will trade, you know, futures and things like that. But right there, the TQs, I mean, we are off to the races right now. And we've talked about that breaking through potentially this 86 level, but that's not that important. I'd actually rather just wait on the futures. I think it's too much of a move right here now to go long this morning. But, you know, it's ahead of no news. I mean, we don't have anything coming out, do we? I mean, what's going on?
All we have is, well, I mean, look, the Fed minutes matter to a certain extent, but it's the 1 o'clock, it's the 10-year at 1 o'clock. That's what matters.
10 o'clock, we have wholesale inventories, and then there's the FOMC meeting right there at 2. So, and then you...
No, the 10-year note auction.
Yeah, that's what you mentioned.
I think that matters more than the economic data. Right now, just go right to the most important thing of what's happened on the yields, man. Like that's what we care about. That's what the Fed's going to react to. They care about the bond yield. So I think that 1 o'clock is going to be big. Someone said no position on Tesla. I just grabbed it off the volume weighted average price. I don't know why it didn't show up. But it just lost VWAP again. So waited patiently for Tesla to come back in. It was the best stock yesterday, so I want to give it a couple of chances in here. But it's not looking like the long is quite as strong as it was. Like the first bounce was super strong. The second, clean, and then was holding lows. You're not really seeing the same thing yet over there in Tesla. One note on Palantir, it has started to come back.
Another one.
The buying is coming in at Palantir. There was no story on this as to why it would be moving around so much. But at the open, it just lost a bit heavy off that 140. I'm thinking it's a little less likely that it's going to make the breakout this early in the day. We'll have to come up with a different plan for Palantir because I don't think we're going to see all the way down to 136 support. Not with the way it's bouncing, not with the way the market's moving. Afternoon highs, hold that, and that's where I'll work along into the 140. This is a name that I want inventory into this potential breakout, which is a huge one. Not all-time highs for Palantir, but it's still a big break.
Right. Yeah, look, man. We're just doing what we're doing. And now it's $1.50 on Microsoft. You know, yesterday, do we have a red name? I don't know. There's SMCI as well with the pullback. So our average price on SMCI, 49.34, is pretty much where we wanted this. So if this does come back in, man, there it goes. Let's go, man. Wow. Yeah, just good, man, real good. $2 now. You know, but yeah, so this is just the market, right? I mean, and again, I hope you guys are checking out the sticky note again there today, because no matter what's going on, this is what I'm going to be trading. So there it is, man. Microsoft, there's your $500 long. It's $250 now in the money. There's your SMCI short. That's 50 cents in the money. We're 2 for 2 over here, and you know, just going to continue to ride the momentum higher. Like Microsoft is now breaking. You know, again, it's already broken through all-time highs. What's going to stop this name now that people are actually looking at this morning? Hopefully, we even get even higher. I'm going to offer some right here at 67. We just were there, and it did not fill, so we'll have to wait for that one. But the real P&L is coming right here from SMCI. So what an absolute monster trade off of, again, the levels that we talked about. I am so comfortable now with what I'm doing trading-wise. And as you guys said, thanks to Adam DeLuz and all the guys in the chat that are seeing this, right? You can always ask us what's up with our trading and what we're looking at and how we're doing on the day and things like that. And I think that that's really all that matters. We'll give you some ideas. We'll talk about some stocks. And then as the 10 o'clock hour hits, we'll focus in more on some news stories and what's going on in the market. But hi, my name is Sean. I'm a day trader. I'm actually here to make money trading. So right there, good move so far on SMCI. Let's wait to see what winds up happening now as the market's fading out just a little bit. So we'll hit the register on 2 for 2 there and maybe look for some other names. But I think SMCI has more downside here. So there goes Nvidia 164. Microsoft, if the market's going to keep going higher, we'll watch out for that. But realistically, we still have 70% of this SMCI trade. So I'm going to take another piece. Ooh, I just bid 95 there, and a 96 showed up when it was at 93. So that's wild. But we can get back down to the lows. You've already cashed out some down here at 48.50s. So let's see if this can really go, especially if this market does pull back. So yeah, that's what we're doing right now. And we'll just pass it back over to Neil and see if he can get back on that Intel trade.
I am back in the Intel trade, but there was a question about a couple of things that I wanted to address very, very quickly. Nvidia 4 trillion mark. 4 trillion on Nvidia, that has happened. A lot of times that has been a psychological level where you get a pullback. So I'm kind of hoping we can get this one into VWAP because that's a name that we definitely wanted to have. No question about it. But there's not a red candle. There just hasn't been a single red candle on the stock. Prior high on Intel. As the market is continuing to blow out, if you're not breaking the high when you're breaking out here, then I want to still be working on that short trade. So as long as this one is going to hold underneath the prior highs while the market is going, we'll continue to go for that one. But I think Tesla is just not looking, it's under VWAP. It's not looking all that good. So I don't see any reason to jump back into this trade. It's the Nvidia party right now, and everything else is sort of like it's 165 is going to break. All right, well, if you like an Nvidia long, I know it's gone 2.5%, but we've seen Nvidia do bigger percentages than this. If there is a good look at this 165, hopefully it gives a dip buy opportunity off a level like that, but it's less than ideal. When you're going mean crazy, sometimes you just have to take the breakout trade and just play the next available trade. Like the long off 160 is non-existent at this point. So all you can do is look to join this bit of a party. And like when I look over and I see AMD, like it's up, but it's not doing what Nvidia is doing. And Chris, yeah, Boeing looks fantastic. There's no question about it. I know Dara just was talking about the story. This isn't a breakout of its own, and Boeing has a lot of room to go. Hold up here. Has a lot of room to go. The first stop is 230. You get a gap from 230 all the way up to like 45s. Like there's a good little gap. I think that 230 proves to be a little bit of resistance here, but you have a really, really nice gap to be filled on Boeing. I think it's in the midst of doing it, but right now my eyes are going to be on Nvidia as we potentially break this 165. Second I get any kind of a red candle, I'm going to look for a reversal on it. I might even put up a 1 minute to get something a little more aggressive.
All right, good look there. Yeah, I mean, we're just cruising with the positions, pretty chilled out. It's 504.50 right now, for Microsoft. It's another, yesterday we had, what was that, $7 on CoreWeave or so. Today we're trying to do something special here with Microsoft. So let's go. You guys have, I mean, I always was calling this name Mr. Softy and everything back in the day, and it used to be the #1 traded name here on Trader TV, and now I'm trying to put that back into the good graces here. So thank you, Microsoft, for giving us this opportunity to be up $3 on this name right there. And here it goes, man. Wow. We just got filled even higher rate. That was 504.40s, 504.50s, 504.30s. What about a 505 right now? Wow. Who thunk it? And that's what happens. You make calls, you make predictions, and you go for it, right? And so there goes Microsoft. Breaking through 500 would be real nice. We just got a little bit of a turn down there from that level, so let's wait to see. I'm waiting at 500 even, so that might be a little irresponsible in case it does back off of that exact level. Let me just offer 85s there and see if we can get that fill there on Microsoft. But again, $3 in the money. So we're just really, really relaxing. Thank you so much, Tia, and everybody there in the chat as we continue, to trade through right now. We're gonna wait to see on SMCI here. Profitable name. We've obviously given this move back, but it was at least decent that we got out some at VWAP and then some down there right now. But SMCI kind of with the market now upside. So, so far so good on that one. The trading can't pay for everything, can it? So we're going to go over to Neil and get a read here.
We've got an opportunity for savvy Canadian investors that might be looking to boost their exposure. Because now you can tap into NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leveraged ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. It aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish, bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure, it's always important to do, in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. You can scan the QR code for more information there. You see on the screen, link should also be in the description as well. So I want to shout out to them. So the first shot we took on Intel underneath, all right, just maybe ignore, this VWAP will be a little bit off, but it'll be pretty close because I'm missing a little bit of data on it. I'm just going to do this, and you guys are going to look at my black chart. I always like to make sure that I have my trading charts up here, but I don't put the executions on them because they're not for you. They're not usually ones I'm going to be showing. Now, our first shot, we took the out, but then it started holding the highs as the market's breaking out. Like the market's going absolutely buck wild, and Intel's not breaking the tops. Nvidia is up 2.5%. This is still red, so we shorted the lower high. I'm going to work it back into the low. This was the name that I liked to the short side, so this is the one I'm going to be in when the market's going to be showing all kinds of strength. When you see what's happening over here and just look at the Qs, buy program on the NQ, right? And if you're looking across the board, Amazon, if you want to load it up, I just heard Sharif say Amazon absolutely flying to the upside as well. Google as well. That's why when Tesla is not working, you just get away from it. Yesterday, Tesla was like 2 perfect longs, but right now it doesn't look very good at all. The rotation is going to be into that mag. So the leader of the pack tends to be Nvidia, or happens to be Nvidia at this particular moment. It just put in its first red candle, and it was, let's just say it was a pretty bullish one, at least for now. 163.90 is about the low here on that candle, and then it was right back up at the top trying to test the highs. So you don't want to see it break that on the next. That's not bullish at all. You'd still be waiting for a deeper pullback at that point. But if it can close this higher, then it's a consolidation break into 165. But Intel's going to work.
I can't believe it.
Intel's probably going to work off as a short just by this falling alone. If this gets anywhere near the volume weighted average price, it's an auto buy at 163. That much is for sure. And Google absolutely flying. I do see Mike DeRider. I've seen a few people in the last couple of days mention GameStop, but I'm just going to point out this stock not really moving. I think at this point, if Bitcoin doesn't break 110, there's not much of a reason for this to go. People are waiting for Bitcoin to break out for these other names to make a move, and I think that's what you got to watch out for. We're trading at 109.5, and it's just not really giving you any juice for GameStop to squeeze. It's kind of like this weird mini micro strategy type of move. Although I guess it's just strategy now.
Yeah, MSTR there, good levels breaking on Bitcoin and so on and so forth. I just went over, I heard Sharif go, wow, Microsoft 505, and I was like thinking to myself, wow, as well. Like, cannot believe that this is, I mean, we could believe it. It's a $500 name. It's just how fast some of these things go through, right? And like I said, we got about a unit and a bit there on what we wanted to get. Like I hadn't traded this stock in a minute. So we'll just continue to watch it right now. I still do have about 30%-ish of this trade as we'll wait for it. We still have just under half right now of SMCIs. It just keeps on bouncing off of 49. So we're actually doing that. And I mean, just to talk about the why on this trade, I mean, that's the whole point, right? Whether or not we lose or win on our trades, it's about the why, you know, as Neil said, make on Tesla yesterday, lose on Tesla today. It's just about the why. It's like we could sit in here and trade SMCI tomorrow, but why are you doing that, and off of what levels, right? And so, you know, every day you're not going to come in and have, like yesterday we traded 2 names, and it was a monstrous day, and today could be the same thing again, and it's because these 2 names are setting up for me, and it's just, we wrote down SMCI there on the sticky note, and I know we have new viewers all the time, so barring, you know, trying to find out different trade ideas, there's Microsoft long 500. I hadn't written down Microsoft on the sticky note probably in 2 years. Okay, but it's in there today, breaking the all-time high on an upgrade. So I definitely like that one, and then SMCI got downgraded, and fail broke yesterday, basically, when we didn't break through this $50 mark there on SMCI. So talking about the why is all that matters. And then we say it all the time, you know, this show, although a trading show, it's not, you know, I'm just trading here myself, and if you guys can follow it, great, but I understand that it's tough to do that. So that's why talking about the why, and then asking us, really, the P&L irrelevant, asking us if you're red or, has the why worked? You know, are you red or green on the day? That's you know, when we're talking about ideas here, and again, you can always forever ask us that in the chat. You know, how the day's going, and I'll tell you guys, and that's why I say things like right now I'm at 1 times daily goal, so we're green and we're at our goal, and it's 10 o'clock, so that's perfect. That's exactly the strategy that I'm trying to do, and if I lose, you know, hopefully my risk management is tight enough that when I'm losing and it's 10 o'clock, I'm only down sort of one of my daily goals, right? I mean, if you're down 3 or 4 times what you normally make, then that's a wash. You're not going to be a successful trader doing. Well,
maybe not a wash, but
no. Yes, I'm saying that's yeah. Well, for me, most days green, right? And so, like, if you have 3 days where you're hitting your goal, and the next day you blow it out 3 times, then you know you've sat here for free for a while, right? So we're not planning on doing that. But that's kind of the thing. And then, like, there goes Microsoft, right? So it's not surprising to me. We're still holding this, and there it goes, right? So there's so many more things to trade. But I look down at the net, and I'm like, boom, we traded everything perfectly. And there's many more things. There's Uber making moves, man. There's Robinhood making moves every single day. It seems like this name wants to do something. You mentioned Palantir today as well. Man, I bought some more Palantir at 131 last week. We talked about that. I don't know if that's a good idea. Well, now it's 139. Actually, I was sitting there watching you and Obi that day just watch Palantir drop $9, and I said to myself there on that close, I was like, I'm gonna buy it. So I bought it at 131 on that day when we dropped down into there on the rebalance day. And
well, we were saying, one of the things we pointed out is if you like a stock and something stupid happens on the imbalances at the end of the day, oftentimes, and I'm only talking big stocks, I'm not talking small stocks, then historically, there is some alpha on this, and as day traders, we've looked at it a lot. There is some alpha in taking that trade. When something just nonsensical happens on a big cap stock, it can just be some window dressing, and then like the next couple of days, it just goes back to normal.
But I mean, you still got to push the button, right?
But that doesn't apply to like things that aren't, you know, big Intel, cap, mega cap stocks. Like yeah, it's not going to matter to Intel. It's not going to matter to small caps. That just said. Chill vibes. I know Meta's going absolutely nuts. I'll make a correction. It was Game, not GameStop, that you guys were all asking about. It was Game Square Holdings. I see that in there, and I'm just like, oh, people are talking about GME. It's Game Square Holdings, which I don't know the story on in particular. Dara did send. You did? I don't see it in the chat. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's just a share. What? A share offering for an ETH treasury, 100 million market cap. I'm very wary of these. Very, very wary of these like treasury holding things. I think that it's a little gimmicky and they turn into like these squeeze plays. Like, remember what SBET did? Like, I just, my mind goes immediately to SBET and the rug that did after its rally. So I get it, they're moving. I'd just be very, very cautious as to how far we might think this one can go. But, you know, certainly a good look for everybody on game. Like, actually, SBET's falling like an absolute rock this morning. But just make sure it's holding on to trend. Make sure it's holding on to the volume-weighted average price. When these reverse, they can reverse rather nastily. So just be careful. I think, like I said, I think it's a little bit gimmicky. We're getting a bit of a bounce here. Intel got to the pre-market, the opening range lows. market lows away from here, and now trying to crop back up. I'd still like to be short this off the high. This is 23.53. So as the market continues to rally, I think shorting the pops is going to be the name of the game. Nvidia, very much, this is now like a few red candles in a row. There still hasn't been any kind of a long setup on the pullback yet, but there's still plenty of time. It's only 10 o'clock. You got VWAP at 163. That's a very logical place to look for a continuation long. Or it just sets up, let's go trending to the downside. And if it does that, all you do is take a break of the trend lines. I might not save that trend line because I have a bad feeling what will happen if I do. But I'm just looking for a trend break or bounce off of the volume weighted average price. Maybe something like a big liquidity event. If it does one, you get a bottoming tail candle. That's another way to get in. So far, just Intel, which is going to benefit quite simply from Nvidia dropping even a little bit here.
We could have an absolute monster here on SMCI. We've got all the shares we need. We've got the move we need. We've got Microsoft at 505.50. That's $4. So right now, I know Neil's just in Intel. And right now, though, we're $5 in the money here with SMCI and with Microsoft. And so I'm going to cash out a little bit. Okay, sorry, there's Microsoft. Right, like look at Microsoft. 506 right now. Are you kidding me? We could have had 500. So we missed that 500, but then it comes back in. And we talked about trading off VWAP. Literally wrote that down. So as my kids would say, literally right there. But nice move higher. Look, next week you're going to have Neil and Obi giving you all the trades. So that should be a lot of fun for you guys. And it's Adara right now at the screen. It's 10 o'clock.
We did just get here some wholesale inventories and wholesale sales. Neither of these numbers were super huge here. Wholesale inventories month over month, negative 0.3% versus negative 0.3% expected and previous. So in line with the previous and expected prints. Then we got wholesale sales. These were a little bit lower than expected. So negative 0.3% here, same as inventories, but these wholesale sales much lower than the expected 0.2%. So coming in at negative 0.3% versus positive 0.2% expected. Here's the market continuing to push higher, a beautiful uptrend, and it's certainly helped by strength across the Mag 7s, especially Nvidia. This is the first $4 trillion market cap company. It's also made new all-time highs, so great look for Nvidia. HIMS here, interesting story, initially gapped up, but giving back pretty much all of this now. They announced plans to bring their holistic weight loss program to Canada as of 2026, following their Zava acquisition. Then we have UNH, this name dripping a little bit lower. We have reports here from the Wall Street Journal suggesting that prosecutors are now talking to former employees of the company to try to get some more details on their investigation into UNH's Medicaid billing practices. Before I send you back to the guys, we'll take a moment to thank our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path. Instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they have paid out over $10 million and earned over 1,000 five-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV, that is TTV, to save on any account. Scan that QR code or head to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adair. Appreciate it. So we got the trend break. It doesn't pull in the VWAP on Nvidia, but the only other way I was going to play it if it broke this little bit of a downtrend. The second it did, it's always the same thing. Try to go long on the candle bar breakout level. Kind of paid a little bit up, so waited for it to pull back into 164 and give it to the prior support, which is just prior candle. Prior bar candle low, and then wait for the volume weighted average price. It'll be weird to think, okay, we'll sit one name chip name short and another chip name long, but in this particular case, that's just how I'm going to feel about Intel on the day. So I'm looking to reload Intel short while in a long in Nvidia. It doesn't mean that they can't both work, but there's certainly the possibility that I'm out here and then we get Intel pushing through the lows and then I just look for a long at a better price over Nvidia. It was never the intention to be chasing into a 165. We wanted a 160, but you got to move on to what's going to be next pretty much every single time. Just what is the next trade? Move on to that one. Because as far as I'm concerned, this is the one. I am somewhat...
Microsoft is the one.
What's that?
Microsoft is the one. Because Nvidia, it didn't have any pullbacks, right?
Well, I mean, it did break out early.
Yeah.
So there was obviously, look, there's a million ways you could play this. When you have a move that is 2.5% and it did a pretty clean open break of the pre-market high, but that's kind of a random price. Like, there's no price action in here that would usually get into a long. Maybe you're long off 161 and you can do something like that. But if that's not the price action that I would have been looking for, it's kind of a random break. But you could have had that as a breakout. Just take whatever the first break was on Nvidia and you'd be absolutely fine. But if you don't have that as the setup, the only setups that I usually work for trading are support, breakout. If I don't have it, I don't have it. And then trend breaks or VWAP. It's usually those 4 setups. So the first long is the trend break long to this little downside push. That's why we're in it and giving it to this par bar, which hasn't broken yet, but it easily could on Nvidia.
Yeah, all right, so that's Nvidia, Intel, Tesla over there. We have SMCI and Softy over here. And right now, like I was saying, man, to me, this one, again, the #1 idea we posted there on the sticky note. Obviously, if I just keep talking about Microsoft, then it's going to look like I'm not doing anything else. So let's just get off of that right now. We still have a decent position. Thank you for all the love in the chat. I mean, I know everybody can see what's happening here. I mean, there goes SMCI again. Look what SMCI is doing, man. Nice move to the downside right now as that keeps on going there. So we've got Nvidia, Intel over there, Microsoft, SMCI. Looks like Nvidia just came out. Let's go find out what the news is here with a something chip related, because obviously as Nvidia cracks lower there, SMCI cracks, so maybe there's something happening. I'm going to get another piece out right now, actually on Softy, just in case something's going down here with the market. Oh, well, we got out 2 times there on that 506 break, so we only have on this trade now 20% left of Microsoft. So it is what it is right now as that's moving around, and there goes SMCI. It's a big day alert, but just 2 trades here, 2 for 2. Let's go over and figure out what Adara has, and we can talk about BBAI when we get back.
I have a different ticker here to tell you guys about that starts with a B. It's BMNR. This one just opened back up after being halted at 9:41 a.m. They announced that they are filing for a mixed shelf at the market offering prospectus. The goal of this is to offer up to $2 billion in common stock, and apparently this will be issued, quote, from time to time. This is one of many recent smaller cap tickers that announced they're going to get into the Bitcoin or crypto treasury space. In the case of BMNR, they're getting into Ethereum treasury. Looks like they're already halted again. Keep an eye on BMNR filing for that mixed shelf offering. I don't have any market-wide news, but I do have, I guess, a Truth Social post from Donald Trump, and it is about the Fed. And I'm just going to read it out here. Our Fed rate is at least 3 points too high, too late, referring to Fed Chair Jerome Powell. It's costing the U.S. $360 billion a point per year in refinancing costs. No inflation, companies pouring into America, the hottest country in the world, lower the rate, 3 exclamation points. We know sometimes these early morning Truth Social posts do move the market, so it's worth noting he did share that. Another, I guess, point here at Powell. He already posted about Powell earlier today as well. Back to you.
All right, Mr. Too Late there. We get, I know that was a stop out spot over there for Nvidia, but I'm going to buy this area here at 163.40 just against that VWAP. We're going to figure out if we like it. Okay, you're back in it as well.
Well, so. I said VWAP is an automatic buy on a stock that strong, auto buy.
Yeah, so right there. So I guess, yeah, exactly. So auto buy. So that's it, man. So we're right there right now. We waited and we're patient for it, right? I mean, I think that's what we talk about with being patient on something. So we'll wait to see now on Nvidia and just see if it wants to go. And I mean, you know, the spidey sense is strong, man. Honestly, like we were starting to get a little bit worried there. This is what trading's about. We were starting to get a little nervous there about what was going on with Softy there and the market, trying to maybe break a little bit lower and maybe too far too fast there for Microsoft. So we were clapping out of everything of that one. I'm going to take another piece here and get into the teens with what that's me at 55, by the way. Let's see if we can hold that level. It looks like we might have just done that. But I should have just punched out of that instead of letting it just build off of me there. But all right, we'll wait. We're at 504.55 right now. We're not going to give anything. Well, we're going to give something back, obviously, if this comes back in. But you know, the fact that this is happening and we do have, there it is, Oh no, what did we just get there? Oh, we got SMCI. Okay, I was gonna say we just got that 04s, but we didn't. 504.55 on that one, and then we'll wait for this there on Nvidia. So yeah, this is a trade idea that just off VWAP. You know, we talk about that every day. I post those things. So you know, we actually wrote it right here on the sticky note. So I'm glad. Yeah, we did, Joe. We did. Right there on the sticky note. I know Joe's talking about something else, but right there, VWAP for pullback. So it's right there right now. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening on that one. A quick out on that, right? I'm not going to, like, again, our styles are different. Like, I'm not going to lose. I'll lose like 5% on this trade of what we've made. So hopefully we can sit there and watch this name go higher. But it's a good one. And then just SMCI trying to get to the downside. We're going to wait for that because today we did have downgrades on SMCI, right? And so that's the reason why I'm going short on this. It looks like, I'll read the note to you too, trading lower in the pre-market. This is off of what we had here. And like I said, I'm going to go into more chill out mode now because the trades are already in. We've already made our goals and we're there. So this is what we're doing. Bank of America there initiated coverage on the stock with underperform rating, right? With a price target of 35. To me, it's not about the price target or anything. It's just that we failed this break. Oops. We failed that break right there. And when we failed that break, I mean, it was just like, okay, we talked about this with Brian Shannon. He was saying it. Okay, first of all, we got, Microsoft, we almost got that, Phil. But he was talking about how we like the stock. And it's not, I do like the stock. I mean, if it was going to break, if that report was the other way around and it was an upgrade, then I could definitely, you know, see me playing that long. But for today, it was a downgrade. So they talked about concerns over margin pressure. That's never great. Component availability there, that's not great. Increasing competition, we talked about that with Dell and Hewlett-Packard. And then the liquid cooling, they said some problems potentially, but I don't know, I haven't heard anything about that. But there it is right now to the downside. So for me, pretty simple, just staying in the pocket right now. It's a great green day. We're going to go 3 for 3 there today. And again, it's just, that's what trading's all about. Finding the winners, putting the winners in there, being you know, happy with your trades and being able to justify them. Because if you can't, then you can't get back in, you know. And it's about going through sort of the motions every single day and performing, right? I mean, that's what we're here for, is trading and having some green days, obviously. So there it goes, man. 163.70. Hey, man, it's a 30-cent winner right now on Nvidia, and you know, I'm glad that you guys were looking at the notes, traded it off VWAP there. Neil's back into the long. I was going to ask you how far this thing has to go up for you, like what sort of levels you're looking at, but I'm just going to start to piece them off because right now, man, it's Stack City right here. I'm going to wait for a break of the highs. So we'll get a little piece out there, pay for a little bit of this show, and then we'll go 164.20 and see what we can do on the high side there for Nvidia as SMCI. Right now it's 10.10 with no numbers. So yeah, I'm gonna go get a coffee. I actually left it.
I think so. One thing I always do, you know, I just realized I didn't get another one.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll take one.
PBI offering is
always ask for it.
Overall,
just very quickly, I want to make a note because it's re-breaking the trend that lost. But if I ever trade off a trend line and it comes into VWAP, and I have to give you an observation. Half the reason trend line to take some out, the other half is my black chart has VWAP in a different spot. But I looked over and Sean's chart and my white chart are the same. So I don't, again, it doesn't really matter. Maybe it's a time thing. It didn't actually get to the volume weighted average price. I'm going to take some off because really I need to be long in here, which is closer to 163 and giving it to 163 instead of that far away. And so this is what I was going off of. And when that's the case, there's lots of things you can do. Like you can decide to trim on a small bounce so that you can actually get the long at the better price that you want and still have the same risk profile on the trade. So that's just a little housekeeping. Look, some of the chip names are not strong. So you're now consolidating under the VWAP on Intel. I'd like this to go down to the even dollar, but there was all kinds of support right here at 23.15. Like it happens to be about 1.5 points on Intel, but look at most of the range at the open. Like when it got to this level yesterday, the bounce was at 23.15. So that's where the short is. So that's where the target is going to be on this one. And when I look for the reload, market is flying. So if the way I see it, if you're not flying to the upside right now when the market is, then it's almost like carte blanche for some shorts. Now remember at the open, I was only interested in the initial breakout trade on Palantir, and when it goes all the way down to 137, I cancel that order by rule, because I think when it has to travel that big of a V shape, I don't want the initial break. I tend to think it's going to be a fail break and a trick shot. The open breaks are a little bit better. So that's what's happening right here on Palantir. It broke 140, but it's right back under. If it can hold the 140 and then retake that high, great, then we'll take the breakout. Otherwise, we wait for the pullback in to the volume weighted average price, kind of like what you're seeing on Nvidia. So that's closer to under 139 than anything else, but it could easily take some time and just gravitate down towards it. So there's a little bit of a fail break. And it's just one of the things, it's just a rule for myself. If you're looking for an opening break and it tanks like this, the V-shape recovery buying the top after that much of a V-shape early is usually a bit of a trap. Let it settle down a bit and then get into the long.
All right, yeah, just getting more out of Nvidia here at these levels. All right, yeah, I see a lot of talk on BBAI. Look, there's a reason why it's not on the sticky note today, and there's a reason why we're not even that excited about it. And also, I should have said, I said at the beginning of the day that $8 break we were not going to take it. It already did that $8 break and gave it all back. So that was, again, a fail right there. You know, like I mean, for me, you guys know I got out at 850 yesterday, man. Like, and we didn't get out of it all. Obviously, looking back at it, that would have been a great idea because we could have reloaded it back down into here. But, you know, to talk about BigBear.ai being down 5%, I don't think this is worth, you know, screaming about or, you know, getting too upset about here unless you've traded it there today. And if you did, I hope that you were looking at the low break of the day. From yesterday, right? I mean, those are, you know, the closing prints. We always talk about that here right now on the show. So I think you got to be really, really careful with what winds up happening there on BBAI, and especially when you're looking for small cap runners like this. Again, I think that for small caps, just because of BigBear.ai, this is probably not okay, scrap that. This is the #1 small cap name traded on the show in the last months. P&L wise, and it just means that you got to get aggressive, or that's, again, P&L doesn't matter. It's just that because I don't know, I have to ask Sharif if there was one that he really favors as well. But whenever we've been trading it, we've done quite well on it, and it's just like it needs a catalyst or it needs something behind it. And we were really ramping up into that $8 level that first time 2 days ago, and then therefore when it broke that level that was the high, that's when it was go time. Like the fact that you pull this back and then it opens up right there again, I feel like that was a fading spot right there. Like I said, man, I'm trying not, you know, some traders will be talk about things in the past, like this is what did happen, this is what I should have done or could have done. It's just like, but for me, like just not looking at it, at least we talked about it, but moving forward, when we see BigBear.ai, like tomorrow, if we bottom out here around $7 and we open the day back or we close around here again, then you have to wait to see if that move happens again. And so for me, it's like if you're going long into there, the biggest loss should have probably been 50 cents. Getting out on that 60 break right there and then giving it a little bit of room and then boom to the downside. So if you've lost a bunch there, I think you can get it back. But again, you know, you always want to use key levels like closing prices, if not VWAP or the 200 period. I mean, this is why it's on here, right? I mean, for me on Nvidia, this is, we just talked about, like, we have multiple outs here getting out of this trade. I'm going to go long again because they're coming back in there. I thought I was going long again on Nvidia, but right here, 163.25. We could just let it settle down, man. We're only out of the money here 15 cents. So not a big deal there. We've already taken 20 cents on the top side of this, but we should buy just maybe a little bit more right here. So we'll buy some 25s. I'm actually sitting right here underneath 20, just underneath 20s to see if come through. But again, you know, this is why you got to have the winners on, because sometimes you'll make calls that don't wind up working out. We'll be 3 for 3 with this position pending there on Nvidia, but we're waiting for SMCI to get a little bit lower as well. But again, the talk is just about what we're trading and how we're trading it, and it's up to you guys, you know, to take the trades as you see fit. So right there, I'm long in Nvidia. Average price right now, 32s. Let's just see where it winds up going. It's 10.20 right now. And again, Nvidia today breaking through all-time highs. So again, a decent trade. There's the pullback into VWAP. I'm going to be as honest a trader as possible and let you know that we're in only about 1 unit right now of this trade. I don't love it. I don't love the action that's happening here. Quite frankly, I still have double the position on SMCI that I do on Nvidia. So, you know, as this market comes back in, there we go. Some will, you know, wait and punch out, and some will hold. But I'm going to get out here if this breaks 163. And again, I've doubled the shares on SMCI, and we got that print on Microsoft. So this is why you got to have trades, you know, that you're winning. And some, there it goes, bye-bye, right there for Nvidia. So I guess it's been overall a pretty rough day there for Nvidia. And for me, though, you know, again, because I have the winners on board, Nvidia, I just lost, like I said, that was about 10% of the winners there today. So no skin off the back, but still an L right there. We probably should not have punched out.
Well, I didn't punch out. I had a stop order.
Same, yeah.
Yeah, my stop was, and again, we'll go to there a quick second. Just got to cover what happened. We liked the fact that it was trying to bounce off VWAP, but I wasn't in VWAP before, so we took some out and then waited for it to get to the volume weighted average price. It then broke 163, but I don't mind jumping back into this one. Like the way I see it, and everyone's going to be a bit different, but I can have 3 stocks that I'm down on and add them together. Tesla was better than all of that, and I think that's the thing that I always like to look for. Like if you like a stock as your best trade, then compare that. Like compare apples to apples. And if you're looking at, like, say, Nvidia and Tesla in one basket, then it might be completely different to the way that you trade, like, an IPO or something, or BMR, or whatever the heck that stock is that's going absolutely nuts, because it's just a different beast. Which, by the way, it's BRMN, I believe, BMNR. There it is, BMNR. Again, another one of these offerings that gets dropped and you get absolutely smoked. I know it's on the upswing. Locates are pretty expensive. I don't know if they're going to come down a little bit here. I'm going to double check in a quick little second. But we've seen these things drop even further. Like this was like $6. So it's actually not crazy that this could still be going down, even though it's down 30%. And the chart looks nasty. This could easily drop a heck of a lot further. But I got to check out where locates are, because my guess is even something like this might actually be prohibitive to short price-wise. Adara?
Yeah, we're going to talk about some small caps here and also some news, and we're going to do an ad read. Lots to talk about. We'll start here with thanking our friends at 3D Capital. With just one stock, 3D Capital, you get exposure to over 60 early stage plays in AI, blockchain, biotech, and more. Led by a CEO whose last deal returned 150x, 3D trades under IDK on the CSE and IDKFF in the US. Subscribe to their YouTube channel for exclusive interviews and deep dives. And you could win $1,000. This is your ETF for early stage innovation. Now let's talk here about some small caps and bigger movers. This is RYTM, not a small cap, about $5 billion market cap, but pretty big parabolic mover here, as you can see, trading around $80 right now. This one, it's also worth noting, does have about a 10% short float, trading higher after announcing top-line results from their phase 2 trial for Bivamelagon. So good look there for our Rhythm. Then we have PCSA. This is a penny stock that's run in the past, Processa Pharmaceuticals. No news. We've got a 10% short float as well, much like RYTM. And they also have about a 5 million share float. So small float, penny stock, pretty good short float there. Last but not least, CLDI, Kalidi Biotherapeutics. This one actually just announced, apparently they're working on a platform for some cancer treatment. So CLDI. Good look to the upside as well for this one. Nothing really significant in terms of the float, though, for Kalidi Biotherapeutics. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back to the guys.
All right. Fed rate tool. I'm going to Google that, and we're going to call that up for you right now, because today's market is brought to you by Greensville. And, I mean, today you get the NASDAQ very much green here, up 0.78, the ES up 0.57. Wow, getting out of that Nvidia, whatever. It's okay. Like I said, man, small hits, right? That's how you stay green every day, pretty much, trying to do that. All right, so we're going to watch the ES is that same thing. There's JPM. And that's the thing, right? Small losses add up. And I saw someone in the chat say that. It's like, if you have a bunch of small losses, they do add up. But, you know, at the same time, you can make it back. Like, this casino is open pretty soon, 24/7. So, you know, there's lots of trading to be done. And, you know, don't take a couple, you know, minutes off, because you never know where that next trade is, right? And so if you've had a rough morning, just stay with it. You'll find those winners at some point. But there it is right now. The Fed rate watch tool right there. As of July, I mean, this is a kind of cool thing. Just type in CME Fed rate, and you'll get this tool that pops up right here, and you can go ahead. And this is what the market's projecting. So right now we have a 94% chance. Well, it's 93.3. I'll round up incorrectly to 94 and say that that's most likely. I mean, unless we get some more data. This is June 30th. So, we only have 3 weeks now until that number comes out. And I don't know if much is going to change. Again, Powell doesn't fear, I would say he doesn't fear his job or anything. He already knows he's probably out in May. But there you go, have September. We do look for that 25% chance there in September. So that will get hit there. So, that'll most likely happen. If not, it's still 30% chance that we stay the same there in September. And then once you come over to October, you get more likely now that we start to see that second cut happen down to 375. I think that changes, maybe gets a little higher once we get that first cut, then that rate could jump up again. And then by the time December, so this is December the 10th, so just before Christmas, there is that Christmas present right there of a third right there of a chance that we get. So right now, 30% chance that we get 3 cuts before the end of the year. So, I don't know. That's where I was like thinking about when we talk about what we're expecting today as far as the FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock. I don't think it necessarily matters. And that's why I was saying this time around, I'm not sure it's going to matter that much because it's so certain about what the rate is. But again, if those, we'll take a look when it comes out at 2 o'clock because we'll be back on. What they decide in those minutes, we'll just see how many dissented and what some of the pushback was and what some of the talking points were because, I feel pretty strongly that that's going to stay, in that high 90s level right there. And I know Neil was talking a little bit about rates earlier, bonds and T-bills.
As we look at it, the 10-year's dropping as we speak.
Right, so that's good.
And it's going to be part of what fuels the NASDAQ to the upside, no question, to see the 10-year drop. But remember, it's not that I don't care about 2 o'clock. It's just that at 1 o'clock, when we get the 10-year bond auction, obviously that's going to cause a shift here, and you're going to see this move around. So whatever things are looking like now or at 12 o'clock or whatever it might be, after 1 o'clock, we could see a bit of a shift. And it's always speculation. There's a ton of money that goes. The bond market is ridiculously huge, right? So it's just a completely different beast. But you want to be watching it, whether you throw up a chart of the 10-year or just obviously listen to Adara when she comes on and gives you guys the exact juice as to what it is, and pay attention to the market reaction after that. Back to a strong V shape here in Palantir. It still hasn't. It hasn't broken out the high. It's not holding above 140, which is what I wanted to see. You're actually losing 140 every single time at this point. So I think you got to wait for that volume weighted average price for a trade setup. But if we close a candle here green above 140, then I still want to be into this long. It's just if the initial move does that, sometimes it requires patience. The market's in pullback mode. I think the second the market goes back into strength and this little profit taking from the morning of beds, then Palantir is poised to go. And if you look at the daily chart, another thing I like about this trade is there's a small gap back into the highs. They give a consolidation. It's holding a ridiculously good trend here, which I love when you can finally get 3 or 4 points on the trend line. Before, when it does this, to me, that's maybe that's a trend line. But when it bounces like that, now it's in a solid upward trend. And when I see this, my expectation almost every single time is that you're just going to continue along the channel. So it sets up as a breakout away from 140 today. But overall, I think it's headed back in to test the top of that channel, which right now works out to about $150. More than that now, because I guess we're over here. So 151, 152. And that's a nice channel. Google's got a very similar looking pattern. It just recently did it as well. So I love trend lines. They're fun to draw. But for the day trade, it's not really all that relevant because we're not testing the lows. I just knocked on wood, everybody, because the bottom of that trend line would be disastrous if we hit that today after such a bullish start.
Yes. It was a great start. And again, we were a little uncertain about why the market was going up so much there, which is why we started to really sort of get out of the majority of the positions. And I think that that's pretty important.
Well, Tesla just lost a bit big.
Oh, Tesla did? Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, because we need to find maybe something else out a little bit here. But we have the minutes, the 10-year is steady right there. Nvidia charging towards, of course, that $4 trillion mark. I mean, that was unstoppable momentum there in that. But look what's going on with Tesla right now. Again, we'll wait to see if it holds that 292 support. I mean, this is really what we're waiting for. It's just fallen right off like a rock right there to the downside. I have my news all ready to go here, and I don't really see anything. So we'll wait where that's going. But for right now, Tesla, nice downside. I'm just making sure that my news is, yeah, it's there. Okay, so no real story, but the market, whoosh, nice downside play there.
Maybe Elon.
So we got more out of Microsoft to the point where we now have, I was telling you, it was about 17.5% left right there on Softy. So hopefully it will come in for us, come back up for us, because I'm sitting now near in and around that 506 area. So we're going to wait for that one. But it's SMCI. SMCI right there at the 200 period moving average. And this is the thing about trading. Like, hopefully you're rocking with me a little bit here today, because it's been a good one. The Nvidia one, again, it was a loser, but it's 30 cents and it was pretty small. We didn't, like I told you, man, even on the 30% of SMCI that I had left, I still only had half of that position in Nvidia. So, I think that when we're trading here, we got to sort of separate, as Neil had mentioned there, the good ideas from the bad, and take small hits when they're there, but then take big winners when the winners are there, right? And at the end of the day, we don't show our P&L, but we know our own P&L. So that's where we can easily just, discuss with you guys how the strategies have been working out for a day like today. And, a day like yesterday will be different. A day like tomorrow will be different again. So every day, and that's why I love coming in. And I mean, I'm really looking forward to vacation, but at the same time, like, I'm going to miss trading, especially with how we've been reading things lately. But there's SoFi, huge move up to $21. This name will fall pretty big over the next little while because, heading into earnings, you got to be careful about it. There's been a lot of overbought situations in the market right now, and we're in one right here. You guys might have heard me say, like, I'm not buying the NASDAQ up here or anything. The most recent name that we bought was Palantir, and that was at 131 on that pullback. And again, I bought that. I was watching the show. Like this is how nuts I am about everything. Even on vacay, we're doing that. Okay, Microsoft makes that move back up. I think we could take a piece out here as we're back up to the 50 period. So let's do that right now. So there it is right there. Not just a pretty face or pretty lines. We'll wait for that. 504.58. We should have just put an offer there. I actually didn't even realize that Microsoft had made that move considering what the futures are doing. But right now, man, we're at the high of the day for myself. So we're at our day's high despite taking that Nvidia hit. SMCI making the moves down. So there's that fill. And again, we have many more shares in SMCI, many more than we have in Microsoft. So hopefully that continues to fall back in. Right there, it's 10:30 already. So we're having a lot of fun here again on the day. It's been a really good one here. And we can, let me know when we're going for a dare. Are we going soon? There goes Big Bear AI breaking through 7.
The NASDAQ just...
Yeah, the NASDAQ falling down. And we had liked shorts in the NASDAQ, but we just couldn't find a level. It looks like 23.1 right there might have been exactly that. So, yeah, let's go SMCI, man. The money just... Money. Coming in there on that trade, man. Really happy with what's been happening there for SMCI as the market finally comes in. Sometimes you got to have patience, man. And we have that for sure here with SMCI. Okay, it's 10:31. Now let's go over to Adair and we'll come back and wrap this thing up.
We have a really interesting crypto-related catalyst happening right now. I can't speak for what's happening here with the market, but I do want to mention that we right now have the Senate Banking Committee holding a hearing on the possibility of building digital asset markets in the future and also further regulation. We just had Senator Elizabeth Warren saying that Donald Trump, or of course the President of the United States, should they basically work here in regulation, that he should not be able to be holding crypto. I guess that viewing that as a conflict of interest. So DJT pretty weak here, but again, so is the whole market. More or less, this is Bitcoin on the daily chart. We're still continuing to inch higher here. I'm going to zoom in because, yeah, we had this nice, again, bounce here just below 100,000. Right now, we are doing a little bit of a flag. Unclear how this is going to resolve, but as I mentioned earlier, we need to have a nice hold above that 110,500 level. If not, BTC might continue to waver for a while. It still seems to be a very key area. Right now, virtually flat here, hanging out just below 109,000. But Ethereum is certainly not flat, hanging out above 2,600 here. XRP up 3%, Solana up 1.5%, Cardano up 4%. So the non-Bitcoin names today seem to be faring a little bit better than Bitcoin itself. I will continue to be listening to the Senate Banking Committee hearing. I've been listening to it since the beginning. And if there is anything market related, I'll let you know. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, not to, I understand, like the whole conflict of interest thing, I get it 100% to a certain degree, and I think laws make sense. If you're making laws that affect things, sure, but I just don't think there's too much of a basis right now that you can make an argument for restricting owning crypto. You're still allowing elected officials to buy and sell individual stock all the time, and ETFs and all that stuff, and then you're going to talk about not being able to hold crypto. I mean, whatever. It gets one thing if you're pumping and dumping something, but to not be able to hold Bitcoin, like, come on, like it's the stalwart of the crypto industry. Like, you should be allowed to hold it. And it's one, like you said, it's one thing if you're pumping some meme coin, and I think that's not good. But at the end of the day, you got to be able to hold some Bitcoin. Just very quickly, that market, I don't want to call it a dump, but let's just say there was some heavy price action to the downside. Let's call it, and it turns out that, oh yeah, might be a little bit off on that chart, but it's not a big deal. If we get back to VWAP here, and I'm going to double check to make sure this is exactly right, I'm going to short this bounce back in Intel into the volume weighted average price, which I didn't do the last time through. And if you looked over where the Qs just got to, like, look at that. Like, it didn't even hold on, didn't stop. Like, you're almost thinking round trip at this point. And if we go round trip, that's yesterday's high. It's like 554 on the Qs. If you're looking at the actual NASDAQ futures, it's more like 22,965 or something. It looks like we're going round trip in this moment. So I'm not really seeing anything that's looking all that great. That said, for anyone that was looking where Tesla was going to go to, it didn't get down quite to, yeah, we didn't really tag that low. We tagged yesterday's low, but we didn't tag that support low at 92 from 2 days ago on Monday. Maybe just that yesterday's low looks good. It's a good bottoming tail candle on Tesla. Kind of almost similar to what we had in here yesterday, where as long as it can hold where it did it here, like yesterday we got a long when it held above that, and we're able to grab the long at 95.5 with the stop under there. If it does that same setup, it's almost exactly the same, which is sometimes a bit of a trap, because if it's exactly the same, everyone wants to do exactly the same thing. More people are in the trade, more people on the offer as it goes up, and then more people hitting the bid as they get stopped out. But if it does the same setup, nice green candle holding 95, and then hold a higher low, I'll take that same shot on Tesla, because that's a pretty big exhaustion candle, biggest candle of the day since the open.
Look, I was looking right there, and I even said, like, oh man, I guess I got to wait for 292. I mean, we should have bought that 293 area, 294. I mean, I should have given it a little bit more room. We had written it down there on the note about that, so we should have done a little bit better there. E-line headlines, of course, all about the politics, man. I mean, I still like Tesla, especially now that it's been beat up a little bit over the last little while. We were just 360 back down to 295. I do like that one, so we'll see if we can spark a bounce there on that one. We do have VRNA being bought out today by Merck, so that's another discussion point right here. And you know, back and forth here, just buying and selling. Again, just whatever, take advantage of the market if you're going to be doing that. As it's nice to see that some biotech heating up now on the M&A front, right? I mean, that's sort of what you need as part of this market. Is a little bit of juice in different sectors. And we did hear yesterday that the pharma sector was going to have a 200% tariff slapped on it. So Eli Lilly and whatnot yesterday on that news just goes from $800 and cranks lower, like literally cranked, all the way down to $770. Let's get exact there. $767 or so is that bottom there, and then whoops, all the way back up as people are like, wow, they have this wonder drug, and then now today it gets right back into that exact level one more time right there before obviously eventually falling in again. So yeah, Eli Lilly I think is a raging buy anywhere around here. And this was the name. I don't do that much trading, and everything I do I kind of tell you about. We Webull, we've bought recently. You guys know the Big Bear AI position, although that position's 6 months old. So that's Big Bear. And then Eli Lilly, switching from Google over to Eli Lilly, just to get some different exposures in the game. I like that. And then yesterday, we didn't even get that much of a move in XBI or anything like that. And XBI, of course, is the biotech pharma and ETF. So nice to see it rebounding today. Like I said yesterday on that news, little bit of a dip down there. This is one of the ETFs that I own. I'm out of the money on there. I'll have to double check, but I'm definitely out of the money on this one. And if out of the money, it's not by a lot, but it's going to be a red position for me because we were excited about it in here in the 90s. And when this was happening on tariff time, I wasn't thinking about XBI. You know, I went in there and bought NASDAQ, and we talked about what we've been going long. So we're getting close again, and we were rebuying a little bit down into here. But I didn't have as much conviction on this as I do just on the general market. And like I said, man, I'm almost done right now self-investing the IRA or the RRSP here in Canada, because it's the level, and it's like it's a little bit of a humble brag and stuff like that, but it's just I've been doing this for a while, and it's just like right now, with the show, and now I have that TFSA, like the swing account, I'm doing more tradings in there. It's just like, there's more things you can take advantage of. So I'm gonna try to have someone probably manage that side of things, because I actually didn't even, the Smith maneuver, I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Sorry?
Smith maneuver?
Vaguely.
Yeah, okay. Maybe Sharif might know about it, but it's just where there's different write-offs you can do with your home interest and things like that. There we go, yeah, Sharif over there, all about that. So, getting some advice on that as well, right? And so, again, this is even, like I said, man, I'm not a host, I'm a trader. Hosting is fun, but at the end of the day, managing money, I like doing that, and I'm interested to see, got a meeting tomorrow, we'll figure out, I'll let you guys know how that goes, but I've never been an investor in fixed income or anything like that, so I wanted to get a little bit more into that, which is why my conservative side in my old age, now being 58, getting close to retirement. So what I'm thinking about is like, where's the money, and let it be more safe, because, maxed out the kids' education funds and all that happens every single month. We are lucky enough that the government pays 20%, matches 20%, up to 20% of what you deposit.
Second they're born, man.
But they only, you don't even have to do it the second they're born, but you should.
So I see people.
Yeah. I didn't do it.
I'm just suggesting that. I don't.
Yeah, do I look pretty good for 58?
Everybody does.
I know Neil looks around there as well, but I think I look pretty good for 58, 58 right now. No, people are just playing like that. Yeah, I'm not 58, guys. Chop off 2 years from that. No, 45.
Good decade.
Right there. So, yeah, getting up there, man. And it's been obviously a great run. Really happy to be here with everybody and continue just this journey as we all move forward with Trader TV Live. I mean, you can see in the background, man, getting bigger and better in here is Studio 8. Neil and I have known each other for 30 years from high school. We introduced Mini-Me over there. What's up, Joe? How's it going? You've been a great addition to the team, so I want to thank Joseph for all of that as well. Sharif's been okay, Dara, obviously blessed to have Adara part of our team as well, because, ask her something and it comes right around there.
The memory is ridiculous for Adara. Like, I rely on it so often, like, it's just completely insane. I know we're going to Adara in a quick second because it is 10:40, and I think we're going to have Sector Watch. But something just distinct happened in the market just now, and there was just a heavy turn. I can tell you because Tesla at the bottom tail came. I had it at the 95.5, and it just dropped $1 like that, and then right back to where it was before. So I was able to get the fill in front of that 95, and then we're out at 96. And at the same time, Nvidia kind of broke trend and came right back in. So there was a heavy candle again, and we'll get a bit of an update from Adara.
I also want to mention here, unclear if this is, I just want to mention as well here, unclear if it's going to be super market moving, but keep an eye here on, I guess, Tesla, maybe. We have CEO Linda Yaccarino of X, of course, owned by the CEO of Tesla, Elon Musk. Apparently, Linda Yaccarino now stepping down as the CEO of X. Just something, I guess, worth noting here for sure. Maybe keep an eye on some of these social media names. This just came out like a minute ago. I want to talk here about the sectors. Much like the market, we're kind of lightly green for a lot of sectors here. Electronic technology, of course, led by Nvidia, the first $4 trillion market cap company here, making new all-time highs. Good look. Boeing also strong, up about 2.5% after a Susquehanna price target increase. Google, Microsoft, and Meta, all three of the Mag 7s in tech services are really strong today. Finance lightly green. Amazon trying to hold down the fort here in retail trade to the upside. We have some green names here in health technology. MRK, Merck, was just announced that acquisition this morning, actually, to the upside here. And then we have consumer durables. Tesla, unlike its Mag 7 peers, actually red in a sector that's generally strong. Health services red, led by UNH. Of course, more info on those investigations into its Medicaid billing practices. Communications is red. Consumer non-durables is red as well. So nice, healthy mix of red and green. It's interesting to see how green we still are, even after the market has fallen pretty sharply from its high of days, guys. Back to you.
I was just thinking out loud, I'm like, if I don't get it, then I'm just going to get out of Tesla. Because I was trying to wrap my head around Linda Yackel leaving X, which I'll just say Twitter, because I don't want anyone to get confused. Sometimes we forget what we're talking about, but now that US Steel is gone, I guess it's carte blanche for them to finally do what they should always want to do, which is bring it back. Maybe now's not the time. And then you've got the X symbol available, Elon. But my first thought was, who cares? Which maybe it's wrong, because my first thought was, who cares, buy it at the same level and just scalp long, which I think was headed to VWAP, and that's what it looked like was happening. Like, it just gave you the dip buy, went right back into the first even dollar at 96, and then we'll go back to VWAP. But then, like, okay, but then they start selling it off again, and as we were sort of talking about it as Adair was on, maybe it's the whole, if she's leaving because of the drama with Elon, I'm just explaining my punch out, why I suddenly didn't like it. Maybe that's the case. It could be like a negative for like the leadership and what's going on with Elon and the drama, and maybe that's the reason they were selling it off. Either way, it does seem like that bottoming tail is pretty good, but I jumped out on that news just because I wasn't really sure and if I don't know what to make of the reaction, then I want to see what the stock does. In this particular case, it's still chopping around the same range. I want to see definitive action on Tesla from there. Overall, the market seems to still be in a little bit of a fall. I'm not really catching any bids yet when I look at the NASDAQ. Like Palantir, there was no buyers at VWAP on Palantir at all. The 140 is not going. Maybe we do, and I was joking around when I was pointing out that channel that is not there anymore. I was joking around that you're not going to get a chance to buy the bottom of the channel on Palantir. Maybe? It's certainly a possibility. You could always head right back in. Let me just save that. I don't want to have to do that again. If we get back down to that bottom, I think it makes a lot of sense. It's one of the most simple things on a daily chart. When you see a stock really respecting like a moving average or something along those lines, especially if it's in like a growth name, right? Like a name that a bunch of people are hating on the valuation of a stock like this. So you do have like hedgies getting in and out, shorting it, which is a positive catalyst when it starts bouncing off levels. And they'll probably be looking at something like this. They'll love it if this channel breaks down, and they'll, when I say they, you know what I'm talking about, like hedge funds and all that stuff. They'll really like it for that short if it breaks this channel down, but every time it bounces, they got to put the algos on and start to do some covering. And that's why you start to see it respected. So maybe it does have a chance if the market's weak enough to get down there.
All right, yeah. What I wanted to, no, it wasn't that. Something about the camp that my kids are at, but it doesn't matter. I'll think about it. All right, so yeah, man, like I was mentioning, it's fine today. Not bad. I wanted to go over some of the other sort of talk about there. We do have the Fed minutes at 2 p.m., of course, and so we're going to trade accordingly around that. But until then, man, you're going to have the midday show here looking at hopefully at some small cap. Well, they're going to look at everything, and Sharif does a great job with the news. So if you have, stay tuned for some more talk about the broader markets as well as looking for some runners. And today, you know, the runners, there's Big Bear AI. If there's anything else sort of in the chat there, like other names, because like right here, I just look at the E signal, and we actually haven't done done an e-signal thing yet, but right into here. So they're looking at AMD right there, up 0.7 right now, leading the trade rate. So this could be something to look at right there. And you can see how AMD downside right there, up 0.7. Let me just check what Nvidia is up against AMD again. So yeah, so almost tripling them right there to the upside. So there's Tesla again making that move. I know Neil's been in and out of that a couple times. Right there, Soxel, SPY as well, AHG. Is that something? AHG right here. Oh yeah, Axo Health. Yeah, I did. Yeah, actually AAG. Yeah, I remember that name coming through. That's just hitting right now. And look what's going on right now. The volume picking up. So look where it is right here on the trade rate, right? I mean, this is what e-signal is all about and why we keep on telling you how good it is. It has PROC on here. So I don't even need to ask you guys. There's SBET, AHG, PROC making moves as well. We could see SBET going with Ethereum possibly. But right now, I guess Bitcoin's not doing anything at 1086 right there, but there goes SBET to the, oopsies, there goes SBET to the downside as we lose that scanner. There it is. Nope, that's the wrong one. There it is right there. So SBET PROC, P-R-O-K, again, a mover from the last couple days. This name, wow, we are starting to, let's go, man. What? Good trading today, man. Good trading. Yeah, PROC downside. Nvidia, I'm trying to make that move off 162. Amazon, man. We love some Amazon. As Prime Day or not, man, those packages keep getting delivered to your boy's house. But there goes Amazon up to 224 today, man. Love this stock. The one that I'm getting longer at in the portfolio, man. I really like that one as we go. But as I said, I'm going to be stop buying stuff in the long-term account. I'm just going to have that managed. Intel, we should have had Intel written down. I know you were in it and out of it, and it was a tough one there, but Intel right there, not doing much. So that's what I'm saying, like, just doesn't really give us that juice. You would have had that top take right there off the open. What's up, Ramin? How's it going? Your knee hurts? Yeah, welcome to the club. I have fake knee right now. So I have, I had a HTO, high tibial osteotomy, so I have metal in my leg and all that. I actually wish I tore my Achilles instead, but
No,
that's going. Yes, I do. Oh, easily. This is not recoverable, at least, right? So, but
You said instead?
Instead of, yeah, easily instead of. Right? How's it going, by the way, your recovery?
Well, if I'm being honest, I don't.
Well, yeah,
I don't talk about it too much, but I think I got some plantar fasciitis going on right now. Like I was
Is
getting
that
out
like
and,
the side effect of it?
Not that I'm aware of, but I think like if you get plantar fasciitis, sometimes it has to do with the strength in the calf if you're getting running again. And as I said, like one of the things, I'm literally 1 year. The 1 year mark is going to be on Saturday for my surgery.
Nice.
That's at that full part. And I had a schedule. I've been doing like 5Ks and like getting back to normal. But I did like a really, really good 5K before, and it was really much faster than I was expecting. And like yesterday, after the game, I got a little ahead of myself. The kids, they were high energetic, so sometimes we'll like let them run foul poles.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I'm gonna run with them. And it's
Right.
like uneven grass, and I hadn't warmed up, and I'm fine. It's just that it's like a little bit of heel pain is all. But that's what happens. You get a little bit older, and I know I'm still technically rehabbing, and I got to take things a little bit easy at times. But yeah, whatever. Plantar fasciitis, you just got to ice it and ibuprofen.
I think the good thing is, man, is you can 100% recover.
But it's calf strength is like, that's the issue. Like all you can do when you get older is just strengthen, stretch, maintain, all that kind of good stuff.
Yeah, so here's Brian H right here. He knows what it's about. Yeah, me too, man. Plate and screws. Yeah, that's what I've got in as well, man. So every single day. Like right now, my knee is hurting. It's just it's just an everyday thing. Like when you play sports as a kid and everything, I got hurt playing rugby, so that kind of sucks. But like I can't go to a movie theater without being uncomfortable sitting there while it's going, plane rides, car rides, everything. So obviously I don't wish anybody an injury, and especially myself, but yeah, I do wish that I had one instead of the other. But yeah, that sucks. I had something like that. If you change your shoes, I think you'd have a big advantage.
Anything that can, that's true, like just your
Little
walking
insoles
gait,
and everything
different
like
types of insoles.
But my Yeti was there. Where was my Yeti?
It's weird to say, but you actually can't tell everybody which one has milk. It's not obvious.
I don't know. This one does.
You could just smell it. It's oat milk.
Wrong. Wow, that is hot as hell, my guy.
Well, then I'm not going to
Nose
sip right now.
down.
Ooh, you just burned the shit out of my mouth, Randy. What, I'm bigging you up for that?
Go hot or go home. I bring the heat, boy.
You do. Boy. Wow, damn, that was, ooh. But why was that so hot? Did you microwave that or something? Holy, I love hot. No, that has milk.
No, this.
Yours
yeah.
has milk. Yeah.
No, this has milk.
It's too late. I'm not having. I'm going to the gym anyways in 10
No,
minutes.
this is the one with the milk. I'm like, this isn't hot at all. This is the one with the milk.
That literally.
That's because it's black coffee straight out the machine.
No, I know, but only a splash of milk like that is. Anyways, it's super hot. But thanks, Randy. Thanks for the hookup, man. Wow.
I could chug this if I wanted to right now.
Oh boy, that is boiling hot. You want to know what's for lunch? All right, let's do what's for lunch right now. Joseph wants to know what's for lunch. Money Talk's coming very, very soon. All right, let's go for what's for lunch. Just because Joe asked, you know. Otherwise, we wouldn't have done this. All right, so what's for lunch, Joe? All right, let's get going. It is Thursday, July 10th. No, it is Wednesday, July the 9th.
Let's hear. Talk to me.
How's it going?
Good, man.
You ready for this?
Yeah. You ready?
As long as
Look at
it's
this
not,
guy
you know,
smile. This is why I love this guy.
Yeah. Well, we had that yesterday, so hopefully it's
This is
not
why I
back to
love this
back.
guy.
Good.
never 2 in a row.
Yeah, exactly.
So happy. It's not getting beef stroganoff again. Come on, boys.
Let's go.
Let's talk about something realistic.
I'm not even looking.
All right, today's day, and I don't know, man. It's been very similar to what we've been doing here on the show. We've got a chicken dinner winner.
Okay.
It is your. I don't love it here, but it never happens on the salad. But it is chicken fajita day.
All right.
So you got some Mexican rice, we got diced tomatoes, sour cream, green onion, shredded cheese, and various toppings.
Okay.
As well as, again, whose choice salad?
Not the chefs.
The chef's choice.
yeah.
The chef's choice salad
Chef's
is in
choice
the building
salad.
right there.
All right,
We
all
are now 6 minutes away.
All right.
All right, go get that makeup
Now hit that.
off.
What's that lunch? What's
Get
for
ready to
lunch?
go,
You don't
and
hit
that's
that.
it right there.
Yeah, no,
That
I don't
is
hit the
You
makeup.
don't need the makeup.
an-
The makeup for the old
Another
guy.
segment stolen by Joe. It is what's for lunch.
Yes. Let's go.
I'll come up with more, man. The roll call, we had to pass it over to Sharif because he's killing it on there on the roll call. This man loves the what's for lunch, and we love Adara on the desk talking about money
USD.
talks.
We also have some news here on TikTok. Basically, reportedly, I'm seeing apparently TikTok is preparing a U.S. app with a separate code base and algo to operate independently. Apparently, some ByteDance staff, of course, ByteDance owning and running TikTok there in China. Apparently, some staff from ByteDance will continue to support the U.S. version on an outsourced basis. Again, that's just a report. Let's talk here about the U.S. dollar. This is the daily chart. Still very much in a downtrend, as Brendan and Sharif were talking about this morning. This is very much down on the year. And you can tell because the most recent high here was actually Monday, January 13th. That's the local high. Since then, we've only made lower highs and lower lows. So DXY not looking particularly promising from a long perspective so far this year. Now, in terms of the Fed watch tool, there's not a huge change. We still have about 67.3% of participants expecting a cut in September. And that's actually up. Yesterday, we had 60% of participants expecting that cut. Now, almost 10% higher. So it really looks like September, we are pricing in 125 basis point cut. And I'll tell you one person who would love that to happen. His name is President Donald Trump. He posted on Truth, he posted earlier today about Powell calling him too late. That is, of course, Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Then, right around 10 a.m., he posted, I read this earlier, but just the highlights here. He said that, quote, too late is costing the U.S. $360 billion a year per basis point, apparently in refinancing costs. And he says that America is the hottest country in the world, so Powell should lower the rate. He would definitely love that 25 basis point cut. We'll have to see if we get it, but I don't think he's going to get it in July. Back to you.
Yeah. So obviously, you know, related TikTok stuff, Snapchat through the low of the day as we speak, down 2%. I mean, what else is going to move on? That's probably the thing that's going to move the most is going to be Snapchat.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there it is.
Must have felt bad about that Boyd comment, huh? Whoa, slow down, boy, slow down. No, just joking. Thank you so much.
It's supposed to be a dollop.
Thank you, Randy, for coming back with that, man.
Appreciate it.
Much appreciated.
Now you can chug it.
Now that I'm working out, we'll be like doing laps about 5 times faster.
I'm a believer in the caffeine before workout, but not right before.
No, I'm not gonna. Well, this is right before. I'm not gonna have that much of it. Plus the milk and everything. But no, it's still super hot.
I like a half an hour gap, personally.
I'm glad that it's really super hot. Like that machine sometimes is not.
It is hit or miss.
The hottest. Okay.
It is.
Okay, we're reloaded right now. I'm like I just said, man, I got to get out of here. So hopefully we're not reloaded too long. But there comes Microsoft trying to be patient, man. Right into 502. So we've already nailed this, man. Great movement to the upside there for Microsoft. Thought I traded it pretty well off the open. So let's go and figure out now what happens here. That's just hilarious how he brought back the milk there. That was great. I'm wondering about this break. Like now that we're underneath everything, let's just go on the pre-market. If we break below 501 jeans, then we're going to get out. So I think that that's going to be a smarter play for me to do that right now and just say, okay, Microsoft's giving back. I mean, Microsoft is the largest component in the NASDAQ 100. And obviously you can see what's happening right now to the NASDAQ, getting absolutely clocked right there. So I would, I'm cautiously optimistic that Microsoft can work, but, you know, again, I'm just a simpleton over here and, you know, put this trade on. Let's now see if it can work right here for MSFT. So let's put this stop in together. 50, oops, see, I almost hit $50 there, so that would have not worked. $500 and let's not go exactly, but you know what, if it breaks 01s, it's gonna break. So let's go 5099, and I don't care. And then we'll just send out a marketable order to get out of that. I don't love sending out market orders, but I'm not sure how many shares I'll have by that time once it finally hits down there, because if this comes back up to VWAP at 503, I'm gonna take $1 and then, you know, be out of more shares. So we'll wait to see what happens there on that. And the marketable order that gets thrown out is ARCA market. So pretty comfortable with that. Many of you know that I use ARCA anyways, so I don't mind that. And what a marketable order means is it's going to go down as like an aggressive limit. So it will wipe out. So like the minute it hits $500 on the tape, 599, whatever price I just put in there. That's why when I was saying I punched out, and Neil's like, well, he didn't punch out. He had a stop order for that loss. Same, both of us on Nvidia the first time. And that's the same thing. It's just it's a punch out. It's an order that goes out. And what it would do is, like if my stop order goes out at 501.50 right now, it'll just run into this 62. So it'll fill all the way down to 501.50. So unless there's like a major breakout one way or the other, market orders are pretty okay to use. The only thing is on Microsoft, of course, you have a much bigger spread. So that's the one thing. But my hands, and shout out to Sharif for this one, old man hands, I wouldn't be able to you know, put the order out probably faster than a market order anyways. So right there, we're going to watch that.
Computer's always fast.
Yeah, and the only risk is the slippage. So, you know, we'll wait for that to come through. But there's Microsoft. We'll put an order at 503. We'll see you guys in a bit. We'll wrap it up with Neil over here, and then I'm off to the gym. I think today we'll go elliptical because, again, I can't. Like I was saying, like it's great that you can run those 5Ks. Like doctors, I can't. Like I can't go on treadmills.
I've told people, especially when I'm in my rehab, and they're like, oh, cause I go through like other people that are rehabbing at the same physio place, and they're like, oh man, like you see you working hard, that's great, and we always talk about it. And I simply say, Achilles right now, I'm very fortunate. It is a very routine procedure, and what I like about it is like if you just do the work, you shouldn't. I mean, obviously, it can be complicated.
Fully recoverable.
If you just do the work, and you just got to put, which to me, like that's where my mind is at. Just tell me what I have to do. I'm just gonna get that work to come back. Like it'd be so much more difficult if it's something a bit more debilitating. Like I had to quit baseball because of a back issue, and like I can't golf, I can't swing a bat. Like that's so different because I can mitigate that, but it's essentially like an arthritis to the spine. Like there's nothing you can do about that, which sucks. Drew Farrell says rehab is for quitters. I know. I'm talking about athletic rehab, everybody. Come on, you know what I meant there, obviously. But look, just one quick thing. The market is trying to make a bounce off of some of those lows. Double bottom on Tesla. Meta just bounced off the volume weighted average price as well. We're going to head to the midday. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a relief rally. Don't forget, at 1 o'clock, 10-year auction. That is a big one. What matters more than 2 o'clock when we get the Fed minutes. So pay attention at 1 o'clock. Going to be some action, but plenty of small cappers as well from Sharif that are moving, I know. And Joe, go get them, boys.
Trillion.
Boom! Greetings. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joey Shivers. Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And where's everybody in the chat, man? Let's see where everybody's at, Joseph. Let's go. We got your boy, everybody's boy, the OG Gorev. We got Why Not, Bob the Builder. I like that one. Yannick, NFL Fantasy, Sports and Stonks. We got the Northwest, Yeti, Sasquatch. I guess they're cousins. Jacques, Pitchbull, White Nubian King. Roaring Griffin, Mr. Easy Street and Monty G. Shout out to Flavius Pascan, Marvy Earth, and Hambriori. Ostentatious Productions, because he is ostentatious. Shout out to Bovin, the OG. Aziz, we got Rajesh, Chef Joe, Hip, Jake Roberts, Snake, Hossman, the Stock Professor. I like that one. Kevin Brooks. Shout out to Mike P. D. Rider. He be D-riding all the way from wherever he's from. We got Johnny Bravo.
The Oregon Trail.
Oh, wow. Don't even get me started on that yesterday.
That's where
Nostalgia. Nephew with a capital dang P. Don't you ever put that in a small P. Ina Rose, we got Shadow, 7S7, Napolitano at Miami, New Mexico Misfit. Dan, he is the undisputed trading champion. We got CompuCare Team, boom, right back at you, baby. Go Bills. Hip, who else? Ali Who, Super, no, yes. And one more, baby. Jose Santos 90. Welcome to everybody. Hope everybody's having a fantastic Wednesday. It is humid AF outside. Got back from the walk. Had to and there's no breeze either.
Yeah.
So there's nothing to even take off that nastiness a little bit. But yeah, we'll have to deal with that. That is how it is in Toronto, man.
That's how it is.
You like in LA, if it's 30 degrees, it's 30 degrees. In Toronto, if it's 30 degrees, it's like 38 or 40 degrees. So
38, 40
that's just the way it is, baby.
It's just how the cookie crumbles in these neck of the woods, guys. Yeah, so I mean, a good day so far. Long NVDA. All right, nice. Look, guys, I was actually short the same this morning. And then you heard me yell. I'm like, oh no! What did I do there? Right there, Shreve? I hit the flatten key, so I got all out of that position. And I'm just like, all right, we'll take it for what it is. So yeah, we were short here initially, just off of these specific signals on the 5-minute, guys. And it was across the board on a couple of these Mag 7 names as well, too. So just keep that in mind. I could have hopped back in, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. You just got to punch those keys and hit them. You can talk about it all day. As Katina Man says, you just got to essentially execute on that. But there you go. Nice topping tail candle right there. You can see that we had the inability to make a new high of the day, and then that's when we're like, okay, we'll get short here at the crack of that. We get a pullback, we add a little bit more, and then unfortunately we hit the all out right at the volume weighted average price. And by all means, I mean, that is one of the targets that you're looking for, and it's a strong name. But essentially what I'm just going off of what I've been telling you guys for the past couple of days is just that there's a lot of open interest. So I was expecting some downward pressure. And then the more that the market moves parabolic, I'm like, okay, be patient, wait for those indecision prints at the highs. And that's exactly what we did. We just executed on that. But there's other opportunities to get back in. And I'm going to look to hop in. If this pullback is relatively deep, we come back into this range, then maybe we'll get that slow curl over and that'll give us another entry here. But NVDA is really, really strong. And that was a nice move on the session, all the way from 160 to 164. And then now we came back down to around 162. I was going to see if I could diamond hand it to 162 by just taking small parts off and then just leave the bulk of it for a runner to 162. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case this street. So that was our only trade of the morning.
Okay. All right, Joseph. CLDI. This is the #1 gapper in the market right now. It's up over 326%. We're taking prints here. All right, so we're in at 134. I perceive there to be support at around 134, 135, owing to the halt level there that we had. There we're taking 143s out. So I've layered into 145 and then 148. I also have a dip trade to support what I perceive to be possible, or to buy what I perceive to be possible support. As you know, I'm looking at the top screen where I'm charting off the 5-second. Boom, again, we take out 45s. Next level is 48s. We got shares on here so we can continue to take more prints. Let's go ahead and wet the beak, possibly at 49s. And then we're also going to wait at 53s. Let's see what we can get here. So here's what I'm seeing, guys, on the 5-second chart, which has me saying what I'm saying. So this period of inactivity here. That was the halt level. So that is at 133. As we've spoken about many times, these halt levels act as intraday areas of support and resistance. Let's see if this one acts in that way. In addition to that, I see this double bottom over here off, yeah, you guessed it, the 200 exponential. I know I'm charting off the 5, but whatever. There does seem to be support there. So I'm looking to front run that with a dip trade, which is now an incorrect area, is at 127. That will have to move up likely into 130. So I can do that manually. I don't have to adjust my order super quick. So we're in at 34s. It's losing the bid. It doesn't come down far enough to get triggered at 27. So here's the deal. We're going to have to keep an eye out on this one. Again, this is why I said I needed to move it up. For that exact reason. It finds support yet again at that blue line. I mean, right there. So we missed that because we didn't move up the order and I didn't do it manually, so it sucks. So we're taking prints here to the high side, but by no means are we in the clear because this one, it can turn on you in a second. So we definitely need to be cognizant of that. Up into 38s and 37s we go. Taking about 35% of the position so far. Let's go ahead, though, and talk a little bit more about what else is moving. So CLDI is the one that I'm yelling about right now, but there's other ones as well. CADL, much more calm, much more stair-steppy. What's happening over there, bro? This guy's dancing up a storm. I'm just going to finish this super quick here, Joseph. EGG, egg, baby. This is like, if this stock is not made for me, then I don't know what else is,
that
bro.
breakout rate, that might happen right now.
I was thinking about getting on that. Look how many higher lows and higher highs we have in a row there.
Saying, brother,
right?
You can't eat.
It's a spready one, though.
Breakfast beside me if you don't.
I know. I'd be very disappointed in myself there, Joseph.
So egg is moving, guys. Be on the lookout for that.
Good win. Good look there, guys. All right, we got Rumstand, Billy Alov. Thank you for that, Rumstand.
Oh, I thought you said Rumsfeld. I'm like, I thought he died.
No, Rumstand,
my bad.
Billy Yalov. All right, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. OSRH volume, but not going up. Let's take a look at that OSRH. Much appreciated. Thank you for that super chat as well, too. Ooh, okay, I don't even know what I'm looking at here.
Okay.
This is not too good, to be honest with you. There's no liquidity here. So that's a little bit of an issue for me personally. Volume, but not going up. I mean, this is just a one-off print, and I don't know necessarily what your style of trading may be. If you're kind of like looking at that buyout style, getting those mid prints, etc. I don't know, but there's obviously liquidity issues on this one. We can obviously zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily. Are we breaking out or are we not breaking out? Is that no? You're lying to me. There's no way.
Show the screen, Assassino.
There's no way.
That is just annoying. Annoying. Bro, what am I, a computer? Like, I need time. Like, over here, I don't
like,
just
hey, man,
react
that
like
breakout.
that.
I'm like,
okay, bro, like, let me analyze for a second. This thing doesn't give you any time.
Wow.
It was literally at 8:07. It's at 8:75, Joseph.
Wow,
like, that's frustrating,
that's crazy.
Egg cracked, says Sunny Little Tree.
It did crack. It most definitely cracked to the top side. Now it's frying up a storm. There you go, 125. This personally, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't think very many of us, even Sharif, would be trading the same. It doesn't have volume or anything along those lines. What's up, Faye?
Yeah, but what's going on, man?
What do you got on the notebook there? All right.
It's got the secrets,
He's got the
baby.
secrets. Yeah, he's not going to tell us those ones, is he?
No.
All right. So there it is from a daily. Not too good of a look. I wouldn't be going long this name, Sharif.
Okay, we're doing it freaking live, Joseph. We're back into the high. Give me more money, man. Boom! Into the top, Joseph Wilson. 153 high a day on your boy CLDI. We still got shares on. That's the thing. So maybe we shouldn't get so excited and we should start looking for what the next trade is going to be. So let's go ahead and wait at 58. We're going to post up there and then we're going to take our breath and we're sending it to a Daryl page.
Yeah, best of luck there with all these crazy small caps. Google actually just had a little bit of a push here. Basically, Perplexity announcing the launch of its first AI-powered web browser called Comet. We know, of course, Google is in the browser space. Just be aware here. GOOGL kind of made this push down to 175.50, already bounced. In case you guys missed it, that is the story there for GOOGL. Again, already recovering. Back to you.
For that. Okay, so we're getting a bit of a pullback now. Back into the 140s. I still see higher highs and higher lows. So we take out the $50, Joseph, but always got to be on the lookout for these ones. They will bamboozle their mother. right? They don't care. They'll steal from whoever they have to steal from, Ram. These ones, they don't care about your feelings, you know, everything like that. They will, you know what I'm saying. I'm exaggerating for effect here. The idea is don't fall in love with the trade. Be on alert. Make sure you're using risk management because they'll turn on you in a second. So keep your eye on this one, 153 high, looking for more, Joseph.
Good look there, guys. All right, so there are some good signals here on the TQs as well. I was talking to my guy Gorev, and I'm like, and then sure enough, as you broke this support level, you get that flush down and some nice volume supporting this move as well too here, guys. So I'm looking for the continuation in the trend to the downside. I talk about this market just being slightly overextended. This is the TQs. I mean, I should pull up the Qs for more effect on that one. So there it is, right? So you go on this monster run from these April lows, and then now we're trading around 36% off of them. I think at some point we're going to get that pullback. I would like to see a little bit more cleaner, and maybe we're going to start to experience that right now. And it's funny, when I'm looking at Nvidia, this move that we're getting, it's giving me topping feels. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. But if we go back in the history of this name, where is that? Is that? Yeah, I think this is the day where it just really tanked. No, that's definitely not it. You know which day I'm talking about, though, Sharif?
Yeah. It's right there. That's the one.
It's this day right here.
Yeah.
It's this day.
Okay.
I think. Yeah. It's this day right here where AMD had the exact same thing. I'm not calling it the same scenario, but you just got to think from the move that we gone on from the April lows to where we're currently trading at. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of a pullback. And not only are the size starting to stack up through the strike prices on the open interest, at some point it's going to get that downward pressure, and I think we're going to experience that. So when I've seen the market just go off the rails this morning, I'm like, okay, patience is the name of that game. Wait for those indecision prints that we see at extreme highs and extreme lows, and then look for the short based off of that.
All right, CLDI, coming back down into the low 40s, high 30s, zigging and zagging. I'm still not going to get out here because it's still putting in higher lows and higher highs, and there it is, attempting that 150 break again. Guys, don't fixate too much on how close it is to your stop. Look to the technicals. Are the candles putting in higher highs and higher lows? What is the trend? Is there anything that the trend is telling you, or that the price action is telling you that the trend could turn on you? That's what I'm trying to look for. I'm trying not to really fixate too much on where I entered and where I exited, but where the price action kind of is hinting it is going to go. Sorry to keep you waiting, Adara.
Okay, just keep an eye here in GTREU. This is actually 5-letter ticker here. It is a special acquisition corp. This is Global Terra Acquisition, as you can expect here, just opening just over $10. This is interesting. Apparently, they have a bit of a connection here to DJT because I guess 2 of the directors of this group were part of the DWAC team. Of course, DWAC was Digital World Acquisition Corp. They later became Truth Social, or Trump Media and Technology, DJT. So interesting look there for GTERU. This one pretty choppy right now. Back to you.
Interesting.
Shut up, Dan.
Yeah, shut up, Dan. Wow, I did an entire video on my I had to rant about that, bro. It's just so funny.
It's so funny.
I mean, he didn't even argue with him. He's like, no, Dan, I think you're wrong about this.
Nothing.
Oh, Dan, maybe, no, it's just shut the hell up, Dan. The guy's on every network pounding the table for retail investors about your stock, and you're just gonna crap on him like he doesn't matter.
Shut up.
Elon's,
like, there's no bigger of a bull than Dan Ives for Tesla.
Get it, Adara.
Well, it's funny too because I remember Sean was talking about this yesterday as well because he was like, I assume that these Tesla bulls are probably going to go after him, and I said, oh, they already did. So I told Sharif about this. One of the biggest Tesla bulls on X is this woman named Alexandra Mers, who goes by Tesla Boomer Mama, and she immediately was like, you are wrong. Like, you can't call yourself a Tesla bull, whatever. And then that like tons of likes on that post. So I don't know if you guys have done deep dives into the Tesla bull community.
Hold on, let me ask you, because I know you're tapped into this whole thing.
Very.
So what's the consensus right now with Tesla, with the Tesla bull community? Are they pro Dan or pro Elon?
Well, they're always pro Elon.
Well,
and that's the thing with the Tesla bull communities. I would say they are pro Elon to the degree that they're sometimes, I guess I would argue, they're almost not for the interest of Tesla because they're so pro Elon. I would say they view it as more the man to an extent than the company, but yeah, I'm pretty tapped in the community. I did check this morning, and they're very pro Elon.
Hold on, before you go, who are you pro?
Honestly, like I said, I want to kind of
come on, Adara.
Okay, I think some of Dan Ives' arguments that he made are pretty wild. I think that he needs to, I get where he's coming from, but I think he does have a tendency in his analyst notes to get really hardline about his ideas. I think it's kind of impossible to expect that Elon would have agreed to that anyway, but I do stand by Dan Ives, and I get also at the same time why Elon was upset. However, shut up, Dan is quite the remark.
Elon loves to be told what to do. Don't forget about that.
He hates it.
Yeah,
But
he likes
anyways,
it. He likes it.
I shall shut
Sign
the
the
door.
conservatorship. Sign the conservatorship.
Hey.
That's what he needs, man. Apparently, that's what he's talking about. Though they're like, hey, man, this guy's might have to start punching the clock. He has to spend X amount of hours.
I know, straight up. Like,
what is he gonna do? Like, are you kidding me?
By the way, fantastic pod by Stephen Bartlett. You know I'm a fan. He's got Kevin O'Leary on.
Yeah.
Man, O'Leary, you're going to see him in a light where you haven't seen him before, bro.
Oh, really?
Dropping hot lines, talks about his time with Steve Jobs, makes the comparisons between Jobs and Elon. That's why this triggered my memory. It's a fantastic watch or a listen or whatever for anybody out there. Obviously, we're not affiliated with Stephen Bartlett, but I want to let everybody know that was a hell of a pod there. Shout out to O'Leary, and I did like what he had to say. A lot of good life advice, but also a lot of information that you're going to be able to kind of use there. So just wanted to throw that in there, Joseph.
Yeah, good look, guys. All right, put it in the chat. Pro Elon or pro Dan? We'll see what everyone's thinking there. Which one would you rather? But yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on. I think this is going to be a really, really bearish day, guys. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the NAS or even maybe NVDA go flat, but I'm going to be a little bit more patient. There was a solid entry right here at this high. As you can see that we rejected that 163.40, but I'm waiting for the Qs to pull back. I thought maybe, hey, we would come back and try to construct somewhat of a newer high, but that wasn't the case. You can tell that there's a lot of weakness within this underlying and in the market as well too, because Apple is just continuously selling here, and these pullbacks are extremely shallow. So there's multiple attempts. What I'm going to do is going to look for that next consolidation. We put in a high potentially. You want to get the top end of the range just so we can better our risk to reward ratio, and then we'll look to take a trade off of that. But right now, this was the only short we had on the day. Enter here. This is where the bulk of the position was. Once the thesis starts working out, we come back up here, failed to construct a new high, we add a little bit more, take some off, and then unfortunately we just flattened out right there. So now I'm just being patient. That was my name of the game, right? Like when your trading's not the best, it's just me hyper focused, go back into that sniper mode and not necessarily take as many setups, just look for those higher quality trades.
All right, we got another high day here on CLDI, but it's putting in topping tails. Like I feel somebody of note with a larger account or an algo with a larger account here and a lot of commitment keeps pushing the short sale button at that $0.50. So there's clearly something afoot there. It's not obviously displayed on the level 2. It's mostly iceberg orders or hidden orders if you're a newer trader that isn't really readily available on the level 2, which is kind of why I'm trying to use the 5-second chart there. But the issue, that's the bad side. The good side of the trade is we're still, believe it or not, even though there is a short seller of note at the $0.50, we're still putting in higher lows and higher highs. So I've got a couple of more outs on this bad boy. Just wet the beak there at 55. The high of the day is 56. We're straddling the $0.50 right now, as you can see. So I've got nothing to do here. I'm not going to add at this level because I don't know whether this is going to decisively take the $0.50 or whether this is going to be a point of reversal and then maybe we make it back down to the dollar where currently the volume weighted average price is hanging out. Right around that dollar. Now, here are the levels of support as I see them currently on CLDI. We have that halt level at 133. That is an intraday halt level, so that sometimes acts as an area of support and resistance. Below that, I know that there's a lot of overlap between some of these levels. The 10 exponential moving average on the 5 is at 131, 130. So that could overlap a little bit with the halt level at 133. Then below that, we have the 20 exponential moving average, which currently showing me a $1.21. And then below that, we have the dollar, which is basically overlapping with the volume weighted average price. I'm not going to be DCAing into an oblivion here. So if we lose the halt level at 133, I'm out, and then I'll just basically reload at the volume weighted average price or wherever this one shows me it is finding support. I want to weasel into another trade though, and the ones that I'm debating right now are CADL, which got into the $6.12 high. It's back down into $6 psychological support is overlapping with the 10 exponential moving average. That could be an entry. Also, LXRX, not big mover, and not one that I'd really like to trade if I don't have to because it's too close to that dollar level. That one is at the volume weighted average price, which is a little bit above the dollar. So that one is also in focus. And then VOR. VOR is a holdover. We've been talking about VOR, I think, for 2 or 3 days. Now this one's had, obviously had a fantastic move Monday, gave back a little bit yesterday, but you can see what it did also on the shortened Thursday. So, we're definitely not at local highs, but fantastic support off the volume weighted average price. And then we're getting a bunch of higher highs and higher lows. And as I speak, it takes out the high of the day at 290. So VOR also in focus for me. And then there was others. SUGP was a big boy mover, but it's lost the volume weighted average price, so it interests me a lot less until and if it can kind of get above this $1.30, $1.35 level. SUGP, big boy mover. And then egg into 875, and here it comes again back down into 8. I took a gander at egg, and it displeases me because it's just too wide of a spread. Why the hell is it 9 pennies? Look at that, 51.11. How am I supposed to manage risk on a small cap gapper with 51s on the ask and 11 on the bid?
Yeah, that's crazy.
No, I mean, even though the chart pattern is fantastic, you can just get cut up getting in and out of the trade. So egg, unless something changes here fundamentally with this name, I will not. I was gonna say I'm not gonna trade my namesake, but I ain't no egg, baby.
Ain't no egg, baby. There you go.
I don't have an egghead either.
Oh, okay, all right.
I used to call this other guy.
Wasn't there a show called Egghead?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was people also called egghead. I may not have used that word.
A term?
Yeah, it's okay. It is kind of a term of endearment as well as a pejorative term because when you're calling somebody egghead, you're implying they're smart.
Oh yeah.
Is that not accurate?
Well, I thought maybe that if I gave him a little whop, it would crack. You know what I mean?
There's this law, there's this principle in law, it's called, you guys Google it, it's called the eggshell skull rule. And essentially, you take your victim as you find them. So if you have a thin skull and I hit you and you die, I have to take you as you are. I can't make the argument that his skull was unnecessarily or unusually thin. Yeah, Dara, Google it, eggshell skull rule. It's in tort law.
That's why we need that Texas rule of mutual combat. We need that mutual combat. I'll sign that petition right there.
I like that.
Mutual combat in Toronto.
Oh my God.
Or in Ontario. That would be a hell of a time there. I'm curious, if anybody's lived in Texas, have you ever seen two individuals call mutual combat and it's just like you can literally duke it out anywhere and not get in any trouble? But anyways, let's see what we got going on. I was looking at...
This is not just a trading show, baby.
No, we'll talk about it all, mutual combat, etc. So I was looking at coin. I seen somebody point this out. They're like, it's breaking out. Yeah, you guys are completely right here. And the volume supporting it, the downward pressure did start to kick in, and it was starting to form a topping tail candle. And with that being said, Joe, you looking at me? Yeah, I am, David. So with that being said, I was waiting for that print to close, but it's not going to right now. And the volume supporting it, so we don't want to go too heavily against it. So, Joe, did you see Nick Taransky at the golf course? No.
No. Yeah, of course, man.
Yeah.
Neil's coming in hot right now. He's got something to say, baby.
Canadian things ever. I'm not a hockey guy, but Joe, do you know do you know that guy?
No, I don't know that guy.
So Nick Taransky was a former enforcer in the NHL, and there was literally it's all you can find on YouTube. There was like a disagreement at a golf course.
Yeah.
Where some guy was super drunk and they were playing in front, and for like 15-20 minutes they wouldn't hit, and the guys behind were like, come on, let us go through or just get going, right? And at one point, so they're really getting on him, and at one point the drunk guy who won't tee off, he just starts going ape, like yelling at the guy who's telling him to get off, and you don't see who's doing it. You just see the drunk guy, and he's yelling him, feeding him, and he's like, let's go. And then he rushes the dude. And at that point, the camera pans, and you see the size of this former NHL enforcer. It's like, what are you charged him? I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. And he ragdolls the you-know-what out of him. Yeah. And he gives sound effects as he's feeding him. Like, he's feeding him, he's literally saying, bang, bang, bang. And he's throwing him around. Well, okay, so anyways, you were talking about that skull thing. All I'm simply saying is, and I'm going to go tender for a minute. Because my first thought wasn't, look at this guy get beat up. My first thought was, that guy's friends don't like him very much.
Oh,
because if you're wasted or whatever, and you find yourself in a situation like that, and whatever you're mouthing off, and it's so obvious the guy's twice your size, and what is going to happen? You watch none of his buddies that he's golfing with, they're not standing in front of him till after he's gotten
trying to get the
beaten
video,
up.
Neil.
And it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, it just sort of tells me, like, he probably runs his mouth and says ridiculous stuff, and his friends don't take him seriously, so they're just like, whatever. It's like, come on, man. If you were really boys, like, you wouldn't let your friend get into that situation and get filled by an NHL enforcer. It's a pretty wild one. I'm surprised you didn't see. You're a hockey guy. I didn't know who that enforcer was till I looked it up. But if you can find the video, it's Joe.
Yeah, he sent it to me, but everything is trying to make me log in, Neil. We'll hopefully get it and show a little bit of it. Thank you for that story. That's hilarious. I'm surprised. I'm probably surprised that doesn't happen more often. Because
going at each other?
Yeah, I mean, have you seen people on the golf course?
No, personally I haven't. I've never golfed.
Neither have I, but I live across from one, and there's always people
yapping. Yeah.
They're drinking.
Yeah, drinking.
A lot of drinking.
Drinking and yapping is gonna. It's a recipe for disaster.
Straight up.
There's no questioning that, guys. All right, so the coin is setting up pretty good right now. We do have an inverted hammer here, guys. So we have 2 engulfing candles. This is a pretty strong signal right now. So we're gonna be patient as long as we don't crack this high, and then we establish a lower high right now, and then maybe we'll start to take a little bit of shares. Nothing crazy. I'm gonna use coin L on this one. As soon as we break that, then I think we're good to go, maybe into a next level around 362. But it is relatively strong, so be patient before you just hop right in, because the market is starting to rally back towards the volume weighted average price. Lots of indecision at the lows. Gaurav, I've seen that you're long some Microsoft, so good look there. Keeping my eye on coin to see what we got going on. But also, I don't want to be jumping around too much either. I want to stick to names that have been working for me and continuously just try to trade those names, because I don't want, like I just said, I don't want to bounce around. And if it's worked once, then you want to go back to it to see if it's going to work again.
Well said, Joey. All right, guys, I'm still holding a piece here of what's my friend called CLDI. Look, it's finding support at the 10 EMA. It hasn't lost the 10 EMA. What it did lose, though, was that higher low, higher high setup. It's put in 2 candles that kind of are lower than the predecessors, and obviously being topped off by that 156 topping tail. But again, it's still not losing the 20 exponential, or the 10, excuse me. So let me just see this through. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I've moved up my stop to about 2 pennies below break even. Now what I'm really focusing on is CADL. So this one makes a 612 high a day, loses $6. In fact, actually loses $5.90. It goes into the high 80s. 589 is the low of this candle. Now it's putting in a green candle in between, yes, you guessed it, the 10 and the 20 exponential moving average. Oftentimes, a lot of these small cap gappers, the money fills, end up being, for whatever reason, in between that 10 and the 20. So that's what I'm looking for right now. This candle's got 2 more minutes. Keep it down, Ram. 2 more minutes before it closes, and then I want to see what the next candle does. Does it make another high? Does it make another low? And then we'll punch in there, knowing full well that $6 could be an area of psychological resistance. And I'm not personally seeing too much size, except this 1,000 lot order here waiting at 602 on Memex. Bless you. Now it's more. It's about 1,018 lots waiting at 602. And we don't even know what's waiting at 6. And I'll submit to you that there's likely a bigger sell order at the whole dollar that's hidden, iceberg order, than what we can see here posted on Memex at 602. 602. So that's what kind of I'm waiting to see. We got another minute now until this candle closes, and I want to see what the subsequent candle does. And then we'll weasel in if it is appropriate. So I'm keeping an eye here on CADL. The spread is acceptable. It's a 3 penny spread, currently 95 on the bid, 92 on the ask. So we'll see how this cookie freaking crumbles. All right, back quickly here because we're breaching the 150 again on CLDI, and again we are being met with aggressive selling at the half dollar. 53 is now showing up. Can we see a breach of 56? That is the current high a day. We're taking out some orders here, some short sellers or profit takers at 53. 54 is now in view. 55s came in momentarily. They're there. So now we could make another move here into 56. But the deal is, guys, we're being met with aggressive selling at almost every penny here on CLDI. So it is in and around the $0.50. So you could make the argument that the short sellers are taking the short around the $0.50. If we can clear the $0.50 by some distance, maybe, just maybe, we can squeeze into 2. I'm going to have to pack my patience on this one. It's not forthcoming right away, Joe.
Just like this, I need distance.
Oh, oh. Yeah, well, look, you know. Yeah, well, it's melting there, Adara. It's like, it looks like tar in the streets. Yeah, well, there you go. Guys, obviously you guys can see behind us, Studio 8 in full effect. Oh, baby.
Behind us.
We made another high a day, excuse me, guys.
Right.
160 high now, Joseph, on CLDI. This one's on the warpath to the high side. I'd like to see a squeeze into 75 before I wet the beak again. No point in me taking profits right here. I took profits at 55, Joe. Makes no dang sense. So just to quickly kind of get back to what Assassino was pointing out there. Yeah, right behind us. We're putting in a hell of a project over here, guys. It's chaos behind. There's dust everywhere. Ram's sneezing. Neil is sneezing. He's running out of allergy medication. Ram's having to
Who
kind
needed
of...
the allergy medication?
Your boy Neil.
Oh, my boy Neil.
Yeah, well, I take mine in the morning before I
was going to say, he's looking D's in that shirt.
Well, of course he's looking D's. That's not the point.
You've been hitting the gym lately, Neil?
Get it, Neil. He sessions at the crib there.
What an insult.
Yeah. Man, you know his high school background, right? And college. You know he ran track.
Track
right?
star.
Yeah. He's a runner.
He's a track.
He's a track star.
All right, there we go. Good
That ain't by accident, baby.
There we go. Yeah, fun times as always here, guys, on the show. So we're looking to get involved in this. We're running right into this resistance zone. I'm going to be hyper focused on this name, guys. It's working for us. I have a slightly bearish bias. They say don't go into with a bias, but it's part of my trade plan here. And you can see that we're rejecting this 163.40 once again. So I'm thinking that if the Qs in the SPY have the ability to get to VWAP, look for indecisions around those neck of the woods. At this point, I'm going to wait for a liquidity grab because you can see we rejected this high right here. We sold off, but we didn't have enough. There wasn't enough demand to absorb this, right? So they didn't want to distribute lower just yet. So maybe they'll absorb some more liquidity. If I can get anything in like 45s, 163.50s even, then that's when I'm going to look to take a little bit of a short here. Start relatively small because there is an additional zone that we need to keep our eyes out on, and that's going to be right at 163.70, all right? So there's a lot of room, but one thing to note is that this is a little bit of a lower high as well too. So just keep that in mind. If you can catch the top end of the range, it's gonna much better your risk to reward, and that's exactly what we're looking for here, just quality trades, and I believe that the bearish sentiment is slowly starting to kick in. Eyes are still on coin, and I was looking at Bitcoin for a long this morning as well too, but how did that one go? Not good, if you ask. I mean, man, it is what it is there. Nice strong pre-market. I'm like, all right, okay, are we going to start to break out? Are we heading into breakout range from a daily standpoint? And price is really starting to compress in Bitcoin. So it's just a matter of which way is it going to go? Are we going to flush to the downside, or do we take that additional leg higher? And I think that's going to bring us to 120 or 125. Sharif's primary target right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah.
You see what I did there?
Okay, yeah.
You see what I did there?
I thought you were talking about one of my stocks.
No,
Yeah,
125,
absolutely. Right,
125.
Joseph. Everything's fine.
You see what I did
And takes
there?
my money and rubs it in my face. Okay, I see you, Joe.
I'm sorry, man.
All right, guys, look. It's another 160 touch and drop here on CLDI. I haven't taken profits at that level. I'm going to pack my patience, man. It's coming back down again into the 10 EMA. And I'm starting to wonder, should I be adding into this position here if we're going to get umpteen amount of bounces off the 10 EMA? And we have. We've been defending the 10 EMA since we literally reclaimed it around 1040. That's that side of the equation. The other side is we keep rejecting 150. I don't care about these spikes into 160. The short sellers are around the $0.50 haven't been shaken. They haven't, because we're below the $0.50 yet again. And if you were to calculate the time spent below the $0.50 versus the time spent above, what is it, a 9-to-1 ratio? So they're certainly selling at the $0.50, and I won't be convinced any different. The only thing is, do we get the breakout? And if we do get the breakout, do I get another touch off the 10 EMA that I'm going to regret not taking? So yeah, that's the situation. CADL, the other one that I was not involved in, but looking to get involved in. I was waxing poetic about what this candle was going to do here, the 1130 candle. 1130 candle is a candle of indecision. We've opened up a new candle now on the 5. It's also a candle of indecision. So I don't know. This looks like it may be a head and shoulders pattern forming in and around here. And I don't want to be part of that smoke at the moment. So 580 or thereabouts is the volume weighted average price. I'd rather wait for that level to come in, or show me the candle setup, higher highs, higher lows, I'll get in if it shows me that setup and then it looks to clear 6. So CADL is not setting up in a way that makes me feel comfortable getting in. There's also plug power, guys. And I'm hesitant to trade this because my experience with plug power is the best move is the initial breakout, and then it's absolute trash. And it lures you in with the look of a bull flag formation, and that's exactly what we're seeing here on the hot piece of garbage that I lost $1 a share on in the swing account, plug power, okay? There's the initial breakout there at around 9:30. The buy program turns on, and then at around 10:20, the buy program turns off, and now we're kind of doing the consolidation portion of the bull flag. My experience has been is that it's one bull flag and one bull flag only that you get intraday on plug power. Sometimes it holds above VWAP, so you can take like range trades or dip trades off the volume weighted average price. Sometimes it doesn't. Okay, and it'll lose VWAP and retrace into a random area. So I've got plug power on here. If it sets up in the right way, it's up 19 1/3%, respectable move. But I've been burned by this one before, more than once, intraday and swing. So I'm gonna tread carefully here. Shout out to Vaughn.
Shout out.
What's this guy's full name over here? We gotta go fan funding, and Vaughn.
Vonnie Clark.
Why the hell does it show me? Vaughn Clark, thank you very much, my man, for the $2 super chat there. GSAT, 27-cent contracts in the money. Should I roll, wait, or run? That's all you. I'm just going to cover the other two that we missed there because we're doing it live right now. Shout out to Kelvings TS, $10 super chat. Yo, boys, happy trading. Can you give us a quick rundown on your host so we know their strong points and who to take specific advice from? That's a great question.
That is a good question.
Rustam as well, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. We did that one?
We did
okay.
Rustam.
So let's start with Kelvings first. So I'm just going to speak here for myself.
Okay.
I like to trade the small caps. That's kind of what I like doing. Wow, look how heavy Jensen was in that picture. Ram, have you seen Jensen lately? The dude's jacked. Have you seen what he looked like in China? Look at that. Oh, my God. Why does he look like that? I'm talking. No, it's on Ram's screen. So I like to trade the small caps.
Kind of looks like...
My God, look how big he is there. Like, nothing wrong with that, but he's lost a substantial amount of weight,
looking good, man.
Good for Jensen, man. Digressing here. Your boy Joey Options, obviously, as the name denotes, he likes his options, but you obviously do a lot more than that. Your boy Neil will trade mostly everything. Everything under the, I've seen Neil trade everything. Large caps, mid caps, small caps, he trades it all. Buyouts as well. And then your boy Katina, he's gonna love the Mag 7. He'll trade other stuff other than the Mag 7, but 99% of the time it will zoom in, Assassino, if we can. On a little bit up, there we go. So on Ram's monitor there, oh, you sent it to me? All right, there we go. We're doing it live. Here it is. Let's bring it in. Your boy Jensen. I'm going to show the picture of where he was lately. So he's a heavier cat here, man. Good for him, though, man. Good for him. It takes a hell of a man to change. So shout out to Jensen over there. Anything you want to add on that?
On Jensen?
Adara's
okay, all right,
we got tariff news.
We're going to get tariff news momentarily. But yeah, Shrew's essentially broke it down pretty well there from everyone's skill set. I love talking options. We have another options question that we can go over. But first, we'll get back to that super chat about your calls, and then we'll go to Adara, and we'll come back here.
Yeah, Trump just started here the next round of tariff letters. So we've got the Philippines. We have, I'm just reading through these as we talk. We have this individual here from, where is this coming from? This is going to be Brunei. We've got Brunei. So Philippines, Brunei. We have also here Moldova. So we've got Europe, we've got Asia, we have Algeria as well. So 3 different continents already in these tariff letters. We've got Iraq. Gonna get tariff letter, Libya. I'm gonna kind of sort through all of these, give you guys more info, but more tariff letters. So 30% tariff on Iraq, 25% tariff on Moldova. We've got 30% tariff on Algeria, 25% tariff on Brunei. So at least here, 25 to 30% tariffs on all of these, 20% tariff here for the Philippines. So they're getting the lowest tariff here. Highest tariff of this new group, Algeria and Iraq, both at 30%. You guys know once he is done releasing all of these, I'll be making a new infographic with all those rates, so not to fear. Back to you.
All right, Linda Yaccarino, the CEO of X, has stepped down. I mean, I don't know. How long was she in there for? A year? May 2023. So stepped down of X. She announced in a post she was hired in May of 2023, months after he purchased what was called Twitter at the time for a light 44 billion. She did not give a reason, Joseph, for her departure. But I mean, let's just call a spade a freaking spade, man. Yep. Let's start speculating because Elon. Things aren't calm in Elon's world at the moment.
We need an infographic of a timeline of Elon and all his like radical moves by the purchase of X, going down with Doge.
Would you believe me if I told you there already is one? Because there already is one. I have a whole infographic on all of these investments shown. I did this months ago. Because that's what we do here at TTV Research.
That's exactly what we do. Bang, love hearing that, Adara. Yeah, so I mean, this guy. Yeah, sorry, Fabian. I didn't mean to. I shouldn't have ever said that. But, I mean, yeah, very interesting.
Well, you realize what happened yesterday on Grok, right? You know what Grok was doing on X?
No.
Oh, boy. Okay, so it was hallucinating in a very...
Going crazy?
Yeah, I was saying wild stuff.
Yeah.
Talking about Adolf Hitler as being like a possible savior for certain things, was making anti-Semitic comments. I didn't read a lot of them, a couple of them here and there, but there was a lot of glitching in Grok and X yesterday. Because you know how you can elicit Grok on X. You tag Grok, you add it, and you be like, Grok, what is this or whatever.
And he replies.
Yeah, so some stuff is happening there, man.
Yeah,
some stuff's going on.
Yeah, some really weird stuff going on over there at X. And I mean, Elon's slowly just unhinging, which isn't a good sign there, guys. But okay, so sorry, let's get back to that super chat there. Yeah, exactly. The bone broth. He's lost in the sauce. I think Elon's
something's going on, man.
Elon's going in on that realm as well too. But I want to cover this super chat, Sharif, before we send it back there. So we got some Von Clock GSAT. I have that 27 call contracts in the money. Should I roll, wait, or run? That's a really good question. I mean, I don't know where you own them from or how many you own. You can most definitely, like when you put in an options thing in the chat, in the super chat, guys, just be a little bit more detailed about your expiration cycle, what you actually bought the price at, etc. But other than that, I mean, if you have a ton of contracts here, there's nothing wrong with holding them, but it also depends on your expiration cycle as well too. So if you're looking for longer duration, then sure, roll it. But I'll always say, like, I'll always advocate for, hey, just like sell some of them, lock in some of those unrealized gains, roll over the rest, and do what you want to with the rest, right? Just write down a trade plan, like, hey, okay, these are my targets. At this point, I'm gonna sell 3 contracts, sounds good. Okay, it's getting closer to my expiration. I'm losing some of the value to theta. All right, let me roll over another 4 contracts to see what's going on with the rest, et cetera, et cetera. It's just write out the game plan and just kind of stick to it. I'll say it, I said it before, I'll say it again. Plan the trade, trade the plan, and sure enough, you'll be good off. But there's nothing wrong with locking in profits. Neil says it, I say it, Shreve say it. You can't go broke taking money on off the table there.
Man.
So.
Well said. Sound advice, man. All right, guys. This is why I always say this, man. They're around for a good time, not a long time, guys. CLDI halted to the downside. So we did stop out break even right there as it came down into my entry, and that's where we got out. So I'm happy with how this trade executed, but my suspicions were proven correct. The short sellers at the $0.50 were too strong for the buyers, at least on that particular instance. I don't take CLDI, though, off my side watch list. And the reason is because it's still above the volume weighted average price, which is currently at $1.02. So let's see how this cookie crumbles. CLDI, I'm a buyer likely of CLDI at that $1. Now, the $1, there's many reasons why you want to pick it up off at $1, psychological support, this, that, and the other, but this one also has price action, both support and resistance. Look at what we were doing here in anticipation of that dollar. Reject, 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 drop to the $0.75, then you get your big boy break. Your big boy break goes to that $1.33. And then lo and behold, you get to that $1.33, you drop down. Where do you hold up? Just guess, Joseph,
Where?
the dollar.
Ooh.
So the dollar has played a part here, both in price action, proof, and, you know, as we always know it, to be the psychological area of support and resistance that it typically is. So 118 halt level, the halt time, 11:40, 153, add 5 minutes onto that, as these halts come in waves of 3. But we're doing it freaking live again over here on CADL. Punched in at 98s. It's showing me 09s now. It's taking out prints. CADL. I told you guys the money fills sometimes with these small cap gappers are in between the 10 and the 20. CADL did that exact thing. So now we're waiting for a print at 9s. It's showing me 9s, but it's going to have to cross for me to get the print there. Let's go ahead and print some more here at 12s, and then we'll wait at 15s for the one after that. So CADL, a few pennies, Joseph, off the high.
Good look there, guys. All right, so our trade plan here in NVDA is starting to come into fruition. So let's see if we can break through this resistance zone. And if we break through it on low volume, then that's when I'm going to post up, look to catch some fills, and then maybe we can take that second leg lower. I talked about the Qs in the SPY heading back towards the volume-weighted average price. That's perfect because all these prints are relatively unhealthy, in my opinion anyways. You can see a lot of indecision within these 5-minute, and the volume is really starting to fall off a cliff and decay. So keep that in mind. I'd be looking for some rejection of VWAP, but lots of buying pressure within these candles here still, guys. So just keep that in mind. I think you got to be really patient considering I think the meat of the move has already happened in some of these, but who knows, right? You get that curl over, you form that lower high, right? So you can come off of this and then you come into this trend line. If you want to draw it at VWAP, we obviously don't have anything established just yet. You'd have to adjust this, but I mean, if you do come into there and even breach it on low volume, that's when you look for the indecision north of that, and then maybe you can get the continuation to the downside. So with that being said, NVDA, same game plan. So we're chopping around here, but one thing to note is that we're forming these consistent lower highs. Or sorry, higher lows, guys, is what I'm looking for. I always mix those two up. But there you go. You can see this trend here being formed, a secondary one at that, with a flat top. So you do have that wedge type price action. So what I'm going to be looking for is a breach of this resistance zone. And then anything north of that, look for the indecision, the fail of constructing that new high, and then you take everything towards the downside. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do head into 162 here today on NVDA. Let's pull up the options chain to see what we got going on. I was going to talk about the top performing sectors, but never mind that. When we got NVDA, we can talk about and options, which I find a lot of fun. But look at this size throughout the week start to grow at 160 here, guys. And then the ladder through that, through 160 all the way up to about 170, it's starting to increase as well too. So we want to keep an eye out on some of these strike prices and these key levels on this underlying asset. That's why I decided to short, right? We go to a high of around 164, and then I'm like, oh, okay, we got a lot going on at 165. We've already breached a bunch of these strike prices and some of these key levels. Let me see if that indecision displays itself, and then we can take a short, and that's exactly what we executed on there, Sharif.
All right, just reading some of these comments. Shout out to look, TSLQ, I do see it, sports and stonks. I see what you're saying there, but I would say be careful for the loss of VWAP at around $20.35 if it loses VWAP, because it's been putting in lower highs and lower lows since 2078. I'm talking about TSLQ, guys. Do you think Run has a chance to run today? All is wands. Let's have a look. Run has been kind of volatile lately. It was moving up, it was moving down as a result of the subsidies in the big beautiful bill being cut for some of these solar names. Excuse me. Yeah, nice breakout there, man. There was certainly a seller of note at 10 1/4. I mean, how many times did we have to move up into 10 1/4? What I love about this chart on Run, and I likely won't trade it because it doesn't fit into my style there. What I love about this chart, though, is that 10 1/4 area resistance, right? And then when you look at the south side of the chart, higher low, not necessarily higher highs because you still have that 10 1/4 seller, and then boom, all the way up into 1040 as you get that flat top break. I don't have the animation. I was about to hit the flat bottom break. That's what we call an ascending wedge, guys. It's a good pattern. What really tips the hand here is the higher lows, so that you kind of know that the buyers are in control, at least for the moment, but at least intraday, the sellers maintain some control by keeping that flat top at that 10.25. So I see what you're saying there. Good luck. Look, hey, watch out for technical areas of resistance. I would say definitely be on the lookout for that 10.75 from the previous day there. So yeah, good luck on Sunrun. Mike P, the rider, yeah, man, you called out Bloom Energy. So I want to shout out Mike. And I want to shout out Mitch at the same time, because your buddy Mitch yesterday has been talking about Bloom Energy for a while, and BE having a day over here. Where is that at? It's been on my side chart, or it's been on my watch list, Joseph, since COVID. This thing is up 20% today. Okay, Bloom Energy is a $6.75 billion company. This ain't no small cap gapper. Nope. Maybe it trades like one, but the market cap certainly ain't. So be on the lookout here. Bloom Energy, a lot of respect for the 10 exponential moving average, and then you see it dips down, breaches a 10 momentarily, finds support at the 20, then moves along its merry way to make higher highs and higher lows. I just say be on the lookout for that $30 level. That could be a psychological area of resistance on Bloom Energy. Shout out to Mike. Great look there. Anything else that I have to look at here? Above says GROV is moving up. Let's have a look at GROV quickly here on the side chart. Let me just vet that. Yeah, moved up quite quickly, but it's moving down as quickly as well. Ilkin Javid, Sharif, I couldn't catch any of your trades on time. I'm sorry, brother. It's not really my my control here that these small cap gappers, they move very quickly. So what can I say? I do apologize about that, but there's not much I can do on that end. What else we got over here? Mark Susi, what are your thoughts on playing Meta break all-time highs? Joseph and I were talking about that off camera. We were looking at which these Mag 7 names were making all-time highs. Softy, obviously. Nvidia, obviously. We were looking at Amazon as well. That's still not at all-time highs. But your friend Meta there, Joseph, oh, baby. It made all-time highs, I think, intraday anyway, on the 30th. And then here we are again, you know, about 13 bucks away from 750. Look, it's just a matter of time. Let's just be real about it. It's a matter of time.
Yeah. To make all-time highs?
The only thing that I can see raining on Meta's parade right now is that the next earnings report, they disclose, as they have to, all the money they're throwing around. So they took they took a position today in Exotica Elixir or whatever the company is.
So you think CapEx is going to exceed?
CapEx has been big. Yeah. We know the AI CapEx has been through the roof. They disclosed that in the last earnings report, $65 billion I think they're spending. And then all that money he's throwing around to pick up AI talent. That's number two. Number three, he's making acquisitions. And he seems to be really taking advantage, Joseph, of the higher share price now because he's got more cash on hand.
Absolutely.
Right? So he's trying to
I'm okay with the CapEx spend, to be honest with you. I mean, the more these hyperscalers spend their money, I think eventually they're going to see an ROI, right? Just learning to monetize all this stuff significantly better. And I think it's only a matter of time until you start seeing advertisements on ChatGPT. You type something in, you got to watch a couple of second ad or something along those lines, right? I agree. But I mean, yeah, this guy's throwing around ridiculous deals, Zuck, but he only paid that Apple exec, he paid tens of millions compared to the hundreds of, to the hundreds of millions that he spent and invested in on, was it Scale AI, I believe it is, and SSI as well. Yes, I forget what the SSI stands for. Save something, anyways, but you know what the SSI company stands for?
Scale?
No, it's not Scale. It's Scale AI and then SSI.
He picked up Scale AI. You know why? Like, as talented as Alexander Wang is, he's obviously a hell of a guy with that labeling thing for the LLMs. But a lot of people in Wall Street are saying that he picked up Scale AI to hamstring his opponents. Absolutely. Because they were all using the labeling by Scale. Now they're all going to have to deploy their own cash, build that ish in-house, right? And then at least he gets maybe a 6-month, 3-month, whatever head start on everybody else because he's now got it in-house. And we saw what happened after he picked up Scale. Adara, weasel in for a second if you can because I need your memory. Who canceled their contracts with Scale when Meta picked them up? It was like Softy and Google?
It was Google.
Google? Only Google?
I think maybe Softy's what Google's the only one that I really remember that being like a big headline that they canceled their contract with Scale. But yeah, I mean, I think Google was the main one. There's a couple others, but Google's the main
Fair
one.
enough. Well, yeah, that's a big competitor with Gemini, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, I think Zuck's playing chess out here while everybody might be playing checkers, even though it's obviously a competitive field. But yeah, I think there's obviously a strategy behind everything what he's doing. He's essentially cutting off the circulation of all his competitors.
Feels like that.
Right? And I think that's going to be a good play for Zuck.
Let me ask you another question, though.
Yeah.
Does he get away with that scale investment, let's just call it that, because he doesn't have control, under the wrath of Lina Khan?
Yeah.
He gets away with it?
Yeah, no. He's probably going to face another antitrust there.
That's what I'm thinking, right? So he's clearly taking advantage of the political environment, right? I mean, why wouldn't you, right? You're doing for the best of your company.
Yeah, so Lina Khan, yeah, very interesting. Good question there as well, too, guys. All right, so you can see that we're just chopping around here. I think at some point we're going to break through this, and then that's when we're going to look to get involved. But we got this resistance zone still displaying itself. You can see that we're heading into support as well. So we do have these higher lows, which is not a positive sign, but I mean, at some point, maybe we'll crack it and we'll flush all the way down to 162. That's going to be a primary target. I don't know if we're going to necessarily get there. That's quite a move down. And I'm looking at the options chain. On the put side, I mean, there is a little bit of a wall there at 162.5. Okay, so that's fair enough. You can see that we're continuously bouncing off around that round 163. We do have 99,000 open contracts right there. So we talk about call walls all the time, but let's talk about places where we can find bounces as well, too, right? So just keep that in mind. 162.5, 99,000 current open oh, that's the volume. Sorry, excuse my pardon my French there, guys. Yeah, I'm totally off on that one. So 162 is totally feasible. There's nothing there. And 160 flat is a potential support level. But if you do head towards 160, watch out for this call wall because you might want that. You might see that downward pressure from these hedges, so these contracts can expire out the money. There's one thing that I want to touch on as well too before, and Obi brought this to my attention. I wish I could bring up this. I wish I could bring up the chart, but one of my platforms isn't in my Discord. But there was a seller of some contracts at 177. He showed me this, and the majority of this is him. And it was very, very interesting to see. Now those contracts aren't nearly as expensive as they were, but that open interest is still lying roughly around the same amount of size. So I think he's still holding on to them. He's actually out of the money, but if you looked at them this morning, or sorry, last night when I pulled up the options chain, these were roughly worth about $2 here on the ask, and he would purchase a bunch, like I'm talking to hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of these contracts, I think totaling around about just under $1 million, and then essentially he doubled his money, but that's now not the case. He's out of the money now because we are, well, he's not, yeah, he's out of the money because Google's trading at 177, which is very interesting, but he had 100% return when Obi and I were breaking it down last night. Yeah.
All right, guys, I've entered a new position, and I'm likely going to get stopped out here on CLDI. This came close to the volume-weighted average price. It put in a hold-up, one big red candle. The subsequent candle is green. I'm giving this to 06s. It dips into 06. We're going to lose 8 pennies quick like that on CLDI, so we'll give back a little bit here. Took a much smaller position so that we don't give back too much, but it looks like we will give back some. If it ends up bouncing, and then shows me higher highs and higher lows, we'll get back in. But for the moment, not going to dollar cost average into a trade that's been putting in lower lows and lower highs since 11:30, so almost half an hour now. I've tried to give it to prior bar low. We'll see if it wants to pop up or what. As I was watching this form, there's a seller at 14. They're back. You can see some size posted on the level 2, some you can't see, and rejects 14 again. So that 14 seller, $1.14 on CLDI, can't shake them. At least for the moment. Let's move back to the other one here, CADL. This one's still putting in a defense of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 with a 612 high. We're showing 07s now, possibly into 08s. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. Okay, so nice. What's it called? CLDI took out the 14 seller, got into 16, so we take a beak wetter there, but definitely looking for a bigger move up. Back into 16 we go here on CLDI. So we take out the 14 seller, I mean, momentarily, but that doesn't mean they can't get in again. So we'll pack our patience there. Let's talk about plug power, because let's just say I got this one wrong. okay? I've been burned by Plug Power multiple times intraday, and so I had a bias going in that this was going to be one bull flag and one bull flag only. I was wrong. It's forming the second bull flag right now. There's the, what's it called? The range breakout. I want to say above a $1.72, $1.73. It was a lower channel or a downward channel, excuse me, bull flag. But there it is. Coming, it's at day's highs, $1.80 on Plug Power, up 26.25%. Got this one wrong. That's okay. We'll look to do better next time. VOR as well. Another beautiful higher high, higher low pattern. It's an upward channel here on VOR. There are sellers of note, as you can see, at $3. We topping tail into 302, and then we dip right back down into 292. But the most important part here on VOR is not the topping tail and the failed break of 3. It is the higher lows on the subsequent candles, showing you that the buyers are still in control at that level. So we'll keep an eye out on that. So Plug Power, VOR, very much in play. CLDI not stopping me out. It's moving back up here into that $0.25 area. Let's see if we can get the prints.
Sorry, before we go to
Derek.
Before we go to, you read my mind, brother. I love that. Okay, Master E, we did not ignore your super chat. We will never do that. If maybe we just don't see it, but we're gonna get to it right now. Exactly. Our apologies, but we're gonna pull it up. We won't ever do that to you, my guy, Master P. It's Master E. Sorry, there. You know who Master P is, obviously,
course.
right? All right. There,
And you know he was a good basketball player too.
Don't be drinking that Master P, Sharif.
Oh.
You know what that is?
No,
right?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. All right.
What is
all right.
it?
It's the codeine and the promethazine drink that everybody calls it Master P.
God.
There, yeah.
We
all
went
right. There you go. Now you know. Hit the now you know thing. Yeah, we're having fun. Yeah. Now
We went there.
There we went there. Okay. So Holo, when is it going to break down? So when is this thing going to bust? I mean, how much more of a bust do you need right here, right? Like, I mean, you got a high. Wow. Okay, that is very, very, very interesting. So after all the reverse splits, let's see if we can go find this all-time high. This thing's worth $250,000, even closer to $300,000. So I don't know how much more of a bust you're looking for there, Master P. But I mean, there it is. Are you going to look for that move all the way back down to this low of support? Who knows? They might just do another reverse split. So just be cautious on this one. I don't know how much more it can break down until it heads to zero. I can't tell you too much from a daily perspective. And if we hop in to the 5-minute, there you go. You're starting to sell a little bit here. Maybe you head back towards some of these pre-market lows. Sorry for missing that super chat. Adara, the Neil's lesson of the day, guys.
Before we get into this happening now, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Top One Futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin? Because Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, and they give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. You just have to pick your path. Instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they have paid out over $10 million and earned over 1,000 5-star reviews from real traders. So use that discount code TTV, that is TTV, to save on any account. Just scan that QR code or head to top1futures.com, that is top1futures.com, and start trading towards your next payout. Here's the S&P 500. It is pretty choppy right now. And if you saw this in the morning, we were really strong. We were pushing higher, due in part to a couple Meg 7 names, which we'll get to in a minute. But this market just really unable to maintain that early strength. Right now, we're basing out and we're really choppy. We've been trading more or less in a range for the last hour or so. I do want to mention as well here, Donald Trump with some more tariff announcements. He said we'd get 7 countries getting tariff announcements during the morning.
Tariffing everybody.
We have 6 new tariff announcements there, and I'm working on the infographic for right now, but it's worth noting there are at least a couple here that actually have higher tariffs than were announced on Liberation Day. So pretty interesting stuff. The infographic will be out post-haste. Also happening post-haste is Donald Trump's meeting with African leaders. He's meeting with 5 different African leaders here for lunch. One of them is the leader of Senegal. There's a couple others as well. It was supposed to be at 12:05. Now they're saying 12:10. Either way, I have that stream set up that it will begin. When it happens, I'll let you guys know. Nvidia, beautiful little consolidation here. Congratulations to CEO Jensen Huang, because this company is now the largest market cap company ever, the first to reach $4 trillion in market cap and making new all-time highs. Then we have Meta, another name here poised to make new all-time highs. Beautiful uptrend. Mark Zuckerberg and his AI strategy apparently working for investors. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and make sure to listen to Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
I was hearing something coming in there. I'm not sure what that sound effect was going to be. But I want to talk about like the difference in time of day, maybe, for the lesson of the day here, into how you treat individual trades. Because if you watched the morning, or you read my note this morning, or even listened yesterday, you were probably, I think even on Monday as well, we would have mentioned this both days, was eagerly waiting for, particularly for Palantir to break away from 140. Break out at the 140 level. I like to start, like, zoom out in, and I went over, hey, look at the upward trend on Palantir, look how strong that looks, and you get a breakout, you've got room to run into the highs, and we had that big move on Monday, which bull flagged and looked like it was going to take out 140 and be able to fill in this gap, which I think is a pretty sizable, it's a respectable one in here. Like if you give that, and some people would say to there, but usually I'm looking at what did it do? What did it sort of do on that move? There's a lot of room for this kind of thing to rally. And then yesterday you had it look like, again, V-shape, it's going to do it. Nope, doesn't happen. But why would a trader that's waiting for that not take this initial break? And it comes down to like timing and what has happened before. Because look, and everyone has to trade their own style. Personally, and I think for a lot of the times, context matters in a trade. Like if you just say I like a stock at this price, what happens if news happened before? Like, I like to buy this at whatever price, the support level. Okay, well then something fundamentally changed. Maybe the market is reacting to something completely out of the realm of normal. It could be a Fed day, maybe there's some tariff news, or something along those lines. And that level needs to be reevaluated in that moment. I feel the same way about some of these extreme moves at the open, or it's setting up really well for a clean break at the open. You see what the stock can do. Like that first move off the open, up, down, and around, like Palantir is usually going to give you some serious moves right away at 9:30. Well, when that first move is down, and it V-shapes at $2.50, I mean, like how much? Like that's 1.5. That's 1.5% plus back and forth. So buying the top of that kind of an extreme move to me is a no-go at 10 o'clock. It's a bit trappish. It rejected 140 before. At this particular time, like I tend to think of it in this moment as everyone shorting back into 140, just having their stops run, as opposed to, oh, now the buyers are winning at that price. So my change of action was to say, I'm only taking this as a breakout if the buyers show me winning above 140. And what does that mean? To me, winning above 140 is let me see green closing above this price. So here's 140. I see topping tail wicks. It takes patience for this. I see topping tail wicks and another lower. There's just nothing above the 140 level. When it finally breaks it out here, you can see we have big green candle. It immediately holds a higher low and then retakes the high. I'm like, okay, that's an easy long into here. It didn't even move my stop. It was a quick scalp trade. It actually gave it the exact same setup to you twice, but it required a lot of patience, because if you just take the 140 break blindly when it's not showing you bullish action, well, you're going to find yourself a lot of times in what I call that little bit of a trap trade because of that big V-shaped move. It's like the idea that context matters is also something, and I'll go to say something like a Robinhood in terms of like context mattering and time of day and price and all that good stuff. Like, let's imagine this, it's a similar thing on Robinhood here. Like you can absolutely love certain prices, but you've got to consider what does it look like when it's going back into that price. So here's an example on Robinhood in 15. Maybe just zoom it in a little bit. Like, let's say you liked Robinhood this day. Like, so it holds a double bottom. There's the level you're working off. It's about $94. You like Robinhood at 94. That's easy. I love that kind of a play. Stair step bottom. I'm looking for probably 94 into here and then maybe higher. So at the pre-market, boom, there's your trade. Well, look, what does it look like when it gets back to that price? Like, everyone in the chat, raise your hand. You're not actually raising your hand. Hit the ones if you would love to buy it on that 15-minute looking candle after that rejection. Yeah, sure, you can like the price and you can like the direction, but you can't get married to the notion without some semblance of context in the trade. This is the most extreme example, which I love extreme examples to make simple points. You can like a price, you can like an idea, but especially off that open, you've got to be able to evaluate it in real time. And sometimes that means you just don't even, there's nothing about that that's bullish on Robinhood. You're not even taking it. But what it can also mean is on the way to the breakout, on something like a Palantir, let me just go back to the 3 minute because it's a little bit easier. You're not just auto taking that break at 140 when it comes back in because of the manner in which it got there. I just don't like chasing the top of that move. It's one thing when it's consolidation break at the open, your risk to reward is tight, no problem. Like on this breakout, if it did it at the open, you're risking 30 cents on 140 break on Palantir. It's just, I don't know what you're doing with it here because it doesn't even try to bounce till, another 30 cents down from there. It's just a different story. So you have to be a bit more patient. Context matters with everything. It's not just about liking a price and liking a direction. You got to be able to listen to the market, especially if it's screaming something at you, like it was with Hood. In the case of Palantir, just took a little bit of patience. Ultimately, didn't go any more than $1, but sometimes you take that break, it goes $4. Sometimes you take that break, it gives you $1. The idea is that you're just taking it, right? Like if it goes $4, then it makes your entire day. If it goes that buck, it's just a good trade. But you've got to have some context to the trade action and the trade plan, more so than just liking a random price and direction, everybody. That's your lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Neil.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Rob.
that. Always. Neilage, wise words, and sound advice, as always.
Yeah, as always, guys. So yeah, JBR, BRB. I think that the goal with the MSTR, and I think it's Saylor's plan as well too, is that not only do you get the appreciation of Bitcoin, but also the stock itself. I think so. That's kind of just in short what Michael Saylor's game plan is and why he's getting people to continuously buy his stock. So that's what we got going on. It's unfortunate that we didn't get that liquidity grab here on NVDA, but we know how yesterday's session was. It was a complete mess for me. Full disclosure, I wouldn't say complete mess, but it just wasn't good, right? You're looking for that breakdown, but just look how long we were stuck within this zone from 9:30, right from the open till about noon, right? So and then eventually you get that breakout and you continuously climb higher and eventually touch ATH.
Love that.
Yeah. Oh,
That
you know we used to. So
you must love that.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. You know we used to sing that just before you start like a game of beer pong.
No way.
Or a flip cup. Yeah.
Digressing.
Digress.
Favorite hockey commentator of all time? There's only one right answer.
Joe Bowen, obviously.
I don't know. I like Rob Cole.
Rob Cole?
Remember Rob Cole and Harry Neal?
No.
Oh, well,
Bigger Joe
okay.
Bowen.
Sorry, I'll
Yeah,
just
they're
go
trying to-
crawl in my casket.
That's all right.
Because I'm old.
That's all right.
Neil,
I'm
you
with
remember
Joe.
Rob Cole and Harry Neal? Please tell me somebody remembers that.
But you got to go with Joe Bowen. I think he's obviously the best.
Joe Bowen?
Yeah.
I don't even know who he is.
Dude, what the?
Well, that's kind of how I felt when you said you didn't know Rob Cole either. Come on,
Bro.
CBC radio. CBC. He was doing all the games.
Wow,
Saturday,
but I mean,
hockey night in
I'm pretty
Canada,
sure
Saturday.
Bowen's been doing this for like 50 years, man.
Okay, we're gonna have to
figure that one out there. Well, I talk a little bit of NVDA.
there, baby.
So yeah, obviously Don Cherry and Ron McLean are up there as well too. But
they're not commentators.
But they're not. Yeah, I mean, but sorry about our guy there, Donnie C.
What's his name?
Joe Bowen.
Joe Bowen. Okay, thank you.
So this is what we got going on here, right? So you can see that we're just continuously knocking on the door of some of these support levels. I want to see a little bit of a move up through here, and then we can slowly start to curl over again. And I mentioned that the TQs in the overall market SPY and the Qs, wait for them to get to VWAP before we get that rollover. We couldn't even head into that range before we started to test these lows of the days here, guys. So, and there you go. You see the weakness really start to kick in here once again. And I think at this pace, we are going to breach that low of the day. What's Joe Bowen?
Yeah,
exactly.
Joe Bowen is generally more popular and recognizable than Rob Cole among hockey play-by-play callers, especially in Toronto and the broader Canadian market.
This guy started in '82, man. Come on.
So did this guy, man. This is from the 70s, my guy.
70s.
And he died, I think, early 2000s. But
It's Joe Bowen's finals. I think next year's his final season. And he's choked up about it. Man, just hearing his voice when the Leafs just continuously disappoint in the playoffs is a heartbreaking. It's like I don't even care about the guys anymore. It's just hearing Joe Bowen's voice is just really, really sad. But there it is, guys. We're starting to slowly curl over, test the high of the day. Just be patient on this one before we do crack the low. And I think if we do have the ability to breach this, the next step would be that pre-market low and this pre-market low right here, right around 82. If it's going to be that type of bearish day there, Sharif.
Oh my God! Look at egg, guys.
Oh God.
Oh God.
Well, I mean, there's nothing I can. I'm not. I don't care. I'm not going to feel FOMO about it. I'll just complain. I'm not going to trade it if it has a 50-penny spread on an $8 name, $8.59 name. But there it is, $9.77. High a day halted at $9.77. What a move up here for egg, man. 62.83% and going. So we'll have to see how this cookie crumbles. Again, I'm not going to trade it if I can't manage risk. Simple as that. We're in a couple of new trades, guys. I punched into plug power at the highs. I'm looking at adding at $1.75. That's the first one. Second one, I'm in VOR. Finally got bottom wick, at least for now. In between the 10 and the 20, I got 85s on with the beak up to 90. Now waiting at 92, and then we'll also post at 95. Let's see what VOR can give us. It's been a good one on the day. It's found support multiple times, I would say, at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. And this is kind of what I'm seeing on VOR. Case in point, once. Joseph, twice. Obi, thrice. Do we get a fourth over here? Well, we're coming back down. This didn't happen in the prior occasions. Usually we got a touch at the 20, and then we immediately made another 5-minute candle to make a new high. That is not happening this time. So you bet your bottom dollar if this prints a lower high, I'm out. I've taken 2 prints, so on it so far. I'll go flat on it if I have to. I won't give it back because, well, we're in the midday now, and some of these ones that were running earlier, they start losing some steam. So if that's the case, we need to be on the lookout for that. So VOR, a couple of prints on this one, but by no means are we out in the clear on that. So keep an eye on that. CADL still holding this one at 98. So it's showing me 99. So break even trade. I'm not going to get out of this one because it's got higher lows. So there's your 90 bounce, and then it's a 95 bounce. Sure, you got lower highs, but that's what a bull pennant is, right? That's a compression pattern. So to be expected for these type of names. So CADL in focus. There's my plug power trade. No prints on this one yet. There's been a seller at 82s and has been for a while now. Even though we've popped up into 83, I punched in at 82s while Neil was dropping hot lines, and this one has not budged above that 82 since that time. So we'll see what plug power wants to do. Punching in at highs obviously comes with inherent risk. I'm looking at defending the top end of the first bull flag here at 75. So if this one does lose the bid, I'm looking at picking up some at 75 pennies. And now if it doesn't make its way all the way down to 75, maybe stops out 76, 77, I could be a buyer there, but that's all predicated upon me seeing it and not being on a different screen. So that's what I'm looking at. We got 3 positions on at the moment. We got VOR, we got CADL, which is not much left in the tank there. And then the newer position, obviously, plug power and VOR, looking for others. CLDI. Oh, let me mention this trade as well, because we showed the good, we show the bad. So I got in on an anticipation of a VWAP bounce here on CLDI. We went the beak here with a couple of prints into that 20 penny area. And then as you saw, it made lower lows. So breached prior bar low. That's where I got the hell out. And we give back a little bit on that trade, but we took a smaller position on the second entry for my friend CLDI. Joseph.
Yes, let's go here, guys. Sorry, I was watching that fight there, which I probably shouldn't have been watching, but that's all right.
Oh, is that the one that Neil was talking about? Yeah, we got to put that on after.
All right, Beta Pro first. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at thebetapro.ca before investing there, guys. So yeah, interesting stuff, man. I just love watching combat sports, man. I don't know, man.
He ain't Joey Hands for no reason.
I just love it.
He ain't Joey Hands for no reason.
I love it. I was just thinking, watching this fight, I'm like, I love it. I don't think there's a better sport on the planet than the UFC. I think it's just the ultimate.
I like boxing.
Yeah,
and I've made that point clear. I'm getting a lot more UFC because of you, and there's all this stuff to watch.
There's nothing more awesome than watching someone get kneed and kicked in the face. And just like, oh my God. Yeah, Ilya Taporia, that guy's a different level.
Let me just cover one thing real. So shout out to Scott H. He's asking the theoretical auction price on egg. Where's my egg trade at? So it's showing 977, Scott. This is an Amex stock. So we're not going to get the theoretical auction price on anything other than the NASDAQ. You're not going to get it on the NYSE, at least not on my platform. Here it is. It's open. It opens up, Scott. It looks like at 10 bucks. It pops up to 1080, 1079, excuse me. That is the high of the day. It's still a prohibitive spread. 16 pennies now. I just saw it wider. There it goes again. Now this one could be on a breakout. Okay, because now a lot of eyes are on it. It's the #1 gapper right now, up 85% since the bell rung, 78% since 4 a.m. this morning. But I'm not touching it. I just won't. It's hard to manage risk on these ones, and I just won't do it. So enjoy trading EGG. I won't do it if the spread remains the way that it is, and from what I've seen so far, it's going to remain that way. 26 pennies now, 25 pennies spread on EGG, but fantastic breakout. What can I say? So that's my look there. Did you have anything to say? Because I kind of cut you off.
No. I was just talking about fights, essentially, man. There's not much going on. We're just being patient, and I think that's just something I'm really trying to hone back in on here and just be more precise. So it's like, okay, yeah, I'm not in and out of positions, but our objective is to make money here, right? So again, it's all fun and games, but for my style personally, it just works better if I'm more accurate and more precise on my game plans, plan the trade and trade the plan. So that's what I got going on. I'm waiting for this to just get that liquidity grab through this resistance zone, and you can see the volume really picked in, and that's a big time engulfing candle right here, but you just head right back into the middle of the range, and I used yesterday's session as an example, so that's going to be interesting. Yeah, at VM Tiger, yeah, exactly. I think Dustin wins that, to be honest with you. It's going to be a really good fight, but yeah, so that's what we got going on. What I was going to do before this is go over the top performing sectors on the day. Why are you doing that? Why is it acting like it's a brick wall? All right, there we go. So yeah, let's see what we got going on here, guys. Utilities at the top of its class today, up about 0.4, closer to 0.5%. Industrials are sitting in that second place. We're up about 4/5 there, or 4/10, I guess I should say. Consumer discretionary, we're closer to 0.3 as well. So, I mean, those are the top 3 performing sectors. The bottom 3, we got XLV, the healthcare sector, down about 0.2, just closer to 1.16, I should say. Energy, 0.5%, and then consumer staples really weak on the day, closer to 1%, 0.9 there, Sharif. So that's what we got going on for the top performing sectors. If you're looking for strength and weakness, then that's what you want to go and look for within some of these names. You can see the tech sector holding on by a thread, financials slightly red, materials just touching on the brink of red as well too, guys. So I'm focusing on the tech sector here today, and I'm looking for this short. If it comes into that level that I want, I think it's going to be a banger of a trade, and who knows that if you can run into that 162 level, that's going to be the primary target for that specific setup. The Qs are kind of just stuck in limbo again. You can see that we've been trading within this range for the past 2 hours or so, and then now heading back towards the lower end. What you want to look for is the VWAP rejection, but we didn't even get there. So be more patient as we consistently form these higher lows. Maybe you get that move up into that specific level there, Sharif. So that's all I'm looking for, guys. I'm going to be sitting on my hands quite a bit until this trade either comes into fruition or it doesn't, and I'm cool with either one.
All right, egg is, I don't know, man. It's
bro, no way.
Yeah, man, I don't care, bro. Dude, it moves 50 pennies at a time. So egg is on a rampage right now.
The spread is crazy. Yeah, the spread is 50 cents.
It's wild. Like,
yeah,
see, it tightens up, and then it opens up, it tightens up. It's quite volatile. Another high day there, 1168. It's showing me 68s right now as we speak on the level 2. So it's a matter of time, man. I feel bad for that guy trying to short at 68. You're going to get blown out, bro. You're going to get blown out, man. Run for your life. Where's Big Spile today, man? You called me out on that Tesla short call that I did the other day. Egg is cracking, says Diggity Jacobs. It's cracking to the high side, man. It ain't moving down. That's for dang sure. So EGG on the way up here. Be on alert. So I just got stopped out right now of my VOR position. Where's that at? So we take a couple of prints here on VOR, then we go break even on the remaining amount. I was not going to let this one go against me. I'll go back in at 275 because that's where the volume weighted average price is, assassino. All right, we got another behind the scenes look at Trade the Pool, but this time we're diving into the community side of Trade the Pool. As you know, each trader gets his or her own hub, and inside that hub, you'll find something called Trade Talk. It's a powerful charting and analysis space where traders map out strategies, they break down their setups, and they share their predictions with the overall community. And if you're looking for a real-time interactive kind of a setting, the Trade the Pool Discord is where you want to be. It's full of active traders sharing their insights, trades, tips on how to grow together. At Trade the Pool, you're not trading alone, guys. You're joining a firm that invests in your growth, both technically, mentally, and financially. So head on over to tradethepool.com or scan that QR code on the screen. And I want to just bring you in for a second to kind of build on this whole Discord thing. When you started trading, where you were part of a Discord community, and that's where you met the Greg V and like the whole other, and so that definitely helped.
It helped large. Well, I met them in a trading community, and then we kind of just branched off. Obviously, we're still part of that one, but then we just formed our own little bubble, which I think is key, right? So just so you can just talk more ideas on the side, and et cetera. But yeah, I love Discord groups. Obi and we share one together. So yeah, a lot going on. Just like when you have a group of just really successful traders, it's the room that you want to be in, right? So yeah.
Really rich.
Really.
There you go. Donald agreed.
Hold on. Let me hit this one here.
Did you see what he did this morning?
No.
Anybody but too late.
Yeah.
He can't stand him.
Yeah, he doesn't.
He can't stand him. What happened, Adara?
I was just going to say with regards to the anybody but too late, I told Sharif this off camera. I'm working right now on a very massive, I thought it was going to be one post, it'll have to be a series on the history between Trump and Powell going all the way back to Trump's first administration. So that would be 2017. He has been anti-Powell for way longer than we thought. He even said back in, I think, 2019 that he would have preferred the then outgoing ECB president Draghi to actually replace Powell. He thought he would have been a better leader. He called Powell's policies insane. That's like already 6 years ago. So this has been going on for a lot longer than we think.
But I want to say something. He's lamented a lot of his Trump 1.0 appointments. Powell was not one of the only ones. Adara, he rolled through a lot more heads.
That's
what happened?
true.
Sorry, Sharif. GameStop. Yeah. Sorry, guys. GameStop.
Oh my goodness. Oh, what are you laughing at, Joe?
This thing, I don't know. I don't get
ask
it.
questions,
I don't get it yet.
Don't
I'm not asking any questions. I don't know if I can say that on the thing, but we act first and then questions later. You know what I mean? So so this case, you don't want to shoot first and then ask questions later because you don't get anywhere with that one. So yeah, I mean, I don't even know what's going on here with GameStop. This thing is just absolutely just gone parabolic here. 2270 to a high of about 2360. So it moves a point in about 10 minutes. So that's a big time breakout, and the volume supporting it as well too there. So about 450,000 shares in this 5-minute candle right now. So very intriguing stuff, as you can see, but we're starting to come back in. But that is a big breakout in GameStop. We'll hop back into the technicals. Are we going to head in towards this this gap fill here potentially? I don't know, maybe, possibly. But I can tell you one thing for free, Sharif.
What?
Your boy won't be buying GameStop whatsoever.
Why can't you trade it today, though? That's what happened.
No.
All I want to know.
You know why? I'm going to give you an honest answer, obviously, as I usually do.
Man.
It's just because I know the cult type price action behind this thing. I know it's a meme crazed name. And if I were to lose, I would just be cursing the trading gods. Like, why am I, why? Like, just why? You know what I mean?
It's an intraday trade.
It's an intraday trade, but that's why I'm not trading. Who we going to Adair now?
Yeah, we are.
All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you guys know I looked into GameStop, and as per usual with this stock, there doesn't seem to be any news. Now, of course, that can change. I'm keeping an eye on the situation, but tons of social media attention on this. But basically, about like right as we got this pop, we had someone posting here in X. Apparently, there's an increased activity here after large dark pool buying. Looks like they're looking at some type of chain. They do have a screenshot to support this. So either way, it seems like some, I guess, technical and, as always with GameStop, lots of trader excitement happening with this ticker, GME. I also want to give you guys an update on Trump's lunch here with these West African leaders. It has not started yet. We've had the stream up right now. It's just showing the White House. The second, I have the audio on, I have the stream on. The second that starts, I will absolutely let you guys know. Back to you.
always going to.
Yeah, like, you know what I mean? It goes from barcoding to just this massive volume spike. Sorry, guys, I'm talking about AMC. So there it is, right? I don't know. There's not much I can really say about this stuff. Barcode type price action right here, no volume, and then boom, you get that move to the top side. So I will not be getting involved in AMC, Sharif. I don't know about yourself. I don't know how you
Look, I'm not going to get involved in AMC, but if it's GME starts breaking out over here and starts showing me some good technicals, well, we'll get involved. But right now, we got a topping tail, Joseph, into 2360. We're right back down into 2320. So this is not calling my name quite yet. Yeah, I'll keep it. I'm not going to even keep it on the side chart, but I'll keep an eye on the chat. If you guys start yelling about this one breaking out, we'll give this one the old community college try, and we'll see what it does. But it's only up 1.67% on the day. Sure, it's above that 23. But I got to tell you, when we lost that $30 level that we had been hovering at essentially for months on GameStop after the offering, that's when I really stopped looking at it, because we always had that kind of higher high, higher low into that 30-ish area. That's no longer the case. So we'll see how GameStop does today, but for the moment, involved in these trades. Let's go ahead and cover them. I'm back into VOR. Now, we're not going to give this not much room. I'm in at 77s. It's going to have to hold up above 73s. This is a VWAP trade here on VOR. So if it doesn't hold up here, that's going to be the end of the trade or the end of my involvement with VOR on the day. It's got to hold where it got stopped out. So that's the end of the trade for me on VOR, and it likely will lose its spot on the side chart. Am I actually negative on this? Yes, I am. Negative on VOR. That's okay. We'll look to do a little bit better. The other trade that we've got on right now, CADL, right back above 6, very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average. The next beak wetter for me is at 612, showing me 07s. We're long 98, so not really a big winning position. But this is starting to get a little sus over here on PLUG. There has been a monster seller at 182 for essentially the entire time that I've been in, and we have these are not accurate wicks. These are not into 86. These are dark pool wicks. The high of the day is 83, and it happened very momentarily. The real level is 82 on PLUG, and we've been hanging out here at 82s for a while now. There is size posted on the level 2, but I'll submit to you it's likely a hidden order, because as you can see there, all the shares churning and nothing coming off ARB or ARCX, maintaining that 699 look there. So I'm looking for a possible flat top break on PLUG. I'm disappointed though with the execution, because I put in a dip trade at 78 to add a little bit more, and it came down into 78, but it didn't cross, so we didn't get the fill. So that's a little annoying when that happens, but that's on me. I should have been cognizant of that and then moving up my order at least maybe to a gateway that allows mid prints, which I didn't do. Or if I didn't want to do the gateway that allows mid prints, I should have been going up another penny. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. CLDI rebounding, says Edrin Erdogan. Erdogan. Are you let me guess. You're from Turkey. Let me guess. Am I right? Engine? How do I say your name, by the way? Because I don't want to mispronounce your name. Is it Engine or Engin? Tag me, my man, so that I don't mispronounce your name again. But shout out to you. I like Adrogan. He's a character. All right, so VOR just absolutely lost the bid. So I'm very happy with the stop out there, because look at it bleed, continue to bleed after the loss of the volume weighted average price. But let's go back to CLDI over here, because I think he has a point. Where did we have our CLDI trade? I think it was over here. Yes, there it is. So we have a bottoming tail candle through $1, but you know what, my man? We're still putting in lower highs. So the trend still hasn't changed. We did have a bottoming tail candle into that 95, and now we're a little bit higher, but the lower highs and the lower lows still intact. So I don't see this one as an entry for me quite yet. Now, if it's followed by higher highs and higher lows, we can have another discussion, but at the moment we're still putting in that downtrend. So I'm going to steer clear of this one. I also want to mention right now, guys, egg. It's going to halt to the downside over here, right at $12. EGG 1388 high of the day. It is now halted at $12. We will not get a theoretical auction price on EGG because it trades on the MX network. So we're seeing the top exactly where it stopped, which is $12. This one is up to the second decimal point, Joseph. 100% on the dot. You don't often see that. It is literally 100% on my platform and my other platform on the side over here, halted right at $12. The halt time, 12:33:18. So add 5 minutes to that, and that could be when this one opens up. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. Okay, it's a second pronunciation. Engin, not engine. Engin Erdogan. You know about Erdogan?
No.
Yeah, he's the president of Turkey.
Oh, I know Aragon, no?
What? I don't even know why we're laughing, but it's funny.
You don't know who Aragon is. It's all right.
No, man.
He's
the president of Turkey. What are you laughing at? He's been there for a hot minute, too.
Yeah, I was talking
Say that again, Neil?
I was talking Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings? Bro, I told you. I've never watched Star Wars. I've never watched Harry Potter. I've never watched Lord of the Rings. I don't care for that kind of stuff, bro. If it ain't Rocky, if it ain't, I need these action movies, baby. It's not my thing there, all these like make-believe things. It's not for me.
No, yo, you don't like that stuff?
No, bro.
All right. Don't tell that to Neil. Don't let Neil know that one there.
Neil's not happy with me right now, but it's okay. I mean, like, it is what it is, bro.
Good time.
All right, let me just cover this one there. We have a new small cap gapper, or do we? What is this piece of garbage? Let's look at this over here. You guys are yelling about ANPA. Shout out to Urban Trader. My man, this thing's done 832,000 shares on the day. Why the hell is this thing up like this? I'm having a look. I'm not seeing any reason why ANPA is up that. Where is it? ANPA, load it up. Oh, is this a second day IPO? Is Adara at the big desk? ANPA Adara. It looks like it's day 2 here. Looks like it opened up yesterday, had very little price action. Today it's bouncing up from a 350 low, halted to the high side at $6.60. It's up 87.5%. We'll get more information on that from Adara in a second. But yeah, I had no idea about this one. We're going to keep it up there. And once it opens, we'll start talking about this one. When did it halt over here? The halt came in at 12:23.
IPO yesterday.
IPO'd yesterday, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense because that was the first entry that I had there on the chart. So ANPA, guys, an IPO halted at $6.60, but it's like almost done no volume. Okay, well, it's not that bad, actually. Say that again, Adara? Okay, let's weasel on over to Adara.
This is super light volume. It's only traded like 800,000 shares today. But this is Rich Sparkle Holdings, and I'm not joking about the name of this company. Rich Sparkle Holdings, trading as ANPA. They did open yesterday. This was an IPO. It was a very small IPO, $5 million IPO. They released here 1.25 million shares, pricing at $4 per share. They opened, it looks like here, around $3.50, so opened below their price. Today, though, nice push to the upside again. You have to be really cognizant of the volume because it is very, very light. Back to you.
Hilba? No, I didn't see anything.
No, Saya.
Yeah, top VOIP. We covered a GME, brother. We did.
Yeah.
We saw the 2360 pop. We're going to keep an eye on it. We don't have news on it at the moment, but yeah, definitely keeping an eye on GME and AMC. We're aware. Thank you for reminding us, though. But yeah, we got that. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, so someone mentioned Tilray as well, too, in the chat here, guys. I mean, yeah. The weed stocks seem to be on the move. Someone said 100 million shares possibly here on TLRY. GC, is that Canopy Great Canadian Gaming? No, that's not Canopy Growth Corp. CGC is what I'm looking for. Sorry, 1 second, Andy. 1 second there, Adara. If I can get my act together, then maybe we can CGC. There we go, Canopy Growth Corp, not doing anything there, so those weed stocks ain't doing too much. Man, that thing was $60 at one time. Adara, what do you got for us?
I have some news here. Coursera moving higher, COUR. Basically, New York Times reporting that Microsoft is pledging $4 billion towards AI education. Coursera, in case you guys didn't know, they do online courses and education, so clearly a beneficiary here. New York Times, again, reporting Microsoft is pledging $4 billion towards AI education, COUR. Back to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I'm looking at there, guys, so we looked at Tilray and some Canopy Growth Corp. Those we named. Tilray is moving, but that Canadian company isn't. But here we go. You can see the exact same wedge is starting to form here, right? We had that drawn out from yesterday, so the price is really starting to compress here on NVDA. Now, let's see if that buy program steps in. I'm talking about, I had orders posted up here. It flushed down. I'm like, all right, let me just eliminate that just in case we do decide to squeeze. But now we've breached this downtrend. I'm going to keep an eye out for an open below that. But what if... so I'm just thinking, telling you guys what I'm thinking essentially, but if we break through this, that's when you're gonna be looking for that indecision and that move lower, all right? And that's gonna drastically increase our risk to reward, especially if it breaks out on volume. Yesterday's session, we can see that the volume really kicked in as it punched through, and then essentially it came back and retested, but then just got bought right back up here. But the volume really did pick up on this breakout here, and I'm gonna wait for the exact same thing. It's either it's gonna break out or it's gonna fail. So I'm looking for the fail or the liquidity grab and fail. Yeah.
Agents are calling themselves now property matchmakers.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah,
They're not a realtor.
Yeah.
They're not real estate agents.
Yeah.
Don't get it twisted.
Is that a Toronto? She's from a Torontonian. All right, then.
Can it be any different?
All right, then here you go, matchmaking.
Ram, have you ever considered property matchmaking as a profession? With hearts to kind of throw innuendos to love matchmaking.
Gross.
Yeah.
You don't. Why? You got to make a match with your property, no?
What's her name? Selena.
Yeah, I know. And it's not my Selena.
I was about to say, like, what the hell? It just came out of nowhere there. I was like, what's happening? All right, guys. Why is egg stuck? It's not stuck, guys. It's halted. The egged one. I don't know. I guess it got cracked to the downside over here, guys. But 12:33, this will likely be a 10-minute halt, as we've spoken about many times. They come in waves of 5, these halts. Volatility halts, that is, not news pending halts. Different breed. 12:33.18 exactly is the halt level. Let me check the atomic clock. On my side chart over here, we are 12:40.31. So look for a 12:43.18 opening at the earliest. If that doesn't open, you add 5 minutes on top of that as well. So that's my look right now. I'm not going to touch egg. The spread is prohibitive. It's also trading on the MX network, which I'm not dogging the MX network, but you know there's bamboozlement on that exchange at times. It's not like the NQ and the NYSE. Be careful, okay, with this one. If not for the exchange, just for the spread. We've seen it 50, 60 pennies at times. Right now, obviously, because it's halted, it's showing 8 pennies, but we'll see how this one does there. So keeping an eye on that. I'm still only involved in plug power, break even, and CADL. A couple of pennies in the money. There is not much left on CADL. We took most up there at the high of the day. Looking for the next trade, and I got to tell you, I don't see anything that I like at the moment. So I was talking to Scott H. and our other Turkish friend there, I forget his name, sorry, about CLDI. And I was telling him I want to print above 20. So what I see here is a hold up at the volume weighted average price, a defend of $1, but we come into that 10 and 20 exponential moving average and we don't clear. So I'm not going to be lured into this one. Show me a print above 20 on a closing basis. We'll get involved for a possible move back up. So that's what I'm looking at there. Not much else to talk about, but I see we're getting super chats.
Yep.
Oh, baby. First, thank you again, Eddie, for the $5 super chat. We covered egg there.
That's 50. Rich. That's 50 smackers, brother.
That's That's
for
5,
coffee.
my guy. Yeah, the next one. Oh, there's another one. You put two back to back. $50.
You are fake news.
That's absolutely not. Now we're absolutely rich. Thank you, Eddie, very much for the $50 super chat. Coffee on me. We appreciate you very much there. I don't know what to say back to that. You
for the coffee?
Yeah.
That's a Starbucks run there. Maybe I can get one of those dragon fruit drinks. Maybe.
Let's digress a little for a second.
You're
half Jamaican. We all know that. Have you ever had this coffee called Blue Jamaican Mountain or some blue? Say again, Neil.
No, Saya.
Is it called Blue Mountain or Mountain Blue or something? Because I didn't think that it was the same as the hill, my man. That's why. So have you ever had this coffee?
No, I've never had that.
So my aunt lives up in Keswick, right?
Yeah.
Oh, my aunt lives up in Keswick. They have a store there that serves it. Joseph.
Yeah, you like it?
A medium coffee.
Yeah.
How much that run me?
Jamaican or Canadian?
No, this is the Blue Mountain thing that I was telling you about.
$8.
$16.
Bro, I would have been like, no, thank you. You can.
Well,
keep
I didn't
that.
pay for it. My cousin got it for me. She wanted to treat me to it, but like I was like, what the hell is this? What kind of
Crazy.
coffee? Is
I get I haven't had one of those sugar. I had one of those dragon fruit drinks before. Selena got me one of them, and yeah, it's like 90% ice, and it's like $10. I'm like, what kind of?
Ask for less ice. You can just literally ask them for less ice.
Joe.
100%.
Tell them,
and you get
Adira.
less ice. That's
Adira, have you had this Blue Mountain thing that I'm talking about?
No, but I was just thinking about it. I'm very curious
Very
right
expensive. Apparently, they only grow in Jamaica on the top of a mountain. It may or may not be blue, Adira.
I mean, is the mountain blue or is the coffee blue? That's what I want to know.
Oh, the beans are brown, woman.
No, I'm joking. Either way, I don't know. I'm not a huge coffee.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. Just ask for less ice. Thank you for solving that one there. But I don't
People
get
know
that
about
too
it.
up
Everybody
there.
knows about it there. Everybody's chiming in the chat.
Yeah, Blue Mountain
People
Coffee.
know.
My ex is Jamaican. Awesome coffee. All right, Nimrod. Thank you for that one there. Joe only drinks Red Stripe. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. Someone says it's stronger than something. Yeah. But I'm not good. My body is not good with coffee. I drink coffee, and I get like the shakes. I get the coffee crash and everything.
there. I was like,
No, coffee.
Well,
yeah, my body just
caffeine.
can't. Yeah. I'm not good with that.
Tends to do that, Justin.
Yeah, I'm not good with it. And then like I can't think straight, and it's weird. It reacts weird in my body.
It was fantastic coffee. I got to tell you the truth. It tasted great. But, you know, you're going to ask me, I'm dropping $16 on that all day. I'd rather pull out my fingernails. You know what I mean? Like, no, absolutely not.
I don't know about that.
Yeah,
I might be spending
I exaggerate for effect. You know what I'm saying? I'm not dropping that much on coffee. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, it is really insane, guys. That's a tough question, VM. I'm gonna think about that one for a little bit before I get back to you guys. I've seen that, but here we go, guys. It's gonna be the same narrative for me here. Looking for this to come into play. This wedge is continuously forming. We now open up on the south side of this. Let me adjust it so it's slightly more accurate. But right now, let's see if we break through that. I just really want something a little bit north of this resistance zone, and then maybe we can get to come into play, but it's really, really choppy, guys. I mean, we entered this phase in around 10:55, so that's a couple hours ago, and then we're just still moving eastward on this one. So yeah, that's what I got going on. So there it is. The Qs are getting back towards the volume-weighted average price, just due to how long it's taking and how the volume profile is really starting to cool off there, Sharif. Looking for any indecision right around the volume-weighted average price on that one, and then maybe you can look for that continuation and the test towards the low of the day on that. So that's my two game plans. These are the names that I'm looking for. I haven't even looked at Bitcoin throughout the session. Has it started to recover? I know it's slightly disappointing for me. Okay, so off of those lows, heading right back into opening price, roughly, not quite. So 62.29 is OP, but there you can see that we get a nice bounce off of that lows, bouncing off of some of these post and pre-market levels, and then sure enough, you get that move. Now you're north of the volume-weighted average price. If you get a continuation, maybe it's a retest and then a bounce off of that. But other than that, I got my eyes fixated on Nvidia and a potential continuation to the downside to see if that comes into play. But Adira, what do you got for us?
Update. We're still waiting here on Trump's meeting with these leaders from Africa to start. He's now almost an hour late. But at 1 p.m., this is the thing I really want to remind you guys of. 1 p.m., we have the 10-year note auction coming through. Let's see what that bears. That's going to be, again, 15 minutes-ish. Oftentimes, we'll get the number a couple minutes after the auction takes place. Either way, I will give all of that coverage for you guys. And once Trump and his dinner starts, or sorry, his lunch, so this is what it feels like dinner. Once the lunch starts, I will let you guys know promptly. Right now, it looks like he's too late. Back to you.
Ooh, wow.
Don't be rude.
You upset Donald, Adira. Yeah, I guess.
Seems that he is too late. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, you know. I'd rather be too late for a meeting than too late for cuts.
Oh, yeah.
No, seriously. I was talking to Brendo about this. I asked Adira this. I want to put this question to you as well.
Yeah.
We know Jerome is gone next May. That's the end of his tenure. It's not going to be renewed. When we get the announcement about who the replacement is going to be, does the market price in what they think that individual's actions will be in the future? And so do we already get the discount that market predicts that this person will get you, whether it's cuts, holding? You got to assume it's cuts. He's not going to put in anybody who's going to hold rates. That just doesn't make sense. So does the market pricing rate cuts ahead of time? That's my question.
Yeah, I think so. I think with the market being forward-looking, I don't know. I know you guys were talking about Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent possibly becoming the new Fed chair. I think he would obviously play a little bit to Donald's ear there, or his voice, and ask for those cuts and maybe fall into that. But that would be a bad look for the Fed, I think, falling into a political entity.
I don't think Donald cares about that.
No, Donald does not care. He wants the cuts. But yeah, I think the market will price it in.
Adara, who are the main candidates right now being discussed as replacements?
Okay, so number 1 and number 2, without a doubt, Kevin Warsh and Scott Bessent, who is, of course, current U.S. Treasury Secretary. You might be like, who's who's Kevin Warsh? I did do a whole infographic on all these guys. You can find it on X at TTV Research. Kevin Warsh was actually a Fed board governor, and he has quite the pedigree because he was on during the financial crisis in 2008. So he's got the juice. He actually stepped down from the Fed, but either way, he's written quite a few articles critical of the Fed recently.
Okay.
And Trump has also said, early as 2020, that he wishes he had appointed Warsh. So that seems to be number 1 and number 2, him and Bessent. Then lower, more kind of long shot candidates, we have our friend Christopher Waller, who is, of course, the first current Fed governor to say that the Fed should maybe cut rates in July.
Right.
And then last but not least, we do have Kevin Hassett. He seems to be the lowest, probability here. He hasn't even commented on the rumors. But either way, right now, I would say 1, 2, 3, Warsh, Bessent, and Waller. Another long shot would maybe be Bowman, because that's another Fed who's spoken about possible July rate cuts. But he literally just appointed Bowman to be the vice chair.
And both of those have been kind of making the rounds on television, whatever, advocating for rate cuts.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
But like I said, because Bowman is now the vice chair of supervision, the chance of her being Fed chair is pretty small.
Yeah, you were mentioning that to me. Thank you.
For me personally, I don't know. Just from I obviously don't have that much experience. I got to officially experience what a rate hike cycle was, and also a cutting cycle. Sure. For me, the cut, I would just be worried about reigniting inflation, and then also you don't want someone who's going to be too late and then allow it to get to 4 or 5% before they make a cut. So what is the point of essentially cutting if you have the chances of reigniting, and then you just have to raise rates again?
That's what he's been saying. I mean, that's what Jerome's been saying.
Right?
I mean,
so it's just
fair to him, yeah.
The Fed has that mandate, right? It's maximum employment, 2% price stability, right? So the Fed will always aim for that 2%. I think the closer you are, the less likely that you are going to cut those rates until maybe you get even south of that.
Fair. I respect that opinion. Absolutely. My name is Jeff. No way, that's fit that. My name, Jeff. This cabinet is comically incompetent. Hey, man, I respect your opinion, Jeff. I love your name. We'll have to see, I guess, after 4 years what the situation is. Are we better economically? Are we not? Yeah, it's definitely an interesting time. I want to talk about a couple of things here, guys. Shout out to the OG Bovin in the chat calling out micro, algo. Nice little bump up there on MLGO. Do I see anything here on MLGO? I don't see anything. It's a 75 penny high. It's down into 73. I mean, it's trying to hold. It's well above the 10, well above VWAP here. MLGO is the ticker I'm talking about. A former convict. It's been locked up. We'll see how this one does after 75 penny high. Adara.
Trump promised us 7 tariff announcements this morning, and he gave us 6 in the morning. Now we get our 7th of the day. It's Sri Lanka with a 30% tariff. So again, Donald Trump now announcing 30% tariffs on goods from Sri Lanka. He just posted the letter on Truth Social a couple of minutes ago. Again, we still don't have his West African lunch yet, but the stream is live. But right now, again, 30% tariff on goods from Sri Lanka. That was, I guess, that's probably the last letter of the morning, but he did indicate there'll be more letters later today as well. So stay tuned. It sounds like Trump can drop a tariff letter literally at any point. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about Scott Bessent there. I mean, he got Donald to kind of prolong the initial tariff twice. I think he's done it twice from the April.
He's being credited.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, they talk about all the deals that need to be to over 200 countries, whatever it may be. He needs more time to get these deals done. And I don't know if 3 weeks is going to be long enough before they start slapping these tariffs.
Yeah, it's a good point, man. I mean,
but I mean, it's better than right now, right? So
absolutely. Let's cover a couple of things here, guys. Okay, so I think I'm going to take off VOR. We're going to put on MLGO. So micro algo is headed to the upside. It's right back into the high of the day. MLGO right back into 75 pennies. It's not up that big yet, 22% still south of that dollar, but this one could absolutely squeeze into that dollar area, and there it goes into the high of the day. Let's give this one the old college try. We'll like to take some profits up here, and then we'll also set up a little bit up here. So we'll see if micro algo's got the juice. We already got one little print there. Let's keep watching this one. This one could squeeze into 80 pennies. Let's go ahead and set up at 77s as well. So we'll set up there, and there's the print, Adara.
You guys know Donald Trump's meeting here with these West African leaders has just begun. The stream just began. I'm going to be following it for you guys. If there's anything market related, I'll let you know. And again, in about 7 minutes, we get the 10-year note auction. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. All right, so keep your eye out on micro algo. Good strength here, but you know, this one kid absolutely flipped the switch on you in a second. Don't fall in love with the trade. Make sure you are taking sound risk management strategies with every trade that you take. All right, you can't fall in love with these names. You know how they work, right? They'll flip the switch on you super freaking quick. These are not large caps. These are not Apple and, Apple's not the best example. These are not Nvidias and etc. So here we are right back into that area, 74 pennies. Let's see if we can hold up above prior bar low. Prior bar low is around 72 and change. So it's selling off here. Let's see if we can continue to sell off. If we lose 72 pennies, that's where the trade ends. So let's see, right back up into 75 pennies. So the bamboozlement here is fast and furious. It's a candle of indecision right now with the midpoint being 75 pennies, Joseph.
Good look there, guys. All right, invest in every sector you love, all in one stock. 3D Capital, CSE, IDK, US IDKFF. It's a risk-diverse basket of 60-plus vetted investments. Get founder-level exposure, the kind most investors can't access. In some of the hottest sectors, blockchain, AI, IoT, biotech, and natural resources. Led by a CEO whose last venture returned 150x. 3D is currently trading at a discount to its asset per value share, and they're actively buying back and deleting shares. The world's highest returning investments usually come from founder-level access. Think of 3D as your ETF for early-stage disruptive innovation. 3D, look at that view of the city there. Really good look there, guys. Yeah, oh, sorry, we got another super chat that we missed out on there. Easy Media says, Joe, Ray, and nephew, white rum, if you know, you know, brother. Of course I know about that one. I do not partake in drinking that because things get really, really messy when we hit the Ray and nephew. But yeah, anyways, what we got going on, thank you for that $5 super chat, Easy Media, as always, bang, bang, bang.
Easy Media.
Guys, we're just stuck in this consolidation right now. Bitcoin putting in the inverted candle right now here, and you can see possibly heading towards the low of the day. So that's a solid print that maybe you can base a trade off of. Some nice engulfing prints, volume signatures right here, and then sure enough, you get that indecision right into some key levels that we had marked out. So boom, you're getting that flush down. Maybe you get that move into VWAP there. What are the Qs up to? Okay, so we're right at VWAP. We're exactly where we want it. Let's see if we can get a little bit north of that and maybe try and go and test some of these levels here. 8503, that's pretty hefty, but you would want to look for that next base, maybe around 8470 roughly. But even if you can't get north of that, that's where you want to see some indecision anywhere south of VWAP or slightly above it, and then maybe you can get that slow curl over and head back towards some of this range. That would be one of my primary targets, but you can see that after we had that initial selling, we pulled back, but we had the inability to construct a new low, so now we're starting to climb back in towards VWAP. So that's the game plan. We are rejecting right now, but I think you have to be a little bit more patient just in case Nvidia does decide that it wants to break out. I think price can only compress for so long before it decides to pick a direction, and that's what we're going to wait for. So I'm just stalking like a tiger, waiting for that prey to come to me and then looking to take advantage of it when it comes.
All right, MLGO stopped out of the remaining amount there. There was a seller at 77 of note, so I got out of there. This one, we took a print at 77, it's a high of the day, 77.86. But last time we were up there, that 77 seller couldn't be shaken. So we'll take a couple of prints to the high side and we'll stop out for the remaining amount on the downside. I'm going to get to egg in a second because it looks like we're going to be a 20-minute halt here on EGG. But first, VinFast just locked in a major $510 million funding deal led by Deutsche Bank, HSBC, Seatown, all a part of that Singapore sovereign wealth fund, Temasek. This fresh capital is set to boost their EV production and speed up global expansion with big bank big banks backing them, I should say. It's a strong sign of confidence in VinFast's long-term game, especially, guys, in a market where capital is getting harder and harder to secure. Keep an eye on VFS, as Joseph and I always say. See him more and more on the roads these days, especially in Toronto. Mostly the VF8. I happen to like the VF9, a little bit more expensive for those bad boys there, but we will... yeah, we'll continue to report on it, guys. So here's the deal, guys. EGG, let's look at this. Let's see if anything has come in from the exchange to let us know exactly what's happening. Okay, we're paused due to volatility. Is this now paused waiting for more info? No, I'm not. I'm still seeing paused due to volatility. So this one did halt at 12:33.18. I'm seeing 12:58. So it's going to continue to be in increments of 5 minutes, that is. We're not going to get the theoretical auction price on the Amex network. That's only on the NASDAQ. So we're going to fly blind here right now on EGG. But as a general rule, and this is not a hard and fast rule, but as a general rule, the longer this remains halted, the more people will start panicking and want to get the hell out of there. So even though we can't see the imbalances right now, which is the tap, you know, chances are there may be more sell orders coming into the exchange and buy orders. And so this one could open aggressively down. I've seen it before. That's not a hard and fast rule, though. As I mentioned, each one is a little different. So EGG, the longer it stays closed like this, I don't think it's to its benefit. But there it is, up 100% on the dot and halted at $12 on the dot. Egg. All right, so we'll keep tabs on that. What are the positions we have currently right now? Plug Power finally got the DCA into that. It's showing 78s. I'm still waiting for a 75 print to basically defend the area top. So I perceive 74, 75 to have been the area top. We move up all the way into 83. We reject that 83 area. In fact, I got to tell you the truth. Most of, if not all, the selling was coming in at 82. Forget about 83. Whoever was selling there at 82 was very motivated because essentially from 1205 till 1245, there was not anything printed above 82. And there was a lot of shares churned, guys. 176 million shares have exchanged hands, a great portion of which happened right here. But right back up we go into 80s after that ad at 78. So we'll see how this cookie crumbles. Plug Power, you know, it's a former convict, not one that I've traded well intraday, not one that I traded well on a swing. It's mostly been a loser for me, but hopefully we'll try and change that this time around. The other one that I'm involved in, CADL, this one continues to put in higher highs and higher lows with the ultimate high of the day, 612, still unbreached. So I'm looking for a possible break here because we're getting a flat top break or an ascending wedge, so to speak. Right now on CADL. I perceive this to be a bull flag with the kind of the flag component of the bull flag having higher lows. To me, that seems more bullish than one having lower lows and lower highs, but we'll have to see how that ends up working. I'm not liking anything that I'm seeing right now other than the positions that I'm in, but I am seeing ANPA is halted to the upside yet again. This is the IPO from yesterday. ANPA is the ticker. Let's load this one up. So yeah, this one's having liquidity issues. It's only done about 1.1 million shares because it's been halted umpteen amount of times. Every time you see one of these dashes there beside a candle, that is, each dash represents a 5-minute halt. So we've already been halted. We're on our 4th halt now. All of them have been up halts. None have been down halts as of yet. This, again, IPO'd yesterday. I don't think it was really well received because the price action was kind of muted, as you can see here with a high there of around 375 and a low of 321. Barely did anything. That's pale in comparison to the price action today. It's got a 350 low and a 1038 high on ANPA, up 194%. Again, halted 1038 to the high side. We should probably load this bad boy up here and take off one of these ones that is kind of breaking down. Who are we going to take off here? We can't take off egg because we got to keep an eye on that. VOR, we're going to take off that one. ANPA is the ticker. It's on the NASDAQ. Fantastic. So we'll be able to see the tap on this one, the theoretical auction price. So as I mentioned, 1038 high. That's where it's halted right now. But look at the tap. Can you guys, yeah, you can see it, $10.70. That's where we're slated to open. This one did halt at 101.04. It is 102. 102.39. So add 5 minutes on to 101.04. So it'll open up 106.04 at the earliest. So keep your eye on ANPA. It's going to replace somebody over here on this side chart. We're going to take off VOR, ANPA. There it is. So throw that bad boy on there. We're going to Adara. She's got news.
Keep an eye here on UBER. This one apparently self-driving robotaxi service Waymo making its debut in NYC with a pilot testing program as per the New York Post. So again, New York Post reporting that Waymo is making its debut in NYC with a pilot testing program. UBER dropping a bit. Let's also talk here about the 10-year note auction. It came in here at 4.362% high yield. So prior to the auction, the high yield was at 4.365. So 4.362 with the auction, 4.365 previous. Infinitesimal difference here. The market is moving a bit, but this auction is pretty much exactly in line with the previous number. Back to you.
Okay, so there it is. Yeah.
See what Jorge Garcia said there in the chat?
Thanks, brother. Hey.
Thank you, Jorge. Appreciate you.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
I know you like it.
Yeah.
I know you like the cast of characters.
I like that.
They got on there.
I like the judge. I like the judge. He's a character. He's an aggressive guy, though, eh?
Yeah.
A little bit
I
aggressive.
like that.
Yeah.
You need to be.
No nonsense kind of guy. Very New York.
Very New
Yeah,
York,
very short-tempered.
I like
short attention span.
Yeah. I like Kelly Evans as well too.
You like Kelly Evans?
Yeah.
How about Morgan Brennan?
Morgan Brennan? I don't really know that guy too well.
Well, it's a woman.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, but then there you go. That's healthy.
You don't know Morgan Brennan?
I like Deirdre.
Deidre Bosa?
Yeah.
She's Canadian.
She's very much so. And who else do we
You
got?
know, what's her name? The Greek girl, the Canadian Greek girl from Montreal with a long last name. Come on. What's her
name?
I forget her name too. All right,
yeah,
quickly here, Joseph. Egg halted down. Oh, baby, this thing was halted at $12. It opens up, bless you, Neil, at $9.75 or so. It is halted down at $8.78. So egg giving up the ghost. It is below the volume weighted average price. It's kind of retracing quite aggressively. It's just lost about 54%, quick as you like, off that 100% day. It is now down to 46 1/3%. Trade this carefully. Not Sarah Eisen, man. Something Pathanakis or something like that. Come on, man. Anyway, whatever. My mind is not what it used to be.
Yeah, there's a couple other individuals on there. Obviously, Becky Quick is a good one too.
Becky Quick's a heavyweight.
Yeah, I like Becky. She always used.
I just like her for her level head.
Yeah,
Very level-headed
absolutely.
individual.
Like I know you like your boy Sorkin there too.
No. I don't see eye to eye with that guy on anything, man.
I know you like
on
Sorkin.
anything,
I
man.
know you like Sorkin, man.
Oh
It's
God,
all good.
he drains my energy.
Sorkin, yeah, he's an interesting one. Yeah. All right, guys, yeah, SoFi looking pretty good. I know a lot of people in the chat were talking about this one, and I was actually looking at this from a daily to buy some potential puts. And I mean, with this one, you got to go about like 5 or 6 or something.
I just remembered Christina Partsenevelis.
Christina Partsenevelis.
Yeah, you can't blame me for that last name, bro. That's a tough one.
That is a big tough one there. Yeah, we'll go over that in a second there, guys. But yeah, this is what I'm looking at here on SoFi. You see that nice popping tail candle at an extreme high. So I'm like, okay, is it time to buy some puts here on this name, just some further dated to see what's going on? Like you can grab like 5 or 6 of these here, and it's only going to cost you about like $600-700, so it's not too bad. With that being said, let's take a look at some of these SoFi puts. What?
Andrew Ross Gobriel. Shut up, Thomas. Shut up, Thomas.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's how. Yeah, that Thomas guy's that Thomas guy's a character.
He's a troll,
yeah,
bro. I like him, though. I like him.
Andrew Ross Gobriel. That's funny. So yeah, let's go to this September expiration cycle here on SoFi and take a look at some of these. What these puts are going to cost us here. These 20 puts to be exact, are going to cost you $2. So I mean, you could buy 5 of them, cost you $1,000. That's not too bad whatsoever. And I mean, the at the money IV is still. It's not super cool, but it's not too bad either, 61.5%. So 72 days until expiration. That's what I was looking at on SoFi. Oh, and for my swing positions, full disclosure, I know someone in the chat was asking about our long-term positions. We'll talk a little swing first. I closed some Apple this morning for a small gain, nothing crazy whatsoever. I'm just like, yeah, I'm like, you know what? I had enough of it. It went up to 213, didn't take anything off the table because I wasn't sized correctly. I was like, okay, let's see if we can run it to 220. Then it comes back to 207, now trading at 208. So I just said AC slip later to that one.
Oh.
And yeah, we'll find something else. But I'm still sitting on some one IBIT contract to be exact, some Google shares and Nvidia shares for that. But I want to get involved into some SoFi, so that's why I closed one position, looking to get into another, just via some puts here to see if you can get that breakdown. And I would only look for 50 cents or so on that specific trade there, Sharif. So
all right,
that's what we got going on. I think we got to go
yes,
to
sir.
Adara.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk here about DLXY. This is an IPO from today. This thing is pretty violent, reached a high of $7.20. Opening price was $4 per share. We were priced at $4 per share, so opening exactly in line with the price. This is the IPO here of 2 million shares. Again, $4 per share, apparently offering about $8 million. So pretty small IPO. This is apparently, this name is based in, I believe, Singapore-based oil trader. So interesting look there, DLXY. And let me see how many shares have been traded. Just under 2 million shares. So volume on this, not bad either. DLXY, IPO from today, on the move, and not terrible volume either, but very volatile. Be careful. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Do you have anything to cover? 'Cause I got a
No, I
couple
just
things.
went over. Yeah, cover what you got to, and I'll come back to what I got.
All right, so CADL, we got initially involved at like the mid-90s, scalped up all the way into the high of the day. We just took out 14s now. But this one, look, man, it's still putting up a pattern. We exhausted our shares, so I punched in some more, okay? We're long again at 14s. Let's go ahead and wait at 17s, see what we can get. It's already showing me 16s, and then we're going to wait at 20s. Get it, Katina, man. What's going on over there?
That guy's crazy.
I love it. The Katina man, it says everything's going long. Repeat that, sorry. Microsoft. Yeah. Go to the Katina man. Okay, the Katina man's long $500 on Microsoft after that 507. And then SMCI back short into that 49.5, basically where he got in top wick earlier in the morning, looking to reload that position. Great call out there by the Katina man.
Yeah, it's just, you can find these all in the stick, you know what I mean? It's the same prices over and over again. This is what trading is. We're doing it live. Let's go.
You're doing it freaking live? Boom! All right, we take out more shares here up into CADL as it takes out 19s, showing me 20s now into the high of the day. CADL, not a bad look. Look to pick this up, I want to say off the 10 or the 20. It's been wildly respectful of either of these ones. On the stronger moves up, it bounces off the 10. In the more consolidative times, it finds support at the 20. CADL into that $6.20 area. Also, Plug Power, finally taking out that 82 seller, at least momentarily. Where is my Plug Power trade? There we go. Momentarily going to 185 high of the day. I'm happy we got that refresh at 78, initially at 82, added at 78. We had that 75 penny dip trade that was for more size, to be quite honest, unfilled as it found support at 76. That's a mistake on me. As I've mentioned many times, it gets to be a crowded trade where the exact area of support is, or resistance. So front run it by a couple of shekels. I personally perceived 74 to be the level. That's why I put it at 75. I should have been more aggressive. I should have been picking up 76. So Plug Power up 28%, looking to take out more here. Keep your eye on that. Egg still halted to the downside over here, Joseph, at 878, and we're not going to get the tap on that. But this could actually find support over here. You're not going to catch me trading this, but there is double top over here initially at 1025, rejects that, I want to say 875 area, then makes its way back into 875 again at around 1105, and then drops only to take it out later. So there could be possible support here for Egg at this level. We'll have to wait and see. Also, ANPA, the IPO that we were talking about from yesterday, 1038 high a day. It is now halted. The first down halt on the day for ANPA, halted down at 847. This one we can definitely see what the tap is, as this one trades on the NASDAQ. So the tap here, 783, the halt level, 847. It's now showing me 791. So in any event, we're slated, at least for the moment, to open down on ANPA. Get it, Katina man. The Katina man's getting amped up over there, baby. So shout out the Katina man. Okay, he's in the dollar club. There we go, baby. All right, so good luck for the Katina man there. Thomas. Sharid Gobriel. Thanks for sharing the laugh with me. You made my day. I used to mock Arsenal on CNBC on CNBC for years. Just got tired of his antics. Oh, trust me, I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin, I'm assuming. This show absolutely puts CNBC to complete shame. We thank you very much, honestly, Thomas, for the nice and kind words there. One more thing here. Tisha Perkins back in the chat. Interesting on ANPA. On ANPA, I was gone, but would have traded it if the way up. On the way up, if I were here, I'm sure you would have as well. And I don't think this one's given up the ghost yet, Tisha, because it's still above the 10 EMA. So I want to see how this cookie crumbles. Adara.
Here is AAPL. This one on watch here, we have Bloomberg reporting that Apple is preparing a new Vision Pro with a different chip and a more comfortable strap. Apparently, there's going to be a lighter, redesigned headset model for 2027. So AAPL, we know they just got a new COO. Now they're also apparently preparing a new Vision Pro. Back to you.
And remember Adara when Ming Chi Kuo Weasel back in, remember when he dropped that like big tweet or whatever, and he had like a bunch of different things that day? He did announce it on that day. So this dude always gets the inside scoop. Shout out to Ming.
I love Ming Chi. I'm a huge Ming Chi fan.
Who's the guy from CNBC that's always covering Apple as well?
The nerdy guy with the glasses.
I really like that.
He's actually a good guy.
Yeah, I like
quite
that
smart
kid.
guy.
All right, guys, we're in some Nvidia here. Finally, I'm not at the top of the range, so maybe I'll just take a scalp in case we do get an aggressive pullback. But you can see on the lower time frames as we start to zoom in, 1 minute to be exact, that volume to the sell side is really starting to pick up. I was watching the tape, and I seen the weakness start to be displayed as well too. So coming soon, we will see a flush of red, and then there you go. See, just as I mentioned it, even though there is still a little bit of a defense, we're not as reactive to the top side as we are to the downside. So that's why I decided to hop in. I seen this engulfing print, and I'm like, all right, let's get involved here. I am going to take some off just due to positioning. I might be able to get a better position, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take 33 there and just leave the rest. There you go, and there's the weakness being displayed. We're getting that breakdown now, guys. A really good look on NVDA. I wasn't sized accordingly. We'll take a little bit more off. I didn't put too much size on this just because I am selling the lows, and we know from yesterday's situation it just chopped around, and I was in that chop too. So there you go. I'm gonna wait for the reload and then possibly get in. CNBC is hilarious. That old Joe guy on Squawk Box is too. Yeah, I like Joe.
No filter on that guy.
Who, Joe?
Yeah?
Yeah,
I love him, man. Look, he's obviously right-leaning, and so some people may not like his politics, and that I absolutely respect. But you gotta love his candor, man. He's old. He's waited a long time in his life.
Dude.
He's filtered out too many words, too many statements that he had to put a cap on. He's done doing all that, Joe.
I love when him and Sorkin go at it about BTC.
Constantly.
Like they're constantly like, it's like, Sorkin obviously doesn't like Bitcoin that much, and Joe just absolutely love it, and he's just like, yeah, so what is the price target?
Good,
so it's just like, tell me you own BTC without telling me you own it. Like with Neil yesterday on IBM, tell me you own it without actually.
Neil was doing his IBM dance yesterday,
IBM
bro.
dance. We like that one there. But there we go, guys. We've been waiting through for some time on this trade here on NVDA, and just be careful because there might be some more downward pressure because the volume really did start to pick up. Just a small time scalp, just adding into that P&L. If I was at the top of the range, I was waiting for that liquidity grab. It didn't happen. But also what the time and sales was telling me is like, okay, now we're ready to go. And that's just due to and you can see that reflected in the precision of the entry as we flush right back down here. So there you go. Another clean flush to the downside. There it is. Another one. Now we just need to keep an eye out for any forms of indecision around these support levels for a potential bounce. But there it is. A nice move there on NVIDIA. I don't even know what stock I'm in. That's crazy.
That's all good.
Yeah, but
it doesn't really matter as long as you understand the price action.
And it doesn't even
really all
matter.
That matters.
But yeah, so that's what we got going on.
Put my trust in
you want to know the honest truth? Can't stand Linkin Park, but that's okay. We're on to BTC. I don't like those dudes whatsoever. Sharif's gone. Check if there's any cookies if you were gonna actually. No, I'm only joking.
I saved
we don't
some,
need
baby.
that.
I saved some.
You sly dog. I didn't even know there was any of them there.
Hold on, you don't even like cookies. What are we talking about
I was
here?
just messing around. Yeah. You know, we don't want to get that garbage out of here. Oh my God, Jack Armstrong would say, I don't know if you knew. what I was referring to there.
Get that garbage, of course.
Yeah,
Raptors.
Raptors guy. Yeah, there we go. We like him. I keep pointing
yeah.
on my screen like you guys can see it. It drives me nuts when I do that. But what we're doing, like you can see me pointing. So what we're gonna look for here, I might get all out, break even, wait for it to come back into the middle of the range, and then just re-short it with more shares because that volume picked up exactly how I wanted to see it, and we got to get more aggressive on this trade.
All right, man, I like it. We're back into MLGO. We're taking prints here. We just took 75s there. Where am I in? 73s. Let's see, 76, 77. I'm loading up here. Let's see if we can break through 75, 75. There's certainly a short seller. I like this one for the rounded shape it did. It was above the volume weighted average price, maintaining its shape above the volume weighted average price. In fact, it defended the 10 EMA on the 5 on a closing basis. It did wick below it at times, but all the closing prints are above the 10 EMA on the 5 on MLGO. So let's see how this cookie crumbles over here. We're back involved. Kind of a break-even trade last time around as we got in, scalped, then got stopped out. Let's see if it ends up doing that to me again this time. I'm looking for another move here. I like what I see from the technicals, man. Again, like I mentioned, above VWAP, above the 10, this, that, and the other. It's got all the right ingredients. Now it's just got to actually do the trade. So that is what I'm looking at there. I'm also in another new trade over here. Excuse me. Yes, CLDI. Back involved in this one. I perceive this one to be doing a rounded bottom off the volume weighted average price with resistance at 20. That's why I've put sell orders ahead of 20 to wet the beak there super quick. I'm obviously looking for a break above that 20 penny level and then a test possibly of the high of the day. It's still technically putting in lower highs, right? So if you were to take area crest, area crest,
something
another
just happened
area
there.
crest.
Sorry,
Go ahead,
Strick. Yeah, something just happened there. I'm like, oh, what the hell is going on there? Yeah, big time volume spike on Nvidia, and I'm glad that I took the majority of that position off there because you can see that big spike just went past my break even, but now we're starting to head into the south side, so a big time volume spike, as Neil was just mentioning, I know you guys can't hear him, on NVDA through those support levels, so I'm really curious to what's going to follow this. Are we going to continue this selling, or do we break through that ascending wedge? But that was a big time volume spike, and it's continued here, Sharif. There must be something going on with NVDA. Adair will bring it to us if we have anything, but yeah, a big time move. Sorry for interrupting you.
No, absolutely, Joseph. That's a good point there. I'm looking to see if there's anything on Nvidia right now. Nothing that I'm seeing on my blotter. What the hell is it bringing me Boeing stuff on Nvidia blotter? That's so weird. Not that I'm seeing. So if Adara sees something, she'll let us know. So currently, what was I going to cover? Yes, I was going to cover CLDI. CLDI. So this one is coming back against me here. So we were just singing this one's praise. Look, it's doing a rounded bottom. Anything below VWAP, I'm out. Okay, VWAP on my chart showing 104s right now. There's only one print below VWAP, and that was the candle at 1225. Ends up stopping me out, stops me out. Nothing I can do about that. I like the pattern. I like that it's holding above VWAP. I like the higher lows and the kind of the rounded shape off the volume weighted average price. But that's all speculative until the price action confirms that. So keeping an eye here on CLDI. Let's go back over here to MLGO because it's moving back into about 74s. Each candle here on MLGO has higher lows. So this makes me feel quite optimistic that we could possibly test that 78 penny high. Technically, it's a 77.86 high. On MLGO, which is up about 20% and change. And again, this one is a former runner. It's one that we know a lot about. Anything below 71 pennies gets me out of this trade, which would be a loss of VWAP and which would be a breach of my rules to trade this below VWAP. So that gets me out of the trade. We extracted a couple of beak wetters. They're looking for more. That's all that I have for now. ANPA, that IPO from yesterday, has halted down again. So this one had 4 up halts, and now it's got 2 down halts in a row. Still above VWAP at 525, below the 10 EMA though, which is about 7 mid-50s, but above the 20 EMA, which is sitting about 675. So ANPA on the way down, and true to form, EGG is halted for a prolonged period again, halted at 878. It looks like it's going to be 15 to 20 minutes. Last time it was 25 minutes. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25-minute halt on EGG. Could be equally as long or a little bit less? We'll have to wait and see.
Sorry, Shreve. Yeah, NVDA is really starting to tank here. Yeah, there's a good add opportunity to get right back into this trade. Once you've seen it slowly start to curl over and even got a little bit better of a price. So where I got out was that was the end of the liquidity grab. Not like it absorbed much of mine. I didn't have too much left. But then there you go. You see us turn around and then now breach this low. So I mean, waiting patiently all day, you get that little scalp. I'm still gonna see if we can get another potential trade somewhere, but I want to hyper focus and see where we can get that precision entry. It's unfortunate that we didn't get that follow through as we breached through some of those key support levels here on NVDA, and then you get that volatility spike. But that is a big time volume crush right there, and then now we're heading south. So what I was looking at on the options chain is that we are slightly pinned. I mean, there isn't crazy OI on the put side, but earlier in the day, I'm like, oh, okay. That's why I was kind of just confirmed that why we were consolidating, compressing on multiple sessions, and then I just had to pull up the chain, obviously, to look for further answers. It's almost as good as Bookmap, essentially. Yeah, you don't see the equity orders, obviously, but the options volume is so much. But through 160, so 160, we have 43,000 open contracts at that level, so that could be a potential base. But what I was looking at is 162.5. It's only about 4,500, but it was slightly larger yesterday, but nothing substantial. But as you head lower, there is multiple put walls, and that's why you can see the stock is struggling to continuously make these new lows. It's going to take a lot of liquidity to absorb that. And so we're kind of pinned right now, I believe, in this in NVDA, and you can see that reflected on the daily price action as well too. We've just been on this upward slant, and then now been trading between 158 and 160s roughly, 163, 64-ish, and I think that's definitely reflected in the price action of NVDA. Adara, what do you got for us?
We just have Financial Times reporting here that CEO Huang of Nvidia, of course, that is Jensen Huang, is planning to travel to Beijing to launch a new AI chip. Apparently, that'll be as early as September. Again, he's going to be trying to talk to Chinese officials to get this chip launched. We know that Chinese chip revenue is pretty big for NVDA, so if they can get this up, that would be a good look for the company. Right now, though, as Joe just mentioned, the stock a little bit waffly and even kind of pushing lower. Back to you.
And yeah, Paul Thomas, that's what I used to do as well too. I would used to write a lot of bull puts. That was one of my favorite strategies, bull put spreads, and you could just continuously collect premium. But I took some hefty hits here, and you guys even seen that one day where I took like a $1,400 loss writing some Q's calls. It's like at that point I'm like, you know what, I got to relax on this writing stuff. But it was also the wrong environment as well too. Like I'm writing options in a headline sensitive market. From what I've experienced, I won't be doing that again. I want more subtle, more quiet, and just calm and cool price actions, not where you have the ability where one headline or one tweet can just blow your option out of the water, whether it be to the top side or to the downside. But you can see that NVDA is weak. We broke through that consolidation and now are extremely south of that level here, Shreve. So that's a really good look. Top end of the range, I was waiting for a specific level to come and it didn't. But once I seen that tape flipped and the momentum turned to the downside, that's when I'm like, okay, this is where I'm going to punch and not necessarily pray. There's a method behind the madness, but at the end of the day, that was a good, successful scalp right there, and maybe we'll get a nice move back into the middle of the range and look for that second opportunity for that leg lower, or even move our eyes towards the Qs. I like how indecisive the Qs are right now. If we get anything above VWAP, then I'm going to be looking for some shorts there.
All right, man. Added to this MLGO position as it comes into VWAP. It's trying to defend VWAP now, but if it loses 70, that's going to be the end of the trade. We've got 73s on. It's showing me 71.5, so we're already out of the money. Popping in to 72, but I don't know if this one spikes up. It broke trend a little bit there, so I'm a little bit concerned about this one, not going to lie. So we're going to keep my eye here on MLGO, up 17 1/3 above VWAP, but definitely being met with some selling here on the day. Back into 72 it goes. We'll have to see where the sellers are going to step up this time, because last time they were stepping in at around 75 pennies. So where are we at? We got 73, so about 72.5 now is what it's showing me. ANPA. So egg, first of all, went down to $7. It's trying to halt up here at 868, showing me a parameter here at 870. Keep your eye out on that. Also, ANPA. This one, 2 halts down, and then it clears the halt level. The halt down level, excuse me, was 844. It pops up into about 875, but it is having trouble clearing that 844 decisively on a closing basis. So this one, another interesting one here. ANPA, there's a lot moving today, guys. Good look on this one, but very volatile and quite spready. Not too bad at the moment, about 15 penny spread. Not too bad. I've seen it a lot worse than that. So ANPA up about 135%, give or take. Let's keep an eye here, though, on Plug Power. Where's my Plug Power one? Because it's coming right back into my entry. We took a couple of beak wetters there into 83s and 84s, but now it's back down into 78. And it's at the 20 again. There is support at 75, and I still haven't had that print or that order that's been resting there at 75 print. I think I'm going to allow that one to print because that is where I perceive the resistance is, okay? Previous resistance, now support. We'll see if that ends up coming into play or not. On Plug Power, am I positive on this one? Yes, marginally, but looking to do a little bit better. Let's go also over here to CLDI. I think I got this one wrong. It is now showing me lower lows and lower highs on the way back down into VWAP. If this loses VWAP, we're out. We're long 14, and I'm not going to add into it unless I see something distinctly different. Shout out to my man Obi. On the other side there. Obi from the other side. Get it there. Yeah. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joseph. Really looking at this MLGO trade, which all of a sudden has stopped trading for whatever reason. Where'd all the volume go? Come on, show yourself, MLGO. Take out that 73 penny order, waiting at 73s and then 74s, et cetera, et cetera. Let's see what we get there.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah, we got super chats. I was just about to touch on those. Did we go? Did we do Von Clark's or Jeff Day's? Yeah, I don't. We got a lot of super chats here. All right, I'm gonna roll through them here. Jeff Day. Thoughts on HTS options chain? 9 calls on 8/15/25. HT's.
What happened, Dara? What's happening?
Okay, so basically what happened here was Trump was legitimately asked when was the last time he went sunbathing, and he said, I don't know, it's been a long time. There was lead up, it's not relevant. What was relevant is the fact he legitimately thought about the answer and then provided the answer. And again, I will always tune in with these sound bites if they're not political, if they're just freaking hilarious, in my opinion.
It's nice humor.
Was it why? Was it because Joe Biden's been was on the beach for? Okay, all right.
See him sunbathing? Do you?
Did Donald?
No.
No. What, dude? He's like, how old is he now?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I mean, maybe I'll be
age shame him, but
hey, but I mean, yeah. Sorry about the age shame there, Sharif. I didn't mean to do that, but.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Just got dunked on.
No, I didn't. Anyways, HTZ. Well, let's get into this call talk here. Options chain for these $9 calls expiring in August. That looks like, August. Yeah, let's take a look at these 9 calls. Do you understand what you're doing when you are buying out the money? You know what? I've been experimenting with out the monies. I'm an out the money type of guy. But if you're looking for that discount, we're gonna go to that specific expiration cycle that you're referring to. That is going to be the 15th. All right, perfect. Let's pull those up and see what they're currently valued at. Only 40 cents. But by all means, if you think that you're going to appreciate and you just don't think you're going to get chewed up by theta, then go for it. But $9 is going to put you in towards that all-time high. If you're looking to just gain time value off of those contracts because it essentially have no intrinsic, by all means do so. But if it also fails to break and heads lower, just hop right out of that trade. But thank you, Jeff Day, for those for that super chat. 40 cents a contract right now, not too bad. NU looks like it's about to break, but watch out, okay? Give me 1 second, Adair. We'll go do NU, and then I'll send it back to you, and then we'll come back and do the other super chats. NU, is it going to break out? Watch out. Okay, some big-time key daily resistance zones that we're seeing, and it looks like it wants to knock on the door of those here, Sharif. So if you sit on top and open up above this range, then maybe you will get that breakout. So Von Clark, thank you for that $2 super chat. Adara, what do you got for us?
Yeah, keep an eye here in CRCL. It's actually not really reacting to this at all. It's been pretty weak all day, but CoinDesk reporting that the company has a USDC revenue sharing deal with the second largest crypto exchange, Bybit. So again, CoinDesk reporting that Circle has a USDC revenue sharing deal with Bybit. Back to you.
And then Dreamscape.
All right, Mark Tank, thank you very much for the super chat. $10, my man, dropping cash in the chat. I responded to you, but I want to read it out loud. Not gonna lie, I have taken some serious L's the past few weeks. Question, should I step away or keep grinding? By the way, go Man City. Okay. Look, I don't hate on Man City as much as I hate on Manchester United. That just goes back to a buddy of mine who was a very pro-United, and obviously I was Arsenal. And I like Omar Marmoush for obvious reasons because he's Egyptian. But my question to you is, Mark, why not size down, reassess the strategy, so you continue to trade so you can get the reps in, kind of like everything else comes with reps, and you don't take the big hits because you're sizing down. If that isn't an option, why not step into the sim for a little bit of time and just get the repetitions, iron out what the issue is or whatever the problem is on your end, whether it's a trading thing, a strategy thing, or perhaps a psychology thing, whatever it is. I mean, I guess that's all really predicated upon you wanting to continue. But if you're asking my advice, whether you should take time away from trading, I would say to you, if you wanted to improve at something, would your first inclination be to take time away from it or to continue it, but maybe tweak your approach a little bit? That's my thinking. Obviously, it's up to you, and I respect everything that you do. Do you have any insight?
Mark Tank, I don't know. I think a lot of traders would, and extremely successful traders that I've had conversations with, the amount of times they told me they thought about quitting, but just kept trucking away. I've thought about it countless times myself, but at the end of the day, you got to think about some of the greats and people who are great at their craft. Even when you have a bad day, one bad day is only 24 hours. And luckily for you, it's only a fraction of the day for trading. For me personally, I understand the mental taxation and you want to quit, but you just have to just keep moving forward. No matter what happens, obviously keep those risk measures in place, but that's what, I said this before, a winner is just a loser who tried one more time. So just keep trying, keep trying, keep trying. And it may seem like there's no light at the end of the tunnel, and I felt this more times than anyone could ever imagine, but just keep moving forward. You can't succeed if you, well, that's not true, but if you want to succeed in this, you can't quit. Just scale down, as Sharif said, step away for a day or two, just analyze the markets, but I promise you, within a couple of days or even by the end of the day, you won't feel as bad about those losses, and you'll be like, okay, what can I do to improve? Instead of thinking of quitting, like yesterday, I'm like, oh, okay, I've been trading like kind of ish as of late. What do? I go home, I sit at my desk as usual, I do some additional work, but then I also break down on what I can do better. And then that's why I came in this morning just saying, hey, I have to be more precise. I know how to trade, but I can't be a gunslinger. That is not my style. I've been doing this for over 4 years now. I know what I'm good at, and I'm just trying to perfect that. So don't quit. Just take a step back, relax for a couple of days, and then move forward. So keep that in mind, Mark Tank. A winner is just a loser who tried one more time. Sorry, 1 second. Dreamscape shorted Nvidia with Joe. $2 super chat. Thank you for that one. Closed out at support. Thank you very much, Dreamscape. $2 super chat. Adara, what do you got? I don't know why I hit that one.
Donald Trump talking quite a lot here about tariffs right now. He's answering questions at this meeting with African leaders. He said there will be more tariffs announced today. He alluded to that previously, but he also provided some, I guess, insight on how he's deciding these tariffs. He said, so far, no one's really expressed any complaints, though he's sure they will at some point. But both friend and foe have been very unkind to the U.S. He said the Brazil number will come out maybe this afternoon or maybe tomorrow morning. And he also said that apparently the formula for tariffs is common sense. Back to you.
Just to touch on this one more time, guys. Trust me, I'm not going to say.
bro.
I know the mental taxation, man. I promise you. Like you still go through the ringer. Like yesterday, I was so frustrated at myself, but today I'm like, all right, today is a new day. It's a totally different market, and that's the beautiful thing is that no single day is the exact same.
I agree completely. I agree completely. And I mean, we would be bold-faced lying to you guys if we told you guys that we leave every day here contented with how we trade, not questioning the decisions that we've made, whether the trades that we took or the choice in general to become a trader. That would be a bold-faced lie. Absolutely. But I don't think anybody really achieved anything great by giving up the first time, something tough came in. I just don't think that is feasible. Things that are tough take time to execute.
Yeah, exactly. Joe Rogan said it, man. He said the majority of the successful people, he's gone through hell. So essentially, new traders, listen up. First month, free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform is everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. One last thing I'm going to say about that. Trading doesn't ever get any easier. You just learn how to adapt. All right, and that's what trading is, right? It will never get any easier because the person who just comes and starts trading today, extremely difficult. What the key is just learning to adapt to the difficulties and just slowly grow off of that.
Is that a major key?
Extremely.
Well, remember GJ Khaled and all his snaps?
Major key.
What was it called? Major key or something? What would he say all the time? He's like,
no, he had like a line that everybody was always saying, like major key or.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, come on,
Sorry,
chat,
man.
fact check me.
Sorry.
What would DJ Khaled say constantly there on his Snapchats that were super popular?
God did. He would always be like, God did.
What do you mean?
Like, who believed in us? God did.
Oh, well, yeah. I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, there is it.
All right.
You would
the
say
roaring
major key, yeah.
Pardon me?
Major key.
Major key, that's it. Something like that. Major key. Yeah, it was like constantly, and he put the key emoji or.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Sir, I just have thoughts on this as someone who I actually got the DJ Khaled Major Key book for my birthday.
No way.
Around that time, I was following him on Instagram heavily. Yeah, it was don't ever play yourself, Major Key. And then like all of these like, rules to life, like don't leave the jet ski on or like weird things like that. So he also was posting the pool a lot, and he posted the birth of his son. Like DJ Khaled's Snapchat presence from 2016 to 2017.
Yeah.
Chaotic and amazing.
That's why he calls himself father of Assad, by the way.
Yeah, because
you know that's how you refer to people in Arabic a lot. You don't say their name, you say that the father of or the mother of somebody.
That's really cool.
It's actually a way to kind of like not call him by name, show respect. Anyway, that's why he's doing it.
Because it centers the kid too, and not the parent, which I like.
Well, exactly. Well said.
Yeah, he loves Assad, man.
Another one. Oh yeah, we got the Katina man's got that one. I don't have that one on my
That guy's
thing
funny.
there.
Him in the Ashton Hall race, that's jokes. You see that?
Oh yeah. Poor guy, bro. Poor guy.
Obviously, you know what I mean. He's doing it for laughs at the end.
Someone ran into Ashton Hall, I think, on Hollywood Boulevard or something like that. Completely surprised him.
Yeah.
And so I'm assuming he did it for a reason to kind of get a reaction so it could go viral. Ashton was not buying that at all. He was super nice, very respectful.
What's going on, man?
Yeah. He wasn't getting conned into that. So, and that's the thing, bro. Like once you start making it, everybody starts praying for your downfall.
Yeah, exactly.
Bit, right? Like they don't want you to make
that's
it.
That's the thing, right? Everybody wants to see kings fall, right? They like you when you're lower end, and then once you've completely made it, they just want to see your demise.
Then all of a sudden you're public enemy number one.
Exactly.
Hello, Randy. How are you,
buddy?
You got a sore back. Well, you've been doing a lot, man.
All right, Luciano. One more time.
What happened,
there
Joe?
It is, Luciano.
What
happened?
happened?
On timeout for a little bit there.
Buy more CLDI.
I'm gonna be generous today because
I'm long CLDI, Joseph.
I am kind. As Xerxes, as our God King Xerxes would say, I am kind.
Whoa, yes. Yeah. That was hilarious. I like that.
You know what I mean?
300, yes.
I am kind.
Good call out there. Lucid fell back down, Randy's saying. Yeah, well, in case you guys missed the headline yesterday, Lucid set world record? World record for EV range. Is it for specific battery size or was just all out most ever? I'm assuming it probably has something to do with the battery size, right? Largest pack, Randy's saying. He's going to double check and let us know. But yeah, look, man, Lucid is kind of like Rivian in that sense, and there is no expense spared in terms of quality of the vehicles. That doesn't make them cheap, obviously, and they're beyond the means of a lot of people. Let's be honest. I think the entry price, at least in this country, is over triple digits. And what percentage of the population do you say that applies to? So, yeah. Obviously, they need to expand their moat a little bit, and they have been. They've been talking about a smaller-sized SUV, the Gravity, the larger 3-row SUV, is out in the United States. People are already getting deliveries. We're going to start getting deliveries in Canada towards the end of the year, but they're already planning, like Rivian is with the R2, they're already planning that smaller version of the SUV, more mass marketable, hopefully more affordable, because I don't know what you looked at here, but the sticker price, the entry sticker price on that SUV, the Gravity?
Yeah.
135? Am I correct? It's 135, yeah. 135, bro. Yeah. Like, we haven't even paid the 13% HST.
There you go.
You haven't paid anything on top of that.
Probably no warranty on that.
Well, there's definitely a warranty, Joseph. Come on, it's brand new. But you haven't paid the interest rate on the financing yet on that.
Straight cash.
We're talking about just sticker.
You got to pay straight cash.
No, it's an expensive toy.
It's insane.
I mean, in their defense, a loaded Model X Plaid, the
Yes.
Volvo EX90, which is the electric version of the XC90. Like, there's a lot of $100,000+ Canadian electric SUV 3-rows out there.
Yep.
So, you know, it's not. Is it on the moon? No, but it's top tier.
The thing I was going to say to you, obviously, if you're in the market for a Model X, the beautiful thing is they've been around for a long time. And now the ones with version 4 hardware, I think from 22 or 23 onwards, so you can get those ones with version 4.
I think so, yes.
I'm pretty sure it's 22 and a half. He started putting it in the summer of 22. Going into 23, maybe the deliveries in Canada probably have them 23 and after.
Yeah.
In any event, you can get a version 4 model under 100K. They're under 100K.
Yeah,
the Model
not
X
by much, but yes, you can.
Like
yeah,
low 90s. I'm seeing 23 models and up. So
no, for sure.
Yeah, and then you're not obviously paying all the duties and everything that comes with that at point of sale.
But even
right?
still in that bracket, you've got the Lyric and the Celestiq, and you've got the Cadillac.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of other product out there in that price category.
And the Cadillac's really picking up, Randy.
Cadillacs, I love them.
Yeah. The Lyric really, it's finding a niche because I'm seeing a lot more of them on the road. And my understanding as well is that the people who were disenchanted with our friend Elon have been weaseling in to Cadillac because it's a viable alternative. And see the sticker price on that? South of 80.
Yeah.
South
and
of
it's
80.
a beautiful car
for a
inside.
600 some odd kilometer range. I think even somewhere 700. If I'm not
620 or 640,
yeah,
40 something. It's a beautiful car inside and out. Another big seller, and this is a total surprise to me, is the Honda Prologue.
I haven't seen too much of those, to be honest.
I've seen I think 5 or 6 on the road this week.
Really?
You got to look for them. They're kind of plain Jane looking, but
are they BEV?
Totally BEV, but they're built on the GM Ultium platform.
Oh.
Blazer.
What else is built on that platform?
Chevy Blazer, the smaller version of the Lyric, I forget the name of it. The Acura ZDX is also built on that. So it's interesting that Honda and GM partnered
That's actually quite
to use that platform and their batteries. I mean, the sheet metal, the interiors are all different, but the Prologue is actually outselling the Blazer, even though it's built on the same platform.
Really?
Look up Prologue sales numbers. It's a real
are you
winner
surprised
for.
by that though? Let's be honest.
I think the Honda's done a better design element with it. Apple CarPlay and
reputation,
Android Auto standard. Yeah, not even offered on the Chevy. Apple was. A bit more feature laden, really nicer looking car than the Blazer. But again, the same chassis underpins both models. So the drivetrain and the technology and the batteries, even the steering column and the stalks on the it's still GM.
Okay.
But Honda's taken a real sales step with this, and it's quite a surprise. The ZDX, I don't know, I've never seen one, but it's amazing that how they're actually outselling the GM model their own platform. So it was a pretty.
That's not what you want if you're GM.
Well, I mean, at least
they're making some licensing money off that. I'm assuming they're getting money off that.
And down the road, they're going to learn from this, and you know, as they build more electrics. But yeah, GM's winning with their electric platforms, and it's a nice sales success, I think.
Good to know. There you go, Randy. There you go. Midday chat. I used to call that Randy's rant, but these aren't rants. These are informative sessions, so I hesitate to call it that. Guys, we are breaking out on MLGO, and more pleased I could not be. We're taking prints to the high side there. I'm happy that we added into 72. Just took a 76 print. Now we're waiting for that 77 print that is going unfilled. The deal here is, though, on MLGO, is that we got a 77.86 high, and there was a double top there. So I am very much on the alert for a 77 to 78 seller that we couldn't shake. Let's get past 76 first before we start talking about 77s, because we're still at 75, high 90s. There we go. Now we're into 76 territory. Can we continue to kind of see what the 77 seller has in store for us, whether it's posted on the level 2 or ends up being an iceberg order? Nice move up here into 76 and 2/3. MLGO is on the move up right now. It is up 25%, but entering a critical level here, as this is where we kind of tanked last time, and you'll notice the move into 77 and change was on a wick basis. Both the closing prints on this candle and this candle were all south of 77. So down below 76 we go. So that short seller stepping in again here, Joseph. We're going to have to keep an eye out on that. I'm still packing my patience here on CLDI, looking at wetting the beak. I think I got shares on here, so I should probably start extracting some out. No, actually, I don't even have that many. So, oh no, we got stopped out for a little bit. That's why. Oh, B word. Oh, that was a mistake by me. I should have been putting below $1. Anyway, we got taken out a little bit here. That's why we don't have as many shares as I had thought on CLDI. So that's on me. Should have been doing a little bit of a cleanup there, Joseph. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. The 2 positions, 3 positions, MLGO. What's it called? Plug Power and CLDI.
Oh yeah, I was going to say something about good old Plug Power there, but
crap.
Yeah, Amazon. Something must be going on with Amazon, and there we go. Adara's got that news from him. As soon as I get the good to go, we're going to Adara. You can see Amazon volatility spike and a big time print in the candle. Adara, what do you got for us?
Here's the news on AMZN. This is just a report. I'm not seeing who it's attributed to yet, but Amazon Prime Day sales apparently falling by 41% in the first day of the 4-day event. So I guess yesterday, these sales fell by 41%. We know we heard reports earlier that the morning of day 1 had already weaker sales. Looks like the first day not off to a great start. This is day 2 right now. So again, two more days, 2.5 more days. But right now, apparently 41% decline here for the first day of Amazon's 4-day Prime event. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, so Selena messaged me yesterday saying she wanted to buy all this stuff from Amazon. I said, no, we're not going down the Katina Man route where we spend $15K on Amazon this year. So, what?
No, I'll just never forget the text message. Can I say it?
Yeah.
Man, she's always asking me for stuff.
Yeah, man. It's just like, relax. You know what I mean? Jeez. Like, you know what I mean?
Bro, there's no line in you, dude.
Yeah. Always,
funny.
man. It's just like, you know what I mean? We got it good. So just relax a little bit sometimes. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, as for the Amazon Prime, you can see those numbers are down drastically here, guys. And that's a big time volume spike right there, Sharif. And you can see that's also a large engulfing candle here as well, too. So if you were playing the break of this, waiting for that move lower, then there it is. And the volume supporting that. So once things start to cool off, look for the continuation in the trend here. But first, you want it to come back, pull back. Hopefully, or like here it is, the game plan for me personally. So what would need to happen is we come back, we retest this support level, and then we slowly start to curl back over and then head back towards those lows. So there it is. Amazon Prime Day sales down 41% in the first couple of days.
All right, guys, we're at 77 now on MLGO, and here we are. We're touching 77. We're going to have to cross it to get printed. A good move here on micro algo to the tune of about 25 and 2/3%. I'm looking for that big boy break above 77, and then let's see where we squeeze to. Maybe we can squeeze to $1. Maybe not immediately, but let's get through that 77, and then even 78, because we know somebody was selling in the high 7s. That's where the double top took place, 77.86, the high of the day on MLGO. Oops. The trade that I'm kind of having trouble with deciding what my next move is going to be is on Plug Power. We got 81s on. It's showing 79s. It's kind of found support multiple times at 76. I haven't gotten filled because I've been waiting at 75 like an idiot. But the point is now we've got that 85 top and we haven't been making any higher highs. In fact, I want to say the lower highs are more glaring to me than the higher lows. Sure, we have the 2 defends of that 76 penny area, but we're hanging out a lot closer to this area of support than we are to this area of resistance.
Wow.
So with time winding down here on the show, I'm really at a crossroads for how I want to execute on this trade on Plug Power. It's just too consolidated for me at this level. I'm really unsure how to play this one. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. If you're long Plug Power, if you're not, what's your objective view of what I should do here? Tag me so I can keep an eye out, Joseph.
Yeah, I was just going to mention.
Just interrupt me
bull.
next time, dude.
Just bull. Big time break. I don't like necessarily doing it, but sometimes we do. Yeah, bull. I see it, guys, in the chat. We have this going right now. Volume supporting it. There you go, bull on this massive run here, climbing to the top side. I have this level here marked out. So what is that going to coincide with? Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily perspective. All right, there's the resistance zone. We're going to probably tap right into this momentarily, see how this underlying reacts around that specific level, because I think it's going to be extremely important. And then boom, just like that, Sharif,
Yes, sir.
you get an inverted hammer candle print. So you get this massive engulfing candle to the top side, and then now you have sellers having the ability to push back down price. Push it. Oh, there it goes. Boom, on for another rip. Is that volume going to pick up? Never mind looking on this chart. I need to see the tape on this name. Let me pull up the time and sales, because that's going to be extremely key on what we got going on. Bull. A lot of it in between. We don't want any that nonsense, but the strength is still there. And also, look at the imbalance on the tape. There it is. Boom, flushes, continuous flushes. And you can see the imbalance on the level 2. Extremely important. This is what you guys want to talk about on a strong stock. There it is. Boom, and you get an additional flush, but what is immediately followed by that? Some more aggressive asks. Aggressive. So there it was earlier when we seen those continuous flushes. I talked about looking for a strong stock, a weak stock, etc. And there it is displayed very, very well. Webull starting to pick up some steam and pulling back as well too.
Dara, remind everyone to vote.
Go in the chat. I think you just put your ticker, $ ticker, I believe, to vote. So do that. Also, BULL is no news, lots of social media attention, your typical meme thing. I just wanted to let you guys know and keep you apprised. I did look into it, and there is no news. Back to you.
Guys, super simple. We need a good amount of votes so that we can have, a decent afternoon rundown. It's a super simple way to vote, thanks to the Chilean Nightmare Fabian. There he is, throwing up the chat there. Throw in the $, followed by the 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. Let us know what you want spoken about by the big kahunas, Neil and Sean, who are going to be on in less than 8 minutes. If you want their take on things and how they would have traded it, and if they didn't trade it, and if they did trade it, how they traded it, throw your tickers in now. Super simple, guys. The $ and the 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely. There goes the market there too, guys. And it looks like Nvidia wants to crack the support level low, but I'm just going to be patient and wait on this Amazon. I do like this volatility spike, and you can see that we came right into the support level closely, and then now we're rejecting it back to the downside. So just be cautious on this name, right? Just in case it does have another volatility spike.
Come in.
Who is it? Who is it? Don't be knocking on my door. Don't be knocking on my door like that.
Oh. Yeah. You don't want to catch hands.
Yeah. We most definitely on that one. But Amazon guys starting to pull back. Wait for a reaction around this specific level. Market is taking a little bit of a bounce here. Oh, something going on with Google. What is going on here today?
I love this.
This
I love everything about this.
Let's go, Google. We got that news. Oh, you piece of garbage. I should have sold this too. All right, Adair, what do you got for us? This is really bad.
Apparently OpenAI is planning to release an AI web browser. That's just a report right now. The bigger thing too, though, before we put the sirens, I have something else I'd like to say. So with Google, beyond the fact that we have this report now, OpenAI planning to release this AI web browser, we also had earlier today, as I mentioned, Perplexity also releasing an AI browser. So bad look for Google, double whammy of catalysts. Back to you.
Oh, my days.
The Katina man just went and got himself a full coffee.
Who is this guy? Who is this Robert Smith?
What happened? What's going on? In the chat?
Yeah.
You taking him out?
I got him out. He's out.
All right, Robert. What's going on over there?
Oh, wow. This is not good for Google. Oh, my days.
Well, I mean, Joseph, have we not been talking about this AI web browser for a hot minute? I feel like this has been on, well, it's all good there, brother.
No, I'm not even worried about that, Shreve. I want to talk about this web browser as well, too, because I think that, like Apple, we know that Google has the most amount of data there is, and they still couldn't get it completely right. Why are we still using this old bleep search engine? Why?
Yeah, it's tough for people to change like a company like that.
Yeah, but I know, but they've been working on it for a long time.
Look, they've been late a lot, man. I've told you this. They had AI. They refused to release it because it wasn't perfect.
Right.
They wanted to maintain that standard in the same way that Apple is doing that. Their AI is not perfect, and they're refusing to release it. And guess what? OpenAI came first. got first mover advantage.
There you go. And I use this example as well.
No, you're not wrong, Joe.
Don't get it twisted. Google still has 4 billion weekly average weekly users. 4 billion compared to ChatGPT's 800 million.
Yes.
All right. But the thing is, though, there's more room for ChatGPT to grow than there is for Google. It's been for so long, and I mentioned the Blue Link Society is on its way out. People want that single search. We don't want to continuously scroll through links. We want to type in it, and we want to get a definitive answer. Matthew, who is this guy, man? It's driving me nuts, man.
What's happening? Oh, wait, he's just logging in from his other account. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Come on, dude. Look, we can block you way quicker than you can make another Google account. Just keep, don't spam. Just
spam,
be part of the community, guys. All right, I got to cover these trades.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're doing it freaking live on MLGO. It just took out the top, and we got the top right now. MLGO up into 78s. We're also doing it freaking live on CLDI. Where the hell is my CDR chart? Boom! We got 7s on. It's showing me the $0.25. I'm so disappointed that I got stopped out of some of the position over here, but that's on me. I should have been cleaning up. Look at this one squeeze, guys. We're taking out a lot of sellers right now. Into 27s we go, 28s momentarily. Can we weasel up to 30? Pardon me, I'm going to look to flatten out over here. We're taking out sellers at that 30. 29 is now showing up. Big seller at 29. The show's almost over. I'm taking it out there. Very happy with how today's trading went. Look, we didn't put in the best execution on every attempt, but I was happy with the selection. Like, for example, this out here is going to haunt me because we actually had size on over here, and now we don't. So a little disappointed with how I execute on CLDI, but I'm liking how I was able to read the chart. I also am happy with how MLGO defended the volume weighted average price. I was quite concerned here about MLGO. Let me make my point as to why. Because we had uninterrupted lower highs preceded by two topping tail candles. So we kept putting lower highs, and then over here, this candle right here at 135 felt, because it ended up being a topping tail, it felt like it was going to be yet another lower high. But then the buying came in aggressively at 140, and then we spiked, and you saw what happened after that. So MLGO in focus. Now, the only trade that we've got on right now is, the other one that I really am concerned about is Plug Power. It's coming down again over here into that 76 penny area, and I have an active order at 75. Do I allow this to trigger? Oh boy. Anyway, whatever it is, Google really got dumped. Yes, it did chill vibes. It got dumped pretty good, but it's still up on the day, man. And you can't say that for Tesla, Apple, or Uber. So, and I know I keep Uber there with the mag.
Wow, bro, we had a lot of breakouts just now. Bull, Amazon, Google, there was a lot of names that just had massive volatility spikes.
We've been getting a lot of activity on the midday, man.
Yeah. It was a great day.
Quite good, yeah.
So apparently my new job is just continuously to remove this person here.
I got him. Don't worry about it. There he is. He's gone. So funny. He keeps logging in from different Googles. How many Google accounts do you have, man? Stop logging into all of them
crazy.
there. My God, this guy. What happened, Katina, man? Your boy Google just took a big of a drop there because of this AI web browser that your boy Altman.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, I was just trying to see what it was there. It's a nice, it's nice, bro. Let me hold on, flex there for me. Come on, man, flex there.
I love this guy's energy, man. Straight up energy, man. You're the one that invited him to touch the pecs, Katina, man.
Yeah, you can't just touch one without getting to feel the other.
There you go. There you go. Oh, Joey. Okay. All right, we're having a great time over here, guys.
Check out Google and Amazon there. You know what I mean? All right,
guys. Absolutely, Assassino, you request and we do, my friend. Let's do it over here. Guys, we're talking about the top 1 futures. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, the SPY, or even Bitcoin? Well, guess what? Top 1 Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, baby. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. And you choose your own path. You can choose the instant funded challenge, or you can choose the actual challenge account, or even a pro account if you're interested. And you start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. And in the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million and earned 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders just like you. So if you're interested, use the discount code TTV to save on any account, guys. Scan that QR code or head on over to top1futures.com, Joseph, and start trading your way to real payouts.
Real good stuff there, guys. Before we send it off to the boys to our right, I want to go over the super chats here that we've got. We've got to make sure we check on them. Walter Ford, can you check on Bull? Yeah, we've been looking at Bull, and you can see it reject here. We'll run through this quickly before we send it off. It rejected this level that we had marked out from the daily, and then now heading back towards the south side. So just be patient before you look for any form of continuation on that one. But yeah, a big-time move there in Webull. And then this is the type of community we live in here. Hypercube, I think he's seen what somebody in the chat said. He said, man, I wish I could Oh, there it is, Brian H. I wish I could donate to you guys. You make my day. And then Hypercube goes, here you go, Brian.
Whoa.
Those are, like, if you want to talk about being a good person, that honestly speaks volume. I don't even know you, Hypercube. But the fact that you even did that and you seen what somebody else was asking for, and you kind of just answered their, I'm not going to say it's a prayer, but you just paid it forward, and that speaks volume as what type of person you are.
Yeah,
I don't even know you personally.
It's an easy name to remember too.
Hypercube.
So, Hypercube.
Yeah,
so
there you
I appreciate you, my guy.
Yeah.
All right, we got 2 in the bank here, Joey. Eh?
Yeah, we did. Well, I'm done banking now. I don't bank.
You're done banking.
Yeah, I don't
All right,
bank anymore. You know what I mean? Yeah.
All right, guys. MLGO is breaking out. Watch out. Here we go. MLGO on the warpath to the high side. We're going to Adara. She's got more news, and then the big boys are taking over. Peace.
Chicken fajitas.
Yeah, I have FOMC minutes here. Basically, the key thing, they're saying that several participants are saying the Fed's fund rate may not be that far above its neutral rate. Apparently, most participants did see a persistent tariff impact on inflation. We also had apparently all participants viewing it as appropriate to maintain the Fed's fund rate at the future target range. So again, it looks like they were all united in their decision. But yeah, just keep in mind, tariff inflation apparently still viewed as a risk. There's also on July rate cuts, because we know that's been on watch. There was some commentary on that. Apparently, a few participants, or a couple of participants, to quote the meeting, said they would be open to considering a rate cut as soon as the July meeting, as the data evolved as they expected. Now, we know what 2 participants those are, likely based on comments, likely Feds Waller and Feds Bowman, the 2 Fed participants who have actually said they're open to a July rate cut. But either way, it sounds like a couple are open to that July rate cut. Most are apparently down for September. Apparently, though, they did see higher real GDP growth for 2025 than in the previous forecast. And inflation, they're expected to be a little bit lower. So mixed data there. Mixed, I guess, sentiment from the Fed meeting. We're going to send you over to the Big Kahunas, as they are called.
Big Kahunas, all right.
Big Kahuna Burgers.
Lunchtime was going. Oh yeah, Big Kahuna Burgers.
Look, Google.
I heard some shit happen.
Google was intense. I got the worst wick that you can possibly imagine.
That always happens.
No, it is what it is. Like, it's weird because this will not look like a flat trade, but like it actually worked out to a flat trade. OpenAI, which I think we knew.
Yes, we did know that. That was the reason why we sold.
It was.
Not rocket science.
I don't know. I sold some Google to get into some Meta. I kind of stand by that. That being said, this is what happened. You can see the heavy move to the downside on Google. It went right to yesterday's low, started to bounce, regained 173. So if you know my story in bottoming tail wicks, if it does that, go long into 170, go long when it retakes it. But then it did like one last liquidity grab underneath after it was going. It's like it went down, gave the recovery, and then just as it's about to go, you know that scene in any horror film where you're like, yeah, they're dead. And you don't worry about it. Then the good guy stands over or whatever, and like you don't double tap, and then all of a sudden it's like ha ha ha, we're still alive, and we go at you, and
that was an aggressive ha ha ha.
No, it's one of those. It's silly. It's like an old trope, but that's what they did on that liquidity grab. Is it seemed like it was making the bounce. You could see the volume coming in off of 173, and then just as you're like, yeah, it's going. This is where you add. It did one last swipe, and it wasn't dead. So ultimately. Yeah, but what the real story here is, in a situation like that, if you kind of feel like if it's overdone, just zoom out. Like if you don't know where to buy, because who the heck, I don't know, whatever. Like it just zoom out, and it was yesterday's low. Like there's nothing rocket science about worrying. You try to take it. It also happened to be the 200 period moving average on the daily, which I think is going to be a really key hold for these guys. The other thing I'm tracking right now, I have to go over to Palantir.
Fabian.
because it was a bit of a missed opportunity for myself in Palantir as I was trading Google. I kind of took out the long in Palantir, and I think this one's going to go. It's up 1%. The market's at VWAP, and this thing's literally breaking through the highs of the day. So I want to jump back into this break. We were talking about this in the middle.
Andre, tell Fabian to come over here for a second.
All good?
Yeah, no, I know. Everything's fine. I had to restart my thing.
Oh, I was looking over. I'm like, where's your screen?
Yeah, no, it's all good. I just need to ask him something because I have a problem here with the software.
Yeah, no worries. I just wanted, there's a question here.
Fix now.
I have not
my cursor.
Big B's
here.
Good one.
On this
Reddit, I have not looked at Reddit in a while. And to be honest, and we'll talk about some of the other stories, the story going on with Amazon, I just feel like Reddit, I'm more excited for Discord than I am Reddit. I don't use Reddit as much as I used to. I think what you have going is a good, nice relief rally after getting dumped. But it's like, it's a dump move down and a slow move up, as opposed to like some of the sharp V shapes that we've seen. Like the best stocks have been doing like sharp V-shaped recovery since that April low. And the things that are doing the slow crawl, I'm not as huge a fan of unless I like the business or something. And I think Reddit kind of falls into that category. I get it. Like a lot of people still use it, and they got a lot of valuable data as well. Maybe look at prior resistance here at 140 to try and hold on this pullback or the 200 period. But it's just one of those stocks I'm not a huge fan of. Like I look at here's an example. You know, like the down move, probably similar into the April lows and say like a Robinhood. Not that they're related, but so many stocks have this like distinctly different shape and slope after they caught the bid on those April lows. And some of them you can just tell where the big money is trying to go. And yeah, I don't feel like it's in Reddit right now. There's just a lot of other names which are a little bit more exciting. See, we'll keep trying to get rid of this spammer that's in there in the chat. Thank you. I think it's Ramin or Fabian.
Now that I'm here, well, we can all ban.
We're just all going to keep banning that person.
Yeah, just real quickly right here, you know, and I came on the Midday show and was only here for a couple seconds and might have, and I don't know, like I said to Sharif, these guys are putting up a great show and all the time, but I just came in and I hope dropped a little bit of a trade idea to many of you there, because there it goes, man, right off the sticky note again. $500 came right into play there again in Microsoft. So we took the long right there, and now boom goes a dynamite there for softies. So we're just long again that trade right there. So a lot of you have been asking, where can you find my trades and everything during the midday, or Neil's or everybody's, or even the boys when they're not on air. We don't have that second stream up anymore. I looked for it, I didn't see it. So we're working on other things. We will most likely get that back going, but pretty soon it's going to be all of us hopefully trading, and you'll be able to see us at all times. So that's the idea. But right now we are sitting in again. Yeah, it's a $2 winner, man. It's just it's from here. We'll wait to see where it goes. Again, Microsoft. It's still going to be SMCI though, because we were able to reload. Click on SMCI right there. We were able to reload that short right there as well, and as that bled through, good trading there on SMCI all the way to the downside. So this is going to be my P&L number 1, but that doesn't matter. These are just 3 trades. I've only made 3 trades today. Microsoft, which is in, Nvidia, which is silly, man. We should have, well, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's not really going up, so who cares? And then SMCI. But all right, Niels and Palantir, one of my favorites. You know, we bought that stock at 131 on that day where we were watching the show, and it was just tanking there at 350 on the rebalance. We were able to pick something up at 131 on that one, so that's a good trade there. We like Palantir as the market back up 0.43. All right, exciting so far. Let's go find out which names you wanted us to look at.
Welcome everyone to the market, or to the afternoon rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are locked and they're loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there, join Joseph and I on the Midday Show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers. Super easy to vote now. $, your 3, 4, or 5 letter ticker. Let's look at the 4 major averages before we get into the rundown. The NQ nicely green on the day, up 0.5%. The Russell also up nicely. The Russell continues to outperform, guys, up 0.9, a little shy of that 1% area. The ES a little bit less than 0.5%, up 0.42 on the day. And the lagging major average, the Dow Jones, up a little over 0.33%. Let's start with the first name as decided by you guys. $4 trillion company now above is Nvidia, taking it to all-time highs. It's off the high of the day, up 1 3/4. A couple of different reasons for that, one of which Jensen Huang plans to go back to Beijing, guys, and they will look to announce a possible new chip here made specifically for China, reports the Financial Times.
Yeah, so what's interesting about it is I got some back scalping. We lost on Nvidia because I didn't take the breakout trade, and I was looking dip buy. Like, it was just a continuation idea. Well, yeah, that chart. Yeah, I'll stick to the 3 minute. Look, Nvidia, it was a continuation look because it was making fresh all-time highs in the pre-market. 161.77, I believe, was a prior, and you'd already broken that going into the open, and it was never giving you that dip into 160. It just didn't happen. It was a clean break. So I was taking it back in multiple times. It was this one, oddly enough, which was like the bounce that actually worked a bit, wasn't at VWAP, but I thought it was at VWAP. So I just ended up taking it out and reloading a VWAP, lost, tried to take it here, then started scalping it, got a little bit back. What's weird is when that volume spike happened, when you were just mentioning the new chip for China, like I saw it, I'm like, oh, they're lit grabbing into VWAP after the long stopped working. So I just said, if it's a flip, I'll just short that stupid candle to the upside. And then the second I realized, oh, it's actually news, I just got out of the short. Like, it was great because it gave you like into VWAP right into the low. And then I realized it was kind of a positive news story. So why would I want to be short? And was able to get a little bit back. But it's a down day for me because of this. You know, like it's chasing a move and a little bit of FOMO that's going to end up happening in a situation like that. By the way, just Palantir, it's kind of doing like this like weird continuation pattern to the upside. I'm looking 142 next, and if you go out, just get an order. I just realized I wasn't offering in front of 142. If you go out a little bit further, zoom the 15, like this low right in here, and there's like a prior close. Yeah, there you go. You can kind of see it here. This low in here, the 143 area, is sort of the next obvious target if we break 142. So I'm kind of looking for that as a target on the run up in PLTR. But Nvidia, you know, that was frustrating, no questions asked. It might have, I don't know why it's so weak right now. I thought that was a positive news story. And the way the market's reacting and it's reacting, maybe it is a short into 163, but I'm not feeling the shorts. I feel like the market's flipping long. So, you know, I'm going to stay away from Nvidia this afternoon.
All right, yeah, for me, kind of the same idea that we were thinking about there. Joe, what are you doing, man? So the more, first of all, the more on-camera time you have does not equal more money. You understand that, right?
He's like a villain from that Smile movie. Have you
That's
seen
what
that
I mean.
movie?
This guy has this smile on.
Have you seen that movie?
No.
It's like this horror film called Smile. It's creepy as F. Because like
Joe's kind of creeping on the show.
It's just someone sitting there like
background. I like
with I like it.
I mean, that's literally what I did on his show. I just rolled up there. Well, we got to have some fun around here, man. I mean, honestly. 6.5 he gave the chicken fajita.
That's pretty low.
It's not bad. I didn't think it wasn't the greatest. The problem is it comes cold with our salad. So like when I was ever having something like that, like I
But ours isn't. But theirs isn't cold. So it's like ours is, but theirs isn't.
Wolfing that thing down like it's 8.5 over there. Okay, so just real quick, let me clear my throat. All right, so yeah, we tried it off VWAP, man. I mean, like Neil said, that initial bump, it is on the sticky note as a monster play, but it just took off. And I was in Microsoft, and happy about that trade. That is for sure. So I know Neil mentioned going red on that trade. That's worth the risk, man. I think he and I will always take risks with stocks like Nvidia and AMD and Palantir and all these things because we know the potential when you're right. And I think as long as you're taking small hits like we both did right there, it's reasonable to me to do that. Before we sat down and was looking at a possible trade as well, I was thinking about breaking this level when I came back from lunch. So that was going to be something for me that I was like, you know what, I'm just going to sit here and see if I can get something based on that. And unfortunately, it did not break. So it's all good. But if you do scan that QR code right there, we'll talk about 3D Capital right here. With just one stock, 3D Capital, you get exposure to 60 plus early stage plays in AI, blockchain, biotech, and more. Led by a CEO whose last deal turned 150x, 3D trades under symbol IDK here on the CSE or IDKFF over in the United States. Subscribe to their YouTube channel for exclusive interviews and deep dives, and you could win over $1,000. This is your ETF for early stage innovation. Please make sure you scan that QR code. Go check them out. Hey, you want to buy the stock? It's IDK or IDKFF. Scan that to be part of that giveaway. Sounds exciting. So we want to thank them again, always and forever.
Before we go back, Drew Farrell in the chat.
Forever.
It's not. I thought it's always been obvious, but we're on it. Like this is a stage on the floor here. Joe is not 4'8". Like there's literally.
No, he's 5'2".
No, it's like this. It's like a couple feet raised.
Come on, man, give the guy 6 more inches. All right.
No, everything's gonna be on one level, but like we have to walk up. I don't walk up and down the stairs anymore because now it's an open space. I just kind of step up, but we're kind of raised here. I kind of remember the first reason why we raised it, but
it was something to do with the height of people around here, you know. I mean, to make it look a little.
Remember
bigger
what it was?
What
we did.
Well, it'd be different from the floor. We had the trading floor there.
Oh yeah, so we could have
up the studio, and it was also for. I think it was if there was a flood and all that stuff, like all the equipment around here wouldn't be. I'm just making shit up. Okay, let's go over to Sharif at the green screen.
All right, net Tesla, another day, another down move to 0.58%. No specific catalyst today on Tesla other than what we already reported, but he did go back and forth there with Danny Ives of Wedbush, who basically took to X to advocate board to do the following: to give Elon Musk his pay package, give him 25% voting control, but to put limitations on his time outside of Tesla as well as his political ambitions, to which Elon responded by saying, "Shut up, Dan." So no real catalyst today, but below 300 we go again on Tesla.
At least everyone's getting along, you know. I mean, I've never really, you know, seen so much chaos from like world's richest man, you know, Dan Ives as well in there as like a respected analyst coming through there, just back and forth. But you know, at the end of the day, that's an analyst's job, is to sort of get in there and talk. I mean, he's been a big bull for Tesla,
big time.
And so I don't have a problem with people giving their opinions.
My kind of question is, okay, so are you not like? Hopefully, a lot of that's happening with him wanting to put pressure on the board to like maybe rein in Elon. Like I would suspect that a lot of that stuff should be happening behind the scenes first before you go public with it. Like you don't. Of course, Dan Ives has the ear of the board and is able to talk to these guys, and there's like conversations that you like. It's just weird to me that if I love Tesla, and I certainly, if I've been one of the biggest Tesla bulls out there, I would hope that those are conversations that you can have behind closed doors because you have that type of access. Why would you want to do it in a public space unless that's like a last type of resort or anything? The other thing that what's her name? The ex.
Lisa Maria Presley.
Linda Yaccarino, that's what it is. I was going to butcher it. I knew it was Linda, but I knew I was about to butcher the last name. Leaving X, and maybe there's some implication that that's being read as a let's get out of the whole like Elon mess, or maybe it was a planned thing. But ultimately, you know, Tesla was a good breakout yesterday, and we took the breakout at the 3 level, and it gave you dips after that. So I took the break, didn't work, took the VWAP, didn't work, did have a bit of a bounce play off the 95, like this bottoming tail here. So we tried the same play we had in the afternoon yesterday that did work. And even that one didn't work. So we go like I'd say 0.75 for 3, because I don't want to call it 1 for 3 on that trade. And we give back a third of what we made on Tesla yesterday. But Tesla, there's a big difference. Like Tesla yesterday gave you clean breaks in both directions. Today was just a short. So I'm kind of thinking at this point, with all the drama and all that mess, maybe it's just a little bit of a hands off on Tesla longs, unless it's like a perfect like A+ type setups. Because ultimately, I just want there to be more talk about those positive news with China deliveries this morning. You've had the robotaxi rollout. You got a Tesla delivering itself. Like, I want us to be talking about that as a Tesla shareholder. And as long as we're not, I think it's just to keep it simple. Like, favor it to the short, unless as long as we're talking about other stuff. When we are talking about the nuts and bolts and what actually matters to the company and to growth, then we should be thinking about the longs. It's a little frustrating because I think they have a lot that's starting to work well again, but it just doesn't seem to matter when we have all this drama.
Yeah, I just heard in our ear, nice move there. Palantir starting to go up higher here. So is Microsoft heading higher there. I put who I thought was in order of height in the chat, but I don't know how tall Adara is.
Which one?
Adara? How tall are you?
I am
5'8". Okay, yeah, so I put you and Neil, not that Neil's 5'8", but Sharif I thought was 6 about. Right, okay, so it's right. So I think we're right. So I think it was going myself and Brendo, and then Sharif, pardon me? Yes, I'm not ranking. I mean, it's similar to the nonsense that goes on in the Midday show, right?
You're taller than me. I'm 5'11". You're taller than me.
Yeah, I think you're 5'10".
No, I'm 5. I measured myself like recently because my daughter was doing it too. 5'10.8". Okay. Which is pretty much exactly. Well, it's just exactly. Because
5'10", 5'11", 6.
That's what I'm saying. I think he's close to 6.
Anyways, not
that it really matters.
People were asking in the chat there. So.
Oh, by the way, Tesla's breaking a little.
Yeah, and right now Microsoft continues to go higher. Look, I mean, as far as Tesla's concerned, yeah, man, 1,000%. I think we've talked about this. I just wrote down that one level, and I haven't really looked like too much at that today because, but that 592 is what I wrote down, and Chef Joe, he knows about that level. He's been messaging me also about the 290 level, 292. Did I say 592? 292. I think those are good levels, and it looks like it holds again. So Tesla down into this area, despite all the drama, I think it's good. I think you can get some bids down there. So I would look to see if there is sort of an afternoon chaos spot here that somehow happens again, kind of like when we saw this epic drop. If we do something like that again, I think these are the better areas now, man. 294, 295, I think we can sit in around there. So that's what I would be doing there on Tesla.
Speaking of EVs, everybody, VinFast just locked in a major $510 million funding deal, led by Deutsche Bank, HSBC, and Seatown, part of Singapore's sovereign wealth fund, Temasek. This fresh capital is set to boost their EV production and speed up global expansion. With big banks backing them, it's a strong sign of confidence in VinFast's long-term game, especially in a market where capital is getting harder to secure. Keep an eye on VinFast and scan the QR code in front of you to get a little more information there. And on that, let's go talk about some BBA. My daughter would love that one, bruh. I love it when she calls me bruh. I'm like,
oh, does she?
It's daddy. Although, you know what? When they stop calling you daddy and it starts to turn into like other things.
Yeah.
Like I love daddy, and I love hearing it from like your daughter. When it's like the young innocent thing, when they start to grow up and you realize like, yeah, it's more about their friends. You miss when they say other stuff. But the fact that it's bruh right now, it's like, bruh. I can't get used to. It's one thing your boys and whatnot, but I can't get used to my daughter saying that to me.
No, what's up to Erie Pages here? This is so funny that you mentioned this. Yo, what's up? Erie Pages, thoughts on visiting Singapore and opening a floor there? I did that already. So before the show, I was the trading floor development lead here at Real Trading and traveled all over the world. Obviously, came over here with this, built this floor into a profitable one, then left, and then different things happened after that. And then we went and traveled. I went around and traveled, and one of the places was Singapore. And that was a lot of fun. So I already been there and done that. Singapore is a great spot. The problem with Singapore, opening up an office there, is cost of living. Similar to here, 98% of traders will lose money, right? And so when you go over to a place that, again, great nation, obviously. I mean, we love Singapore, but they do have a good social program there as well. So the fact is that not much patience for trading. There was my experience, but that was not 20 years ago. That was maybe 15 years ago, maybe, when I went there. So things maybe have changed. But I think that's a big thing about opening a floor.
It actually might be closer to 20 years.
Yeah, maybe.
Actually, no, I was just thinking about that.
Might have been. So thank you so much, Paul. We are having a great show, and we always do. So join us over and over again. But I've traveled, basically, I told a story the other day about traveling to Moscow as well. That was one of my favorite places to go. We opened up a couple offices in Russia as well, and then in Budapest and so on and so forth. Italy, traveled all over the place. So it was a lot of fun. But Yuri Pages, yeah, if you have a plane ticket, I'm coming to Singapore. That offer's open to everybody. By the way, I'll help anybody open up a floor if they want to.
Just for the record, just clear. So while we were talking, Palantir just spiked and it filled me at 142.5. So like
nice.
It looks like it's continuing to go. I want to try to get back in, but the way that I've been playing it is take half in on the break, take the next half on the dip into the prior high, like half in on the break, take the next half in on the dip buy. If it looks like there's resistance at first level, like try to take some out, then hold for the push. So I want it to consolidate again because, usually it's going step to step. Like it's a bit of a parabolic move up on the last little candle. Let's talk a little bit of BBAI with Sharif, which is a name you guys like.
Hey, boys, on Big Bear AI. But it looks like it was really just some profit taking after another day of higher highs and higher lows. Great day yesterday. It did a bit of a Christmas tree retracement, making highs, selling off. The selling continues today, boys, down about 4 3/4, but still above $7.
Well, $3 right now on Microsoft. So, and that's more important to me because that's a trade that we had discussed here live on the show many times. But Big Bear AI is important for my swing account. We did exit some yesterday. We talked about trying to find a base there, and actually right when we went off air, it was down here into $7. And for me, the minute you fake broke at $8 again there today, we had this trade yesterday. It was huge. Still my trade of the month, basically P&L wise, was that break right there. And then today it wasn't even on the board. The reason why is that we opened up right around $8, and honestly, it wasn't going to do this again. I didn't think it was going to do it again, and obviously, hindsight is what most of trading is, especially when we talk like this. Easy to look back. I don't really like to judge trades on like, this is what happened, and it doesn't matter. Like, you're trying to look at what's going forward. For me, what I'm going to do going forward is, when you open up at such a key level like that, it's not a blast. It's not like, oh my God, we got to go, right? It's kind of like why I was not involved in Nvidia. It was already taking out those levels just as we were open. What you're kind of looking for is that key level to get run like the first time and be part of it. Since it already failed yesterday, it didn't get back to $8. So it wasn't like a super attractive look for me. But I love the fact that we're all talking about Big Bear AI and it's only down 4%. I mean, this name chilled out around $3, $4, $5, where I'm hoping a lot of us are long. And we were able to cash out in there at 6 and then again at 8, yesterday at 8.50. And I think there's going to be more opportunities for this name. I mean, imagine this. It's running. It's doing a couple 100 million shares a day now. And we don't really have news. So wait until there's news. And there might be nothing, right? This could be a complete fugazi of a stock. This could be your Fisker. This could be your Rivian. It could be whatever. But at the end of the day, I believe in the AI plays. I think there's going to be something there. If we are at the infancy of AI, there has to be a couple plays. Big Bear. There has to be SoundHound.
Is there a Little Bear AI? Like this
maybe, yeah, maybe Chamath will bring it. When he brings it, you just pile into his SPAC. But right there, SoundHound maybe as well, Randy. And then the biggest AI play, of course, of them all would be Nvidia, and we've already gone over that. But yeah, I like Big Bear AI. I mean, I think that we'll wait. We'll be patient for it. Yeah, Honey Bear. Yeah, what's a Honey Boo Boo? Do you know who Honey Boo Boo is? Good, you're probably better for it.
Yeah,
okay, so right into there, 450 there. Yeah, I watch Toddlers and Tiaras with my daughter. And we just got through the Honey Boo Boo one, and it was just like, what the hell? What the hell? Right there, 450 break. We like that one, Randy. And Big Bear AI. I think it comes back into this area, anyways. $4 or $5, and hopefully they'll start to turn a profit. And yeah, Microsoft. Thanks for bringing that up again, there, right, Randy? Microsoft still $3, and we loaded that up. Came back from the gym. We actually went to the sauna today. We chilled out the sauna. I was lying down in there. Yeah, you should have came, man. Why don't I'll just get you a pass.
Sauna in the evening is actually apparently really good. Really good for deep sleep.
Yeah.
If you do it in the evenings. There's a lot of good
Honey Boo Boo TV show. Yeah, what's up?
Doing hot cold is actually really good as well. Like go from the cold to the sauna back and forth. I love one half of that back in school, and it was not the cold tub, but being in the sauna was fun.
Yeah, sauna's fun.
You said 450. I think when you're looking at for what's next, the last time it did this move, forget about the price that it happened because this was like $5.30. That's irrelevant. It's more that when it did that kind of a breakout, it reversed. And then look at this kind of like head and shoulders. It tried to bounce, like that move down. It did make an attempt to bounce right in here around the prior high. And then a head and shoulders look kind of failed. So I think that's what you're looking for. And that's right around that 450 level. So that could take, sorry. I was trying to hold it. I've been doing it all day. I usually am able to get to the mute. Apologies, no, but I think that's what you wait for because that's what the history of the stock has done. Either you're getting really long consolidations or you're getting deep pullbacks where you're trying to hold a prior high. So whether it can do that, I think that remains to be seen. Just one note over here. I am eyeballing what's going on. We're going to talk about, okay, we're not talking, I'm going to say we aren't talking about Amazon. You know, we'll do this after because
yeah, we have lots of stuff to do.
We have plenty of time. We can go back to Microsoft.
All right, guys. Sorry, I can't see the screen here okay, so Microsoft with an outperform today from Oppenheimer, about a $600 price target. Good look there. They also touted $500 million in AI savings, sadly, while cutting jobs, reports Bloomberg. Microsoft up, guys, to the tune of 1 1/5 on the day.
Taking a little bit repetitive here, but, you know, at the end of the day, you know, kind of like called it. Like, I don't know. I mean, this is the point of trading, is to do some research and kind of, I don't want to say stick your neck out because I don't think it's that type of a thing. But there's Microsoft here on the sticky note, $500 long. I mean, I take pride in putting these things out, and you know, we've had some great, I mean, we can go back and look at what was there yesterday. We had like that core weave short was $10. Tesla or whatever it was, we had another one there yesterday. BBAI actually yesterday as well. So, you know, again, I put it out there. We put on risk. We try to make a difference. And Microsoft right there. And all we talked about was very, very simple. And this is what I'm talking about looking at something and versus trading it for profit and trying to like do something with it. Like when Microsoft broke that $500, they already did that in the pre-market. So it goes back to the point that I talked about with Big Bear AI. The minute that broke $500 there in the pre-market early, that's SMCI, my bad. There's Microsoft. It wasn't there anymore. So, you know, there's the break right there that happens. And this is like 923, 925. There must have been a buy imbalance, obviously, on it. And I, you know, wasn't really paying too much attention to it. But then right away, right at 930, of course, because it's the #1 trade idea that I had, I wanted to look at it and we wanted to get long. So as it was bouncing around a little bit, VWAP was kind of creeping up there. And I also put on the note that, hey, I'm trading it back to VWAP if we missed it. We knew we were going to miss it because the $500 name, like the fact that this goes $5 is like something else, like a $100 name, obviously going $1. So, you know, we knew that was very, very possible and a good chance to miss it. So it went up, it made that high of around 502 or 503. And then when it slammed back down, and it wasn't really slamming down, it's just the nature of the beast, how this thing operates. Like right now, it's only a 3-cent spread, but in the morning it was 30, 40 cents going back and forth, couldn't find its way. So I was like, you know what, we'll just use the kind of the pre-market lows and we take $1 there early on our first take because it was already up to 503. And that long is 501.60. It goes all the way up to 506, 507. That's $6-7. So we're happy with it. We're kind of like waving the white flag. We're tapping out of this. And then as it falls back in there, just as we went away from you guys at 11 o'clock, I was trying it again at the 200 period. And then again, we were able to buy even lower, of course. And then once it broke 501, right there, I got out. And it was like, okay, we tried it there at 502. We take the dollar hit. So we give the majority of it back, not the majority, but enough of it back where it wasn't anything anymore. And then I, you know, went there, we went to the sauna, you know, we did a little work there in the gym. We came back and I was like, are you telling me that this thing really bounces off $500, which was the idea that we liked in the first place? So then I took some at the 50 period and then I took some more down here at $500. We're long now at $500.10. This is like, I feel like, you know, my grandfather or my dad, I can't remember what he says, like a blind man could see this trade. So I came in right there, took it again, and that's that. So there it goes, man, $3. And again, it's a big trade. And I know that, you know, we were going to be talking more about news and all that kind of stuff moving forward with this show. But at the end of the day, this is trading, and that's right there. Boom, boom. And so those are what you want, whether or not you're playing options or whatever. I like that $500 strike price, and I'm getting out of it more and more now. So we've traded hundreds of shares, not thousands of shares today on Microsoft. But we'll wait to see where this one goes. And right now, I only have 10% left. So we just had some good outs here at VWAP there, and another one at 503. So yeah. We'll wait to see about a 200 break there. I'm not going to let this go all the way back. That's 501. So let's put that in right now, just like them jeans. We'll put in a $500.99 stop, and we'll get flattened out if that breaks it. Microsoft, salute to you and salute to everybody that's part of Sticky Note Nation.
Yeah, and you have to put in your mind. I think you were saying in there, like, if you don't usually trade $500 stocks, it's like it's a $100 stock,
I had no
and
idea where I was going.
Yeah, you the spread will probably. I wasn't looking at the Microsoft spread, but I'll say if you're normal $100 stocks that are in that same range, like I mean, I guess all the Mag 7s are a little bit more expensive than that. But if they have
Starbucks is like $100.
Yeah, if they have like a 1 or 2 cent range or a 3 or 4, then you just figure, okay, the spread could be like 15, it could be 20 cents, like that kind of a thing, and then adjust your stops accordingly. Or you can trade MSTU.
Yeah, someone gave us that idea, and I forgot.
MSFU.
What'd you say?
Damn it.
Say it to Joe's face next time.
No, no, it's it's a 2 times leveraged bull ETF. But the good thing about this one is at least it'll still be like, it's like 50, so like the prices kind of still match and the charts will be the same. I understand how that sounded, but you guys know exactly what I meant. What I was going to say before we came back, and I know we're going to talk about CLDI, right now Webull is trying to re-break this key level at 13.25. Just when I say re-break, it really, really failed this. This is not the same as what Palantir did. So just a quick look. Like Palantir kind of like broke out here, and then you could look at the consolidation. Like it broke out above 140, and then it consolidated and then kind of retook it again. Webull, on the other hand, like it only broke it out, and it didn't really drop very far underneath. Like it actually held this 13 level pretty nicely. So I think it's almost like a work off 13, try to grab some if it breaks the quarters, put a 13 stop in, and then be long into the high. Like Webull looks really, really strong today. And obviously it's having trouble at this prior resistance level. So I'd like to see it break through 25, and then you can give it to that prior low. I don't care about VWAP on this trade. It doesn't really make any sense. It's not doing anything with VWAP anyways. But bull looking a little bit bullish. Let's go talk about another small capper.
Yeah, last one on the list here, boys, CLDI, one I was involved with on the midday show. It's well off the highs right now, but still up about 119%. On this headline, they announced they generated $4.6 million in gross proceeds by exercising about $6.6 million in warrants. And however you feel about that, the market liked it to the tune of 100%.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's actually down. Like, if you're right there, it's actually down on the day. Just right now, it's still up on the day, but I mean, in the intraday. We opened up in and around here at 9:30. Actually, we're opened up here. We're actually well down right now. We opened up around 90 cents, only to be at 73 right now. So I think as Sharif was saying, like some of these names, you got to hit it and quit it. I heard them on the midday talking about that. Some of these names get going, and then just as they do, it's all the way back down there to the downside. So these are kind of tricky whenever they're, pharma names, because again, like you hear the report and you think it's good. And then the experts, you talked about, you had that one friend that goes through some of the reports you're used to anyways. And it's like, there's always more people, there's always more analysts or people out there that know the space and know what they're looking for. So it gets a lot of hype and then it drips, right? And I think that all you're really trying to do is maybe wait until you see, and maybe if I can just do like this just to show you the volume here. You want to like wait and see until maybe the volume really starts to die down. So again, like you could use volume profile. There's many different things to use. Our charts don't have volume profile, but as you look at this and you kind of draw like a trend line here on the volume, Can I even do that on? Oh yeah, I guess can we? Yeah, like that. So the volume is getting down right there. So I would say kind of like when you see that last little attempt there and you can't get above, like that. This might have been the stopping spot for traders in and around there, and that's around $1. So the minute that dollar breaks, you start to see a little bit of less interest here as we kind of cruise around $1 as people trying to figure it out. And then once you get that break again, the volume starts to pick up, which maybe would say to me, self, maybe now it's time to start to look at it because the volume's there, but now you're decreasing again. So the CLDI, always trying to find, whether or not it's RSI or whatever you're using, you just want to try to figure out when the game is over. And it was definitely overbought at some point, being up 200 or 300%. But now you've broken back down through that range. Not a name that I looked at. And honestly, sub-dollar names, for me, I don't mind trading them, but you see how we have 4 digits here and stuff like that? Again, it just goes to irresponsibility. Like I'll punch into this thing, like if you punch into like 30,000 shares or something, it's like, it doesn't compute that, like if it just goes 1 penny, it just, I don't like looking at it basically as the end of the day when it's down here, because see how it just wiped like that? Like there goes 1 penny like back and forth there. I just feel like my stops are going to get triggered. You can either trade it with lower share size or what, but for me, CLDI right now, I'll get excited if we break back above $1, which is actually where VWAP is. So
I think the problem with that is when you zoom out the stock, there's different kinds of small cappers. One's when you zoom out the daily chart and it looks like this, and my head's in the way, but let me do that. No, it's fine. When you do this and you look, split and then immediate sell-off, look at the bounce. Look at the type of rejection that it does. It makes you think differently about failed breakouts. So when you get this kind of, like, what are the candles going to be looking like today? If we end up closing down here under or at or below 70 cents, pretty bad. And so that's sort of the issue. And when they lose $1, I think you're in a world of hurt. The good news is, in this case, there's probably new shorts after the halt that shorted this under $1. So if you can break it back out, there's probably something here in the afternoon, maybe even some continuation tomorrow. But yeah, from trading penny stocks back in the day and sort of understanding the shenanigans that go on to ensure sometimes the stock can get back and hold above $1. When a stock gets a good positive catalyst, makes that dollar breakout play and rejects it in this fashion, like they couldn't hold it above the buck, if they can't make a late run here, it makes me really dislike it in the short term, because there's an incentive to keep it above $1. And a lot of times that'll mean you'll have insiders or whatever institutions that might be putting some trades on to make that happen. We've seen it in the past. And unfortunately, this one just didn't seem like it had the juice.
Do you ever think you'll go back to trading penny stocks? I don't really.
In certain situations,
okay.
The last, Mullen is a good example of that. That has good setups on it every now and then. I used to do Sundial. It's weird because you want them to be. It's different. I like it when it's in play and I have an idea of how it moves. I don't like trading them when I haven't at least watched it a couple of days. That's why you only ever see me in Mullen, because at least every time it moves, I pull it up. So I'm at least watching it to see what it's doing, because the way in which they trade isn't as easily transferable as it used to be. It used to be when I started, if you traded any penny stock that was doing tens of millions of shares, it was very similar to the other one.
Yeah.
They were all kind of doing the same thing. Whereas now, CLDI, which has done 500 million shares, is trading nothing like Mullen when Mullen did 500 million shares. They're not even comparable. Level 2 liquidity is not the same, despite the fact the volume is the same, the manner in which it moves, the halting. And so you should be trading this technically more like some of those, the 500% runners that we get. It's along those lines instead of just a penny stock.
First of all, what's up to Oscarito in here? Nobody took Bears versus Bulls job. Just tell you that right now.
No.
Not AI, not nobody. So that's a decision that Bears versus Bulls made. Nothing to do with us. But okay, I just want to clear
nothing
that
but
up.
love there.
And yeah, exactly. We have. I just want to make that clear. It's not, if we're going to cut costs or anything, we'll probably just get rid of Neil or myself. Like we're not going to. We do miss Bears versus Bulls
every day.
So there's no doubt about that. What's up, man? Thank you, Katina, man. But it's CATENA. It's all good. But right into there, just quickly here. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Vaughn. I mean, that was awesome. You said SMCI says move. Yeah, I said no, stop. And we got more shares there and actually just took out a little bit more on the downside. So I don't know if you were talking about me to make a move on that or not, but I want to go short in this level until we break through 50s. Like that was what we written down. So thank you for the super chat. And I just wanted to make sure that I did do that. So we're back into that name. And, we did, like I told you, man, we're 10% into this one. We're waiting for SMCI. We ain't got anything else. So we're going to look around for some more opportunities to trade here today into this afternoon. I don't know if I know it's Unidera tonight, but I'm not sure if there's any earnings.
No major earnings tonight.
No earnings.
We do have a bunch to cover, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, between the Google, Amazon,
so much.
Fresh all-time highs in Nvidia, more tariff information, like, oh my goodness.
Pretty soon all-time highs on Palantir.
Pretty much of a nothing. Well, Palantir just broke the high again. Oh, it came back. We had the 10-year, which actually was kind of good, but not really that as big of a deal as I thought it was going to be. And then the Fed meeting minutes, which really didn't do much of anything either. But I just want to, we got a super chat from Bob the Dog. TSLL, 500 USD. MLGO, 500 USD today. Well, we've seen Tesla today. I don't know MLGO. That's, I think Sharif was on this one. That's micro algo, right? This is a penny stock? Why did I think this was not a penny? Oh, that's why I didn't think this one was a penny stock. Because probably the last time I looked at it, micro algo wasn't one. What in the actual... Well, I'm glad you're up on it. See, you got to take profit. When they're running and you get 20 and 30%, understand the history of it. We get these like dead cat bounces all the time, and everyone always thinks, just because it's done like the big one, it's going to do the big one again. When oftentimes that ends up being a little bit of a trap. But this had, what is this in the middle of the day? Yeah, this is, see, like, and again, if you're into this sort of thing, like it's a penny stock, but it's basically trading like one of those low float, super screamer type runners, even though it's done 100 million shares. Like there's your breakout on volume. Okay, well, it hits your alerts now. And then as you sort of see volume decrease, it pulls into the volume weighted average price. It's at like 70 cents. Volume starts to pick up. So now you're getting a gain in volume right in here. That would be like a bit of a wedge break, 74. I guess, yes, you go like 71 stop or 70 stop, so 4 or 5 cents worth of risk. And you're asking, is there upside? Well, I mean, also look at the break on the 15-minute. That's also breaking out this level in here. And the range was like 15 pennies down there, so 15 pennies up. It goes almost right to that same range. Just recreates the down range to the upside. So like you just kind of, I guess you trade these from a technical standpoint. But the old days of being able to, like what you used to be able to do is if it was getting bought into $1 and you had a good break, like you would literally see sometimes these axes, or we used to call them axes, but they'd be like market makers, institutions. You'd see them on the bid, and you got a good feeling of, oh, on these penny stocks in this sector, it was a biotech stock. It was a biotech penny stock. You knew the market makers that mattered more than the others, and if I saw them on the bid, I'd add to the position. That's what you used to do. It's not the same anymore because everyone's hidden in the dark pools. So you've got to trade it probably a little bit more technically than I would. I wouldn't even trade these sometimes with a chart. Like you'd have a chart up, but I'm like, I don't care what the chart says. If I see this dude on the bid and I'm in the money, I'm adding. And if I see him drop, I'm getting out. And so you don't see that anymore, so you just have to go off technicals. But yeah, good one there on MLGO. I'm glad you took advantage of it. I think the Midday boys were covering this for sure.
All right, what's up, savvy Canadian traders? If you're looking to boost your exposure now, tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro, 3 times daily levered ETFs, featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves and minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for an active day trader ready to take on the market. Please read the full prospectus and get ready to enjoy Beta Pro by Global X, betapro.ca. Go read the prospectus there. Make sure you scan that QR code in front of you and go find out about that. I mean, there's a lot of traders that are looking for these big-time levered products, and I think there is a spot in the market for them, especially for those of you that are swing trading and looking to, do something with shorter term. Remember, the options decay that creates the lever is not one that's in your favor long term, hence decay, right? I mean, we're not aging fine beef over here. You want to make sure that you, get in and out of those products, but a great one there. 3 times levered, obviously, something that we know a lot of you are looking for. So we want to thank Beta Pro for their support there, Global X and their product, Beta Pro. So, all right, what's up, eh?
Yeah, keep an eye on Gorilla Technology Group. The volume on this has kind of decreased since the spike. So this actually came out during the rundown, so unfortunately was not at the news desk, but I can talk about it now. Apparently, Gorilla Technology Group here on watch. Traders are circulating that the company is now an Nvidia solutions partner. This sounds like speculation for now, as far as I can tell, but either way, GRRR, we know this is a frequent runner, decent retail attention, and it does have about an 8%, just under 7% short float. For GRRR, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Darren. I know a lot of people were mentioning this, but I got to be honest. I'll just have to fail on myself for this one.
Is that
because
Glorilla or Gorilla?
Gorilla.
Oh, Gorilla. Okay.
Yeah, Grrr. The Grrr I like is from Invader Zim, one of the best cartoon characters of all time. Not Invader Zim. Grrr is a better character on the show, and you're a nerd if you watch it, which I am one. And it's what's good about this is its partnership with Nvidia. Yada yada yada. Nvidia, small cap. And then you actually get some continuation. So even if you miss the first move, you actually have a good shot. That's the power of the news desk. And I know most times we'll always have anything that's popping off real like this should be hitting your scanners. And you want to make sure there's actually something going on here, and maybe not just some random nonsense, but looking pretty solid. It's a bit of a secondary rally for the stock overall. So these, you tend to think they're a little bit more muted till they start breaking out higher levels. And this one is very whippy action when it catches. When it catches a seller, it's like one of those, you want to get out and wait for it to regroup, because when it catches a seller, it turns back like nastily, and then it has to settle down for a bit, and then you go back to the upside, which you can see on that daily chart. So you got to understand the nature of the game that you're playing in a stock like that. I'm just going to go back over, because we did say, I'm pretty sure I said Palantir made a new high. I did not say all-time high.
Oh, no, it's 148 is all.
Yeah, I know. I've made that mistake before. Just know, sometimes you're talking all day long, and I'll accidentally say all-time high when it's breaking the high or it's close enough to it. No, but Palantir did just break. There's your 148 that you're mentioning, Sean. But it did just break and pull back. So now that it's in the pullback off of the 142 half, I'm looking at 141.5 as the spot. At least for now. I'm open to changing that as something drastic happens in the tape, because I'm seeing 142 hold. Not that there's anything on the bid there or anything that's standing out in the tape at 142. But if it does a bottoming tail candle like this, like a break and an immediate retake of 142, I might just jump in here instead of waiting for it to pull back into the $0.50 Adara.
Here on META and SNAP. Earlier today, we had a story that TikTok is apparently preparing a U.S. app with a separate algorithm and code base. Apparently, ByteDance would still be working on this. Well, now ByteDance has just come out and they said this is, quote, factually inaccurate. So ByteDance denying reports that apparently TikTok is preparing a U.S. app. We know that the TikTok being in the U.S. has been a decision that's been delayed multiple times by President Donald Trump. Well, it looks like ByteDance saying that any stories about a U.S. TikTok, not accurate. Back to you.
Correct. Yeah, that's funny.
The correct, you're supposed to always say factually incorrect.
Right.
Anytime anybody corrects anybody in our pool, it's just turned out, because we had one dude that everyone rags on, which you have to do. And I'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, he's a good guy about it.
He's a really good guy about it, but he said it, it's just like, who speaks that way? And so, of course, now everything is just factually incorrect. Because if you're in a fantasy pool with your boys and some guy throws a stat out there, you just be like, someone would say that's cap, or like, come on, shut up, that's nonsense. Nobody says factually incorrect, so he gets called out for that, and I'm going to continue to say it over and over again. But
that's cap.
Someone posted in our chat the other day that it's very true. Good friends know how to jab at each other, and you do that because it's just fun and it's just what you do. But on that story, I'm not actually seeing Snapchat move that much, Because I feel as if it was right around, I don't know the exact time, but you can see a volume spike to the downside. This dropped 25 pennies, which is, not nothing on a $9 stock. So for it to rally 5 or 6 cents to the upside, part of it's because it already moved up, but you'd like to see it get back and break out from where it was before. It might be a little bit of a nothing burger. Maybe Meta's doing better off of this because Meta's just better. Meta, it moved. Don't get me wrong, that's $1, but in Meta terms, $700 stock, it's not even registering. You can barely even see the volume spike there. So that might not be as big of a deal here in the afternoon. So I'm probably going to back away. Always keep them up on the radar. Maybe something happens and you get a little bit more volume later. But I'm just going to be thinking about Palantir at this point. Let us know what in the chat you guys are also watching in here. I've seen a lot of SoundHound today. SoundHound AI.
People are getting excited about the AI play.
Yeah, for sure. This one, hey, that's not bad. Nice little rounded bottom, up a couple of points. You like V-shaped recoveries because of what they mean. Look at the rejection, double top rejection on a stock which is going parabolic, but holds this prior low and doesn't even get to it. It's even better if it can't even get to the prior, this low in here at 1230, because it means the sellers, they don't have complete control of the stock unless it's at resistance. They can't drive it through a support level. They can hold it at resistance, but they can't drive it through the dip buyers. And so I like these V-shaped recoveries. I just think it's a lot better if you can get in before it gets to the high. Because there's selling in here. It's almost like you want to be in. So here's the example. In Bull, it's trying to do a rounded bottom on its own. I'm trying to take this break on Bull here at the quarters, which clearly isn't happening. And the same thing is happening in SoundHound as we speak. And as a matter of fact, it is making the break. So the technical break I'm looking for in Webull is literally happening in a similar vein in SoundHound, and you can play it into the high. Let's go back to Adara. Maybe there's a story here.
Mm-hmm.
So I looked here more into this Gorilla Nvidia thing. So yeah, it is actually on their website. Thank you for someone in the chat for letting me know they are an official Nvidia Solutions partner. I looked to see a press release to see the timing of this. I could not find anything. So they haven't officially released this. When I looked further into this, it looks like this has been speculated since April 2025. So for at least 2 to 3 months, this has been speculation. I was just curious as to the timing of this. Again, obviously this story began circulating after 2 p.m., but it's unclear when the website was updated. Now, apparently what NVIDIA Solutions Partner is it's part of NVIDIA's partner network. This is available on their website. So yeah, as far as I can tell, that's what this means. If I find more details, I will let you know, but they actually have an entire database of their partners. Yeah, pretty interesting stuff. We will continue to look into this for you guys. When I searched in Gorilla Technology Group just now in their partner network, I couldn't find it, but maybe it just hasn't updated yet. Back to you.
Thanks, Derry. Yeah, always trying to vet those stories. So good job on that one. I'm going to go long. I'm going to go long Big Bear AI. There's a lot of talk about it in the chat, so let's ride right now if we can. Let's go through 730. If it breaks this VWAP and goes to the upside, we're going to try that right there on a break of Big Bear AI. If it doesn't work, this doesn't classify as a break and fake type of thing, because it's just kind of there's only an hour left here. I don't know if it's going to get a huge increase in volume, so we might just break it and we have to kind of let it settle and get back up to the upside. So with that being said, I still think 10 cents or something is worth it, man. If this comes back in and breaks through that 720 back there to the downside, I don't have a problem stopping out where the rest of the world stops out, honestly, on a play like this. It's going to be a little bit of a later play on the middle of the day, so we're out of that. And this is what I'm talking about, man. I'm going to say awesome. Awesome. Even though, shout out to Vaughn Clark there, who talked about SMCI. Look, man, I mean, this is why we get the out. This is how you remain. We talked about being green, being, I think, every day this month so far. And, here we go. SMCI, this is why you get out of the way. The only thing that I could have done better there, I guess, was reverse on SMCI and take that back in there. So congratulations, Vaughn, if you were long, or anybody else that was looking at SMCI, because pop goes the weasel. On that one. Nice play there for you, or Vaughn, or anybody else out there. Vaughan, a good city just north of Toronto, right there. Shout out to all the Italians right now. Okay, so Microsoft, again, man, shout out to everybody that's making. There it is, man. We're still 250 in the money. We were, I mean, I wouldn't say the word is impatient. Whoops. Oh, that's right. We're still on this. I wouldn't say the word is impatient here. It's not. It's just getting a little impatient. It's not moving. So I am still waiting for 503. I have an offer at 503, but we'll take that at VWAP when it was coming to it there. So that was good. We just noticed it was bouncing around. Then we went back up, and I was like, we almost got to 503. So when we didn't, I took another piece out at 60s, or right here anyways, 68, I believe. So that was a good fill there. We still have that 503. If that can pop, then good for us. But other than that, man, you guys know we're getting out at 501, and if that winds up breaking. So that's just kind of a trade that I'm looking at right now, and I look at Adara for the next story.
Another not the best catalyst here coming through for GOOGL. I'm just seeing here, apparently the House Select Committee on China has released a letter to, or sent a letter here to Google CEO Sundar Pichai, raising concerns over the company's apparently malicious advertisements on Google platforms. So keep an eye here in GOOGL in case you missed it earlier today. This thing took quite a move to the downside, quite a powerful move to the downside after we did have OpenAI reportedly looking to do this AI web browser. Previously today, Perplexity announced their own web AI browser. So GOOGL, not a great day for Catalyst. We send you back to the guys for Power Hour.
Thank you, Adara. Absolutely. And look, it was not good for Google, but come on, they literally bought it right up. When I say they, you know what I mean, algos, institutions, all that kind of good stuff. So I kind of went over the worst flat trade you'll ever see. It's weird. Like sometimes you'd rather have lost on the trade. That's actually not true. It was just a matter of it was one fake out too many on the bottom. It's like wait for it. Okay, that's the turn. Ha ha ha. And then just as you're adding to it, they make one more run of the low. But I don't know. It'll always be frustrating. But that being said, what I mean to get to is, you always want to pay attention to what the reaction is on a negative news story. Like, what does the market do with it? The algos are going to drop the bid. That's just what happens. But it got bought back up. It got bought right back up. And ultimately, nothing has anything. Like, look at this. Look at Google since the April low. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, well, it hasn't gone to the top of this trend line. But you know what? That news doesn't change this for me. Like, as far as I can tell, this is the pattern on Alphabet. And if in the next couple of days we lose this 170 and go underneath, then I think you go bearish on it. And if that doesn't happen, then you just look for it to continue the channel to the upside. It's as clean as it gets right now. There's buyers in an up channel in Google until proven otherwise. I almost don't care too much about the story. They got a million moats at work. You don't talk about Waymo enough. Everyone's all excited about quantum for a bunch of names that don't do anything with it or don't make any money or have any revenues. But like, it's Google and IBM that have been spending the most money on quantum for the longest time. So who do we really think is going to make a breakthrough? And yeah. I say that as our family's got some QBTS, but that's like it's a Hail Mary. It's an absolute Hail Mary. Google's not. Alphabet's not. I go back and forth with those, by the way.
Yeah, so that Hail Marys already happened on QBTS.
Oh yeah, well that's what like if you're not already in some of those at some of the better prices, the Rigettis, the QBTSs, I think you really have to wait for them to settle down because that's already happened. You need a new set of Shkreli's or shorts to work it down, and then they start to get blown out. Some of the new ones, but I think like the early move has kind of happened there. I'm only saying Martin Shkreli because he's the only person. I'm sure there's lots of hedge funds and traders and analysts out there that have said to the names like, I know there's one more I'm missing. It's Rigetti and QBTS and QBT. IonQ, that's the other one. That have been talking about that group and probably putting shorts on every time that it goes to the upside. But like you already got the big parabolic. I just called up Rigetti because it's the last one I said. And then there was your chance at the dip buy on some of these. And it held these levels. Now you're a double up from its support on the pullback. Like, I don't know, to me, this isn't where you'd be pulling, you don't pull the trigger on some of these stocks. Like maybe you get a nice little tight long in here, like the 50 period, which this is really respecting Rigetti, by the way. Like it's really respecting the 50 period on the daily. Like that could be something to look at. But yeah, I think you're in I like to use baseball analogies, like what inning it is, but I'm like, you know what? I don't have a really good idea. Maybe it's like you're at the first or second batter of the first inning in the top of the first for quantum. So, there's going to be a lot of the outcome is still to be determined. All right, so going back over to SoundHound, I mean, it was already breaking out through 13, but there's your V shape. The opening range, 10 o'clock, so there's your 10 o'clock resistance level. So essentially when it broke there and then consolidated off that level, I just took the long in the consolidation. I just tried to make a little bit of a break. You can see I'm offering out into like these highs, and then if it breaks that, play by ear into the top. So I want to give it to underneath. Well, I mean, if you guessed I'm giving it to underneath $13, then you've guessed right. I mean, sometimes it is obviously, I think you literally just said, if it stops out at the level everyone else does, fair enough. But like it's like that trade I'm giving to here. Like that's literally the prior bar low happens to be the even dollar. So like I'm just stopping it. I might give it like 98 instead of 99 just to get cute with it. But that's all I'm watching here. Did we get to the super chat from Chatty?
I mean, it literally just happened.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Oh, you know what? I'm not even scrolled to the bottom. That's why. SLP opinions, please. They report next Monday. SLP, that is on the NASDAQ. I say that out loud to myself because I'm used to back in the days when anything with 3 letters was a New York stock and 4 letters was NASDAQ. Yikes. So for full disclosure, anytime I'm looking at something, we get asked a lot of questions, and oftentimes it might be a stock that I'm unfamiliar with, which I'll always tell you out the bat. This is the first time I'm looking at them, and what I usually want to do in that case is like, what's the news? And then I'll probably usually I want to go to the details as well. Like I can see that this is all the way from June. Okay, so you have no news on it. You're saying they report next Monday. Let's get rid of FICO because that's the last one we're looking at. I want to get a sense of here because when it's that far down, I want to see this 16% short flow. Okay, well that's good. If you're looking at a stock which is like very, very bad on a daily chart, I want to see if there's short interest there. Float 11 million, so you got a bit of a low float. So that's a couple of things that can usually make it run if it gets good news, because why else would you when you look at something like that, you need to have some kind of a runway if it gets good positive news, shorts covering big. So 16% short float, good. I don't like bottom pegging these. I want to see it break so that you at least have something to work off of. Like I've never taken a swing trade, literally trying to catch a low and just sitting on the bid, except for extreme situations like if I was trading a penny stock back in the day, like you take it off like a 10-cent level, go long 11s. But that's when the stock is at its death. You take those shots because the risk to reward is so good. Here, there's probably still too much runway to try to predict what the low would be. So I'd almost rather it start to break out. And ideally, you could have that breakout before the earnings and then hold it through with a stop underneath. But outside of that, I tend to stay away. But I like the fact it's got a nice short float. I think it helps.
All right, let's go over right now who's making all of the money here at Real Trading. So here we go, man. This is again something that we have here at Real Trading. It's called Trader Information Portal. All traders that are involved with Real Trading can log in here and see the top 10 traders today. So this was for yesterday, right? As we go on and have a quick look at all of this. So there it is, man. Amex, CME, NASDAQ in New York right there. So these are the markets. So this is the one individual trader and then the markets that were traded. So, we had a trader yesterday trade Amex, the CME, so probably a futures product there. Amex, we had that BNBR or whatever is in there as well. The New York, NASDAQ. This trader here staying up a little late there, burning that midnight oil. We respect that. And they were Australia and NASDAQ, so interesting.
That's not a normal pair to see.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So to see that was a little bit odd right there, but interesting nevertheless. New York, NASDAQ all the way down, try to trade the best markets there, as a lot of people do. So that's interesting there to see that. And then all the way down, Amex, NASDAQ, New York, and then shout out to somebody located up in Canada getting all of the Canadian markets pretty much traded there yesterday as well. What's missing from here? No blue ocean or anything like that today. There's been some good overnight trading happening. And then also, you know, we have access to pretty much all the markets worldwide. So it's pretty, I guess, concentrated North American markets there yesterday. You know, sometimes you'll see on here, whatever, Lisbon or Zitra in Germany or the LSE or, yeah, DAX, Zetra, yeah, same thing, right there. So yeah, some stuff going on there. So yeah, interesting to see all of that. Okay, so BBAI not moving around too much, so we'll have to wait. Again, I think we nailed that trade there. It didn't break, so you know we're not in it right now, but I still think there's a lot of opportunity there for Big Bear AI. So that's something to look at. All right. Yeah, some traders talking about Tesla there in the chat.
What's Tesla doing?
Nothing really. 297.
MSTR?
Again there as well. Yeah, I don't know if there's any other names for you guys. You know, I mean, today's day, I was sort of saying to you earlier, and I think a lot of you probably, or hopefully, felt the same thing there. I didn't really think there was, I mean, unless that bond auction goes, you know, dramatic one way or the other, that was a nothing burger, so there's nothing there. And then we were always saying that, you know, the Fed minutes, and I'm not even sure what the minutes came out as. Maybe Adara, was there anything key in those minutes? Because
yeah, I mean, I actually talked about it when they came out right before the flip of the shows. There was nothing at all really that significant. One thing I found really interesting was they did say there were going to, a couple of, and that's their exact wording, members were considering potentially a July cut if data held out. We were only two Fed members that we're aware of. That would be Waller and Bowman, who have suggested a July cut. So it sounds like they're the only two that are really interested in July, but that's just me reading maybe into it too much.
Yeah, I don't know, that's okay. No, I was going to go ahead, Neil. I was
going to say, if you look at like both 1 o'clock, like just, well, you can see the trend. I mean, why am I showing you times? If you look at the 10-year, it just continued its trend down. Like what you would have been looking for is if something changed, but which is like a slow grind back, which is good. That's why I think you're getting some strength back into the market, which is a slow grind back up. So rates didn't really do much of anything except continue, the 10-year anyways, sliding in, which, I mean, ultimately, I think that's why you're getting this like nice slow relief rally, and why I'm kind of favoring longs in the afternoon or anywhere where you can get some breaks on risk names. So until that changes, which I don't think there's any catalyst in the last hour for it to, maybe the imbalances could come one way or another. We're not expecting anything crazy, but you absolutely never know. So keep an eye on rates. They matter so much more, and they'll give you the hints as to how we're doing a lot of times in terms of direction.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to, yeah, just we called this up earlier, so this is why I sort of was talking about the Fed rate there, or the minutes that came out, just to see if anything had changed, and no. So we had looked before there for July, and I said, you know, maybe if there was, as Adair just mentioned, some dissent or whatever sort of the talking points were involved in that. Doesn't look like much happening there, 95% there. So I'm not even going to look. I mean, at the end of the year, this was the exciting thing. We could get that 75 basis point cut if we can get that. Not by the time December happens, because right now, wait a second, right now we're 425, 450, sorry. So December, this would be, yeah, 75 basis points. Okay, so yeah, that would be the cut. Hopefully we can get 3 times there. Looking like we'll be back into this range, and then we'll move forward. Doesn't look like, there's basically a 3% chance of no cuts whatsoever. By the time the end of the year happens, that's where we are right now. So yeah, it doesn't look like there's much happening right now on the CME Fed rate tool. And I think that's something that you guys could all call up there, especially if you're trading more macro stuff, Forex or the yield and different things like that. You could, you know, check it out there. All right, Nvidia, still that gorilla stock. I mean, I think that was a pretty interesting name that we had talked about earlier, and that a lot of you in the chat, Healing as well there in the chat was talking about this. Adara sort of did that dive into their website and whatnot. Yeah, maybe tomorrow it'll be updated over the night, and I think this name could go. I did want to check before we went over this because I did not look at what the short float was. over there. The short float rate here, or just a float in general. So the float's 22 million, so a little light, but still okay. Short float only 6%. So yeah, not much there as far as like how that, hey Ramin, how that could be going down through as well. But yeah, we'll wait for it. Again, a good news catalyst there. GRR, we'll figure out what's going on with that one. SoFi, of course, today, still 20 bucks. I actually didn't. I got out of a small, I get out of like 10% every time I'm telling you guys that. And the last time I got something out on SoFi was 18 bucks. So maybe thinking about probably getting some out. But again, I'm waiting. Still got to get my money right because, again, it's in the longer term account. So I might wind up selling that anyways and just move over to.
You know what actually makes sense?
There's BBAI on the break. So yeah, right now we're long Big Bear AI.
Because there is some time until their earnings.
Glorilla?
No, not Gorilla, SoFi.
SoFi, yeah.
I'm glad you said that because like, people might have thought I was talking about Gorilla. SoFi reports on the 27th, so you still have you got time. It's almost
long time.
It's almost 3 weeks in there. So it gives you an opportunity to instead of selling shares, you can always just go for like covered calls or something. And then if it does like some kind of a crazy move, it's like, okay, well, you didn't mind selling anyways, so if they get called away, not a big deal.
Right.
But that's when you do that in a longer term holding, it has to be something that is your plan. Like I am okay if they get called away. I don't mind selling it. The last time I did it was on a stock like Intel, where I'm like, look, man, I remember thinking it too. I was like, it was a 25 buy a couple of years ago. I'm like, if that goes 50% up, I will gladly have a quarter of that called away. I'll be more than happy at that point. And when it did, it ended up being a really good decision. Right. To be honest, I wish I had sold them on the whole thing, but that is what it is. So you know what? I'm actually looking. I should have reloaded, and I might do it now off the 13. Like if we're able to get some out on sound on the way up for this break into the highs, then I want to get back in the quarter that we got out the next time. Because it just held on to that even dollar as we speak. So I'm just going to rebid it, not going to move the stop at all, still underneath 13 bucks. And then looks like we're getting a nice move to the upside. So sound's going, I see BBAI is going. There might be other sympathy names, I guess, in the AI space that could all be making this similar rally. So if you have something in the spot, like they seem to all be trying to make a run in here, and it might be the right spot for sure.
Okay, yeah, there goes Big Bear AI. Again, I don't mind breakout trades. I don't necessarily consider this one a breakout trade. I mean, it's breaking out of its range, but I just wonder if it could bleed upside a little bit there. I am waiting for 10% out at 35. Kind of just because, want to get a little bit out there. Remember, it's going to be 1-to-1. The stop is at 720, so if we break back down below that, which we could, I was actually hoping for more volume on that, right? I mean, we talked about the volume that I had this morning when everybody was looking at it. We were not on it this morning. It wasn't even a mention of mine, really, until everyone was like, oh my God, Big Bear AI is going to the downside. We had stopped trading that yesterday around noon. But right there, finally trying to break back above. So we'll see. Normally when this happens, the reason why we zoom that out, like it's not great volume, but like I can't predict what's about to happen. All I can do is trade setups, and it's something that I liked. And it wouldn't have surprised me if this had just ripped up right there on Big Bear AI, but it stopped. So yeah, we'll wait and hope someone sees this and wants to buy it with me. But for right now, not much we can do on that. There's Big Bear AI. So we'll wait to see. I think if I could have a target today, honestly, like 750 would be good. Like this little stop zone there is 45. So that's only going to give us just more than 1-to-1 on the trade. Again, I like a lot, but it's not looking like it wants to go. The more size that keeps building up here on the offer, it's not. I know it's on 150 million, and that 25,000 there shouldn't really affect it, but it will. There it comes. Just came back. Like got hit, and then 30 more thousand shares. 50,000, sorry. That's one's on NASDAQ, one's on New York. So, they're all starting to show up there. Someone just hit the New York guy, by the way, for 20,000. So, yeah, there's definitely buyers here of the stock, but there's also sellers. And it can't get through the way. And as you're looking at the live level 2 here and the time in sales, all these prints, all these blue ones, they're all in between. They're all half prints. They're all citadels and all that kind of stuff, routing away your orders and just picking all these destinations off in the matrix. So you got to watch out there for Big Bear AI. Might not be the trade that we're all for here at the close, which is completely fine. I hit it with like basically less than half of the shares that we had the other day on the 8th break. So not much going on there. Yo, what's up, Charlie Taft there? Want to know if we're bullish or bearish on Tesla. So, you mean in general or just like today? Because I'm pretty bullish on Tesla long term. I don't know what your opinion is, Neil. I think it's probably bullish as well. But for today, yeah, I mean, it's down on the day. That would be the only thing for me. So the NASDAQ right now is up 0.6. I don't generally like fighting trends, when especially where we're in the last hour, but the trend on this is up. You're above VWAP, so yeah, I think if you like the long, you're right at some levels right here from the morning that held. So if we can break above right now, maybe 98s, which is, or even maybe even just this breakout right there, then I think we could hold it and then just use the 50-period moving average. So I think for a $1 or so area right there. I know I see BTC, everybody.
And
it's trying to go.
IBIT's going.
I mean, I'm happy with that.
MSTR is going. Strategy is going as well. We do see it, like, and it's picking up volume in Steam. Did we get any? Double check. I've heard nothing. I don't see anything when I quickly check out X. So there's nothing obvious. It doesn't have to be a story. Like, this could just be technical. Like, you're breaking a resistance level, and then you get some acceleration when you break it out. So Bitcoin's making a rally. You got MSTR. I just typed in Microsoft. It's muscle memory. Like, you type in the one that you probably have done more often. MSTR making a move 3% to the upside. See, the good thing about this is maybe you finally get a squeeze play on MSTR where it can get through 420 and make some of the shorts, because there's this whole long Bitcoin short MSTR thing, which is a thing. So you want to see some of that unwind. And I think the perfect storm would be if it breaks this out before Bitcoin even takes out its high. Because if that happens, then you're already in trouble short, and then Bitcoin makes a fresh high. It's just a better sequence of events. But I'm a Bitcoin person. I hold it. As a matter of fact, I like to say, sort of off-brand, foolishly, not trimming any Bitcoin, even though it's more of my portfolio than I usually want it to be, because the last couple of dip buys, and then we got back to the high. Generally speaking, I'd get myself back down to around 5% up here, but I've been I use the right word, which you shouldn't use when trading and investing. I've been kind of hoping that before I pull the trigger, it actually breaks out that top, and I get myself an extra 10, 15% on the sell, which I know I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna let it get back underneath the 100. I am going to trim some of my Bitcoin. I haven't decided.
I mean, you haven't bought any in a long time, though, but you have such a good...
Well, it's not a long... Yes, well, it depends on the definition of long. April, and it would have been back... twice this year. So once at the beginning of the year, and then once on April. Because it's just, on the daily chart, I'm only looking at two things on Bitcoin. It's like this prior high, and then that top, when it broke the prior high, turned into support. And that's it. I've looked at nothing else. And of course, the obvious thing would be to trim at this top, which I don't know why. Like I said, I know why I'm not doing it, because I'm sitting here in a hope mode. Each time it goes to the high, it's going to break out, and I'm going to be able to eke a little bit of extra profit out. But my intention is to take some of that money out and try to get it back, try to put it into some into the index, because I like to, when I generate some cash, I use that for dip buying the indexes or DCAing into the Qs or the SPY, whichever one I like at the time, or maybe finally get something in Robinhood is the other way that I'm thinking about playing it. So kind of stay in the crypto space, but I don't own any Robinhood, which I've talked about at times, and that might be a good place to put it. The only problem is that I'm still kind of committing myself to crypto if I do that.
Not really, man.
Not really, but it's kind of. It's just not how I do things.
Yeah, no.
I'm usually more conservative than that, in that I'd take that money and put it into the index.
Right.
Not back into something crypto related. Otherwise, why wouldn't I just keep it in Bitcoin?
Yeah. So, yeah, to that point, you guys know I've been buying I bought 103, I bought 102s or 103s, I bought 105s. And yeah, I'm starting to load up. The idea for me would be to hold... I'd said this before, I wouldn't mind holding a couple coins, full coins, so that once it does finally rip, we can get something out, put that away, whatever. and then try to hold on to something else as it continues to go higher. So that's sort of the goal there. And we have been building into position, selling some of the altcoins and also buying some Ripple. So I'm buying XRP, selling the Cardano, selling Ethereum. You guys know I sold Ethereum at 25.5 and put that right into Bitcoin. So yeah, I'm quite bullish on that as well. But my specialty remains right here, man, trading and what we're doing for you every single day. And I hope I can continue to prove that to all of you. And it's so good to be here with everybody every single day and trying to do all this for you. There's Microsoft. We just got some more out there at 303, or 503, sorry. So that was another good trade there. Going long at 500, out right there, another $3. I think we've probably taken about $10 or more maybe on Microsoft today, just kind of refreshing the ideas that we had. So those have been working out pretty good. So we'll continue to wait to see if Microsoft wants to keep doing that upside play, but we're getting lighter and lighter on it now. 5% left only right there. That was a good fill for us at 503. So and the reason is we already saw that right there. There it comes in right there, so 503. All right, that's that. All right, I know Neil doesn't sports gamble or anything like that. I do, and I don't use DraftKings. I use FanDuel, but again, supporter of this stock. I like DraftKings. Another move upside here, $43, looking to break out. I don't think this is going to be a trade for today, but definitely a trade a little higher through $43. I think this could be...
It was the bill the other day.
I used to do something like this, and I have to keep this on the download before Joe or Sharif or somebody takes this, but I used to have tomorrow's trade today, and that was another segment. And I just want to say, like, this could be tomorrow's trade. A good positive there. I'm just playing around with all that. These guys can take whatever they want. But right there, 44. If I see tomorrow, Joe have tomorrow's trade today's segment, it's already done. See this guy? Like I told. Oh man, yeah. But anyways, I think, and it was really fun. I used to do that because I used to do the market recap show for a year by myself. And then we're able to get Adara involved, and now Neil's doing it. I was just like, I can't keep doing this every day, so now we've got help doing it. But that was one of the segments, and I think that DraftKings could really go. So we'll wait to see on that one. We're in it in the mid-30s, somewhere around here. Remember, I told you like I got filled by accident. Like I had some bids in there, and then I was going through the account, like, what the hell, I'm long right there. So that was a good move. Hoping that we can, yeah, yo, what's up, Russell? Yeah, I hope we can get some out there near the high side. But yeah, man, whoa, there we go, man. IBIT to the rescue.
To the moon.
So we'll go, I don't have you have the congratulations Bitcoin?
Oh yeah, I do.
That was Joe going off. Yeah,
I was on the wrong page.
Yeah, so there goes. I was going to call up IBIT, but there it goes, man. 110. What up, 110 right now? Trying to break a little bit higher.
Oh no! Like every time I try to hit the Brendan go.
Yay! 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 Yay!
Oh yeah, there it is. Once they speak on.
It's because the graphic looks almost the same.
Super chat, okay.
We got a super chat from 007 Kyle. Shout out to you. You must be a Sean Connery fan. Neil Sean, the real goats. The real goat is Sean Connery, the greatest of all, and which we all agree on, by the way. Like we talked about this.
I don't have enough opinion. I haven't watched.
No,
I default to you.
No, this is all for Joe.
No, but Joe admits that he screwed that up. The guy's seen like 4 Bond movies.
No, but it's like saying I love LeBron James, he's the GOAT, but you've never actually watched any other NBA player.
He's still saying Pierce Brosnan. But the thing is like this. My dad one time told me this, okay? He goes, how do you know that, you know, because he used to drive Mustangs, Corvettes, Trans Ams, Camaros, all this. And he was like, how do you know what car you like the best or which car is the best in class or whatever, unless you sort of drive them all?
Yeah.
You know, you have to have experience doing that, very similar with Love Life and all this kind of stuff. So I'm just saying to Joe, like, the guy's admittedly seen a couple of Bond movies.
Yeah, it's no different from buying a stock and not knowing anything about the company.
Yeah, LeBond James, that's funny. I think LeBond James is the best Bond of all time. But no, I think that's another thing. I know you've seen them all and you are a fan
of the
Bond, exactly, of the Bond series. Just like anything geek related, I would default to you as well. And nerd, you call it your self-proclaimed nerd. Star Wars, I would say
there's a danger.
Oh, I know something that's way bigger in Star Wars than you, by the way. One of my assistant coaches. No, only because the guy dresses
We're friends
up.
now.
as the guy is part of the Toronto Skywalker, not Moonwalker. What do they call those guys that wear the white stuff?
Stormtrooper.
Stormtrooper. Okay, he's a way bigger fan than you then.
No,
yeah, Stormtroopers.
We're talking stocks all day long. Sometimes
so he's on stage tonight with Weird Al Yankovic at Budweiser stage.
Get out of here.
Yes, because
that's sick.
Yeah, so because apparently Weird Al has a Star Wars.
Yeah,
song.
well, Weird Al is a.
Yeah, so he's at Budweiser.
People
stage.
know Weird Al. I'm assuming everybody knows Weird Al.
Everyone
right?
knows Weird Al
Okay,
Yankovic. Yeah, come on, man. But anyway, so he's doing that tonight.
That's cool.
And I told him, I said the guy I work with is a big fan as well. So.
But to me, one of the reasons why I love it so much. Here's the thing: I'm a huge James Bond fan. I'm a huge Star Wars fan.
Hey, BBS.
When I was a kid, my dad would take us to the movies. Well, he'd tell him I'm taking the boys to the movies, and we just end up watching whatever he wanted to watch. I remember, so I got to see like Bonds in the theater when I'm not even sure I should have been seeing them at that age. Every each is their own. I now love them, and they're fantastic. So I got Star Wars. We'd always watch. Obviously, it was Return of the Jedi at the time. I remember seeing the science fiction 2010 when I was a little kid. And I couldn't even understand what was going on, but I was mesmerized and loved it. So part of my love for it is just the good memories with my pops. Because it's just, I associate it with just, good stuff, or ish. I can say that. So that's part of it, man. But let's be real. What is going on? Go Bitcoin. Go IBIT. MSTR is squeezing everybody here for sure. What is ETH doing? Is it ETH? Which one do I like better? ETHA is the good one, right?
That's what I like, yeah.
Yeah, ETH. Look, ETH is making a move as well. It's not just Bitcoin. Like, look at the last couple of sessions here on ETH. Like, it's looking really strong. Like, the market's not doing much. Like, the real jam is here. Look at the technical break. It's pretty good. Oh, I was gonna. Okay, let's go to Adara. It's 3:30 just today. It's got some early looks.
Oh, yeah.
Adara?
I just want to let you guys know here, Delta earnings tomorrow morning. So as we do here at TTV Research, I actually made this infographic for you guys. In the background, we have a fun little sky and Delta's colors. And this is actually a pretty interesting story. I started here at their annual revenue in 2007 when the company was relisted on the New York Stock Exchange. And then, of course, sitting here in 2024, keep an eye here on DAL. Let's see if this one flies to the upside or crash lands at its earnings tomorrow morning. TTV Research on X. Back to you.
ETVL immédiatement. Right there. I have no idea if that's French or not, but I feel like it.
Don't ask me. I don't know that.
Bang right there. Screw AI like dubbing in French, man. I'm just gonna do a show there, but no, we did the Big Bear AI there, and it went up a little bit, man. I got some 34s. That's it, man. I was like, oh wow, we'll sit because. You might have heard me under my breath. I was like, this dog's not going. Like, what am I doing here? And then anyways, I still have that 35 there, but when it busted up through 34, I just sat there on edge A or what. This isn't going to mean anything to you, but just got filled on edge A at 34. It didn't print through it. You got to sit on gateways, and I wound up paying like $1 for 1,000 shares just to grab that fill, right? So we'll grab that right there at 34. Again, small move, right? I mean, that was only making 1%. We just made there 3 pennies on a $7 stock, like. Not even. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening right there as well. But yeah, crypto's starting to go. I feel like this is frozen. This is not moving for me right now. Did we break through 110 or what? Yes, we did. So there it goes, man. I thought that wasn't loading up there. So there it goes right there. 110.4 right now. Come on, Neil. Yeah, so a little frozen action there. I was going to say to the wife.
No wonder.
We went out for dinner last night. 20.
So bad.
What's up, my wife? Love you. 3 Proseccos there. $22 each for a flute of Prosecco. The guy brings out the bottle. I'm like, that's a $20 bottle, my guy, right there. But that's what you pay for when you go out to dinner. Got to spoil the wife every once in a while. And that was a lot of fun. So we had that shout out. Love you, Marissa. That was a great time there last night. You got to have those experiences, man. The bill was a little eye-opening, but if you don't do it, you don't do it. And that's the whole thing. If you don't have experiences in your life, you don't have anything.
To each their own. Like some people, like I'm experiences over like things. What's the proper way to say that? Like instead of collecting things, I'd rather collect memories. There's a better way.
Exactly.
There's a more eloquent way to say it than things. I would.
Oh yeah, way more eloquent.
But like, I'll just keep it real. Like that's what it is. But like you can. Yeah, you can spend irrationally on things. I could probably spend too much money on Lego, but I just believe memories are so much better. Like at the end of the day, that's what the people around you and that love you are going to remember. You can.
When's the last big dinner you guys went to?
That's not our big thing. Like
that's experience. I thought you were saying that's
no,
experience.
No, but the experience for us is we love to go hiking, getting out in nature. Like we're much more that than going out to dinner.
Yeah, so are we.
So like, but that's what I'm saying.
We
Like for
never
us,
go out to dinner,
like camping for us, like that is like that's kind of experience we like to have. And when we go hiking as a family, that's and again, everyone's a little bit different. Like those are the memories that we like to enjoy. We like going to museums and things like that. But it's just like whatever. It doesn't matter whatever it happens to be. You just find something that your family can enjoy together, and you just do that ish. You just do it. I knew what I was going to do. I was going to mention two things. One, bit of a weird fail here in Palantir 143, and fail's maybe not the right word, but it just broke the 143 even to make another fresh high. And this is a real wick. Like this is not some dark pool nonsense. Big volume spike, big top, and a little bit of a reversal happening in Palantir. So it looks a little distinctly different. I think you might have had just a little bit of a curl here, unless it can try to get back and press into 143. This one might be coming back in. Good strong run for Palantir. There's no question about it. But yeah, that's usually a bit of a reversal candle. And I promised I'd look at early looks. You've got MP. Yeah, that's a good company. MP Materials, rare earth metals. 2 million to the buy side. Visa early look sell side. Kind of weird. You have Cliffs, 1.4 million sell. Merck, a 1.6 million to the buy side. They made a big acquisition today. Usually they'd be under pressure on a day like that. Verizon, 1 million sell. So nothing really standing out. American Airlines, 100. Actually, that's like 1 million shares. AMC, 700,000 share sell, if anyone still cares about that. But early look, really MP Materials, 2 million to buy. That would be interesting. And it's still in the midst of this pullback. I think, yeah, you know what? So I know where I might put if I eventually sell that 2% of Bitcoin, which I haven't done yet. But if I do, MP, rare earth metals, maybe this is back into that 50-period moving average. The 50 and the 200 it's respecting. Now, if I do it, I'm thinking long-term. It wouldn't be a swing play. This would be like a buy and hold forever. So the fact that it's at the technicals, I probably wouldn't care that much, although it does help. But I like them. So it's a good thing it's on the imbalance locator because that might be something that I want to own. That said, you can see what's sort of been happening here with the stock. The more you have no bad news with U.S. and China relations, this kind of slides back. Like the momentum with it is if there's troubles with China, this goes up, and if things are seeming like they're smoothing out a little bit, then it starts to pull back. From a momentum standpoint, I think in the long term is the only U.S. producer for earth metals. Yeah. They're a good company to own. It's just from the momentum side of it, it's not really looking like much of a buy right now, which is interesting that it's a 2 million buy on the imbalance locator, and it's only done 4.7 million on the entire day of volume. That's it.
Yeah, just to make sure everybody doesn't think that, I'm balling like crazy there. Both my kids are gone. It's the first time ever that we've had no kids. So that's why when the kids are away, the adults go out and play. So yeah, that's what it's all about, man. And when I get older and stuff like that, and even in the chat, you guys are like, yeah, you got to go out and do all that kind of stuff. I mean, I obviously believe in that, but not spending a whole bunch of money, man. Don't do that too much. We went the night before that. We went and had smash burgers and fries at a local pub, at a local brewery. So we're supporting all of that as well. And I told her today, don't even think about. Well, she might make some dinner tonight, but we have other plans as well there. So okay, and then next week is Boston. And again, you want to talk about experiences. We talked about dropping 5 bills there on whale watching. So yeah, man, I mean, it is what it is. I don't sit here and trade for myself. You already know that. I trade for the family. All right, so this is SMCI. Yeah, SMCI, huge move. Wow, what a move, up to $50. So that's exactly what we had written down on our sticky note today, was that, failed breakout there, wanted to go short. And yeah, so that's what we did. It failed the breakout there. We went short early. And SMCI right now is still a huge stock. I'm going to be up more on Microsoft than I am on SMCI, but it's still pretty close. And we've had reloads there and everything. The good thing about SMCI is what I'm learning more and more and more more is that you want to hit it and quit it, especially some of these stocks. So most of my trading and all the bigger positions for myself will be put on in the morning. And then that's when we use the sticky note to our advantage and make these kind of plays, right? And then even right there, when SMCI came back up, I mean, that was another great opportunity there at about 12 o'clock. That's a little bit later. Was not really expecting that kind of a move, but it comes all the way back into VWAP there and the 200 period. So those were easy outs there. And yeah, the fact that we held, no surprise that we're starting to go back up to the upside as everything got turned up right here at around 48.98. Shout out to you, Michelle Meir, in the chat, who knows how to have a good time. All right, Marvell here, MRVL right now, starting to go as well. Yeah, there goes Bitcoin right now. Yeah, what a move. 110. What is the all-time high? I'm
literally just.
Yeah, me too. So here we go. This is this is Coinbase. No, this is Bitcoin US dollars. So I don't know, Coinbase, yeah. So it looks like it's 112 O's, like 112.25, I don't know, or so. So
it's about, yeah, it looks about
right in there. I mean, you know what? We're not going to cry over spilt milk here. I mean, if it gets through 112, it's making an all-time high. Exactly. If it gets through 11.8, like anything close, man, we're Moon City right now. So we're pretty happy with what's happening right now in the crypto space. There it goes, man. 111 right now. We said this before, like, hold on to something, man. Things have been breaking all-time highs all over the place. Bitcoin was next. It's been a little bit of a slow grind for BTC, but right now we are trying to break out. Marvell also, I just want to look at that quickly. So Delta, she talked about that earlier, and I believe there was a call for Adara. I believe incorrectly.
Well, I believe that there was a call for the all-time high, and I just went into ChatGPT because that happens to be the AI I had open. If I had something else open, I would have used that. And it says 112.50. Sorry, 500, 112.5. According to historical price charts, it hit 112.509.65 on May 22nd. So rather than eyeballing that, which eyeballing it gave you the same look, this is fantastic. I'm probably going to stink offer. It's not even a thing. Stink bid is a thing where you throw a bid that's really far away. And it's like, hey, if there's a liquidity event, it happens. But I want to get an offer out there. Like the range, just to give you an idea of what I'm thinking, like 92 to essentially call it 112, that's about 20 thou. So I think if it makes any kind of a move in like the 15 to 18,000 range from here in like a few weeks, then I want to make sure I'm getting swept up in that at any point. So if it breaks the all-time high, then it's for sure, I'll pick like a stupid price, like 116.942 seems pretty cool. 116.942. That's in the teens. I want it somewhere in the 17, 18 range.
There's a lot of talk in the chat. Well, it was about this whole thing here, Dijon Mustard, teach them and they will show you the way. I think that's important, even about trading, right? I mean, some of the things that we're talking about are not going to be for everybody. You know, we completely understand that. I mean, you know, different styles, not just different styles between me and Neil. I'm just talking about like every trader has a different style at the end of the day, but it's just more about like things we're looking at, why we're thinking a certain way, because, you know, and I think it just goes to show like the way I raise, you know, my kids, and we all raise them a little differently. It's like now that they're away and they're at camp, it's like I want to teach them, you know, how to properly act, so that when they go away to these places, you know, they represent the family well and represent themselves well. And I think that that's what it is for trading as well. It's not, you know, how your kids act when you're around, that's irrelevant. It's how they act outside of when your parents are there, right? And so I was just bringing this back to fatherhood, because shout out to that. Yeah, it's just like, no, when you're there, whatever, kids will act differently. I can tell.
Because you're
yeah, like I head coach my daughter baseball, and I coach her house league and then the all-girls rep team for High Park, the #1 team in Ontario. I can tell immediately. She acts, and her Father's Day thing was so sweet. It was like, Dad, I want you to coach me forever. But I could tell that she's a little bit of a problem when I'm sitting there coaching, and she knows that she can do certain things. And I see her when she plays hockey with those coaches there, it's like a completely different thing. Like she acts differently. She's she's more respectful around the hockey coaches and more disciplined and listening more to that when she's not around me, because I think when she's with me, she has a safety net that she can act a little more silly or whatever, and she'll know that, like, if she disrespects other coaches and I'm not around, that you know, that's something that she's not supposed to be doing. So when I was thinking about that as far as trading is concerned, it was kind of the same thing. I was thinking, like, you know, we're sitting here talking about our ins and our outs and our plan of action, right? But at the end of the day, we all got to hit the keys. And we're responsible for the P&Ls that we bring home every single night. So it was just kind of like, I hope that the message that we give every day is, you know, responsibility and, you know, trusting your trading and doing the trading that you want to do, and, you know, just becoming solid at that. And then, sure, you know, we don't talk about this, but, you know, being a funded trader versus unfunded, it's just a matter of, you know, getting your strategy and getting going on that. Obviously, I was really lucky. We talked about trading penny stocks. I have the fastest, unless it's been broken, I don't know, the fastest path to funding in real trading history right there, less than 1 month.
No, there was a guy that did it in 2 weeks on the pink sheet. But it was.
There was?
Yeah, when Fannie and Freddie were going nuts, we had a guy, but he literally.
Who?
I don't even remember his name. He was gone. He was gone the month after.
Okay, so
because there was a strategy that worked for like 2 or 3 months, and a guy graduated on it and was gone within like that, because it was essentially like.
And I did it when we needed to make $5 grand. Now
we could tell him what to do.
Right.
It was just like, do this.
Right.
And he did it. And
yeah. I don't know why no one else is making money, but yeah. So that's the thing. So that's the whole thing, is that I graduated with. We had to make $5,000. We did it in 1 month. I was brought in with 20 traders, and only one other trader ever made it. So I just feel lucky to be able to sit here and have that sort of quick path. But I do understand that it's a hard path to follow there. Started hearing ourselves in our own ears. I was like,
no, that wasn't in the ear. It sounded like it was a speaker.
Ah, the speaker.
We have a speaker?
Yeah, man, of course we have a speaker. We can hear that when we have interviews.
No, but that sounded different from the interview.
Yeah, it did.
That sounded very, very different from when we have an interview, Fabian. That was like, it was almost like it was the entire room. Just for a quick second here, the first sign of sellers just came in to Bitcoin right now, and they didn't do a very good job. It's not even like you actually don't even have a red candle here in the 3 minute, but that parabolic move just stalled a little bit at 11.3. Tried to pull back, and they're consolidating the you-know-what out of it. We have 5 minutes to the imbalances, everybody. ETH, however, is not really going as much. So, like, I feel as if Bitcoin starts to go, this could be like the easy. Let's pull back. It is going up. If Bitcoin starts to pull back, ETH might be a very easier risk to reward fade, just because the way it's moving. If Bitcoin makes a big heavy candle, you might be able to get it short watching the IBIT and really tight, like 5 or 6 pennies to the high, like that kind of a thing. It's very, very late in the day with only 4 minutes to go to the imbalances, everybody. So usually don't like to be doing too much going into that time, for sure. I don't know. I just kind of feel like it's starting to get a little bit of sell action here. And when looking at the two, I always feel if you have like a parabolic move, and you want to play the reversal, like look for the obvious one to get some sellers in there. And then while that's happening, I mean, obviously you want to have a chart up. Like I'm going to have it IBIT in the chart up over here and not be flipping back and forth. So I can just look up and see what's happening in Bitcoin. But yeah, if I start to see us close red on that 3 on IBIT, I kind of want to take a shot at ETH here. There's no chance.
Yeah.
This isn't going to have an imbalance. So you don't have to worry about the whole imbalance game here, because I have yet to see, it doesn't mean it can't happen. I have yet to ever see an imbalance on one of these at 350. So I figure that's going to be a nothing burger. Why would it be? Because it's following the crypto market, which is never going to be a slave to those types of machinations. So I'm just looking for it to close 3 minute on IBIT and then take a quick little shot at a reversion. We didn't really break that all-time high. And if we're not going to break it, take the weaker name to the other side.
Take me to the other side. Okay, so 3 minutes right now. You just talked about some imbalances. And you know what? I was like, Like, I'm starting to get out now. Like, 33 will take it on Big Bear AI. Like, I don't know. I want this thing to run, but if the imbalance doesn't come in my favor, then it's a stop out. So I'm going to put the stop out right now at $7.24. If we break below that on Big Bear AI, I mean, I wish there was more happening right now, but there's not. The market's just kind of doing this. If anything, the market's been a huge long off of that, sort of this break right there, because we haven't even tested the 50-period moving average yet. So, well, we've tested it, but not broken it. So that's going to be something to watch out there. I hope this can rip up. I'm still sitting at 35s. Hopefully get something out. And then if this imbalance is what it is, which I think it should be good, then we'll be able to get something out on that imbalance. But again, if it's not, then we have that pullback as well that we can trade off of. So we'll wait to see if we get that. And on that talk as well, look, this again, we've probably, like I said, we've probably taken $10+ maybe on Microsoft so far today. And right here, right now, kind of the same thing happening for us here as we just get more out as we get close and closer to the stop out of the imbalances that are going to come through. Not that we're going to get stopped out, but the imbalances will give you movement that's unnatural to the price action that you've seen. So that's what we're going to be doing right there. So I do have, you know what, now that I see, again, like I just see Big Bear AI here, I want to put some profit not back in the pocket, but make sure that we do, you know, take this trade for what it's worth. So we'll take another 34. Oh, we get the 34. Okay. So now we're waiting at 35. Looks like another profitable trade. I myself, again, like we talk about this, I've only traded 4 symbols again here today. Big Bear AI is going to be in the pocket there. Looks like that'll be fine for us today. Microsoft, I mean, come on. Let's go with Microsoft. Nvidia, this is the craziest part about it, man. Like the amount of money that we've made on our winning trades. The losing trade here, Nvidia, the only one that we have today, is like 10 to 15% of the winning ones. So that's pretty proud of that, man. We're able to take some profit, then get out there for a small hit. And then SMCI, despite us being short, we traded it real well and were able to get out there before that bump. So that was great. And SMCI again, right there. So Microsoft and SMCI, here's the sticky note here. You know, the top 2 trades right there on my sticky note and my top 2 P&L names. So there we go right there. And then of course we add to it Big Bear AI here at the end of the day. As there it goes. We don't get there we go. Now we get that 35. Okay, Big Bear AI. Okay, 350. It's out, Neil. I don't know what those are.
Intel sell 4 million. Nvidia buy 2 million. The Intel sell, that's actually a decent number. It tends to pair off though, so just be wary of that. TLT sell of 1.9. Don't usually see that. Snapchat's a sell of 1.6. I thought that was good TikTok news. IQ, that must be a small cap. 1.7 million to buy. Don't really know them. Freeport, a 1 million to the buy side. That kind of makes sense. Cleveland Cliffs as well, 1 million. So the biggest, notionally, obviously, Nvidia 2 million imbalance is more money than Intel. But Intel 4 million isn't necessarily nothing. It just always pairs off. By the way, Bitcoin made a fresh high, so obviously I'm not shorting ETH. Adara.
This isn't a major catalyst or anything, but the stock reacted a little bit, so we'll talk about it. Uber on watch here, apparently being named the official rideshare partner for the Los Angeles Olympics here in 2028. UBER, a bit of a spike there. I just wanted to let you guys know about that catalyst. And this is not a report. This has been confirmed. We've also had comment from their CEO on this. Back to you.
Yeah, Bitcoin, I missed that story, my bad. But Bitcoin right there, me and Neil were just looking at each other say, well, Neil mentioned it's going to break in the after show. Yeah, maybe even before that. 11.6 right now for Bitcoin. And there she goes, man. Straight upside right now on BTC as, you know, you don't have to tell us about this. We actually put we could do let's do a last minute poll. Do you own Bitcoin? If we could put that in there. Yeah, it's just a yes or no. It's nothing funny or anything like that.
Can we only have 9 minutes? Can we only have 9 minutes? Let's do it the simple way. If you own Bitcoin, type 1 in the chat.
No.
I want to see, or just put Y or yes or no. Put yes or no. Yes or no in the chat.
Calculating that.
It's all yes, man.
Yeah, no, it's not. There it is. This is the better way. Okay, you guys do that. That's we want the chat flooded because it's better for everybody. It's better for us. But here we go. Thank you, Andre, for that one. So now we'll be able to tally it. Yes or no. Remember, just a couple of months ago, it was severely no. So let's go and wait. See, there it is right now, 50-50 again. So hence why we do the poll right there. Now we can actually see. So there it goes, man. 50-50. So again, man, good. Thanks to Andre for getting that up so fast. But there it goes. So it's surprising. This is why I'm long Bitcoin.
It's higher than last time.
Yeah. This is why, as it should be. This is why, I'm a pretty decent, trying to buy dip owner of Bitcoin. I still think it's underowned. So this is a trading show. We have less than half, or around half. That number will flip. It'll be more no by the end. But, half right now of you own Bitcoin. Interesting there. So, we'll just, as opposed to maybe we'll do half of you. If anyone has mutual funds, then you pretty much own indexes.
But that's the problem. Like, it's if you own down in the States, like, well, I'll just say retirement account. Just keep it simple. If you own a retirement account or like a tax-free savings, you guys don't have that, but I guess your Roth IRA is the same. If you're in those, you probably own the indexes to some extent. So those questions aren't as interesting. But the other thing is, I'm just kind of curious, do you hold physical Bitcoin still, or do people have the ETFs now? That would be one question that's interesting. As we just made another fresh high, we're now, at least according to ChatGPT, $800 away from an all-time high in Bitcoin. That's according to ChatGPT. Now 650.
No, they're correct.
I thought it's 112.5. It's not 112.5?
Did you see a chart of that?
No, I just look.
No, they're wrong.
Honestly, I just looked it up. I just typed it into ChatGPT, and I'm like, whatever. Or you can eyeball it on the chart. So it's not.
No, we just did it.
But it could. You know what? Sometimes what they do is some random exchange could have printed at that price, and the big ones didn't. So that's probably what happened. Because there'll be like a dozen different highs.
I don't. Yeah. There it is right there. So if you're going by a respectable thing, 112 O's. I was saying 026, 30, something like that. So yeah, man. Again, it doesn't. Whatever. Once we break through 112, I think it's game on. So it's on like Donkey Kong. Right there. So yeah, congratulations, man, to everybody out there trading crypto. Microsoft just. By the way. BBAI, let's go, man. Spin it one more time for Money Gang, because there it goes, man. We'll basically go we'll go 3 for 3 today with the small hit on Nvidia. So 3 for 4 with something that I'm just being honest with, and that's an we kind of shrug that one off. But all right, let's go over and see what Neil's talking about.
And let's talk a little bit about Trade the Pool and the behind-the-scenes look that you can get, because they're diving into the community side over at Trade the Pool. As you know, each trader gets their own hub, and inside there, you're going to be able to find the Trade Talk feature. It's a powerful analysis space with charting as well, where you can map out your strategies, break down some setups, share your predictions with the overall community. And if you're looking for more real-time action, the Trade the Pool Discord is where you're able to get it. It's full of active traders sharing their insights so that you're not trading alone, getting tips so you can all grow together. Trade the Pool, you're not going to be trading by yourself. You're going to be with a firm that invests in your growth, technically, mentally, and financially. Head to tradethepool.com or scan the QR code on the screen. Shout out to them. Shout out to our good friend Mitch, who is, I don't know if he's in anything Bitcoin related. If I had to guess, he's, I don't know, most traders are.
Let me guess, it's long, whatever.
There's a red candle. I was about to say, like, we just hit 355. Not that it matters. 355 doesn't make a difference, but it was almost exactly as a bunch of things started to pair off there. Like, you don't see Apple's 1 million, but you don't see Nvidia there anymore. You don't see Intel on the imbalance locator. The timing, I don't think matters, but that's exactly when it seems like we made a bit of a top there. So rejecting just underneath 112, although rejecting is a subjective term because it's not really pulling back all that far. Let's be real. Thank you for the super chat here, David. Market makers are the bane of my existence this week. Ethereum and Hood friends. And market makers, they have a job to do, but it used to really like the market makers when most of the market making was not done by algos. I'll leave it at that. Because I found like market makers actually there was some edge to the market makers that was just different. Like, it was just different. So like love them or hate them, it's hard for me. Like, back in the day, we loved them, and now some people hate market makers. But you want liquidity in the market, so it's kind of a double-edged sword there. So as I said, Intel paired off, Nvidia paired off, Bitcoin. Maybe we make another run at the high. I feel as if we're going to have an all-time high watch party in addition to the aftermarket show just a few minutes.
Yeah, make sure you join Adara and Neil for that one. And there it is, man, as we predicted right there. Bitcoin, the no's starting to win. So yeah, man, maybe you guys will get excited or into it once it breaks. And some people just don't believe in it. I think it's all kind of smoke and mirrors, but it doesn't matter. If there's more buyers than sellers, price go up. So there it goes right there. So yeah, man, and to your comment, David, I am loving market makers right now. I'm trading probably the best I ever have. So if market makers are in this market, then shout out to you guys. And but okay, so there it is, man. BBAI to end the day here at $7 and change right now. So I'm going to get another piece out right here and hopefully get taken out by a market maker, but they won't. They'll be idling liquidity, not wiping these levels out. So hopefully someone will come in and buy this 738 right there, and we'll put that in our pocket there again. So yeah, man, so far so good. And you know, we're not making a whole bunch on Big Bear AI, but what we have made here is basically what we lost on Nvidia. So there we go. So that's a nice move there as well. But heading into the close now, only 2 minutes left. We can have a quick look at these imbalances and see what's going on. I didn't even look at them today because I was focusing on other things. But there it is right there. MP again and Visa. So Visa still with a decent sell right there. We can watch that as we head into the close. It just might have paired off as it just ticked up a little bit higher there. 358 and change right now. But yeah, all eyes right now on BTC as that 12 and change high. But basically, I think 12,075 maybe was what we sort of saw there on Coinbase. Some other people
Once
say
it breaks the even,
some people putting out different things on there right there. So yeah, man, whether or not you were green or red today, I hope you enjoyed the show with 1 minute left.
Yeah, with only a minute to go here, it looks like cancel the last script order that I had. I had a script order on ETH in case it set up that short trade, but I'm obviously not going to take it with under a minute to go. Obviously, Bitcoin is going to be the big story today with the late move. It's certainly on everybody's minds. I just want to, just a friendly reminder that PLTR, because we didn't really go over that. Last time I looked at it, I was telling you guys that it had failed that 143 break. Well, it bounced, and it looks like, unless something crazy happens in the next 30 seconds, we're going to close at that 143. So with only about 20 seconds to go in here, we're going to get Darren the bell. I'm going to join you at the desk in just a little bit. I want to see where we close specifically on Bitcoin, but I wanted to point out that, hey, it might have stolen the attention, but Palantir did make another fresh high of the day.
Let's go.
So let's get to the bell in about 10 seconds or so. I feel like we're gonna ring the bell and then get a bit of a rally on Bitcoin, hopefully. But let's ring it, Adara. It's your hump day, it is ETH day, it's Bitcoin day, and probably actually a lot of other crypto is going. And as a matter of fact, catching a little bit of a bid, not a crazy candle, but a little bit of a bid coming here in the aftermarket for IBIT. So I'm going to mosey on up to the desk, join Darren and myself. Maybe we get a bit of a watch party. There's a lot to cover today, a lot happened today, a lot to cover, but we'll certainly be talking a lot about crypto, and any movements, we're right there for you. I'll see you in a bit.
All right, yeah, good. See ya. All right, good job there. Yeah, look, we're actually still in some Microsoft right now. Just very, very light there. Market close. I had to deal with Big Bear AI. Big Bear AI turned out to be that stock. So there it is right there, man. Big Bear AI, alert, alert, alert. I got out at 738, 737 near the end of the day. So again, thank you to everybody for watching here today. Big days. I had a big day and it was a good one. So I hope everyone enjoys it. Intel closes near the highs today as well. No talk on Apple. We'll look to see what happens there. Nice moves for Snapchat today again on news. Apple, look at that move there at the end of the day. You take a look at that right there. Huge move for Apple up to 211. So we'll see. We talked about tomorrow's trade today. This could be candidate there, AAPL. So yeah, man, it's been a good one, obviously, here as we continue to monitor the market. Not huge earnings, but there is earnings now. So let's get ready to go. There goes crypto right now. Is about to break that 11,112 area where the players do in fact dwell. We just got out of our Microsoft right there for $3.50 to end the day, putting up probably about $12 or so in total shares earnings on that stock. So far so good on that one. But again, it's news. It's the market recap show. I'm back tomorrow. Only 2 more days and I'm gone for a week. So hope you guys enjoy this recap show with Neil and Adara. I'll see everybody tomorrow and gonna go make some more experiences with the wife. Ciao.
Welcome, everybody. It's your market recap show. And like Sean said, Bitcoin making a run at its all-time highs. I mean, you can see here, IBIT, we're just teetering. We're so very close. Like, you go up a couple of points, and we're going to get a bit of a breakup. But a lot happened today, and some news really at the bell as well, Adara, that I know you want to dive into. We don't have any major earnings, but there's a lot to recap and a lot of movement that we have to go through.
Yeah, I want to really quickly get into Autodesk here. ADSK, this one dropped into the close. Bloomberg reporting that the company is apparently considering acquiring a software firm called PTC. And apparently they're working with advisors to evaluate the potential cash and stock deal. As we usually see here, PTC, which is not a small stock here, guys, not a penny stock. It's like $200 ticker, pushing to the upside on this news. And then on the flip side, we have ADSK dropping here. Usually the acquirer drops, the company being acquired, which is higher. I'm also seeing headline, apparently, U.S. clothing imports hitting a 22-year low, clothing imports from China specifically, but I want more details on that before I speak too much on it. I also want to mention here LNG. This is going to be Cheniere Energy. Apparently, they're seeking approval from the Department of Energy to export liquefied natural gas from Sabine Pass Phase 5. They're also proposing an additional 12 million metric tons to some different countries. So keep an eye on LNG, PTC, and ADSK.
Yeah, always watch out. Like, anytime you get really, really massive deal making, and the synergies matter, and it can be good for the business, but almost carte blanche, you're going to get a sell-off in the acquire. If it's a massive, massive outlay, and they're raising a little bit of debt, or they're using shares, you're going to see that happen. And you saw that happen with CoreWeave as well. So we haven't made any breakout just yet. I'm just going to show you guys, as we're watching IBIT in particular, if we can come to the chart for a second, just still kind of pulling back a little bit on Bitcoin. Big technical rally to challenge the all-time high on Bitcoin that was able to drag a lot of things with it, right? Like we were talking a little bit about ETH, which also made a nice little run here, nowhere near its highs. I mean, I can pull up the daily chart. I mean, you got to get, you're talking like the 4,000 level, so you're nowhere close on ETH, but starting to join that party. But what's also interesting is, you're going to have MicroStrategy in here starting to really go again. Now, keep in mind, like these guys are like the old Bitcoin proxy. MicroStrategy's high is like 20-something% away. It's not even at the lower high resistance yet with Bitcoin breaking out. So I think if this breaks simultaneously, it's almost like it's got more room to squeeze and could be a better percentage mover in the event that there is this breakout. And if we challenge like 120s and 125s, I could really see this maybe giving you some better opportunities. But so far, it hasn't really broken out any of that resistance on the daily MicroStrategy. But I'm certain there's a lot of traders and investors, swing traders, that are going to be watching this for an opportunity if we get that all-time high break. Shouldn't say when we get that all-time high break, which it might be. Maybe it's today, maybe it's over the weekend. I kind of feel like we'll make a run at it tonight at some point, whether it happens in the first half an hour. When you're a 24-hour market, which is what Bitcoin is, sometimes those big runs happen when a lot of the the eyes of the market aren't on it as much. So I could see that easily happening here. But MSTR has got to be on your watch while this move is happening.
Oh yeah, and I mean, as someone who trades spready tickers, and I really love MSTR as well, this is certainly something I'm watching. I actually pulled back to the chart, and yeah, I remember when we touched that 430, which is like by far the most recent high. Sorry, I have Plug Power up because someone in the chat, Darwin, mentioned they had an offering. I'm not seeing any news on it yet, but I'll keep you guys posted on that. But yeah, I'll pull up MSTR on the daily. I know you just did, but there is one thing I want to talk about here as well. That 430 level. So I actually remember this day. I do have the eidetic memory, which helps, but I remember this 430 short, because basically what happened was it double topped it, like it tapped it twice off the open, and then just tanked from there. So 430, beyond the fact that it is like obviously a $10 level, whole dollar level, those are always significant. It is also a little bit lower than our other previous high around 439. So I think MSTR really needs to be like to that 430. It needs to like rocket style high kick that thing, or I don't really know. MSTR is a very violent stock. And again, I say this as someone who trades this pretty frequently. It's very much within my oeuvre of types of tickers I look at. That being said, I agree with you with that triple bottom in the daily. Then we have this nice little, it's not really a cup and handle, but it's a nice little like bibby rounded thing here. So either way, there's some definitely long opportunities, but that 430, I just want to let people know the last time we got in there, things got a little cray-cray. So yeah, 430 would be absolutely a level that I'm watching. And then of course, if we break that, the next previous area of resistance, as I mentioned, around 439. There is another company, sorry, just mentioned this last time as well. We have another offering on watch, PCYO, filing for a mixed shelf offering of up to $400 million, not moving too much on that.
Yeah, that plug, there is a note saying there's an offering, but it has to be wrong, because like what came across the wire, Plug Power files for offering up to 31.5, they must mean million, but it says 31.5 shares of common stock. Now I'm just gonna make the assumption that someone forgot to throw in that it's not literally 31, it's gotta be in the millions, because the float of this thing, 930 million shares, like it could be, I don't want to speculate, but they've clearly got the number wrong. So it seems there is a story about an offering on Plug, but no clue as to how big it is at this particular point. So I just want to keep that in mind, everybody. And when you don't know, like, you don't want to be sit there speculating. I'm just telling you, it says 31.5. That's obviously wrong, but we don't know what the actual number is going to be. But take a look. You guys can see the ETFs on the slide. You see the one that I just clicked? XBI. Closing at the highs. Now, a good portion of this, you had a relief rally in some of the pharmaceutical names, despite the fact that Merck made a huge acquisition today. You're going to actually, this is not usually how this looks. Merck with a huge acquisition today, an all-cash deal, and it went up. So you better believe that it's going to be a strong day for the index when that happens. That is the opposite of what you are usually expecting when there's a big cash outlay. And what could be going on here is everyone's been saying it, so I just repeated some crap that I hear all the time when you listen to any analysts out there, is that in the next couple of years, all these guys have these big shelves that are coming for their patents, which are going to drop off. I believe Merck's, they're canceling Keytruda. I hope I'm right about that.
I need to look more into that.
I think I'm right, but in a couple of years, that patent's is going to die out. And for a lot of the big names, Pfizer has some big ones that'll come out in a couple of years. They need revenue sources. And so everyone's been saying a lot of times you don't have the right things in the pipeline, they've got to make up that revenue, and it's going to be acquisitions. And so when they do that, and maybe it's bottomed out, and the reaction is this is now happening, it's a good sign because they've hit the bottom. So the usual reaction of sell the acquire just didn't happen here. And Merck, I hate to say it, it's starting to look good. Let me actually just get the old tool out here and quickly draw what is obviously a trend which has been broken at the 50 period and is now starting to go. Usually you're waiting a couple of days after a big deal for it to bottom out. In this case, it's weird. I'd be waiting a couple of days for it to consolidate on a breakout. Merck looking good despite that massive acquisition today.
Yeah, so keep an eye here on WK Kellogg, KLG. Apparently, Ferrero is nearing a roughly $3 billion deal to buy Kellogg. People had mentioned this moving a little bit earlier. The news just populated for me now, so I'm sharing it. I saw it first populate 24 seconds ago. Okay. But Wall Street Journal reporting that Ferrero is nearing a $3 billion acquisition deal here for WK Kellogg. This is our second reports of a possible acquisition today. The first involved ADSK, its possible acquisition of, I believe, a company called PTC. But yeah, keep an eye here on ADSK. That is what's happening there with this stock. Yeah, in terms of Merck, I looked into it, and they're not canceling Keytruda. They're scrapping 2 late-stage trials of it in, I guess, being used in certain types of cansers.
But that is their drug, right?
Yeah, that is their drug. Good. Yeah, I knew that.
Their patent runs out, I believe, in 2028. I think that. So basically, what happens is like when you have these big drugs, like you essentially. You don't profit on it forever, right? And unfortunately, sorry, I had that KLG stock up. Like, unfortunately for the Pfizers and Mercks, well, you spend so much money developing and failures and trials and all that, and so they milk it for as much as they can for the period of time in which they will depend. And then all of a sudden, anybody can just take the formula and make your drug, and they can sell it. And so when you've got a big one like Keytruda, like they gotta milk it, but everybody has seen it coming, and that's why. Like the stocks has been dwindling. You've seen the same. Pfizer's a little bit different because a lot of its drop was just, hey, COVID rally, and then it just dropped back in. But that's sort of, it's a problem for them. But I like the reaction of the stock is the first thing when we see what just happened today with the big acquisition. The fact that it went up, I think, is definitely a good thing. Just do it in the chat. doing it on Circle. Before I get to that, I just want to circle back to Bitcoin. Well, the watch is still on pullback. So we did have a little bit of a drop there. Bitcoin pulling back a little bit. So the all-time high break, maybe it'll wait. You know what? It's actually, from a selfish standpoint, it's a little bit more fun if it happens during the live show when we're actively trading and we can maybe punch long some IBIT. The last time it did an all-time high break, I believe it was during the midday and Joe was on it. And certainly, we're all trading it. It was just during the midday show, so Joe was on it. I think hopefully if we get something tomorrow, it'll be just as exciting. But on that note, I'm glad Circle got mentioned. Because in the midst of what happened to CoreWeave yesterday, and for the last 2 days since the deal, and specifically yesterday is a bigger down move, it got, like, Circle's been forgotten about because Circle was the recent IPO that was stealing everybody's hearts and blowing away all of the shorts. And then it turned out that, at least for a couple of days, the attention went over to CoreWeave that moved more. But Circle had its own interesting event, breaking out in a big, big way at the open. Like, it's one of those failed breaks at the open and then trend back in. I wanted to start there so you can see that little failed break and then maybe go back over to the daily chart. Now, you don't have a lot of data here, but like just there would be this little upward trend, and there you kind of work off the highs. I think it broke the downtrend here, which is, you know, like however you want to draw it. I don't really care. You could draw it like you could draw it like this way, and it's still broken the downtrend. So I don't think this is as clean of a, hey, let's look at this wedge here and the trend to the upside and just short it when it breaks down. I actually think it almost has to extend the uptrend a little further or show me a bit of a hammer candle, because I think the continuation play on Circle would make a little bit more sense than trying to catch it after it's already rejected $100 away. And I'm talking from the standpoint of Circle eventually heads back down under $100 because it's ridiculous. I'm not talking about the day trade here. I'm sort of thinking about what everyone thinks, how is it going to look when it unwinds? It doesn't feel like, despite the candle here today, and the daily chart looks like a big rejection. When you pull it out, sorry, the 3-minute chart looks like a rejection. When you look at the daily here, it doesn't really feel like that much has happened on this little reversal of an up move. I think there is a time that will be coming for the unwind, but I'm not sure it's here just yet.
I'm actually going to provide a counter.
Ooh,
I'm sorry. I'm going to provide a
counter.
counter.
You think it's happening now?
Pardon?
You think it's happening now?
Well, I just want to show my chart on it. This is one that Neil can say I've definitely been asking for shares for this basically every day for shorts. So lately what I've been doing, because I found it to be more helpful for me, one of the issues that I had was just like, you know, being too flippant. Pardon, yeah, this is definitely a pun, because I would be, you know, too quick to flip direction. So what I started doing was, now I have, you know, I'll write down the stocks I'm looking at, just like trade ideas, right? Like what direction would I take it? How would I execute? So for Circle, I had a long idea and a short idea for this, and that was all based, as you can see here, on this 15-minute uptrend. So this is kind of where we were pre-market. I was like, okay, if we break above yesterday's high, this 809 area, or sorry, 209 area, I'll go long, no problem. Then we'll push higher into here. But I also was very cognizant of this AVWAP from all-time highs, which is this top red line here. So with all of that being said, I totally missed the long off the open. I was like, oh, well. Then I saw us, though, rejecting this AVWAP. So I said, okay, Adair, you have another opportunity. Now I'm going to bring in my trade on this. So we basically, we reject the AVWAP from all-time highs. We break below. Like I said, 209 was my level I liked in the long. 209, the same thing. If we can't hold it, I'm going to short it. So I shorted 209. I gave this 5 points, which for a stock of this ilk, I have zero problem doing. You really didn't even need to. I think it went like 1 point against me. So we drop here, we break another level of prior support, this 204.50, I add again, start taking some profits here at 203, add one more time here at this 201. You could argue it was excessive, but I stand by it, just how the chart was going. Eventually, take more profit at 199, get stopped out at just shy of 201s. I got back in, which I didn't really need to, and then got stopped out basically flat. But the point with this is, like, if you're going to decide you want to flip directions, have a plan for that, because I actually favored the long this morning. If you look at my notes, I was prepared to allot myself more risk on the long than the short. But when the short came in, I was ready to go. So, yeah, I just think sometimes you have to play devil's advocate with yourself and your ideas. And, yeah, sorry for that rant, but I would say, Neil, I don't know necessarily the short is continuing, but I think this AVWAP rejection from all-time highs is pretty sketchy looking. 194 for me is a level that I think lately has been resistant support. If we break below 194, then I think we can grind lower.
Well, you know what, we don't disagree, because I think the short's at the day trade level at this particular point. I just don't think the short is at it's going to $100 and losing 50% in a matter of weeks. I think someone in the chat said that they're looking for the puts. I think you said in the chat August puts, or a little further out for a more extreme type of play. I think that's what circles into, but I agree with you. And one of the things that I like about this is one of the best reversal setups is when a stock does a parabolic pre-market move. Parabolic pre-market move that has this and sold off at the open for continuation. And I love Robinhood, but Robinhood, can we see it on the 15-minute? Yeah, of course you can see it on the 15-minute. Robinhood had this exact same setup. Like look at the parabolic move, like on this day in here, like you're gonna see in the pre-market, we're at about 8:30, and it just rallies on a clean break. It goes from 94 into 95. It actually breaks and wicks it to 98. But by the time you get, this is now 9:30. It's given this topping tail candle. Look at the reversal short. That is one of those A+, and believe me, there's hedgies out there that love that type of trade, like the big guys, where you're getting all like the retail buy in the pre-market. Oh my goodness, it's going to be a continuation play into the open. It's breaking out this level. Buy. You get to the open and you're losing the breakout spot. And then that's like just slam short. And if you're ready for it, or if you happen to be in the long and you get stopped out on the way back in, sometimes you can flip into the short. At the bare minimum, you got to get out the long. And I'm only saying this because I was in the long breakout and got the win, but didn't reverse. And so like that was one of the things that I realized, hey, maybe you got to be a little faster to reload. That said, if we're just also looking, because I just saw in the chat, TT777 just said Robinhood over 100 after earnings. Well, you've got time because they're end of the month, right? So Robinhood reports the 30th, so you got about 3 weeks to go, and it's pretty much like you're at 95. So I can see it as well. I still believe Robinhood's in a consolidation phase, so you got to watch out here, because when you're in a consolidation phase, you can always break either direction, and a healthy pullback, like literally healthy pullback, could be into the 70s, and it would still be looking fantastic on a higher time frame. So you just got to keep that in mind with some of these parabolic moves. I believe we have more tariff news, Adara?
Yep. 50% tariff on Brazil, as announced here by President Donald Trump. So what he said this morning was he was going to give us 7 tariff letters this morning and then more later in the day. Technically, he gave us 6 this morning and then 1 right after 12 p.m., so more or less the same. This is the next round. He didn't say how many tariffs are going to be in this round, but lately he's been releasing them in bulk of 7, which makes me think there's going to be 7. We'll have to find out here. More pieces of news. GLTR, apparently they're announcing a $2.5 billion buyback, actually pushing to the upside on this, of course. Then we have Costco announcing their June sales up 8% year over year, also pushing to the upside. So yeah, I also want to thank very much here. We've got Kelvin GTS in the chat. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Saying Adara is so good at explaining things for an idiot to understand. Thank you. I don't know about that, but thank you very much for the kind words. I love being here. You're also asking here, when can you see me trade like Sean and the crew? Is it Studio 8? Truthfully, I don't know. Honestly, I'll sometimes put my trades in the chat here. I just got a new X account, Trader TV Adara L, which I've been trying to update when I can. And then also sometimes I'll show my trades live on the midday or during the show. But yeah, I'm definitely open to that. If that does happen or if that's in talks, I'll absolutely will let you guys know. But either way, you can always message me. I'm not always in the chat, but when I am, then yeah, I can keep you posted. Oh, Kelvin GTS, another $5 super chat. Can we get an Adara position board when she does the news at least? Again, I honestly am not the person to ask. I'm just here. It's happy to be here with you guys. But thank you very much for the kind words and the support. It is really appreciated. Yeah, I'm always happy to be here and trading with you guys.
Oh, one thing I was going to say, and I thought of this because you're wearing the purple. On your charts, I know we do this on our charts just so it's way easier for everyone to see the executions, because green candles and red candles. Oftentimes, we change the color so that if it's a short sell, it's purple,
yeah,
the triangle. And then, because the defaults are like this weird blue and yellow, which don't show up very well on the charts.
That's why I changed mine.
And so, like, make sure you change. I don't know if you're using the purple for the
I
short.
have the lilac purple.
Okay,
I
but
have
like,
a more aesthetic.
I just find I find myself squinting a little bit. I'm like,
That's
to
fair.
see the
Yeah,
entry
that's my
point.
bad.
Because it's always important. Like, it's like, this is the entry. When you have a good one, you want to make sure everybody sees it. Also, good reminder that Costco had their numbers out.
Yes.
Because Costco was actually not looking too good today. Like, overall, like Costco actually, and you're coming right back in. Costco was selling off for the majority of the day. Not a huge move, but just went back green on those numbers. So this is, look, it's a great company. Obviously, it's not doing a heck of a lot right now. You would have seen a little bit of pressure on this recently when it tried to attack those all-time highs. But it's basically in a consolidation phase. But the good news is now that daily. Like this daily candle, like look at the hold at 975 on Costco. You start to see hold it, and then these bottoming tail candles, that just means every time intraday it tries to retest this low. There's your program selling for multiple days. There's your bottom at 975. Every time it tries to retest this low, the buyers come in and close it back above 980. So what's happening is it gets into that 975 support. Someone's got a buy program on, or just, institutions are buying them, whoever, doesn't really matter. Algos, whoever it is, that's not the point. You're starting to hold it and close it above 980. That's a positive sign. When you want to look for those types of things to be making a bottom on the daily and then try to break it back out. Now, most people are probably looking for swings on Costco or just holding it in their long term. You're not likely to day trade it unless you're a Dara.
Yeah,
and the reason I'm pointing it out is the way to day trade that is if you notice this pattern on the daily, you just make the bet that, okay, once I see it drop beneath $980, I'm anticipating buyers like to come in around 975. So it drops. Once it's under 980, you're just looking for like a mean reversion, any trend break. If you take a shot here, you get a scalp trade. It breaks low again. There's another trend break here, a much better trend break, and then you can take. Oh, I don't have my tool on. Anyways, draw it like that. There's your trend line. There's another trend break, and then you just bet that it's going back to close above the 980 level. And so sometimes you zoom out to the higher time frame, see what the big money is doing overall. It can be useful for investing if you just wanted to buy Costco for your long term and you want to get a good price. It can be useful for swing trading. But on a day trade, when you see those bottoming tail candles, then you know what it means, and you wait for it to get under that price. Once you see the trend revert, okay, the sellers come off, the algo buyings come on, the institutions are back in. You just join them, put your stop either at the low or back at like the 75, whatever you happen to like, and you can get yourself a trade. You have to have such a good plan of action and execute with a very tight execution plan when you're trading something that's like a $1,000 stock, that's for sure. But I know we were thinking that we were gonna get that all-time high. I'm just going to circle back.
We did, apparently. Someone in the chat was saying we did for Bitcoin. I think it wick just slightly higher.
Did we?
It's above 112K at one point from what I'm seeing. But again, different things use different, population times, right? So as far as I can tell, looks like we maybe touched it, maybe double topped it. But yeah, thank you to Dave in the chat saying that we should be looking at Bitcoin or mentioning the all-time highs. Again, it's a little, some people are saying we did. It's a little unclear. We're near it anyway.
You have to remember, as we were saying, like when you're looking at the price of Bitcoin, like there's even sometimes like you could go between like Binance and some of the other big. You could look at Binance and Coinbase and have just slightly different prices in the highs. And then you go to some other exchanges and they're even way off. So it's not always that simple. But whether you got there or not, like maybe you just tagged it. What's very clear when you look at the chart of IBIT is you didn't have any buying through it. Right? This is a 3-minute. You didn't close any candles above, that's for sure. Like you essentially wake the top and pull back, which is fine. Like I don't mind it pulling right back. Like when you have a gorgeous looking potential breakout, we can take our time. And that's when it's good, sometimes taking your time is even better. Like how long did we wait for it to break this high? And then it's like we got a tease. And then we got a big pullback. But then how gorgeous was it when it eventually broke? Sometimes that's the way you want it to go. Like if you want to get that parabolic move, Sometimes if it doesn't go the first time, it's a little bit better because you shake out some of the weaker hands, and then the second break gives you even more. I mean, why not talk? I mean, Palantir is a perfect example of that today. See, like there's always something happening, even on like a lower time frame. Everyone wanted, like I was all about Palantir 140, right? I had Palantir 140 multiple times. Did it work here? Nope. Did it work here? Kind of. Did it work here? Yeah, I'd say so. To the point that you could continue on. Palantir was a great stock for long today, multiple entry points on Palantir. So with Bitcoin, I don't mind that we pull back and just test the high and make some higher lows and maybe even consolidate a little bit longer. It just makes it more exciting when the break eventually does happen because we're going to break the all-time high. We didn't come all this way to not do it.
Yeah.
To steal a line from Luca, by the way.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Luca's cool. Yeah, I met him a couple times. He said he's a cool guy. We have a super chat here from David Treziak, $20 super chat. Meow, what's next tomorrow? Think the hood is going to go crazy, friends. I disagree, Neil, about the pullback quite yet. So thank you, David Treziak, for the super chat. Apparently a fan here of Robinhood. So you're going to have to wait and see. I think that the OpenAI thing with them is pretty interesting with those tokenized stocks. Now, of course, like Elon has bigger things to deal with than respond on behalf of SpaceX. I'm going to be really honest with you guys. But yeah, we did have Vlad Tenev coming out there and saying after OpenAI criticized this and said this is not equity, then we had Vlad Tenev doing an interview who basically said they're cool, I guess, with Europe. They're all good there. I mean, either way, I don't think investors were too freaked out about it beyond that initial post-market reaction.
For the record, I never said it was going to pull back.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just reading the super chat.
Yeah, just to be clear, all I simply said was it could pull back to under 80 and still be healthy on the daily chart. That's what I said. This could pull back right into like under 80 bucks, right into here, and still look fantastic. And generally speaking, you know, pull it out to a weekly chart. Here's how you know. Look at a weekly. On a weekly chart, the prior high is 66. So I mean, a pullback into the underneath 80 bucks still looks absolutely gorgeous. That's all I was getting at. Like I really don't even have. I think I'm pretty sure I said it. That I don't even have an opinion as to which way this consolidation breaks before earnings come out. And honestly, like I selfishly am hoping it breaks down, and I might sell some Bitcoin to put it into hood, as I was mentioning in the afternoon show. But yeah, I'm not even making a bet on which direction I think this consolidation breaks. But I think it's still perfectly healthy if this one pulls back even a little bit further, which is absolutely fine for sure. Just a shout out to Go Bills because. I mean, A, go Bills, and B, we like to answer questions on the chat. I believe we did talk about KLG. Adara brought the story. Was it? So this is, was it cash?
I have no details.
Okay, so there were no details. I'm glad.
Same with the Autodesk thing with PTC as well. Both are just rumored
buyouts, of a deal.
And so reports of buyouts, but no confirmation that I'm seeing and no specifications. $3 billion deal for Kellogg, but I don't know how that's going to sort out.
I'm quickly going to jump. There's a website I use for buyouts all the time, and they have no data either. So yeah, there's like I trade some buyouts, and there's a website that they're only ever going to post it. Alpha Rank, they're fantastic, but they only really are going to post it once the deal is finalized. That's how I know if it's finalized, it's on that website, and if they haven't, then you know there's no details yet, and you don't want to speculate just because it's consolidating around a price that, oh, this must be the value of the deal. That's a bad way to approach things because sometimes they get it wrong, and I've seen this before. Stock gaps up on deal speculation, consolidates, everyone's like, oh, it's probably 26 bucks because that's where it is. Or maybe it's like 27. And then it gets announced the next day, maybe it's cash in stock and the fair value is like $24.50 or $25, which is still a lot in the money, but anybody that bought it in the afternoon or the aftermarket on that takes a big haircut because now all of a sudden you can't even hold it till the deal closes because you'd still be out of the money. And so you want to be very careful trading these to the long side for continuation when you don't know what the details might be. I can't believe it's 4:30 already.
How is it?
What? Fabian usually does like there's the siren that comes up when we run over time. So usually I get the warning when we've been rambling on, but hey, we're having fun. Bitcoin watch party. Actually, a lot of news, talking over some trading strategies. That's what we do around here for sure. Thank you guys for the super chat. David, thanks for the super chat as well. Appreciate you. I look, for everyone else's sake, I certainly hope that Hood doesn't go to the downside. I'm just, sometimes you're honest. It's like I don't own any Robinhood and I'd like to, but I want to sell some Bitcoin and buy some of that. So I'm kind of hoping breakout Bitcoin, and then eventually maybe even get a dip on Robinhood that I can take advantage of and maybe a little shifting in my portfolio. So that's just me being selfish. I'd never want a stock to go down. Not that other people own. Let's be real about it. Like, it's happier when it goes up because I want people to make money, just like we all should. But it is time to get a little bit of roll call action in here because we're past 4:30, everybody. If you don't know what roll call is, and you haven't been tuning in, but it's a heck of a lot of fun. Make sure you hit the like, but more importantly, the subscribe so you can be in the chat so Adara can rhyme off as fast as she can as many of the awesome nicknames like Mike Peter Ryder in there. And so hit the chat up. Give a big shout out to our entire team. You know the drill, everybody. Adrian, Ramin, maybe Fabian, even though he didn't warn me. We're past 4:30. Andre, I keep saying Adrian. It's Andre. My roommate in university, anyways, Andre reminds me of my roommate from university in Temperament, and his name is Adrian, so I'm always mixing them up. Anyways, it's just, you say one name over and over again.
Yeah.
Big shout out to Sean. Big shout out to Brendan, who is back from his trip, the Midday boys as well, everybody. But let's get some roll call action on.
Yeah, thank you to Greg Moore, thank you to Dan H, Cowboy Mike, Chuck of all trades, Mr. Thumbs Up, D-Loaf, Why Not, NYC Urban Aset, Stevenson Etienne, Roger Noonan, Jaguar, Susie Fox, nephew with capital P, Al Gorilla, I love that name. We've got Mike Peter Ryder, we have D-Loaf, we've got Vincy Life, we've got Neil Roberts in the chat, Marty, Ryan O'Day, Butter Biscuit Head, Go Bills, Mr. Briggs, Apple Manny, Tilly 3Y, Moon Rockets Products, Alvin, and Healing Pain Naturally. Thank you so much to Neil, Sean, Sharif, Joe, Brendan, Andre, Ramin, Fabian, and all of you guys here, everyone you see, everyone you don't see, thank you for making this community what it is. And guess what? There's going to be more news and maybe more tariffs tomorrow. We only actually saw one release tonight, which is kind of uncharacteristic for Trump. So I assume in a couple hours we'll probably get some more. But yeah, that's our show, and definitely join us tomorrow, please, and thank you.
That's a good point. We're going to hear some more because we're expecting more than one. But there's always more to be happening. And hopefully everyone enjoys the show because we're doing it again tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8:30. We're Trader TV Live. Go Bitcoin, and we'll see you in the morning.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.